Does that make a Maui whole shark?
I say yes, but I'm not the law expert here, as the Olaf does come through, and that is 2 more law away from Natasha. It's going to be a big old wide board quest from Jakob, who is going to be getting a big boost to their law count, and I would imagine they are just 1 turn away from victory here with this wide board.
And there's certainly a lot coming down. 3 from Sisu, 2 from Olaf, but there's 3 Olaf, so there's 6, plus a couple more from Cinderella. So, yes, even if we don't bother looking at the Maui half shark, there's plenty there. And are we now? Okay, no. I thought we might be picking up cards, but we're not. Jakob just sorting out his ink there. Natasha keeping it going for 1 turn. But with a board like this, you need a Raging Storm or a Raging Storm equivalent in order to carry on in this game. And there goes Natasha. She puts down her hand. She says, I'm not winning this. Let's go to a game 3 with 37 minutes left. We have got plenty of time. We have seen Natasha's deck do what Natasha's deck does. We've seen Jakob's deck do what Jakob's deck does. And this is my favorite. We know the decks. We know the styles, and now we can go to a game 3 to see who can do it a second time.
Yeah, and it's going to be like that repeat of the very first game we saw, right? Except the big difference here is that both players know exactly what deck they are playing against. I think that's particularly important for Jakob. They have the Liquidator in their deck cross.
Oh, yes.
But in game number 1, it's not necessarily a card that you would keep in your altar phase. No. You don't know what you're playing against. But when you know Daisy Duck is sat across the other side of the table from you, that Liquidator is going to be oh so important. That could be the really big difference. We saw that Jakob didn't get a single law on the board. I think it was turn 5 and the game was over. That Liquidator really checks Daisy Duck. There is no better turn 1 play on the draw against a Daisy Duck than Liquidator.
So then the question becomes, how aggressively do you alter your hand?
Yeah.
Like, if, you saw how badly game 1 went. If you draw your opening hand, you draw 7 cards, it's looking all right, but there's no Liquidator. Do you do a full alter of 7, desperately digging for the Liquidator? Is it that important, or is it kind of somewhere in between?
It's a great question. I think what you've got to balance alongside that is you are still playing a Sapphire deck.
Yes.
You still want to look for Tipo and Sail. So there's going to be a weird balancing act. Let's really focus on the mulligan here for Jakob. I don't see Sail or Tipo, and I don't see Liquidator, which I actually think makes things extremely simple here for Jakob. I would fully expect this to be a full hand alter.
Yeah, I think alter your entire hand here, get it gone. I think you're right. When you got things like Tipo and Sail, the Azurite Sea, those are cards you maybe want to keep and alter 5 or 6 instead. But here it's actually really easy. Now, it's an alter of 4, it looks like, for Natasha. 3 cards kept, 4 cards put back. Yep. And we are, it is a full 7-card alter from Jakob, exactly as predicted. You're looking for Underdog, you're looking for Tipo, you're looking for Sail, you're looking for all of these cards, which are going to, hopefully, Underdog to check those early glimmers.
Yep.
And then start building out your board in a regular Sapphire way. It sounds so simple when you say it like that.
And especially if you can get to Spooky Sight, right? You get the Cinderella down on your 3rd turn. That could be a turn 4 Spooky Sight if the stars do align. And Natasha, just to touch on that last game again for a moment, not able to sing A Whole New World was what really set her back. Having to hardcast That Whole New World twice is not what you want to be doing. But is there a Liquidator?
There is a Liquidator iced over in Jakob's opening hand. Looks like we are already rolling here in game 3, round 1. Natasha with that Robin Hood beloved outlaw coming down. And it is a Crystal Sun Kida going into the ink for that Underdog.
It's an Underdog story.
It's an Underdog story. Love it. Underdog, of course, being that skill that a lot of these characters have, whereby if you're playing it turn 1 going second, you can pay it for just 1 ink.
And we talked so much about Daisy Duck. Well, honestly, the Robin Hood is a little bit more difficult for the Liquidator to deal with because of that Robin Hood's 2 strength. Liquidator does have Reckless and must challenge if able. Of course, you can get around that by singing a song as Nala comes down. But the Robin Hood here actually doesn't quest, which I think might come back to bite Natasha with that Nala on the board. The liquidator then going to be able to challenge Nala and remain on the board. I would love to have seen the Robin Hood questing here, forcing the liquidator to challenge into the Robin Hood, almost protecting the Nala. Having said that, Ross, the Baloo is a really interesting bodyguard, and I think that's what Natasha has planned, sort of force that liquidator into banishing the Baloo, and then Natasha will gain some lore from that interaction. So an interesting early decision from Natasha on turn number 2.
Let's see how that rocks out as we go through the rest of the game. We see Tipo Growing Sun coming from Jakob. We get another one of those locations going into the inkwell for Natasha. I think it might have been the Bayou, but she's covering it with her hand right now, so we'll confirm that one in just a second. Right now, we're using a couple of ink, and we're going to be playing. She's eyeing up that Piglet Pooh Pirate Captain, and there are 2 other glimmers on the board, so that would activate the extra lore gathering of that Piglet as soon as Piglet was able. No, here we go. It is going to be Baloo von Brunwald the 13th, a bodyguard, but with no strength there, does mean that it's not going to really be hurting Liquidator back.
And I just want to touch a little bit more on Natasha's decision, right? The big benefit of her play here is that Robin Hood Beloved Outlaw is going to be remaining on the board for a longer period of time. Baloo is banished. That will be lore gained for Natasha. If Natasha could find a way here of shifting the Robin Hood, challenging the Liquidator, gaining lore, it could really prove me wrong in my earlier assessment. It's a really, really fascinating decision. It's funny, Ross, how these tiny little micro decisions can have such a big impact on a game of Disney Lorcana trading card game.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Joe. We saw the Baloo go down. We see the Cinderella dreams come true. But Nala, undaunted lioness, sitting there, no power, nobody cares. Because, and the whole point, dude, looking at the skill there, when undamaged, Nala gets resist 1 and gains extra lore when questing, gets 3 rather than 2. But there's no power, and you've only got 2 willpower, so, you know, the low strength, the low willpower, that is a little bit of an issue. So, looks like we are just getting all of those glimmers readied up, ready for next turn.
It's a big draw moment here. What is it? Yes. That Gaston, which I actually mentioned, not knowing it was in the deck. We saw Gazelle previously be banished by Sisu. Well, Gaston is a very similar card to Gazelle. Only quest for 1 instead of 2, but importantly, that 1 extra strength compared to Gazelle means that Sisu cannot deal with it. It's going to be Captain Hook into the ink. Big turn. And there we go. Can we see the Smee as well? That is a big old turn. Now, Ross, there's also the decision here. Does Natasha just trade out this Liquidator with Nala? It would mean that Cinderella and Tipo could both challenge Nala, but thanks to that resist, it wouldn't be... Well, you'd have to take both. It's going to be instead a double quest with both Robin Hood and Nala, but that means that the Liquidator isn't forced to challenge Robin Hood like it would have been on turn 2. Instead, it can just go straight for the Nala.
It can, but I don't mind this for Natasha. You only need to play 1 Glimmer next turn, and Piglet's questing for free. You've got Mr. Smee. Of course, Mr. Smee takes the damage at the beginning of your turn if you don't have a captain and it's exerted. But you do have a captain. It's Piglet, Pooh Pirate, Captain. So it does have that classification. We see Visions of the Future going searching a card for Jakob. Now we see Liquidator challenging in and taking out Nala. Cinderella challenging in and taking out Robin Hood. But crucially, Natasha needs to just play a single Glimmer next turn, and Piglet can be questing for free. Smee can already quest for 2. Smee won't take the damage. I think Natasha played last turn really, really well, and I think she's going to have another really nice turn coming up.
Yeah, a big problem for Natasha at the moment is the lack of cards in hand. We haven't really seen Doc too much. It's been a whole new world for Natasha in terms of her card draw that we've seen so far, although you wouldn't be too surprised if Doc does creep into this deck. It's going to be another copy of Liquidator down. We did see from the Vision of the Future, Jakob added that spooky sight into hand. B-Prep also there. So Natasha going to be able to quest for 5 if they can get that Glimmer down on the board. It is going to be the Gaston, and it will be a Robin Hood. No cards left in hand for Natasha. It's going to be a quest for 5. Is Smee going to damage himself?
No, because Piglet's a Pooh Pirate Captain. But we do see that the Gaston, the baritone bully, Really nice little subtitle there. And, of course, your Robin Hood beloved outlaw. Natasha is already up to 15 laws. She has got game on board next term. She is in a great position. She just needs to quest with Piglet and with Smee. So Jakob here going forward needs to go into board control. The good news is Robin Hood and Gaston only quest for one each. So, Jakob, get rid of Smee, get rid of Piglet. That is job number one, or else I'm afraid you're looking at a 2-1 defeat here in round one in Dortmund.
Yeah, Jakob with 4 glimmers on the board, of course. Liquidator iced over does have Reckless. It can't quest. So, Jakob's board only questing for 2 total. And those Reckless characters are going to trade for the Smee and for the Piglet. Of course, they must challenge if able. So that is going to be a trade, leaving Gaston and Robin Hood on the board for Natasha. Those characters questing for 2 between them, which would mean she is 3 away. A shift Robin Hood at a moment like this, Ross, could be quite impressive. It's going to be Tamatoa into the ink, and it is going to be the spooky sight, which is only going to put the Robin Hood...
No, it's free cost or lower. It's going to get both of them, I believe. Robin Hood and Gaston both go to the inkwell, and that is the full board wipe that Jakob was looking for. So now it's just Cinderella dreams come true for Jakob. Nothing on the board for Natasha right now. What are you oohing, Joe?
It's a pretty nice draw. Let the Storm Rage on is going to remove that Cinderella and the draw, that making use of that extra ink from the spooky site. That is the downside of it. Of course, now Natasha would love to be able to use that last 3 ink, but it seems as though that's not possible. I wonder if it might have been a whole new world, as Olaf is going to steal some lore away from Natasha, meaning she is now 7 lore away from that 20 mark.
Wasn't a very cheap Olaf's snowman of action, I'm afraid. So that means that was all that Jakob got to do on his hand, but he took a couple of lore away. And, you know, Olaf, your challenge for 4, your quest for 2. It's a really nice glimmer to have on the board. It is slightly late, but Robin Hood, champion of Sherwood, does make his entrance here. And that is going to be annoying to deal with. 6 willpower, questing for 2, gaining lore when you challenge and banish a character. He's pretty good, that Robin Hood.
He really is, especially when you've got that Castle Wyvern in hand, which means suddenly that Robin Hood could be challenging for enough to take out the Olaf. But the bad news for Natasha is that Maui half shark found off the top. Jakob could be very sneaky here, just play the Vitalosphere, not even develop the shark, and then have a surprise shark challenge in the next turn.
Oh, that could be fun. Vitalosphere, of course, gives +2 strength and rush to one of your characters. But we're going to sing Be Prepared, it looks like. Are we? Yes, and then we're going to play the Maui half shark coming down. And, yeah, you don't even need to rush it in at this point because there's nothing to challenge. So, yeah, get your Maui half shark down. Now, that is the Gazelle Pop Star coming down for Natasha. And it is, I believe, the Bayou Mysterious Swamp. But... you know, it's plenty free lore next.
It's Castle Wyvern, that one.
Oh, was that Castle Wyvern above the clouds? My apologies.
Yeah, lots of locations in Natasha's deck. Castle Wyvern, a more recent card, but Jakob, no cards in hand currently, but does just draw off the top. Well, it's another half shark. 2 half sharks, 1 whole shark.
I know. Maui whole shark, that is my new bet, and I will be sticking with it. Thank you very much. It is worth noting that Castle Wyvern does give characters challenge 1 and resist 1 while they're in there. Well, that's a moot point. It's not there anymore. Gazelle unprotected. The pop star trying to hide in a castle. Didn't work. But there is a Calhoun Marine Sergeant coming down, which can hopefully add a little bit of protection. But I tell you what, the glimmers on Natasha's board, they don't seem like the best choice to go after the 7-5 Maui whole shark.
No, that
would be a 14-10 Maui whole shark.
We do see 1 half of the shark here, challenging Gazelle, bringing back an action. It's going to be Vision of the Future. Vision of the Future now, when you play it, you're going to gain 2 lore, 1 for each of your half sharks. So a lot of lore being gained there while playing an extremely strong action. We did see that Vitalosphere being utilized in the previous turn by Jakob, allowing one of those Maui half sharks to have rush. That's how that Castle Wyvern was dealt with so swiftly. But the Vision of the Future giving Jakob so much control over what cards they have in hand. There's a Pirate's Life.
Oh, I love this. So Pirate's Life gets you 2 lore and makes your opponent lose 2 lore, but it's an action.
Yep.
So each of the Maui half sharks gains you a law. So that was a gain 4. Your opponent loses 2. Tipo Growing Sun hits the board, and Natasha needs to deal with these 2 half sharks. It's looking very much like it did in game 2. Natasha gets a bit of a lead, but Jakob, now the board last game was much better, but we're in the same situation. It is a board that Natasha can't deal with, and it is going to allow Jakob to run away with the game. He's gaining 2 law every time he plays an action. That is going to add up quickly. Calhoun is going to challenge Maui Half Shark.
It's not because of that evasive, which Natasha's also just remembering that is the power of the half shark. It would be brilliant here for Calhoun to take that challenge. What you don't really want to do against the half shark is leave characters exerted, because then that pirate's life will come back straight away. But Natasha feels as though they have no choice, and we're going to put that Baloo down as a bodyguard, and then the Calhoun's going to quest, but it looks like the sharks will be feasting.
They are going to be feasting. Of course, when you challenge, you get to get an action back. And I think you're absolutely right. A pirate's life just feels like an absolute no-brainer. So there is the challenge into von Bruenwald the 13th, Baloo. And, of course, a pirate's life comes straight back here. When played, that is going to take 2 law away from Natasha and give 4 law to Jakob, which will actually then leave them even on 14 law. But the law will be even. Here comes that pirate's life. The law's going to be even. The boards are far from even. And as good as game 1 looked for Natasha, game 3, unfortunately, looks to be going the same as game 2. Does Natasha have any way to take these half sharks off the board?
And Ross, Natasha is at 14 law right now. And that's after 2 pirates' lives have come down, as well as that Olaf. So she has lost a total of 6 law. If it wasn't for the pirate's life and the Olafs, Natasha would have already won this game. So you can see why these cards are so important in this slow Ruby Sapphire strategy. You have a slow start, but if you can just get that early foothold in the game, thanks to a card like Liquidator, when you get to this late stage, just keeping your opponent as far away from 20 as possible with Olaf and a pirate's life can make all the difference.
Oh, it's John Silver, but it is only John Silver there. That is not what you're looking for. We see a bunch of questing, and there goes a handshake. Jakob is going to take this 2 games to 1, showing the power of Ruby Sapphire in this infinity constructed format. The faster starts with Liquidator to control your opponent's board. The slow build-up we expect from Sapphire, but I think you nailed it a second ago, Joe. It was those cards like Olaf's No Man of Action, like a Pirate's Life, that drain law from your opponent. Yep. That is what made the difference.
Yeah, and I want to go back to that turn number 2, that decision not to quest with the Robin Hood. So the advantages of the quest is you gain that 1 extra law from the Robin Hood, but moreover that Liquidator's forced to go into Robin Hood, and therefore your Nala is going to be safe and sound. Rather on your 3 ink turn playing a Baloo bodyguard, on that turn 3 maybe you could go for like a piglet and something else like this, and then later on you play the Baloo. So I think that was a really key moment in that game. And then another moment as well was that quest into the half shark.
Well, I'm going to have to jump over you there. We can talk about the questing into the half shark in a moment. We have a second game here in round 1. We've got Bob against Antoine, and you will have to bear with us for a moment as we flick into this second game, try and figure out what's going on. We do have a lady decisive dog coming down for Antoine. I see Amber, I see Emerald, I see a dog-shaped Glimmer. I think I might know what this deck is, Joe.
And on the other side, I do see Bob. This is going to be game number 2 of this series. They won game number 1, so Antoine is going to be on the play here. But Bob, I know they had a very good result at a CCQ last weekend, piloting this Ruby and Emerald deck. It's a bit of a secret deck, but a lot of people have been talking about it. It's going to be Ursa, so we're going to see the whole hand. There is that Return of Hercules. That is an unbelievably uninkable hand. Triple Diablo and double Prince John all at the same time is not what you want to see.
No, we also saw an Ursula Deceiver in there and that Return of Hercules, but you're right, that is a card with not a lot of inkables. Now, it looks like we're joining in game 2. Bob victorious in game 1. So have a look at the little pips there underneath after the ink. We see Olaf's No Man of Action being inked. No play from Bob here. So 1 game up, but not having a great game 2 as it stands. Dale ready for his shot, gets top decked by Antoine. and looks like going to be going straight into the ink as a Nani stage manager comes down, and we search in for a 2-cost.
Yeah, we certainly are, and for Bob, this is not the start you want. In Ruby, you've got access to Jebediah Farnsworth, that 3-3 on turn 2. You could play Liquidator, for example, as well, which we saw in the previous match, but no glimmers on the board. Going into turn 3 against Amber and Emerald is not what you want to see. Of course, that Diablo one could have come through, enabling an earlier shift, but it is going to be the Diablo Devoted Herald. A moment like this is where Finnick is so dangerous for the Dogs deck. I think that if Finnick was to come through here, it could just be strong enough to win the game on the spot. It would just be so much tempo in Antoine's favor, but it's not available at this moment.
Now that Finnick Tiny Terror lets you bounce a 2 strength back, but it's not there right now. That 2 strength for Diablo Devoted Herald does make it just a little bit vulnerable. We do see Eleanor, the renowned diplomat, in Antoine's hand. That's one of the fancy new cards that's become very popular lately, and it hits the board. Now, we see 3 exerted characters here all questing. This is important, because Eleanor says, at the end of your turn, if you have 3 or more exerted characters, check incidentally, deal a damage to a character, and you gain a law, and you draw a card. So if you wanted to know what Eleanor did, we just got the perfect example.
It's going to be Ursula into the ink for Bob. And it's either going to be Prince John or another Diablo coming down. It will be Prince John with Ward, which is going to be important. Now, basically what Bob's deck is looking to do, Ross, is looking to get to 5 ink, and then it's looking to play the Return of Hercules into the Leviathan. But the thing is in order for the Leviathan's ability to trigger, you need to have put 2 cards into your discard that turn. Now, one of the cards can be the Return of Hercules, and the other way is you're going to be singing a song like Strike a Good Match or Sudden Chill, and that Prince John with Ward is the perfect card to do that. So Bob going to need to top deck still the Leviathan, and I think they still need a song to sing with Prince John. So it's looking like a tall order, but if the top decks are kind for Bob, we could see a big Leviathan coming through in the next turn. Also Sisu sometimes in these decks as well, Ross. So you can play that Return of Hercules at 5 ink into the Sisu, which could also be extremely powerful.
I was watching this deck be played in the hotel bar last night. Now I'm watching it in round 1 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge. We see Snowfort coming down here, and then we see Lilo Escape Artist. Remember, that can be played from your discard. You have to pay for it, but you can still play it. And then we are just quest with Lady, with Ursula, with Nani, with Eleanor. They are all questing up. Antoine is racing here. He already lost game 1, so you figure he knows that Bob's deck can get pretty gnarly if you let it roll. So let's just quest. And actually, Antoine, not quite game on board next turn, but getting very, very close.
Yeah, so the Eleanor is going to be damaging Diablo and drawing a card, and the ruling of that is that the sort of damage counters, the 2 damage counters stick onto Diablo. Eleanor draws a card, and once the Eleanor ability is fully resolved, there's a check on the board state, and the 2 damage counters for Diablo means that it is banished. So that is why Bob draws for Diablo in that case. Very similar to the ruling of Let the Storm Rage On onto Diablo. This is the big turn, Ross. I can see a Sudden Chill, I can see a Return of Hercules, but I cannot see the Leviathan. But there is a line for Bob here to potentially find it. You sing the Sudden Chill, you top deck the Leviathan, and it could be huge. The big top deck moment off of this Sudden Chill. Do we see the Leviathan, Ross?
Give me Leviathan. Oh, don't do this to me, Bob. Show me what you top decked. Oh, I think it's that you have forgotten me.
I don't think it's what he needed at this moment in time. It's going to be, we don't talk about Bruno into the inkwell. There's not going to be a Leviathan coming through on turn number 5, and Antoine's board is so wide, I think a turn 6 Leviathan might be too slow. That Prince John now exerted as well, going to mean it's going to be pretty vulnerable going into the next turn.
Well, Antoine annoyingly will get 6 law during his next turn. Eleanor will give one at the end of the turn to put Antoine up to 19. But unfortunately, we're not going to be quite there, although it does feel like when your opponent's got 1 law, being 1 away with a board full of characters could be kind of fun. There is a random card being discarded. That is the Tramp. I believe that was a Street Smart Dog. So he now in the discard pile, goes over to Antoine, and look, you can just quest here straight away for 4 law, gain 1 at the end of your turn with Eleanor, and be very, very close. The hand is a Grandmother Willow, Ancient Advisor, and 2 Lilo Escape Artists. So not a great hand from Antoine, but it feels like the board might be good enough to carry you here, unless Bob gets a big combo going.
It's true, and speaking of the big combo, Antoine could be extremely safe here and just challenge that Prince John with the Nani, for example, but might just go questing. They do just go questing. They do not fear the Prince John at this moment in time. Very, very interesting decision. I mean, I think they've got enough glimmers on board that not even the Leviathan could clear this board stack.
And it looks like, yeah, we are going to a game 3. Antoine wins game 2. And it's a little bit sad because we never got to see the combo. And like, he won game 1. I'm willing to bet we saw it in game 1, but we didn't see game 1. I want to see that combo. Return of Hercules, of course, it's a 5 cost, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
And it basically lets both players play a card from their hand, a character from their hand. The thing is, you're playing stuff like Leviathan, Guardian of Atlantis, to really take advantage. And sure, your opponent gets to play a Glimmer, but you're probably assuming they're getting a lot less value than you. Ursula goes into the ink. Diablo comes down, takes a look at the hand. Couple of Aurora, couple of Ursula, a Lady, and Under the Sea, and a Mowgli in hand.
Yeah, and the big difference here for Bob is this 1-cost Diablo. We saw them in the previous round having that triple Diablo, double Prince John stuck in hand. Those 3-cost uninkables in Emerald are very, very powerful, but all uninkable. They're your only card draw, really, in the Emerald color, certainly for this deck anyway. So Bob getting that 1-cost Diablo down early, enabling him to shift Diablo on turn 2 is going to mean that he's much more free and able to empty his hands of these uninkable 3 costs. If you end up with these uninkable 3 costs in hand, it's only till 6 ink you can play 2 of them down in the same turn. It's going to be Aurora for Antoine, but I think we're going to see the first Diablo shift of the weekend here from Bob. And Ross, I'm going to make a prediction. It's not going to be the last time we see Diablo shifted this weekend.
I feel like you might be right on that one, Joe. We've got Aurora holding court there for Antoine. That's going to make those princesses a little bit cheaper. But it seems like we are discarding Hypnotize to shift up into Diablo Devoted Herald. And then we're actually going to be striking a good match to draw 2 and discard 1. So a much, much better start already here for Bob than we saw back in game 2. And we know this deck can win because it's already 1-1. And I love it. We're round 1 here in Dortmund, right? And we've already seen 2 game 3s. I think that's a good result, Joe.
I think you're right, and we do see that Striker Good Match being sung. Of course, Bob could have quested for 1, but instead using that Striker Good Match to get a little bit of extra consistency. And look at that, the Liquidator was found thanks to that Striker Good Match, and then it's going to be, of course, costing 2, but still a 4-2 Reckless is going to be very impressive at this moment in time. We can see Antoine with that Under the Sea available in hand. That is a card that a lot of these Amber Emerald players are looking to play around their opponent, but Sudden Chill has been found by Ursula. Now, I want to say, Ross, not sure if that Sudden Chill was the card drawn off of Diablo. Of course, if it was the card drawn off Diablo, no opportunity to ink it. However, if it wasn't, Bob, a little bit greedy there not to ink it. I would imagine it was probably the card drawn off of Diablo. We are going to see another Diablo come down. It's that Gaetan Moliere into the Inkwell. This is a card which we don't see very often. I think it's a new card actually in Wilds Unknown, which has got a sort of similar effect to Strike a Good Match. It's being inked though, so for now we don't need to know too much more about it.
It is Gaetan Moliere, Clever Burrower. It's got Evasive, and when it quests, you can draw 2, discard 2. Slightly weaker than Strike a Good Match. You've got to discard 2, but a very similar kind of thing. Now we have a pair of Diablo Devoted Herald out. Of course, when exerted, if Antoine draws a card, Bob draws a card. Mowgli Man Cub comes down. Well, we see the Leviathan. Now, the good news is that Bob gets to choose which action card he discards from Mowgli, unlike Bare Necessities. The bad news is, for Antoine, yeah, there's nothing to discard there. So Bob gets away with it there, but hopefully he's going to have something to do next turn. Aurora into the Inkwell so that Bobby Zamirski, Spray Cheese Kid.
Is Bob going to remember his Diablo trigger? I think this might be the first missed Diablo trigger of the weekend, Ross. I'm going to call it now. It's not going to be the last. These are the ones that are tricky to remember.
Oh, and he's just remembered But is he too late? He's asking the law guide at the table, and the table's saying...
fine. I think you're within the window there.
You are within the window.
Just about. Almost missed, though.
Oh, and that is important. Because, again, we saw Bob's hand, Joe.
Yep.
Bob's hand ain't good.
No.
He needs to draw right now.
Ross, I've got to say as well, this Mowgli was so important, right? You see the Mowgli and you see the Leviathan in hand. Of course, you can't discard it. Well, if that Return of Hercules was in Bob's hand, that really key card, Mowgli is probably Antoine's best bet of dealing with it. If Bob finds himself with that Return of Hercules in hand, and it's the only action, right, the only non-character card, well, that Mowgli man card is going to have no choice but to discard the Return of Hercules, and that could be absolutely devastating. We are going to see Chip come down, discarding a card for Antoine, who's going to discard that Mulan, and we are going to see the double quest from the Diablo, and of course, Liquidator is reckless. It cannot quest.
No, it has to challenge a Fable, but if not, never mind. Chip Quick Thinker, I kind of like it, because Dale ready for his shot. All over this format, absolutely everywhere. Chip not getting as much love as Dale in the game right now, but Chip Quick Thinker coming into these Emerald decks, discarding a card from your opponent's hand. At least Chip is getting a little bit of love. So over to Antoine here, eyeing up that Snow Fort, which is an item, not a location. Important because it cannot therefore be challenged, and that is going to give +1 strength. And on your opponent's turn, it's going to give resist 1 to all of your glimmers. That is going to make them a lot stickier and a lot better at challenging. So, we're getting towards the right kind of turn. Do we have any kind of combo? Well, right now we have a Hypnotize.
Yeah, Hypnotize going to come through. I love these discard cards. We're not seeing the Prince John in the mix, but Chip, Quick Thinker, and Hypnotize, 2 of my most played cards in Disney Lorcana, Ross.
Nice.
This Emerald discard package just applying so much pressure to your opponent's hand as Antoine going to be discarding that Under the Sea. Only 1 card left in hand for Antoine. Bob is running away with this one. We do see the Robin Hood Sharpshooter in Bob's hand. That is the only card, Ross, in my collection that I have the full playset of Enchanteds of.
And I've known you for a while at this point, Spessy. That does not surprise me even a little bit. That is a card you have talked about more than a few hundred times. Now we see a top deck of Lilo Escape Artist. The other card in Antoine's hand is that Dale ready for his shot. I like the idea of having Chip on one side of the board and Dale on the other side of the board. I rewatched the more recent Chip and Dale film earlier last week. Oh, that film holds up. That was a very fun film. So I'd like to see some Chip and Dale action going on here. But more importantly for Antoine, neither of those cards are really doing it right now. Like, those are not impactful cards that are going to swing this game.
No. No, the board only questing for 4 total. Snowfort's down like a Chromacon. We talk about a lot Snowfort, but Emerald Chromacon, a card that some players do prefer. The Chromacon would arguably be a bit better at this moment in time. That 1 extra strength from the Snowfort not actually doing anything right now because of this Dale. Because, of course, in a challenge, it's not the strength that's going to matter, but it is going to be that willpower. And, of course, both Diablos evasive. Antoine just not able to deal with these Diablos. You see the downside of Diablo in game number 2 there from Bob, where they didn't find that 1 cost. But when you find the 1 cost, Ross, you can really run away with some games.
Yeah, Diablo being it's like Diablo's so ridiculously good. It feels like giving an evasive might be, it just elevates that card to just that next level of, oh, and here we go.
Let's go.
Robin Hood Sharpshooter. Now, whenever this carried the quest, you look at the top 4 cards of your deck. You can reveal an action card that costs 6 or less. Maybe Return of Hercules, who knows?
Yep.
And you play it for free. It's, now, again, when it works, when it doesn't, fine. But you can potentially quest next turn, hit Return of Hercules, play it for free, get some like a Leviathan or a Sisu down without paying any ink.
Yeah. Could be absolutely outstanding. The Robin Hood Sharpshooter, also sort of like pseudo card draw, right? Like if you hit, a Hypnotize, for example, your opponent discards a card, you draw a card. That's always been one of my favorite things about the Robin Hood Sharpshooter in Ruby and Emerald is that Hypnotize synergy. Even if you hit something simple like Improvise, it's still drawing you a card. We do see another Dale ready for his shot, and it is going to be Antoine passing. But I think, Ross, we might be ready for a bit of Robin Hood Sharpshooter action as well as Leviathan. So you're going to look at the top 4 cards. You may play an action.
Oh, and he's hit Return of Hercules. And now I believe there was a Leviathan in his deck.
Yeah, It's actually going to be the Bruno pick now. It's really interesting. Robin Hood with Return of Hercules is a very weird ruling that's a bit unintuitive. If you were to go Robin Hood into Return of Hercules into the Leviathan, you technically don't trigger the Leviathan because it's only once you play the Leviathan that the other cards go to the discard. But there's another Return of Hercules in hand, Ross. 4 cards have now definitely been put into the discard.
Here we go. Return of Hercules comes down. Leviathan for just 5 ink. And it's going to get rid of so many glimmers on Anton's side of the board. I've been waiting. It feels like forever, but it actually has probably only been like 10 minutes. But I don't care. That is the interaction I wanted to see. If anyone was wondering whether... Oh, and there we go. It's a fist bump immediately. And apparently Leviathan alone was good enough to win that game.
Pretty impressive.
You know, at the end of the day, people are going to be like, oh, Ross, you know, what was your favourite bit of today? That was my favourite bit of today. I might just go home.
And I think, honestly, there's a real chance that we're going to be seeing Ruby Emerald have an extremely successful weekend. Bob played it last week at the CCQ. There was a second place deck. Not sure if it was Bob themselves or one of their friends. I believe it was Bob that got that second place finish at the CCQ. But there's a bunch of players that have been working on this deck list. I think that Robin Hood Sharpshooter might be a new addition, which makes me extremely happy. It's my prediction to win the tournament. Now, you see how good it can be against the Amber Emerald deck. One concern I've got for Ruby Emerald, Ross, is that Ruby Sapphire matchup. Imagine playing Return of Hercules and your opponent gets a Maleficent Monstrous Dragon.
Well, that's the thing. Return of Hercules, when this card was initially revealed, it was a card that I had really mixed feelings about because it really can be a kind of a feast or famine card. On the one hand, when you play it, you can get this phenomenally big card, right? Love it. On the other hand, like you say, if you're playing against a deck that can also take advantage, like I get Leviathan, but you get Maleficent, it doesn't feel like you've really gained enough. The other thing, and I think this is a fair comment, and I don't want to be very negative, but I've got to point it out, you're asking for a lot in that deck. Like, you know, we saw in game 2, we're like, oh, well, he hasn't got the combo. And there's so many times, you know, if you manage to discard a couple of cards and then you can go Robin Hood into Return of Hercules into Leviathan and you've already hit the discard so you can trigger it properly, you know, and the bag all works out nicely for you. Beautiful. But I've seen too many games where it doesn't all go right. One thing that has gone right, however, is we've got some winners. And what are we going to do? Not have an interview of a winner? No. Let's have an interview of a winner.
Hello and welcome to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Dortmund. My name is Baker and I am joined by Bob, who has just come off the back of a 2-1 victory in round 1. First of all, Bob, congratulations on your first round. My first question I have to ask, what made you bring Ruby Emerald to this event? Talk me through that decision.
Well, it was a team decision, right? Like, as a team, we created the deck. So one of my teammates came up with the idea of like Hercules with Leviathan, because like a simple combo, and then we worked on it. We tested a lot of the deck, and then we brought it to the first tournament in Belgium, the CDQ, which my teammate did really well. I also went top 16.
Nice.
So we were like, okay, that's a good result. Let's build on it and let's continue testing. So then, now we're bringing it today and hoping to face.
See how it gets on. Are a few of your testing partners on the same sort of deck?
Yeah, like 5 of us are on the same deck. So.
Amazing. So you must feel pretty confident that this deck can potentially go all the way.
Yeah, we test a lot online and we had good results. So
you just beat Dogs, Amber Emerald, which is kind of the boogeyman for the community at the moment. That is the deck to beat. You feel confident in this matchup?
Yeah, it's our best matchup, right? Like turn 5 Hercules with the Leviathan. It's like always games. So.
Get all the 0 strings for free.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Love that. So what would you say are your bad matchups? What do you not want to see this weekend?
Blurble is tricky with the war characters, right? Because we play Leviathan, then we can clear them because with the ward. And then like blue red items is also like kind of tricky. If their engine online too fast, and then this card becomes tricky. But then
so you need Oswald to miss those items a few times in a row.
If a slower hand, it's fine, right? Because we can just discard them and then go combo with Leviathan and then quest to the win. Because they don't play beat rep that often, and we have like so many discards to get rid of it, so it's fine.
Yeah, you seem pretty well equipped for it. And again, Blurple, obviously fantastic in core, but Infinity doesn't seem to be quite as popular. So it seems like quite a smart meta choice. I'd like to ask you, Bob, how long have you been playing Disney Lorcana?
Since the first set, right?
So you're a veteran from back in the day. So have you done a few DLCs in the past?
Yeah, I played every single DLC.
Every single one?
Yeah, Europe,
Amazing. So you're looking to earn that qualification for the European Championships and maybe go all the way to Worlds?
Yeah, who knows, right?
We've got it. You can only try. You can only do your best, and you're off to the right start. 2-1 over Dogs is a fantastic way to start the event. Before I let you go, Bob, do you any shout-outs you'd like to give to maybe team members, family, friends, anything at all?
Thank you to my team for helping me test the deck, and let's see how it goes.
Amazing. Well, Bob, it was great chatting with you. I wish you best of luck for the rest of the day. I know the chat will be on your side because Ruby Emerald is a combination we don't see very often. There's a lot of cool, new, spicy cards. So we'll certainly be keeping an eye out for you, and I wish you the best of luck throughout the day. Don't go anywhere. We've got more Disney Lorcana Challenge coming up very soon.
And by very soon, he means literally right now. We're not going anywhere. We're still here, Joe. And yeah, I think I echo what Baker just said there. I think the chat is absolutely going to be... I'm on his side. I mean, you don't get to see those kind of plays. They're the kind of plays like you sit around with your mates when you're doing your testing and you're like, oh, dude, what if this actually works? And to see it on the stream at a DLC, absolutely beautiful. But I know you wanted to talk a little bit more about the bag. Can you explain the concept of the bag to people at home who may be unfamiliar?
Yeah, sure. So the bag is in the Digital Arcana rules, and it's basically just the way that you can resolve your triggers. So whenever you have a triggered ability, it goes into the bag, and then you can pull those out in any order. But there's a few like niche interactions that might surprise a lot of people, and there's a perfect example there in the previous game with the Robin Hood Sharpshooter, right? The Robin Hood Sharpshooter quest for 2, and its ability goes into the bag, which is that you look at the top 4 cards of your deck, you play one, and the others go into the discard. Now, the way the bag is going to work is that your trigger, once you start resolving it, you have to finish resolving it, and then all of your other triggers that go into the bag are then pulled out. So in this case, with the Robin Hood Sharpshooter, let's say you pick the Return of Hercules with the Robin Hood, right? You play the Return of Hercules, and the Robin Hood ability, those 3 other cards are not yet put into the discard until you then play the Return of Hercules. The Return of Hercules resolves, right? So you play the Leviathan, your opponent plays a card. The Leviathan then is triggering before those 3 cards have actually been put into the discard, because you have to resolve the Robin Hood effect first. So if you go for the Robin Hood quest into Return of Hercules, if you have not put any other cards into your discard before that, it would not trigger the Leviathan ability. That's why we saw in that game Bob goes for the Bruno. So you play, we don't talk about Bruno, the Bruno resolves, then the Robin Hood finishes resolving, those other 3 cards go into the discard, then you could play a Leviathan and it would trigger. So that's why we saw that slight sequencing choice from Bob in that. So he's really familiar with that ruling, which is really important if you're going to have a good weekend.
Really important. Leviathan, of course, it's got the, banished characters with a combination of 10 strength, but only if you've previously discarded 2 cards during this turn.
Yeah.
So if you've previously done the discard, you can Robin Hood into Return of Hercules, into Leviathan, and
exactly.
Trigger, but it won't actually trigger from the cards discarded. But even then, Robin Hood enabled the Return of Hercules by putting those cards in the discard, while resolving the ability, and then after that's all finished, when the bag is empty, then, like you say, you can play Return of Hercules, you've got more than 2 cards discarded, Leviathan comes down, and there's something really satisfying. As a caster, as a viewer in the stream, there's something really satisfying when a player pulls off a move like that, and then it ends the game immediately. There's no other actions. It's just, that was just a perfect end to a game. And commiserations, of course, to Anton there, playing really well. We saw in some really fun things there in game 2. We saw their deck working nicely. But I think if this is Ruby Emerald deck, this Bob deck as I'm calling it for the minute, if that deck fires on all cylinders, if it does what it's supposed to do, I think it feels borderline unbeatable when it runs super smoothly, which is my biggest concern about the deck.
Yeah, it's got a really good matchup into the Amber Emerald deck. It's got a really good matchup into Amber Steel, but it is that Ruby Sapphire deck that I'm a bit worried about for that deck. Merlin's Carpet Bag is an absolute nightmare for this deck, because you've got all these big hitters, right, like the Leviathan, but it actually usually takes you quite a long time to win the game. That's why I also think the Robin Hood Sharpshooter is a really great addition, because it is like an engine card, right? Every time your Robin Hood quest, it just gets more and more value, and it all stacks up, right? Imagine your opponent's got a Maui Half Shark on the board, and they're looking to claw their way back into the game. You quest with your Robin Hood, you find a We Don't Talk About Bruno, you draw from your Prince John, you run away with the game very quickly.
No, absolutely right. You can take advantage of a lot of these really good, these disruption cards. We saw, like, we don't talk about Bruno and Sudden Chill, and obviously you got your Prince John, greediest of all. Every time your opponent discards a card, you draw. You've got Maleficent, Devoted Herald, that when it's exerted, every time your opponent draws, you draw. So it's a deck that can draw when it goes well, which is a big when. You can end up drawing a whole bunch of cards. You can play the disruption. And then I like a deck. Now, I like a nice aggro deck, don't get me wrong. But lately, as I get older and wiser, I'm starting to really like a deck with a nice high end, a nice top end, by which we mean those 7, 8, 9, 10 cost cards that essentially end the game when they come down. And Leviathan is from Wilds Unknown for the most recent set. Lovely Enchanted, by the way. It's just one of those cards that when it hits a board, your opponent goes...
But I do believe, Ross, that we do have over in the lounge an opportunity to talk about some of the game-changing cards from the amber ink color. Maybe not just yet, though. I think we're going to be looking at that quite soon.
Oh, no, we are. I tell you what, less from me and you, more from the lounge.
Hello, Illumineers. Welcome back to the lounge. We are here in Dortmund, Germany for the Disney Lorcana Challenge, the final challenge here in Europe for Season 2. And we're about to break down a deck that Illumineers have known and loved for quite a while, Ross. It is Amber and Steel.
Yeah, Amber Steel Songs, as a lot of people refer to it, because it is a deck full of songs and a deck full of singers. If you're watching any of our streams with it back in Season 1, you would have seen a lot of this deck. Zach Bivens popularized it for a while, and then it went a little bit... Yeah, it was around a lot. And now in Infinity, it's been reimagined with some newer cards. And, I mean, to put it bluntly, we've got better singers than we had before.
And some better songs, I would dare say. One of the songs that I want to point out that has really made this deck super strong is Akud et Amuti. That is a card that came out in Winter Spell. That is one of the many songs that you will see in this deck, along with songs that we haven't seen for a while because they've been in Infinity, Let the Storm Rage On, and then along came Zeus. Of course, Strength of a Raging Fire is still around and going strong. But I wanted to point out, Ross, that there is a song that has come back in Infinity that is actually not typically in this list. Do you notice what song is missing?
What song is missing?
Yes, it's A Whole New World.
Now, I have noticed A Whole New World. Now, we have a mini version of it with Beyond the Horizon. Whole New World, of course, makes everybody discard the hand and draw 7, whereas Beyond the Horizon makes as many players as you like discard the hand and draw 3. So it's not quite got the same impact, but I don't think the deck needs a whole new world right now. Now, some players are playing it, and I'm not saying it's wrong to play it by any stretch of the imagination, but I think the deck's got enough tricks and enough fun that you don't need to play it. But I want to go back to Akud et Amuti just for a moment.
Yes, of course.
When I'm explaining to non-Disney Lorcana players why songs are so good, this is what I go for. Because if you've got to pay 3 ink to reduce the cost of the next card by 2 and draw a card, you're basically paying 1 ink to draw a card. It's fine, it's not particularly great. But if you sing it by exerting a character with 3 cost or more, or singer free, now all of a sudden you're paying no ink and reducing the next card by 2. I've got 2 ink, say I've got 3 ink, I've got a 3 cost, well now I'm playing a 5 cost. I can cheat characters into play. It's not real cheating, of course. I say that flippantly. You can bring these characters out more easily than you otherwise would, more cheaply and faster than you otherwise would. That is one of the cards. This is my cast to pick for the weekend, and that card is one of the main reasons.
Yes, and one of those big characters that players are bringing out early is the Cinderella Stout-Hearted, which is back now in Infinity. It is a huge card. She is a 5/5. She quests for 3, and she also has Resist +2. Her ability allows you to challenge ready characters whenever you do play a song. So really, really fantastic in this deck and all of those song cards that we've already talked about. Some other fun singers in this deck, of course, we have that Cinderella Ballroom Sensation. We have our Troubadour and Ursula that are great singers, but we also have back Ariel Spectacular Singer, and that is, I think, a card that everyone has really loved being back here in the Infinity format.
I mean, it's a singer. Singer generally lets you sing a song 2 more than your printed cost. That's a general rule here. But this also then lets you search the top 4 cards of your deck to find that song. So you've not just got a really good singer, you've also got a way to go and find those songs a little bit faster. There's not a lot of search for songs in Disney Lorcana. So this is a way to not just wait for the song to come out of your deck, but to accelerate that, to find it that little bit faster. And then, you know, one that isn't on the screen there is, of course, that Angel Siren Singer with Underdog. It's a 1 cost if you go second.
Yes, which is fantastic because then you have both Angel or that Cinderella Ballroom Sensation, both singer 3s that could come out on turn 1. So this deck is full of singers, full of songs, and I can't wait to see what Amber Steele does this weekend here in Dortmund at the Disney Lorcana Challenge. Stick around. We're going to have lots more Disney Lorcana coming for you, and let's see what deck comes out on top.
Wait a minute. Something's gone hideously wrong if I'm doing the laughter. Welcome back over to the booth here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Dortmund. My name is Ed, and it's a pleasure. This is my first time this weekend being back in the booth, casting one of these, and I'm honoured, nay privileged, to be joined by the amazing Baker Lorcana villain. Now, mate, that first game.
It was a banger, right?
2 games. But for both of us, this was great. Number 1. Ruby Sapphire.
Yes.
So I'm already getting my caster prediction good.
Let's go.
Number 2, not 1, not 2, but 4 uses of Be Prepared in a single game for you.
It's like Christmas.
And then to bring it all back, I chose Bob for my draft.
Bob actually
won.
To be honest, those are a couple of really interesting matches and decks to start us off. Some Ruby Emerald as well.
No.
Taking down dogs. Public enemy number 1. But yes, what a pleasure it is to be back in the casting seat and along with you, my friend. What a pleasure. And yeah, I'm ready to get off to the races. You said not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 B preps. To be fair, like, at the time, they probably wasn't the best hand.
No, it looked bad, but it just I loved hearing Ross do it, going, you don't expect 1. You certainly don't expect 2. By the 4th one, you're going, there's no way you had all 4 of these in your hand and still managed to make it work.
Thoroughly
right
prepared.
Could have been thoroughly prepared.
Thoroughly
It could have been really tragic, though. A 7 cost uninkable in your hand. Not once, not twice, but 4 times.
Yep.
That could have been rough. But look, it all worked out in the end.
It did. They took it
so
down.
far. So we're already getting off, quite literally getting off to the races here. We have already seen some of the top meta decks already in just our first couple of feature matches, which is very, very exciting. Talk to us a little bit about what we're seeing. We've mentioned, obviously, the Amber Emerald decks, dogs, famously very popular in the meta right now, one that we're likely to see quite highly represented. What other decks are we starting to see in the meta at the moment?
Again, we already just mentioned Ruby Sapphire, again, with in Infinity format, when you get access to these tools, like obviously the big one is the Be Prepared, but of course the Sisu, the Empowered Sibling, the Emboldened Warrior, potentially in some of these decks. Just so many cards in the Infinity format. Maui, Hero to All,
Yes.
an Inkable 6/5 with Rush, and it just re-unlocks the power level of these decks. Again, Sapphire doing Sapphire things. You're playing Tipo, you're playing Sail, you're playing the Cinderella, you're ramping up to this credible level, and the addition of new cards from Wilds Unknown like the Leviathan, which is ready to prey on these dogs decks. You can banish characters up to 10 strength, and if one's got 0, you get it for free.
You get it for free. It's such an interesting card, and also getting it with the extra 2 discards as well. It just has so many things. We've got our game already here coming online. So we see Trashed versus Penny right now.
Loving this. So, Ed, I'm going to be entirely honest with you.
Go on.
I may have abused my power a little bit.
Is this you? Is this your doing?
I may have abused my power just a little bit to get us some Ruby Amethyst on the board, and we were going up against Emerald Steel, and you see that morph there, one of my old favourites, I think a favourite of the community. This is a 2-cost 2/1, and you can shift any character onto morph as if he had any name. I'm so glad to see this card again, but red-purple after the race is inking a crab, and we've got a couple of Diablos down here. Just that one drop that when banished will draw you a card. And yeah, Emerald Steel was previously always a really bad matchup for Ruby Amethyst, Ed. Again, we like drawing cards, and they keep wanting to take them away from us.
They certainly do. Now, I'm interested to see how these are built, because everyone has a different philosophy with Ruby Amethyst. I'm wondering, will we get to see some of the old cards? Do you know my favourite one?
I'd love to hear it.
Flynn Rider Frenemy, early game, with Sisu Emboldened Warrior.
That's the one.
I love that little combo. We're going to see Ursula, Deceiver of All, come down. This is a cracking card if you sing with her, because it gets immediately recycled and played for free and then put back to the bottom of your deck. This is a fantastic card to be using this. And there we're already going to see Brawl getting rid of that. No, you're not going to be singing anything today.
Yeah, ever so important. Brawl, again, another card that we have available to us again because of this Infinity format, has rotated out of core constructed, but this Brawl is so important for so many cards in the Emerald Steel deck. Again, we just saw that Ursula, Deceiver of All taken off the board, which is super important. Her ability to double sing songs like the Storm Rage On, Strength for a Raging Fire, Sudden Chill. Again, if Trash had played a Prince John on this turn and then double sung Sudden Chill, that is such a huge swing in terms of card advantage, Ed.
It absolutely is. So currently, we're looking at very early game stuff here. The Emerald Steel, rather. I actually do quite like this deck and think, especially going up against things like...
It's an old favourite, right?
It's an old favourite. And going against something like Dogs does have some little bits of tech. We are going to see the Muses come down. Obviously, there it is.
I can see it.
It's already there.
I can see that I'm like Merlin. I'm having a vision of the future. Down comes that Merlin Rabbit Head. What does this card do for newer players of the Disney Locata trading card game?
You're already so excited. Why don't you take
I would love to. This is a forecast uninkable. On play, draw a card. When you leave the board, draw a card.
Brilliant.
Part of that bounce package, we're probably going to be playing things like Madam Mim Snake and Madam Mim Fox, which need you to return a character to hand to make them stick onto the board. And of course, with rabbits, you do be drawing cards, and if there do be goats, we do be gaining lore. But we see the Muses, the proclaimers of heroes, is going to sing malicious, mean, and scary. That's 1 damage on all opposing characters placed, and this Muses is such a pivotal card in these Emerald strategies with that ward keyword, Ed.
Ward is definitely one that's starting to see more and more play. Oh, we are going to see Clarabelle light on her hooves come down. That's going to be great for replenishing that hand.
I see you got a lot of cards there.
Oh, yeah, I'd like some of those myself.
I'd love some of those myself. How many cards you got? 7? No, we've got 7 cards in our hand.
We have 7 cards. Look at these. And like we said, the malicious, mean, and scary. Are we going to see one of those Prince Philips in hand to really capitalize on that classic combo? Vanquisher of Foes, an amazing little combo. That's one that when you put it down, it already banishes any opposing card with some damage on it. So combined with malicious, mean, and scary, that is absolutely lethal. But for now, Flynn Rider Frenemy. Yeah. Oh, how I've missed you.
There's your frenemy right there. Yeah, we have gained many a lore with Flynn, and he is going to come down. Does need to trigger. You need to control the character with the highest strength at the start of your turn during the set phase. But in this instance, Ed, that Flynn is just going to be fuel for the Madam Mim Fox, able to come down, utilize that rush keyword, and challenge straight into the Muses, which Denny's got to feel pretty good about. It's hard to hit warded characters without that old dreaded be prepared.
Absolutely right, and it's not one you want left on an Emerald Steel board. So we're going to see tragedy there. We're going to absolutely already ink on this Clarabelle, and another malicious, mean, and scary to get rid of Madam Mim Fox, and that Clarabelle and that Ursula, Deceiver of All. This is wonderful. Get that little bit of quest. Let's just get a couple more lore on the board. You're not going to have to worry about being challenged just yet, and that Ursula staying there, ready to do some singing, so that we can use those again. It's a great setup to have. And we're still early game, though. Anything can happen in these games, and that's the beauty. Baker, I'm so pleased that we're in Infinity. You get to see new life.
It's so fun, right?
Into those old cards we haven't seen. Oh!
Here's another one. The Boss. What does this card do, Ed?
Do you know what? Again, you just take it away. You're so excited by these,
really
Baker.
am.
I love it.
On play, banish a character with 3 strength or less, which is a lot of very significant cards in our metagame. You saw just there, taking out that Ursula, Deceiver of All. I imagine there are cards like Diablo, Devoted Herald in the deck, so lots of very fair targets, and in other matchups, you know, getting rid of aerials for the Amber decks. You know, I think this Madam Medusa is going to put in a lot of work this weekend, but that Clarabelle still sitting there, still replenishing the hand for trash on the left-hand side here. Healthy hand size for both.
Very healthy, so that Clarabelle not really going to be doing an awful lot right now. But like you say, Madam Medusa is down there. I'm wondering if we'll see a Lady Tremaine. I always got those two confused in my casting.
The ladies in reds,
quite
indeed.
Right.
One on a chair, one on a desk.
Now, just trying to have a look at what's in hand there on Trash T. I mean, there's going to be a few different things we can do at this point, but Madam Medusa's quite a threatening little 4/4 presence right there, especially while ready. There's not a lot we can do, but with plenty of songs available, this could be fine. Ursula, Deceiver of All, being banished. Not already a great start. You want to keep that around so that you can just use it to sing some songs. But we are going to see Let the Storm Rage On. A couple of damage on there and a card to hand. What else are we going to be able to do?
And that's exactly what I'm saying, right? If we'd have kept this Ursa Deceiver of All on the board, then that would have been a double song, would have taken out Madame Medusa, which is now eventually going to happen. But he had to play 2 copies of Storm physically rather than just singing it twice.
Yeah, the hard cast, you're right. But we do see that Max Goof helping recur some of that. Let the Storm Rage On. Like we say, just deal 2 damage. Help get rid of that Madame Medusa, the boss.
The balls.
So get another card into hand.
Ed,
is this it?
Is it time?
Is it time? No, wait.
She's only just thinking.
There it is.
Ed, I think it's time, Ed. I think the time might be coming.
Horses, Baker.
I'm not sure. Maybe she might want to get a little bit more value from it. Again, there's only 2 characters on the board at the moment, so I would respect Jenny if she chooses not to. But she's going to exert 7 ink. And here we go. Be prepared.
Brilliant. First time this
I can go home.
DLC that we get to.
I'm off, Ed. I'm going to leave it to you. You got this, yeah?
Yeah, I'll take it from here, bro. It's fine. You've done your job. Everyone's wanted to hear that for many months. The first time you've been able to do it in
I feel like I just
year.
breathed out for the first time since that rotation.
Now, we do see still a couple of those Merlin rabbits in hand, which is obviously going to be great to get a few more cards. Clarabelle Light on the Hooves now being gone means getting a nice, big, juicy-sized hand for Jenny. Not going to be too much of a problem. Trash Tea, just making sure, checking what's in that discard, think these things through. Let's have a quick look at what we're going to be doing right now with 7 ink for Trash Tea. There's still a couple of things that we can do.
Gonna ink that beast, tragic hero, or sad beast, as the community affectionately likes to call him. He does look very sad, but he's very powerful. Going into the inkwell on this occasion, though, instead for Max Goof, the chart topper, who can replenish songs from the discard. So now we see why Trash Tea was taking a look through that discard pile, seeing what songs were available to reclaim with our chart topper. And Jenny's just going to throw a couple of rabbits on the board, start building up the hand size back up. I love it.
It's great. I've missed these Merlins, you know. I miss getting a goat down, getting a law, bouncing it back with Snake, and then just being able to keep recurring that. Even then, having the rabbits, just get some cards. Look, even if they got Be Prepared themselves in a mirror match.
Exactly that. And don't forget, super interesting card or significant card, I should say, in the steel deck will be Pete, the game's referee. Or indeed, maybe even we're seeing that song card, Keep the Ancient Ways. I would expect we are, because it seems to have a lot of synergy with this deck. We're going to play the Sonic Warrior.
Aerial Sonic Warrior coming down onto the board. First time I've seen this on this one. There we go. We're immediately going to sing the Let the Storm Rage On, get rid of that. Although, like we've said, getting rid of that Merlin Rabbit is going to allow a card into the hand. Now, there's an opportunity here to bounce that back with the Madam Mim Fox as well. Do a cheeky quest, get it back to the hand, get rid of some of that damage, also get the card off it. Is that what we're likely to see? We also do see that Maui Hero to All. Still a great card to see back in this Infinity format. We're wondering what to do here. There was a moment of considering the GOAT.
The GOATs, the greatest of all time.
The greatest of all time, because just getting that down will help facilitate some stuff. No, wait.
I would like to see the Maui come down here. I think you've got a really nice, easy challenge into the Max Goof here, which you're going to survive. And again, the longer that Max Goof sits on the board, the more it's going to be able to use his ability. But we're going to go for a little sing-song, another old classic, Ed.
Friends on the other side, immediately getting us into a Scrooge McDuck, Ghostly Ebenezer, and also another Flynn Rider Frenemy. Although Flynn Rider Frenemy, a lot better early game, especially if you can combine it with, see, the Madam Mim Fox bouncing back the rabbit, getting a card to hand, another...
Sorry, but it feels like an old friend, Ed.
It feels like a warm hug from the past. So we are now, that looks like Elsa, the Fifth Spirit's about to come down and maybe exert Sonic Warrior. Exactly that is about to happen.
Yeah, don't quite have enough strength to deal with it yet, though. We have a total of 6 damage available to us through the strength of our 2 characters. We are going to take out that Max Goof instead, though, which is going to trade with our Fox, but I respect it. This Max Goof being able to replenish songs every turn is pretty scary, but do not disrespect Aerial Sonic Warrior, the favorite card of Steve Warner, the creator of the game, by the way. Fun fact for you, he loves this card. And yeah, whenever you play a song, you may pay an additional 2 ink to deal 3 damage to chosen character. That's not bad.
That's not bad at all, but currently, with the amount of ink available, actually, you could have just hard played Aerial and then also been able to maybe sing a song with it and then get that little extra boost, because you do have to pay the 2 ink, like you said. said, we are going to see the strength of a raging fire canal just to be able to get rid of that else the fifth spirit, because having that evasive with rush on there is just a little bit of a pain, Baker.
Yeah, get it gone.
Beast.
Maybe you're fearing a Dumbo or something like that, but hey, you've now completely wiped Jenny's board. So I think it's fairly reasonable. We do put down that that sad, I keep calling him Sad Beast, which is not the real name. He is Beast Tragic Hero. At the beginning of your turn, if he has no damage on him, you draw an extra card. Ed, did you know drawing cards is good?
Is it?
I've heard such rumors.
You're trying to tell me that having more things in your hand that can do different things in Disney Lorcana is an advantage?
It's almost like this is a game of resource management, right? And who can get the most advantage. And there we go. The Maui came down, put 6 damage into the aerial, takes the 3 damage, then we're able to bounce it back to our hand with the fox, finish the job. Sure, we lose the fox, but we took out a very significant character, and we got the Maui back in our hand. And we even had enough ink to put down this Scrooge McDuck, our ghostly Ebenezer, one of my favorite cards in Ruby, Ed.
Do you know what? It's a great one to have. So this is a boost. Every card under it, it's extra strength and extra willpower. So it's just a really reliable body to have on the board. And like you said, getting that Maui back to hand, just nice to also have that, quickly be able to play that, get straight into challenging just to clear some of the extra board threats. Right now, there's really good resources in both players' hands. I think we're currently just having a little judge interaction here, making sure everything's okay.
Yep, our lore guide's here to look after you as the player and make sure everything is above board. So just checking that out. But yeah, Maui here at all. A lot of very significant targets in this Emerald Steel deck specifically. We just saw the Max Goof being taken out. We've seen the Aerial Sonic Warrior. Again, Maui does need a couple more strength. He needs a little help from a fox or two to get there, but it's such an important tool in being able to take out these big characters that sit there and have effects that are just going to continuously be used turn after turn. And just to go back to the Scrooge McDuck, because I'll talk about Scrooge all day, mate, if you let me. You're going to have to rein me in a little bit.
That's fine, don't worry.
It's not just the stats, right? The stats are obviously fantastic, and if he sits there and keeps boosting, it can get out of control. A couple of boosts, and now you're not taking him out with Zeus anymore, or Strength for a Raging Fire. Maybe you need 8 characters to one-shot, so that's good. But not just that, it can provide pseudo card draw with the re-emergence of Madam Mim Snake and Madam Mim Fox, which we've already been talking about, bouncing those fantastic rabbits and those fantastic goats. But if you get Scrooge down, boost it 3 times, suddenly you return it to your hand. That's a +3.
That's a very good point, because that synergy is something a lot of people forget. Because all those cards do come back to your hand. You don't get to see what they are, because they come off the top of your deck.
Until they're in your hand.
Until they're in your hand. Or unless they get, banished and they're all in the disc.
Yes, then of course.
Then unless you've got the right recycling, you're not going to be able to see those again. But you're right, it's a really great little tech just to add to that card draw, because you might run into a couple of problems here and there with the card draw. But
especially against discard, if they're taking the cards away from you. And this is the thing with Diablo Devoted Herald, which is another card that we used to struggle against a lot in the past as Ruby Amethyst. We're a little better now with the new Jebediah Farnsworth and Spiking Grease, that 3/3 Rush Reckless character. I said this to you yesterday, Ed. Gone are the days where Ruby Amethyst have to play a 3/1 evasive Pegasus and pray that they don't have Let the Storm Rage on.
Ahora sí, parece que sí. Muy buenas a todos, amantes de la tinta, ¿qué tal? ¿Qué tal? Ahora sí, parece que se me escucha, no estoy del todo seguro si se me escucha bien. Pero bueno, dejamos acá un poquito lo que sería la transmisión oficial para traerles ya ahora sí el casteo en castellano. Qué bueno volvernos a castear un ratito. Les recuerdo que este live, como lo puse en la descripción, es para que podamos comentarlo ahí en la cajita de comentarios y castearlo, por supuesto, en castellano, ya que no hay una transmisión totalmente oficial. Pero si ustedes quieren ver la oficial, pues ya les dejé ahí todos los detalles en la descripción para que vean el casteo en inglés, en este caso, que es el oficial. De momento estamos en una decisión de jueces, ¿no? Se llaman los jueces porque parece que hay unas interacciones bastante, no dudosas, pero bastante peculiares con el tema del bounce. Hay que tener cuidado de qué se subió cada cosa, no mezclarlo ahí con la tinta, etcétera. Yo lo veo una interacción que no era para dar tanto minutaje al tema, pero para hacer un pequeño resumen, mientras tanto, esperamos el desarrollo de la ronda número 2 en este caso. En la primera sí que vimos una locura, ¿no? Vimos lo que era el fuerte, esta versión de perros, amarillo con verde, versus lo que todos creían los colores de Navidad, ¿no? Pero con la combinación, este combo, ¿no? Para tirar a este Leviatán barriendo la mesa, y todos decían, no, que al final perro y fuerte eran imbatibles, y ahí aparece, ¿no? aparece el Leviatán, este combo que lo destroza en la primera ronda, al igual que un RB, ¿no? También RB, esta versión con los Olaf, esta versión Shark, eh, volviéndose todas las acciones, ¿no? No la versión ítem, sino la versión con este tiburao que finalmente también le robó, en este caso, 2-1 on the drop a un hiperagro Ámbar Steel. Y de momento estamos esperando, ¿no? Al desenlace de la partida de Red Purple, las viejas glorias versus otro deck que también estaba ahí en la palestra, interesante, aparecía o no aparecía, pero con toques distintos. Estoy hablando de Emerald Steel, que si bien tiene el componente de Diablo, ya vimos que tiene por ahí al Max Goofy, tiene también lo que sería la Clarabel, así que es algo muy, pero muy interesante. De momento estamos esperando que se aclare, ¿no? Que se aclare el tema, que se aclare la situación con los jueces propiamente tal. Vamos a ver si es que llegan a algún tipo de veredicto y ya llegamos a lo que sería la ronda número 2. De momento, hoy saludando a toda la gente que se va uniendo al live, a esta retransmisión en castellano. Recuerden que puede dejar su like, comentar, suscribir, todo me sirve para seguir creciendo y volver de a poquito, que teníamos el canal un poquito botado, pero acá volvemos en gloria y majestad, por lo menos, a gastear lo que sería este evento tan importante. Un evento odiado por muchos, querido por pocos, ¿eh? Hay que decirlo fielmente, Infinity es el formato cuando ya volvemos, ¿no? Ya volvemos, parece que todo en la normalidad, ya habrá robado las dos cartas por la bestia. Recuerden que cuando no tiene daño está 3-5, roba una carta adicional cuando ya se ven las musas. Esta carta por 4-2-4 con War. Cada vez que canta una canción, pues nada, se sube una criatura oponente de fuerza 2 o menos a su mano. Y cuando ya aparece nuevamente lo que sería, lo dije, ¿no? Un clásico de una Stick, cuando aparece Úrsula, canta, se deshace de ese Screech McDuck, que lo conocemos en Core, que tiene la versión en boost, ¿no? Que va ganando fuerza y resistencia por cada carta debajo. Cuando ya aparece otro Maui, que no es lo que está buscando Jenny, ¿no? En este momento está tratando de buscar desesperadamente un Be Prepare que ya tiró uno, cuando la mesa está un poquito muy en contra, pero sí ha encontrado cosas, ha encontrado el Maui, una jugada bastante interesante por parte de Trash, sacrificar finalmente a la bestia, Maui que resiste, pero algo tendrá en la mano Trash para haber hecho esa jugada, una mano bastante llena por parte de Jenny que tiene que seguir tintando, porque tiene que llegar a un punto de tener las tintas suficientes para poder jugar lo que sería el, el Be Prepared y lo que sería la librería. Y cuando Trash no puede creer, ¿verdad? Que tenía el Maui en la mano, se lo había subido con la Madame Min Fox, que era la jugada que están revisando, incluso los jueces y tal, pero bueno, ahí, ahí lo dejó Trash. Sabe que perdió una carta muy relevante para su deck, algo muy importante cuando la mesa se queda así, media estática, necesita encontrar robo. Recordemos ahora sí que mientras lo piensa Trash, está la Úrsula, esta que si canta ella, canta la canción dos veces, tirando esa canción al fondo del deck. Así que también otra carta que puede ayudar y bastante. A ver qué hace Trash, porque le puede volver el conejo, pero el conejo, cuando vuelve a la mano, pues le hace robar nuevamente una carta. Así que ahí está la cosa un poquito más complicada. A ver cómo se va dando. Cuando está pensando qué hacer. Finalmente va a cuestear con esas musas, se va a 9. ¿Qué canción tiene en la mano? ¿Qué tiene para hacer Trash en este momento? Vamos a ver qué sucede. ¿Qué sucede? ¿Qué acontece? Cuando baja un diablo, chico mi diablo, y va a cantar con la Úrsula y se viene, le va a pegar a ambos dos con la musa, se va a levantar a su propia musa, va a tirar para abajo al fondo lo que sería la patada, limpia un poquito la mesa Trash, algo muy importante en este matchup cuando bajan nuevamente la musa y a la espera que no tire un Vibriper y no lo roba, roba otro Maui es la que roba a Jenny y cuando va a tirar un Brawl tenía preparada la carta y para ese chico mi diablo aparece el Maui, se deshace de la Úrsula y ya empieza la fiesta. Jenny es seguro que va, ahí está, va a tintar, puede meter ahí el conejo si quiere, lo va a pensar porque tiene un mago, una carta importante, no lo va a hacer, no baja la tinta, se queda con su única carta en mano que es un mago y mientras Crash dice, ¿por qué? ¿Por qué hice esa jugada con la bestia? Tendría más cartas, pero acá viene la salvación, otra bestia y otro diablo. ¡Buah! Es tremendo cuando ojalá no robe el Vibriver, dice Trash. Si Jenny no roba el Vibriver, pues bueno, está un poquito más a salvo. De momento roba otro conejo, le va a hacer, va a robar, no roba por el diablo, porque el diablo no está girado, va a robar, roba un Hércules, creo que hace boost, le va a mirar el descarte, va a ver cuántos Vibriver tiene, no me asuste, así Jenny dice Trash. De momento no aparece nada, no aparece nada, pero ya Jenny va a poder cuestear. Es lo que está pensando, le está contando, está, está pensando Trash ahí con el descarte en la mano. Mientras piensa, mientras va meditando la jugada, va a meter absolutamente todos en la librería. Parece que va a cuestear, ya es lo que debería hacer Jenny. Hace el boost respectivo. Recordemos que ya cuando tiene una carta debajo tiene +3 de Changer. Y esperemos que no sea un Vipriver lo que esté debajo de esa carta también, debajo del Hércules. Un poco de las cosas que pueden ocurrir. Cuando ya cuestea este Merlin Ride por 1, recordemos que cada vez que salga del campo, ¿no? Robas una carta. Y acá es cuando la bestia va a robar, roba 2 cartas por turno. Ese diablo que también se va a girar eventualmente y también va a poder robar en el turno de Jenny. Cuidado con los Merlin, ¿no? Porque le puede dar también muchas cartas atrás. Vamos a ver cómo lo va solucionando. Una partida que se le fue. Que ha ido ida y vuelta, ida y vuelta. Tampoco es que ha tenido lo suficiente Vibriver. Jenny ya se deshizo un momento de lo que sería la mesa, va a tirar esta canción que le da Resist, va a robar una carta, sigue buscando Trash, algo para deshacerse un poquito de esa mesa, sabe que de alguna u otra forma se va a venir el Be. De momento no lo tiene Jenny, lo sabe, o quizá está blufeando, no podría pensar Trash y está metiendo a todo ahí, tengo que deshacerme también de esa famosa localización que le da mucha vida a las viejas glorias, este Red Purple. Vamos a ver cómo lo piensa Trash. Si es necesario, va buscando, va pensando. Insisto, un match que ha tenido un ida y vuelta, ha tenido que sacrificar cartas muy importantes, Trash, como esa Úrsula que canta, o también ha sido la bestia eventualmente, después robó una segunda. A ver, le va a pegar al Merlin, le va a pegar 2 de daño para ese Merlin Rabbit. Va a bajar tinta y va, ¡wow! Y juega el príncipe. Además, recordemos, claro, como tiene el Morph, va a robar, roba 2. Y debería robar, bueno, debería robar 3 en este caso, pero parece que está misiando, ¿no? No entendí esa interacción. Se van los dos, debería robar muchas cartas porque están toda en la librería, debería haber robado por lo menos 2 cartas más, pero al parecer que no es lo que quiere hacer. Y en este caso, vamos a ver que aparece también, aparece todo menos el Bibi Bear cuando le va a tirar eso y tiene que pensar, se lo va a tirar el príncipe, recordemos que ya va 9 a 9, va a robar. Le permite robar 2 cartas y no lo encuentra. No encuentra el Bibi Bear, así de que empezar, irse un poquito quizás a la ofensiva y en empezar a cuestear lo más rápido posible los bichos que tienen ahí, ya que ese diablo va a permanecer ahí de forma permanente, va a empezar a ganar lore, puede ser que traiga a la musa, que sería también una jugada interesante para que no le levanten las cartas que tiene, que va a colocar, y claro, se va un poquito a la ofensiva, vamos a ver si cuestea o si tradea a esa musa, no, se va y de cuestea de 2, y ahora la presión, entre comillas, la tiene un poquito Trash. En este primer game, Jenny, Red Purple versus Trash, Emerald Steel, vamos a ver cómo se va repartiendo el desenlace de partida. Está, insisto, ida y vuelta, es que no para, es que no se detiene. Algo que pudo haber quizás Jenny para asegurarse, quitarse esa musa para que recordemos, cada vez que canta le va a levantar algo de fuerza o menos. Es verdad que no tiene tantas cartas, pero igual se vuelven fundamentales. También que pensar, deshacerse de esa biblioteca de alguna forma. Tiene que sacar la librería, biblioteca, librería, como le quieran decir, a esta localización muy, muy, pero muy buena por parte de Red Purple. Porque recordemos, en cualquier minuto se puede venir lo que sería el be prepare y dejar ya esa localización sola que prácticamente es la que te gana lore bastante pasivo. Vamos a ver, ¿qué hace Trash? Está pensando. Tengo que deshacerme de eso sí o sí, pero también tengo que lidiar una mesa. Recuerda, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sería 18. Jenny eventualmente 19 si es que ese Merlin God se va también. Recordemos que tiene muchas cosas para hacer Bones. Quedarse a 18 es un peligro inminente para Trash para poder llevarse esa partida porque un Bones podría significar que esa cabra ya llegue a esos 20 que le podría faltar a Jenny. Es lo que tiene que pensar. ¿Cuántas canciones tiene para subirle las cosas a la mano a Jenny? Vamos a ver qué es lo que hace. Y sí, se va a deshacer, lo habíamos dicho, de esa localización. No puede quedar viva, no puede aguantar ni un turno más Trash. Eso lo sabe, es consciente de ello. Vamos a ver si también tradea, le sube cosas a la mano con las musas. Es lo que está pensando, es lo que está evaluando Trash en una partida complicada. Le hemos dicho un Red Purple, un muy buen deck para traer a un DLC, uno de los decks también que se encuentran bastante fuertes, bastante clásicos también, las viejas glorias, que quiere volver a brillar en este DLC de Dortmund, Alemania. ¿Qué hace Trash? 4 de sus tintas. Y aparece el más goof. Se va a devolver una acción en este caso, se devuelve la patada y ahora va a empezar la fiesta. Tenemos mucho para pegar, mucho para cantar y mucho para subir. Lo más probable es que se deshaga quizás de esa cabra para que no tenga algún componente bones. Vamos a ver qué hace fielmente o se deshace de algo más. Pero vamos a ver. Finalmente va a pagar. Va a pagar, no los quiere cantar. Vamos a ver qué sucede. Ahí piensa Drach. Al final va pagando 4. Va a bajar otra musa y ahora sí se viene el festival. Ahora se viene el festival, por eso había que deshacerse Jenny quizás de alguna musa. Va a cantar, se va a deshacer quizás de la cabra. Ah, no, mira, que tiene un rayo. Se va a deshacer dice que tiene otro, quiere jugar ese en particular. No, no, así no funciona, así no funciona. Le está diciendo, así no funciona, esa no es la Úrsula. Le dice, y sí, le pega 4 al Hades, le sube las 2 con la musa. Con la otra musa se va a deshacer ahora sí de la cabra. Quizás le suba al Merlin Rabbit. Eso es lo que le está diciendo a los jueces. A ver, esto no es Úrsula, esto no es lo que tú crees. Y tampoco puede cantar con la musa porque acaba de entrar también. O sea, Trach está que se le va la olla, que se le está yendo la olla total a Trach. Bueno, va a tener que cantar. Dice, no importa, lo canto con la bestia. Le va a pegar efectivamente a la cabra. Se deshace la cabra. Gana un lore, eso sí, se va a 13. Puede levantar al Rabbit, pero no va a ser el caso. Y lo frena tremendo la jugada de Trach para subir un poco más. Y para irse con todo ya después del otro turno, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 y 9. Sería 18. No roba. Ah, no, ahí sí se acabó de atrás. De robar. No roba el Vipriver Jenny. No roba. Debe jugar unos 3 o 4 mínimamente Jenny, pero no lo ve, no lo ve. Así que está tremenda esta partida cuando tal vez Jenny quiera tradear ese raid para ver qué cosas le esperan en el tope, pero recordemos que también está el diablo que le hace robar muchas cartas ya a Drach. No ha visto otro Brawl, pero tiene la Elsa. Va a girar, le va a pegar a la bestia. Tiene la Elsa también en la mano. Se puede deshacer del diablo, que quizás sea una jugada bastante interesante de ver. Porque tiene que frenar, ¿no? Tiene que frenar. También tiene que frenar esas musas. Quizá ahí le puede servir un montón. Recordemos que también tiene un Max Goof que chiftea Trash. Recuerda, cada vez que cuestea juega una acción gratis del descarte. Entonces ahí tiene preparado el Morph para ello. Vamos a ver si Jenny. ¿Qué decide? Porque puede girar al Morph, puede pegarle al diablo. Simplemente jugar 2 de sus bichos. Pero no, tiene que jugarla esa. Tiene que deshacerse de ese diablo. Tiene que deshacerse de ese diablo. Y por ahí uno podría decir, bueno, gira al Morph. No, no puede porque tiene War. Va a girar al Morph porque no le queda otra. Vamos a ver si tradea. Sería muy interesante que tradea al diablo, que tradease lo que sería la música y que tradease también el morph. Y lo deja en una posición no tan cómoda. Y ahí es cuando se vienen los tradeos por parte de Jenny. Lo hace muy bien. Se viene el tradeo al chico mi diablo. Se mueve, claro, tiene 2 evasivos, 2 de daño. Y ahora es cuando tiene que deshacerse. Tienes que deshacerte de ese morph. Lo tienes que hacer, efectivamente, así lo hace. No pica Jenny, tiene que deshacerse de toda esa mesa. Y se ve, ya. Insisto, te digo, gente, ida y vuelta en un match muy, pero muy interesante en lo que sería esta ronda número 2. Vamos a ver cómo termina este desenlace, porque está haciendo una locura y lo tenía, sí, efectivamente, lo tenía en la mano, lo había comentado ese Max Gus que se hubiera cuesteado y empezaba a jugar ya acciones totalmente gratis, que también tiene, que le pega uno de daño, también tiene otro Max Gus pequeñito para devolverse cosas, es una locura este deck, hay que decirlo, este Gamer el Steel que se intentó hacer en core, hay que decirlo, se intentó hacer en core también con esta dinámica del Max Buff, pero acá está viendo cositas más interesantes en este Infinity. Recordemos, ambos jugadores ganaron la primera ronda cuando ya aparece el Macu, aparece la patada nuevamente y algo. O sea, deshacer, va a cantar, va a subirle cosas a la mano, o sea, deshacer quizás de ese Maui que está molestando. Bueno, le va a pegar uno absolutamente todo, se va a ir esas cartas, va a poder robar por el Merlin Ray. Vamos a ver qué hay debajo. Y no, debajo había otra, pero bueno, tiene que robar. Bueno, todo tiene uno de daño, tiene que robar con el Merlin Raid. Ahí se acuerda Jenny de robar Merlin. Y, tampoco ve el Be Prepared. A pensar si es que le sube algo a la mano, en este caso Touch, que puede ser lo más probable sea la escoba, ¿no? La escoba que tiene muchas cartas de mano, pero no, se volvió al finalmente el Max Buff para seguir en esta tónica de devolverse acciones, de tener todo el control en sus manos. Así va a ser, va a jugar otro Max Buff, se va a devolver otra acción, se devuelve, y ahí le va a limpiar absolutamente toda la mesa, le queda viva lo que sería la Elsa, se va Maui, se va. Lo que, Dios mío, la interacción ahora, que le va a limpiar toda la mesa, porque lo más probable es que le cante. Y no, va en este caso cuestear porque no ve problema inminente. Y acá el problema para Jenny son esas dos cartas que le están molestando y demasiado. Y no, sigue sin ver el Be Prepared. Las cosas están muy complicadas. Lo que podría hacer es cuestear, subirse a la mano quizás a él, sin intentar pegar, pero no sirve, no sirve de mucho, ¿no? No sirve mucho cuando juega Flynn Rider. Puede cuestear efectivamente, puede levantarse de nuevo la Elsa, jugarla, pero está complicado, ¿no? Cuando ya sea 14, el otro turno ya Rush se puede ir a 16 y que no se detiene esto, que no se detiene y parece que la va a jugar, la juega efectivamente y se va a quedar ahí paralizada y ya recordemos, está en 14 también Jenny. La podría eventualmente quedar a 18 a menos que responda a Trash, pero obviamente así lo va a hacer porque tiene más buff, tiene las patadas, tiene de todo para deshacerse, ¿no? De todo lo que serían las criaturas de Jenny. A ver cómo se va respondiendo en este caso Trash. A ver qué baja. Obviamente ya Max Gus se va a devolver otra canción y así sucesivamente. Esas músicas están haciendo mucho, pero mucho daño, de verdad. Está buscando toda la acción y se devuelve, no veo por el brillo, pero es otra patada. Ya tiene ya dos patadas en la mano. Tiene un You're Welcome. Creo que la cosa es que no veo un Be Prepared. Jenny la cosa está un poco complicada, la verdad. Cuando juega una de las patadas, le pega a la Snake, se va a devolver el Macbuff, baja el Macbuff, se devuelve la patada. Patada del Fin Rider, te puedo subir algo a la mano, no quiero, voy a cuestear de 3. Y la cosa ya está en una zona que le gusta a Trash, una zona bastante control. Cuando aparece, mira, una carta bastante interesante, pero la que va a ser el sacrificio va a ser obviamente lo que sería la musa. Podría primero tradear ese diablo para ver qué más ve. A ver si es que ve otra Elsa, si puede quizás tradear mágicamente la musa y después jugar la Trimane y deshacerse del príncipe. Bueno, son muchas cosas, son muchas jugadas las que tiene que pensar Jenny, es complicado, pero efectivamente va a ser así. Roba, y nada, roba un Scratchback Tag, no es específicamente lo que quería en este momento, pero nada, va a tirar una carta por debajo, va a jugar una Trimane, tiene que deshacerse de algo ya. Y ahora que ya no va a tener ida y vuelta, ya no va a tener ida y vuelta con el Max Buff en lo que pesa Trash, pero nada, sacrifica obviamente la musa, ya hizo absolutamente todo. Va a cuestear de uno, entonces se vuelve a de 15 a 18. Entonces también está peligroso, porque 1, 2, 3, 4 sería 19, pero no lo va a dejar Trash, es lo que está pensando. Tiene que deshacerse también de todas esas criaturas, por, eventualmente, si roba una cabra, si un milagro roba una cabra, por ejemplo, podría ganar si es que no elimina, no vanillea a las criaturas de Jenny en este caso, Está pensando si cuestear o si deshacerse a alguno de los bichos, pero parece que no, se va a ir a 18. Recordemos, tiene distintas acciones, tiene Your Welcome, tiene diferentes cosas que le puede ayudar a Drach a cerrar ya esta partida, y es lo que está pensando. Que tiene las patadas, pero no tiene criatura. Entonces, cuando empieza a bajar el max, se va a devolver otra acción, que en este caso va a ser la patada. Y ahí está. Le pega una patada a lo que sería la Trimain, le pega otra patada a la Trimain, se deshace absolutamente de todo. Y ahora que tiene que ver el Piper, no ve el Piper, ve lo que sería la Elsa, y este match está acabado. Gana el primer match Trash 1-0 con esa locura que ya lo vimos. Emerald Steel con las versiones de Morph, con lo que sería interacción de Max Goof que se va volviendo, recordemos, acciones de coste 3 o menos. Entonces es una locura este Max pequeño que se va devolviendo constantemente las patadas, que se va devolviendo también esa canción que le da uno de resistencia y roba una carta. O sea, hay varias cosas que hacen mucha interacción, y recordemos que el shifteado, ¿no? El Max Goof shifteado cada vez que cuestea se devuelve una acción. Eh, Simplemente es una combinación entre lo que es core, porque se quiso hacer este deck en core, pero no triunfó porque no tiene todas las herramientas. Pero de momento, una partida bastante pareja entre Red Purple y Emerald Steel, que se la ha llevado Emerald Steel de medio descarte bufero, que va 1-0 en esta ronda número 2, cuando tuvo un poquito de todo, ¿no? Un poco de polémica, entre comillas, con la llamada de los jueces, no se entendió muy bien el tema del bond, fue todo muy rápido, pero recordemos que son matches que son muy largos, entonces de cierta manera tampoco vi que los jugadores jugaban muy lento, ni nada por el estilo, así que bastante bien, la verdad, un match, insisto, muy al estilo de Infinity. Muchos dicen, bueno, Infinity esto y tal, pero sí que les gusta bien demasiado por lo que trae nostálgico, especialmente a los que aman la cartita de Diablo. Cuando ya nos vamos a el game número 2, este game que va a comenzar, ¿cierto? Jugando Jenny, va a tener que hacer un cambio, un mulligan un poquito más agresivo, cambia 6 cartas por lo visto, Crash, que al parecer también cambia unas 4, también, o sea, un mulligan interesante, buscando obviamente de primeras, ¿no? Ese diablo que le va a traer un poco de sustain de carta, especialmente un deck Red Purple que roba mucho al principio, ¿no? Con los diablos, con la escoba, etcétera. Entonces, vamos a ver cómo se va dando este match. Recordemos, 1-0 Trash con tremendas interacciones del McGuffy que se lo llevó. Jenny, que no vio nunca más otro Be para deshacerse de esas musas que tienen War, que son complejas de tirar. Cuando ya aparecen, bueno, querías Be lo tienes en la mano ahora, Jenny, cuando turno 1 y no ve nada. Cuando sí ve un Fin Rider, que eso puede ser algo interesante ya para los turnos venideros, pero también le dice, ¿qué tintaste? Le muestra una vez. Bueno, vale. Roba, roba un cangrejo, quizá algo que no quiere ver, una buena tinta para este match. Está pensando Jenny, no, va a ser la cabra en este caso, va a jugar Fin Rider. Y cuidado, Trash, que tienes que empezar a bajar alguna criatura que sea la más fuerte, ¿no? Más fuerte que Flynn Rider, porque si no va a ganar 3 de lore de forma automática. Una carta que la verdad, después de un Be Prepare, jugarla también es muy, pero muy doloroso. Cuando está viendo, en su mano tiene un Morph, bueno, tiene la Bestia, tiene varias cosas también en la mano, ¿eh? Creo que una Clarabel. A ver, que lo que tinta, efectivamente, no, va a tintar una Úrsula, va a jugar el Morph. Y bueno, a ver si es que tiene el Brawl. Y no tiene el Brawl en este caso. Va a jugar lo que sería el cangrejo. Le va a dar el turno y ahora es cuando se viene la bestia. Ya va a poder cantar. Una posición bastante cómoda. Qué mala suerte por parte de Jenny. Una mano que, no sé, no era suficiente para poder competir. Igual hizo un mulligan agresivo, lo cual está bastante bien para intentar buscar algunas piezas para combatir. Quizá esos Brawl que pueden ayudar mucho, no solamente para sacarse diablo, sino para sacarse el morph cuando ya llega la bestia, le va a dar el turno, roba un diablo y realmente no está viendo todo lo que quiere, todo lo que necesita, pero vamos a ver con ese conejo cómo nos vamos ayudando. Roba por el conejo y aparece algo, qué bueno, cómo llega, va a robar 2 cartas y aparece otra canción más, vamos a ver si cuestea o algo, porque se tiene que quedar quietita esa bestia, va a robar 2 cartas en este caso, uno por la bestia, otro por el turno. esa bestia que entra en turno 3 gracias a ese amor. Bueno, el desenlace cuando está viendo Thatch qué empezar a hacer. Ya esas cartas van a empezar a lorear, ya van a empezar a molestar. Jenny que ya está robando muchas cartas, tiene que lograr solamente, como hemos dicho, la tinta suficiente para cantar ese viper, para tenerlo todo bastante controlado. Cuando ya aparece el diablo, chico, mi diablo, que aparece ahí quietito a robar cartas y no aparece nada de momento para sacarse, tiene que sacar ese diablo y es lo que va a empezar a buscar. Otro Fence de Other Size, pero encuentra amigos, pero no lo suficiente para deshacerse de ese diablo. Cuando ya tiene dos Be-Prepare en la mano, tiene que seguir tintando Jenny, acomodé lugar, quizás bajar ese scratch, quizás bajar lo que sería el diablo, lo que está pensando Jenny. Está pensando en un duelo muy, muy complicado. No encuentra para hacerse el diablo, pero recordemos, tiene que seguir tintando Jenny lo suficiente para después ya llegar a tener ese ansiado Be Prepare. Ya tiene dos en la mano, así que ya sabe de por sí que de seguro no está el tercer Be Prepare debajo de ese McDuck. Vamos a ver que ya se tiene que seguir tintando, insisto, Jenny tiene que seguir tintando, tiene que seguir buscando, escarbando. Necesita la tinta, ya recordemos, pintó una librería, juega en este caso el Hércules, no puede bustear lo que se bustea de dos. Y parece que va a cuestear o no, cuestea o no con el Rabbit. No, en este caso no va a cuestear con el Rabbit, va a robar dos cartas por la bestia. Recordemos ahora que ese Scratch Attack pega de 4, así que el Flynn Rider podría hacer efecto, porque sería la criatura que tiene más fuerza en este caso. A ver qué sucede, a ver qué acontece. Este duelo bastante interesante, bastante de dientes apretados, especialmente lo que fue el Game 1, fue una locura. Ahora se está viendo una mesa bastante a favor de Jenny, pero Trash tiene todo el sostén, está robando muchas cartas con la bestia, puede robar también muchas con el diablo. A ver cómo lo hacen, cómo disponen diferentes cartas. Y Jenny que tiene dos Viriver calentitos. Y es cuando va a empezar ya el juego de cantar, se va a deshacer de Scrooge efectivamente, pero no quiere saber de lore gratis. Vamos a ver la carta que está debajo. Y era un mago y una carta que le hubiera funcionado mucho para sacarse a esa bestia. Va a cuestear con el diablo, se van a venir las cartitas gratis, pero sabemos que... Ay, bueno, pero aparece una segunda bestia, no importa que me deshagas de una, porque ya se va a venir la segunda. Tiene que robar con el diablo, parece que se le olvida a Trash ese robo. Tiene que seguir tintando, porque tiene que ahora, en este caso, deshacerse de alguna forma de la bestia, que podría ser un tradeo, ¿no? El tradeo con el cangrejo, darle fuerza quizá al Hércules, después bajar la Trimain por 6. Creo que es lo que va a hacer. Ahí le va a pegar 3, le va a dar fuerza al Hércules, lo va a terminar vanillando, sí, porque le va a dar la fuerza con el cangrejo, se lo está diciendo, y ahora es cuando se viene tinta la Trimer y tiene que decidir. Así ya sabe que hay un mono que no te preocupes, dice, que no te preocupes, dice Jenny, y ahora se va a venir la Trimer y tienes que decidir, o la bestia o el diablo. Vamos a ver, y es una decisión difícil para Trash, pero qué bien lo jugó, qué bien lo está haciendo Jenny, que no tiene que dar vuelta a la tinta, amiga querida, tiene que dejarla así hasta que se termine el turno, pero se va a deshacer el diablo y ahora puede cuestionar de una forma un poquito más tranquila con ese conejo, ya que no hay un diablo presente en la mesa, efectivamente. Se va recién uno y uno, una batalla, insisto, una pelea bastante larga entre estos dos matches. Recordemos que solamente hubo Game 1 y quedan 15 minutos y este, por lo que se está viendo, por lo menos va a durar unos 10 o incluso los 15 minutos que quedan de ronda, por lo cual eventualmente podría ser un 2-0 o un 1-1 o incluso un 1-0. Vamos a ver cómo se ve. Y le va a mirar la mano con ese diablo y le muestra y tiene dos Be-Prepare. Dios mío, una tinta más ya son Be-Prepare y es algo que entonces dice, bueno, es lo que hay, es lo que tiene y es lo que va probablemente a suceder. Además, va a cuestear Jenny, se va a robar una carta con el Merlin Rabbit, pero ya jugar con esa pista trash, ya por lo menos le puede poner algo de pistas, ¿no? De lo que tiene que hacer en los turnos futuros. Pero también es complicado porque no tiene nada para sacarse los Be-Prepare. A ver qué hace trash en este caso. Cuando piensa. Complicado, no le gustó ver dos Bieber, por lo menos uno se lo esperaba, ver dos es complicado, recordemos porque además va a ser un Bieber, puede ser una librería después al otro turno tirar piper, entonces nada, va a tintar, que tampoco está robando tan bien Trash, diablo tras diablo pequeñito, a ver qué más secos en la mano. Cuando juega un Morph, recordemos que creo, si es que no me falla la memoria, tiene una claravela en la mano, que tampoco es algo que le va a ayudar en demasía, en este caso a Trash. Recordemos que si la baja también, y bueno, lo sabe, tiene que cuestionar ya con la bestia, porque todas esas cartas se van a ir, y que sea el otro turno pueda jugar la claravela también Trash, ¿no? Y aparece el tercer B-Priver, ay Dios mío, ¿qué sería bueno? Podría robar primero con la bestia, o sea, tradear lo que sería el Melin Raid, porque quieres quedarte con la librería, ya tintaste una, Jenny. A ver qué sucede. Yo creo que es lo más inteligente, quizá. No tintar de momento, o esperar. Creo que va a esperar y lo va a hacer de una forma aún más inteligente para poder robar más cartas. Deshacerse de esa bestia a pulso, es lo que va a hacer, ¿no? Así va a ser deshacerse de la bestia a pulso, pero recordemos que Trach tiene una clara vela en la mano. Eso puede doler para Jenny, porque de verdad que se va a llevar muchas cartas y le va a pegar primero, va a robar una por la librería, otra por el Melon Rabbit. Encuentra efectivamente tinta que le puede ayudar y mucho a Jenny. Tiene que deshacerse de esa bestia. La tira ahí, le va a pegar. No, ahí está el tradeo. No debería robar. Es cuando tiene el daño en el turno. Creo que en el turno de Trach es cuando tiene la fuerza. Esa bestia no recuerdo de forma tan segura, pero bueno, vamos a ver qué sucede. Pero parecer, si los jueces no detienen, no dicen nada, es porque es así. Cuando está dañada, gana esa fuerza. Vamos a ver. Cuando ya va a robar, tiene el Morph. Recordemos, tiene la clave también en mano. Puede robar muchas cartas. No veo la cantidad de cartas que tiene Trash. Pero recuerdo, 12 minutos para esta ronda número 12. 12 minutos. Nos va quedando solo 1-0. Match áspero, largo para ambos jugadores, para las aspiraciones de ambos jugadores por llevarse esta segunda ronda y empezar ahí con 6 puntitos en este DLC de Infinity. Recordemos, retransmisión, casteo en castellano. Si usted quiere ver la transmisión oficial, está el link en la descripción. De momento, ronda número 2, game número 2 también. Crash 1-0, Emerald Steel. Cuando están. Parece que ahí se dan cuenta. Se dan cuenta. Es lo que dije, la interacción de la bestia es lo más probable y es lo que están conversando. Y lo había comentado, estaba muy seguro que la bestia era en el turno de Traches cuando gana la fuerza, no de forma inmediata. Entonces se va a armar. Esto va a ser muy complicado. Incluso le pueden dar, yo diría que le pueden hasta dar un game loss a Jenny, porque ya con la Trimain roba una carta adicional por parte de la librería y eso es lo que se está viendo. Eso es lo que se está discutiendo, una jugada muy complicada. Yo de verdad que lo vi y lo comenté y me pareció extraño que los jueces no dijesen nada de principio, pero eso es lo que se va a discutir y acá ya se arma mucho la revuelta porque también Trash, bueno, además de ser, bueno, debería ser un warning para los dos, pero no sé, es una jugada complicada porque ya roba carta, tiene que retrotraer, no sabemos qué carta es la que robó, por lo menos los jueces no lo saben. Más probable es que la hagan barajar la mano y una la saque quizá por abajo. No sabemos muy bien cómo van a deliberar los jueces, pero otra complicación. Recordemos que ya hubo una pausa. Si bien quedan 12 minutos de ronda, puede ser que les den unos 5 minutos más o 10 minutos más el establecido, porque el game número 1 también hubo una pausa bastante larga, yo diría, para resolver algo que no era tan complicado. Esto sí que se va a demorar mucho más, creo yo, porque es una situación un poco más difícil de liberar, ¿no? Especialmente con el hecho de haber ya robado con esa remain, haber tradeado, etcétera, jugar una escoba, que es una de las cartas que robó dentro del espectro de esa jugada puntual de Jenny, así que no sabemos qué tanto se puede retrotraer la jugada, no sabemos cuánto puede ser sancionable o no. Así que ahí cuando estamos escuchando lo que comentan, ¿cierto? Eh, Baker y compañía sobre esto mismo, ¿no? Sobre la interacción de la bestia, sobre la interacción de cómo se ha dado este poquito del torneo, estas interacciones que van chocando un poco, porque quizás mucha gente acostumbrada acostumbrado a jugar Core y después quiere volver a jugar Infinity, se le olvida algunas interacciones, se le olvida algunas cartas y es normal, especialmente en un DLC que recordemos, 4.000 entradas son las que están a disposición, se vendieron alrededor de unas 1.700, 1.800, por lo cual se separan en 2 días, siendo el día de hoy, el día viernes, este día número 1 para competir. Mañana se viene el día 1.1, como bien digo, el día sábado, también 8 rondas. Y después se va al clasificatorio, lo que sería el top 32 en estos, cada bracket, ¿no? Con un total de 64 para, al igual que en Gent, este DLC se llega a la final de cada día y ese va a ser el campeón, el afamado campeón que se va a llevar la gloria eterna. Este DLC de Dortmund Infinity, el primer DLC de Infinity, de hecho, que insisto, un formato que no mucho a la gente le agrada, a mí personalmente me gusta mucho, de hecho hasta muchos compañeros dicen, bueno, la verdad que está muy bien, incluso está más entretenido que Core. Pero bueno, vamos a ver cómo se va dando el desarrollo tanto el día 1 como el día 2. Hasta ahora estamos viendo partidas muy entretenidas, ¿no? Partidas muy entretenidas, también larga, áspera, pero lo que fue en la ronda 1 con los favoritos, ¿no? Los perros y el fuerte que fueron vapuleados por el combo de Leviathan, verde-rojo y lo que sería el RB, ¿cierto? El RB Shark de acciones, con eso Olaf, con esas vidas piratas, acabaron, ¿cierto? Con las aspiraciones de ese hiperagro Amber Steel Location, también era una locura de. Así que nada, mientras se va deliberando, que no va a ser sencillo, insisto, esta deliberación va a ser larga. Y yo creo que esto va a pasar mucho en el DLC. No sé qué ustedes opinan, mi querido chat, todas las personas que están viendo la transmisión, ¿qué opinan de toda esta interacción? Es muy difícil volver de un formato de core a un formato Infinity, volver a aprenderse las cartas, volver a aprenderse los detalles, que estas cosas pueden suceder, o sea, fallar mucho, haber mucho miss trigger, creo que es algo muy, pero muy normal. No sé qué es lo que va opinando la gente que se está uniendo a la retransmisión, lo que están viendo, cómo se está dando este match entre Trash y Jenny. Red Purple versus Emerald Steel. Recordemos Trash 1-0 en un game número 1 que duró mucho, 25 minutos por lo menos. A ver cómo se va deliberando. Y esperamos ya para volver al game número 2. Cuando ya volvemos al game número 2, ahí no sé cómo retrataron toda la jugada, no vimos, pero finalmente ahí dice que es esa Trimain que tiene ahí la fuerza, vuelven, no sabemos qué pasó, no sabemos qué se deliberó finalmente, lo único que sabemos es que esa Trimain sigue viva, insisto, esa bestia que gana fuerza en el turno del oponente, y eso es lo que dice. Al principio de tu siguiente turno, si esta carta tiene un damage, pues esta criatura gana +4. Ahí sí que pegaría 7 la bestia, pero no es el caso. Por eso no se vanilló de inmediato la Trimain. Va finalmente a robar carta. Y que no sé qué hicieron los jueces, porque ahí roba también lo que sería la serpiente de Bones. No sé. Pero bueno, el tema es que volvemos al game cuando ya quedan 6 minutos. O sea, se demoran unos 5 minutos de reloj en solucionar esto. Lo más probable es que les dieron unos 10 o 12 minutos para esta ronda extra por todas las cosas que han pasado, por todo lo entre bloopers, mystery, etcétera, cuando ya se ve que viene la tercera bestia, creo, ¿no? Sí, efectivamente, la tercera bestia para Trash. Vamos a ver, cuando tiene que empezar a pegarle. No, va a empezar a cuestionar, sabe que tiene los Vibri, entonces no saca nada con pegarle. Y está esperando, tranquilamente Trash que juegue su Vibri, va a ganar uno por la localización y vamos a ver Jenny. ¿Qué acontece cuando no ve cartas interesantes en este caso? No está viendo lo que quizás quiera ver. Recordemos que ya tintó una librería, así que primero a ver si cuesteas y si baja algún bicho. Y, bueno, mete a Finrider, va a cuestear con ambos. Se va a 4. Se va a 4 cuando ya, bueno, se tira un Vibriver, va a robar 2 cartas más. Y ahí es cuando ya aparecen las cositas interesantes, ¿no? Cuando ya tiene en la mano, cuando ya tiene lo que sería, en este caso, el campo despejado, Jenny. Y cuando le tira una clara a Belly, va a robar muchas cartas y va a robar por lo menos 2 cartas más. Roba la otra librería y ahora sí se viene la fiesta. Ahora se viene la fiesta, puede tirar otra librería, 3 en este caso que ha visto en este match Jenny. Una la tintó, otra está en juego y otra en su mano. Está bien, está contando, pero parece que no la alcanza del todo. ver si debería alcanzarle, ¿no? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 y 9. Sí que le va a alcanzar. Bajo una tinta, tiene 10. Y ahora es cuando eso es lo que está contando. Va a tirar, va a tirar un Viviver. No, creo que no la alcanzaba finalmente. Erré en el conteo, al parecer no tenía tinta suficiente. Tira otro Viviver, no quiere saber nada de Clarabel. Que la cosa de Touch está complicada, porque si tiene, por ejemplo, alguna musa, algún más goof o algo, no se deshace de esa librería de momento. Cuando, bueno, efectivamente juega ese más goof, se va a devolver lo que sería esa acción, ¿cierto? El Storm que le pega 2 a una criatura y roba carta. Pero sin más, ¿no? Ya ¿sabe? Se deshace y juega efectivamente, lo dije, si tenía una musa, si tenía un más goof, y es lo que pasa en este caso, tiene 2 cartas que en este momento no le está funcionando a Trash porque no puede deshacerse de esa librería que puede causar mucho estrago. Y ahora que Jenny puede bajar otra librería, puede bajar a esa medusa, se puede deshacer del goof, que es lo que está pensando hacer, y así va a ser, se deshace del goof, va a bajar la otra librería, y ya empieza la fiesta, ¿no? Ya empieza la fiesta en un duelo que se puede llevar Jenny, qué fea, ahí que sonríe Jenny con la felicidad, se deshace, le dice, ¿qué está pasando ahí con 2 librerías? Qué locura. Se va a 6, intentan coordinar el lore, ¿no? Intenta coordinar, le dice que va en 6, efectivamente. Ah, va en 6, bueno, vale. Ahora sí que la anotó. Y Trach que no le puede volver a la mano esa Madame Medusa, pero sí que le puede pegar 2, robar carta, buscar más cosas, pero ya tiene 2 localizaciones y tiene otro Be lo sabe Trach en la mano, y ahí es cuando tiene que empezar a buscar, porque las criaturas grandes se han ido un poco, ¿no? Se ha ido la Clarabel, 3 bestias ya se han ido que potencialmente te pueden ayudar a quitar esas localizaciones, pero parece que no va a ser el caso, es lo que está pensando Trach. Porque gira esa medusa, o sea, esa musa que diga, también puede ser fatal. Cuando roba otro Storm, se deshace de la medusa en este caso, de esa molestia, ahora puede girar quizás la musa, pegarle 2 humildemente a una librería, y es lo que va a hacer, la pegar 2. Le faltan unos cuantos trades más, pero bueno, es lo único que puede hacer cuando baja tinta, le va a recibir, va a robar cartas, tiene que empezar a buscar más cosas Trash, ¿eh? Tiene que empezar a buscar y va a ganar 2 de lore pasivamente, tranquilamente. Cuando ya aparece en la mano una seguida de Dog, ahí aparece, le va a meter a una de las librerías, lo más probable, pero es lo que está pensando primero. Bueno, va a subirse, Dog lo va a bajar de nuevo, bastante interesante, va a meter ahí en la librería y creo que le va a dar el turno. Va a esperar Jenny, no quiere descuidar lo que sería esa Elsa, va con tranquilidad, sabe que el match está levemente a su favor con esas 2 librerías y que Trash no tiene ninguna criatura para sacarse la forma bastante rápida, no tiene un Maui, ¿no? Para deshacerse, no tiene criaturas que peguen mucho, ahí le van a pegar 4, le faltan 4 más para deshacerse de una, y recordemos que tiene otra. Y ahora que deja expuesta lo que sería la musa, pero tiene canciones, tiene cosas para devolverle a la mano, en este caso al señor de Chanador, y aparece, bueno, aparece la que pega 5 a localizaciones, le sube a la mano un seguidor de Dog y vamos a ver si aparece. Y aparece Chico mi diablo. Y qué paciencia la de Jenny. Le trajo eh, frutos esa paciencia porque ahora va a poder jugar la Elsa, deshacerse, va a poder cantar. Y que Dios mío, acá las cosas se vienen mucho mejor para las aspiraciones de Jenny. Ya en 9 de lore, tiene que ir pensando, recordemos, 30 segundos que queda finales, pero tienen tiempo. Recordemos, estos jugadores le van a dar de seguro tiempo por las deliberaciones de los jueces, por lo menos 10 minutos. 10 minutos, va a robar primero y ve otra Elsa, ve otra serpiente, algo que le puede ayudar mucho ya a hacer interacciones, no infinitas, pero interacciones de Bones, para volverse todo a la mano, pero va a bajar lo que sería la serpiente, va por mucho a jugar el Be Prepared y no le importa absolutamente nada, no quiere saber nada, no quiero jugar la Elsa, quiero ganar Lore de forma pasiva. Nos vamos a 10 con Jenny, 5 con Trash. Están en los tiempos, pero tendrán, yo creo que más tiempo para jugar esta partida, lo más seguro. Y ahí tiene un montón de cartas, le va del turno que no puede hacer nada, Trash no puede hacer absolutamente nada, se va a 11, va a jugar lo que sería un Merlin Raid, va a jugar el segundo Merlin Raid, le dice el tema del tiempo y tal, no sé qué, sigue jugando, Trash que dice, bueno, esto parece que se va a ir a un empate y aparece otro, y aparece otro, y aparece otro conejo. La madriguera ya está a tope. Sigue y sigue, se sube todo y ya este match podría acabar. Y le dice, nada, terminemos, empate, 1-1. Finalmente, 1-1 es lo que habíamos comentado, quizá a ver si es que se va a un tercer match, si lo puede jugar rápido. No sé cuántos minutos le habrán dado los jueces, pero parece que se va a venir un tercer match, pero es que la verdad es que esto va a terminar en un empate, a ver si es que les dan 10 minutos más, si es que les dan, no sé si 10, 15 minutos más, pero lo más probable es que le den no más de 10 minutos, yo creo. Está comentando ahí Trache, ¿lo podemos jugar? No, no lo pueden jugar, al parecer, porque ya es muy poco tiempo, no sé qué, parece que por la cara de Trache está un poco molesto con la deliberación de los jueces, pero sí, efectivamente, parece que nos quedamos en un 1-1 entre lo que fue Trache con una cara de pocos amigos que tenía, cara de pocos amigos a la deliberación de los jueces, parece que no le gustó nada cómo se le empezó a dar vuelta a Jenny, increíble lo que tiene Red Purple, lo dijimos, la fiesta de las librerías, la fiesta de lo que sería los Be Prepare, entonces una cosa que a veces acontece así. Mientras yo les dejo el audio oficial para que vayan escuchando un poco a Baker, yo me voy cortito, voy y vuelvo, ya seguimos con la ronda número 3 posiblemente, porque, insisto, no pudimos ver otro match, pero, no, mentira, sí que sigue, perdón mi gente, sí que sigue, se va a poder jugar una tercera ronda, vamos a ver cuántos minutos le dan, porque sinceramente entre ambos, Trash tiene que salir muy rápido para poder llevarse esta partida. Y Jenny, bueno, ahí con una tranquilidad, vamos a ver cuánto minutaje le dan. Perdón, yo pensaba que por la cara de Trash que ya no se veía más, no escuché la transmisión oficial, pero sí que va a jugar la Clarabel y está jugando a una velocidad. Y le dieron, nada, le dieron 3 minutos, es lo que dije. Esto se va a terminar en un empate. Trash que está jugando a una velocidad de la luz ahí ya tintando rápidamente, no ve el diablo, que era posiblemente lo que tenía que hacer. También Trash sabe que tiene que jugar muy rápido, le da el turno. Y Jenny que dice, bueno, si tenemos 3 minutos, le dieron 5 minutos al final, solo 5 minutos entre barajar, entre jugar y tienen 3 minutos, esto se va a terminar en un empate, va a cuestear por uno, cuidado con ese Flynn Rider. Jenny sabe que también puede, entre comillas, ganar. Vamos a ver si Trash puede bajar algo de fuerza 2 o más, pero parece que no. Va a tradear lo que sería el diablo, le va a dar carta. No, ahora sí aparece, le pega 2, va a robar, no quiere saber absolutamente nada de ganar lore pasivo. Y bueno, se va a venir un Scratch McDuck, se va a venir unos seguidores de Chernadog, pero parece que no. Se los va a tintar, va a jugar lo que sería el McDuck, le va a colocar una cartita abajo con el boost y ya quedan 2 minutos para deliberar esto que finalmente yo creo que tras los reclamos de Trash y las caras de pocos amigos que tenía, quiso jugar lo que sería este tercer game, que yo veo que va a terminar en un empate inminente, pero bueno, vamos a ver qué acontece cuando ya aparece este Chris McDuck, aparece esta cabra, y cuando Jenny simplemente tiene que aguantar. Recordemos que, bueno, y aparece además un Viper, puede cuestear, no va a cuestear, Jenny no desea perder esa carta, ese diablo que va a ganar más, puede aparecer la bestia ahora, o el chifteo, no, va a aparecer el chifteo efectivamente, es cuando se va a ir con todo Trash, pero lo piensa, parece que no, de momento, no, sí que va a ser, sí que sí, recordemos que ahí tiene un Maui calentito en la mano, y bueno, eso va a acabar quizá un poco con las esperanzas, ¿no? De lo que sería Jenny Barro a la otra carta más. Qué manera, qué salida de Trash, es verdad que si no le quedara un minuto y medio, las cosas serían totalmente diferentes, pero ahora lo tiene, ¿no? Y lo tiene, sabe que no quiere gastar el Maui de momento, puede jugar al cangrejo, puede tradear de forma, cierto, fácil con el Scrooge, le va a pegar a la Clarabel, le da más 3, le va a pegar 6, se deshace de la amenaza inminente, vamos a ver si es que cuestea, baja algún otro bicho, puede bajar la serpiente, pero parece que la va a tintar. Insisto, ya con un minuto, a pesar que Trash está jugando lo más rápido posible, Jenny, tranquila porque sabe que esto va a terminar en un empate, sabe que no lo puede ganar de forma rápida, especialmente cuando sales con la salida de Finn Rider, pero te la deniega, ¿no? Te la deniega Trash ahí con los removal y todo, pero nada, a 4 quedan 40 segundos, se van a ir a los turnos, ahí sí que no van a tener tiempo, pero bueno, se van a ir a los turnos, de poco nada le va a funcionar, va a cuestear con el diablo. Efectivamente, cuestea con el diablo. Va a bajar, vamos a ver si vemos un morph. No, vemos otro diablo. El turno. Va a robar carta, trash. Roba lo que sería, en este caso, otro Maui, por lo visto. Tiene una cabra. Parece que se va a jugar la línea de la cabra. Y en todo caso, no estoy fielmente seguro, pero puede ser que estén aplicando. Bueno, ahí le dieron 3 minutos más. Que el timer sigue subiendo. No estoy 100% seguro, gente, si gana acá. La deliberación es quién tiene más lore, ¿eh? Porque si es así, Jenny ya por lo menos se va a 6 y se irían a los turnos ahí, ganando un poquito, ser lo más rápido posible. Recordemos que Jenny ya tiene un B-Prepare en la mano. Le va a hacer robar muchas cartas, en este caso atrás cuando cueste, pero también puede seguir cuesteando Jenny de forma vacía, ganando, dándole muchas cartas, le da cartas, pero a medida que baje criaturas trash, sabe que puede venir un B-Prepare y ahí acaba un poquito las aspiraciones de este duelo. Al parecer, claro, no se puede hacer empate, va a ganar simplemente el que tiene más, más lore en este caso, que puede ser, ¿no? Que puede ser una de las deliberaciones, recordemos, por las nuevas reglas de los torneos, lo cual a mí no me parece, pero vamos a ver si va a ser así, va a pagar 3, le va a pegar 2 a algo, que todo resiste 3, pero necesita robar más cartas. Necesita... Ah, no, pero ve una patada, se va a deshacer de lo que sería el cangrejini, y ahí está, se le van las cartas. Cuando están de 2, quedan 2 minutos. A ver si es que se va a venir el Be Prepare de forma inmediata o esperamos, ¿no? Va a robar 2 cartas y creo que es lo que quizás tenga que hacer Jenny. A ver si es que se viene el Be Prepare porque no puede hacer nada más, ¿no? No puede hacer nada más. En este caso sí que le va a dar 2 cartas más, ¿eh? Eso es lo más complicado, lo más peligroso. Pues a 2 Jenny, se va a 8, va a tirar el Be Prepare, le da más cartas aún. Pero bueno, es lo complicado de este match cuando están así de rápido. Trach salió a ganar también en lo que quería. Les dieron finalmente, yo dije, unos 10 minutitos. Cuando baja el otro Maui, ya 2 Maui, va a tirar el Be Prepare, se va a deshacer. Debería robar carta. Es un main, no lo quiere hacer en este caso Jenny, no quiere robar carta con el Melin para no darle aún más. Y va a jugar la bestia. Y las cosas estaban, pero tremenda en este match. Cuando muy rápido, no sabemos ni siquiera qué tiró a la tinta. Y cuando se puede venir, bueno, se puede venir este Merlin, se puede venir el Flynn Rider. Y esto es muy interesante también, porque va a seguir robando cartas. Recordemos que igual tiene el Storm para deshacerse rápidamente ese Flynn Rider. En este caso, cuando ya quedan 40 segundos, vamos a ver cómo se delibera, insisto. Le va a pegar exactamente, se va el Flynn Rider. A ver si cuestea también con esa bestia, porque recordemos que quizá y va a cuestear. Se va a ir, no, le va a pegar, se va a ir a 10 Jenny y va a bajar otro día, tercer diablo. Qué locura también lo de Trash. O sea, lo que roba también, y ha robado mucho también, hay que decirlo. Ha robado demasiado Trash con los diablos, con las bestias en su momento, pero la que otra también puede seguir robando es Jenny. Eso es lo que está diciendo, se van a ir a los turnos. Se van a ir a los turnos y eso es lo que están diciendo. Turno 0 en este caso Jenny. Tiene que jugar por ahí la cabra, que puede ser interesante, pero no, va a seguir robando 2, porque después no va a poder. Aparece bien, aparece la que gusta, es la Elsa. Parece hacerse ese diablo y sería tercer diablo. Va a robar 2 cartas en este caso. Va por la bestia, roba uno más. Vamos a ver qué sucede, insisto. Va a cuestear de 3, se empata la cosa, se equipara a 10. Ya tiene lo que sería tanto la cabra como la Elsa. Parece hacerse ese diablo de momento. A ver si tinta, jugar otra carta, tiene que jugar más bichos, tiene que lograr lo que pueda también. Cuando va a jugar otra vez, es que increíble también lo de Trash, es una locura, se devuelve también un removal en este caso. Y la cosa no pinta para nada bien para las aspiraciones de Jenny en caso de que la deliberación sea el que gana más lore, porque en este caso sí que ganaría y bastante. Cuando va a jugar la Elsa, le va a girar una bestia, le da
again, shout out to the players playing really fast as well,
sure.
like understanding that the clock was of the essence. But yeah, Trash T able to take a 2-1 over Ruby Amethyst. That was a banger. I enjoyed that a lot.
I love that. I'm actually amazed that they managed to get to 20 in that time. Genuinely thought we might be seeing a draw there, but that's really, really great for Emerald Steel player Trash T. Congratulations to them. I'm very excited to see. We'd probably like to see a few more because it is a deck that people were talking about quite a lot. Obviously, the deck everybody is talking about is, of course, Amber Emerald. So are we going to see Emerald Steel deal with that? Who knows? But it's time for us to go and speak to some wonderful Illumineers, so Spessy, take it away.
Welcome back to the lounge, Illumineers. I am here with the one and only Joe Curley. Thanks for joining me in the lounge.
Yeah, it's lovely to be here.
Yes. Before we get started on something a little fun, we have something fun for you all. I wanted to point out this beautiful playmat that you see here. Like, we can lift it up and show everybody because this is the brand new Rapunzel playmat. We showed it off a little earlier, but this is a new exclusive to Ravensburger playmat that's going to be coming out on June 12th. And you'll be able to go online, enter the equal lottery system because it is limited quantities. It's going to be done by a lottery, but you can get a chance to purchase this gorgeous playmat. And Alice Pisoni, the artist, is here this weekend, Joe.
Yeah, she is. This is also, I know it's, if you could just help me there, one of Kim's,
Yes.
maybe Kim's favourite card of all time, actually, I think.
Yeah, that
Favourite of hers. I've seen her cosplaying as this very Rapunzel.
the Rapunzel high climbers. Yeah, there's a few people in the community who have done some really wonderful costumes of a bunch of glimmers, but the high climber is definitely a fun one. Who would you cosplay? Who would
I cosplay?
Yeah,
I think it would have to be Prince John.
Hey.
I think it would have to be.
I mean, your favorite card?
Yeah, it's my favourite card.
All right. Well, speaking of favorite cards, we're going to do some guess the card. So we are going to play a little bit of 20 questions. You can only ask yes or no questions, Joe, okay? And we're going to take turns, so we'll have a chance to go back and forth. And that's it. That's the rules, is you have to guess the card. Yes or no questions only, and see how quickly you can get it. And hopefully you all in the chat can play along with us. We have some, we do not know what these cards are.
We have no idea.
I'm going to choose.
Not a clue.
I'm going to choose this one, and this is hilarious, actually.
Okay.
This is amazing. And ready?
Yep.
Go.
Is it Prince John? I promise I did not know what that was.
I cannot believe that. It actually was Prince John. Right out of the gate.
Okay. I'm pretty good at this
We
game.
did not know. I did not even know that Prince John was one of the cards in this pile of cards.
And for the record, like when we've done these segments before, I've often opened it off with like a, is it be prepared or something.
Yeah, just
and
for
it's
fun.
always no.
It never is.
I was happy to waste one just in case.
Just in case, and it was. How about that? Prince John, greediest of all, making his comeback.
Do you want to take another one? I'll give it a proper go this time.
Sure. Let's do another. Let's do another one. Okay, I will take this one. Okay, this is fun.
Is it Prince John?
Surprisingly, no.
Okay. Is it Ruby?
Yes.
That's a good start. Does it cost... No, I'm actually going to go... Is it inkable?
No.
Okay. Is it a character?
Yes.
Does it cost 2 or less?
No.
Does it cost 4 or less?
No.
Does it cost 6 or less?
No.
Is it the Leviathan?
Yes. I feel like you have really looked out on these cards, and you're gonna make me look bad when it's your turn. All
I
right.
might have cracked the code
you know,
for exactly what cards have been hidden here.
I think so. I have some clues, but all right, go ahead.
Okay.
All right. Is it Emerald?
How did you know? Yes.
Is it a character?
It is a character.
Is it inkable?
It's not inkable.
Not inkable. Is it cost 3 or less?
It is.
It is. Is it a 1 cost?
Nope.
Okay. So it's 2 or 3 cost.
Is that another one of your 20 questions?
Are we counting? Are you counting my 20 questions? Okay. Is it 2 cost?
No.
Okay. So it's 3 cost, uninkable emerald character, and there's so many of those. Okay.
There is.
Is it a villain?
No.
Is it a hero?
Nope.
Okay.
is an ally.
An ally, 3-cost character. Is it an infinity card? Or is it legal in core right now?
Infinity only.
Infinity only. Okay. Gosh, I would say Prince John, except he was already...
It's not Prince John.
He was already... does it have one lore?
Yes, one law.
Is it have an ability?
It does have an ability.
Oh, okay.
I might even go as far to tell you what the ability's name is.
Okay, tell me.
The ability is circle far and wide. I'm not sure how much help that actually is.
That actually is not very much help at all. Okay. An ally.
So, I'm going to give you another clue.
I'll take another clue.
This character has many different forms.
Okay. Is it a shift?
It is.
Is it a Diablo devoted herald?
It is a Diablo devoted herald.
There we go. Many forms. I needed the clue. How did I... Gosh, we haven't seen that bird in so long, I forgot that it existed.
Yeah, we saw it quite a bit in round 1. I thought we almost saw for a moment, Rebecca, the first Diablo missed trigger of the weekend, but they just about remembered in time.
Yeah, it is an easy trigger to miss, right? Because it's on you as the player.
Yeah,
it's a May.
The ones that are most easy to miss with Diablo is when your opponent starts drawing cards in their turn. They play like a rabbit or something.
Have you ever drawn 7 cards or 14 cards off Diablo when somebody does a whole new world?
Unfortunately, I haven't. I think I might have ended up losing.
All right, let's do another one. This is for you, Joe. Ready? And go.
Well, I think I'm seeing a bit of a theme from the cards here. So I'm going to ask, is it Emerald?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I thought it might be. Is it an action?
Yes.
Is it Return to Hercules?
No.
Return of Hercules?
No.
Okay, Hercules Return, in fact, it's called. Okay, is it a song?
Yes.
So, is it Strike a Good Match?
No.
Is it Sudden Chill?
No.
Okay. Is it We Don't Talk About Bruno?
Yes.
Oh, let's go.
There you go.
There's a bit of a theme to these cards.
Got it. There is a theme. All right, last one.
All right.
Okay. Is it Ruby?
It is Ruby.
Oh, we got another Ruby one. Okay. Is it a character?
It is a character.
Is it inkable?
No.
Not inkable. Not inkable. Is it cost 3 or less?
No.
Is it cost 6 or less?
No.
Is it Sisu? Empowered sibling. There we go.
Down.
It's upside down. And an enchanted one at that.
Very nice.
Very nice. That's another card that has been really super fun to see back in the Infinity format. I know that Sisu was running around rampant back in the days, and she seems, I feel like in the Infinity format, a little bit more tame. Wouldn't you say?
I think you're right. I think a big part of it is Hiram Flavisham not being around anymore.
Yeah.
The ice blocks aren't quite as tempting, right? Previously, the ice block, it's uninkable. It's a lot big cost, but it can be, Hiram likes his ice, doesn't he? So Hiram Flavisham would banish the ice block, draw 2 cards. Without the Hiram, the ice block, it's going to feel pretty bad a lot of the time.
Yeah.
You're going to have to play it with it being uninkable. Yeah. So I think Sisu, as a result, is feeling, Also, Snowfort as well, pretty good counter to Sisu somewhat.
Very much so. Now, all of these cards, as you all saw, are Emerald and Ruby, and that is actually the deck, Joe, that you picked to win it all this weekend.
Yeah.
And I would love to hear a little bit more from you about why did you pick Emerald Ruby to take it all this weekend?
Yeah, sure. We saw it in round 1, and it did win.
It was so fun.
Yeah, it's a really interesting deck. I love Prince John. I've tested lots of different Prince John decks for Infinity, and the problem is always, how do you play a Prince John deck and not just get totally overrun by the aggressive strategies?
Sure.
Decks are very quick these days, right? Yeah. In Ruby, you've got access to Liquidator, which is arguably the best pseudo one-cost character.
Right, the underdog ability, of
that you can play with a Prince John, right? 4 strength on turn 1.
Yeah.
You've also got Jebediah Farnsworth, Cookie.
Love Cookie.
So you've got a really good early game, but then you get into the late game, and the Return of Hercules, in combination with the Leviathan or the Sisu, that is so much pressure.
Yeah.
And it's a combo which looks quite difficult to pull off, because you do need to, if you go for the Leviathan, you need to get 2 cards into your discard. Well, the Return of Hercules counts as one of those.
Yes.
And what often you're going to see players do is sing Sudden Chill, Strike a Good Match, maybe Heffalumps and Woozles with a Prince John or the Jebediah Farnsworth, and suddenly you can trigger that Leviathan ability. You play the Leviathan from the Hercules. Your opponent plays a card, and then the Leviathan's effect takes place. You can potentially remove the card they play as well.
Yeah.
And with the discard strategy, maybe you've just discarded their whole hand and they don't have anything. A big problem for that deck, Rebecca, I think, is the Ruby Sapphire matchup.
Okay.
I think it's usually for Prince John, you've got a lot of counterplay into Ruby Sapphire, but because that deck's more focused on like the early game cards like Liquidator rather than like a Cursed Merfolk, the Ruby Sapphire, like imagine playing the Return of Hercules and your opponent plays Maleficent Monstrous Dragon.
Yeah, that deck has some really, really good heavy hitters there at the top end of the game, and so there's a risk there of them putting out a very powerful character as well. So, yeah, how do you feel like it does into like the more item Oswald build, though?
That's a good question. I think that a lot of it's going to depend this weekend on how people build this deck. It's quite an unknown quantity. I had a really good result in a European CCQ last weekend, finishing second. So players have seen that deck. How are they going to adapt to it? Can you manage to make it work? Like, for example, do you play Brawl? Most of them do. That's going to help a lot against Oswald, right?
Yes, that's another great card that I'm so glad is back from Infinity format.
Yeah, it's a brilliant card. Of course, also an action. So Diablo can discard it. A lot of them might play Diablo. There's all sorts of interesting ways you can go with that. My personal favorite, I have to mention him once on this stream.
Okay, I would love to hear it. Let's hear it.
6-cost Maximus. I can't remember.
Okay, Maximus. Yeah, the one where you have a character that's 5 strength or more. Then he quests for...
Yeah, so if you have a character with 5 strength or more, you gain 2 lore at the end of your turn. If you have a character with 10 strength or more,
That's right.
aka the Leviathan, you gain 5 lore.
Wow.
That could be a really interesting way to try and beat Ruby Sapphire. Everybody I tell about Maximus is like, yeah, I don't think so. But I like the sound of it personally.
Well, maybe we'll see some Maximus this weekend. Who knows? And who knows what else we're going to see in this Infinity format this weekend. The field is wide open. So many different decks being played. I can't wait to see what we have for this next round, Joe. And we are going to go ahead and throw it over to the booth with our casters who are going to bring you some more Disney Lorcana gameplay.
Much, Rebecca. I know what we got for the next round. I've had a cheeky look at the deck list, but I'm not going to tell you. You've got to wait. What I can tell you is I got rid of Spessy just for a moment, but I've replaced him with Kim. How you doing, Kim?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I mean, after watching that Leviathan in round 1, I am having a great time here. I feel like I had the best possible start to the weekend on round 1. Good feature match 1. Phenomenal second game in round 1. And now we're getting ready for some more stuff that I wasn't really prepared for coming in, but that's all right. I think it's going to be okay.
That's okay. The best thing about this format is that there's so much diversity in the room. And when we heard this deck was going to be one of the coming up on the stream this round, I got really excited because it's something that I've tried to make work. Never tried this particular version, but I'm excited to get to showcase it, going up against something we're all very familiar about, and I can't wait to get into it. Our players are just getting seated, and I'm so excited, Ross, because it's the first game I'm casting.
I know, we're welcoming you to the stream. We had to wait till round 3. I'm so sorry about that.
All right.
But the good news is, round 5, you're going to be back with me. It's going to be okay, Kim.
It's going to be okay.
We're going to get you here a lot throughout the weekend. And yeah, this round coming up, we got something old and something new in terms of what we're expecting. And this thing I love about Infinity, but it also makes it really awkward as casters. I did so much prep for this weekend. I looked at so many tournament results. I feel like all I've done for about a month is just look at Infinity deck list. And yeah, I sit down for this round, I look at a list and I'm like, I've not seen anyone playing this. But then you have a little bit of a look and you see the old cards and new cards, and this is what I adore about the Infinity format. You look at the combos people are pulling off that are only possible because they're taking these new cards and mixing them with older cards that were rotated and never had a chance to play together. And that's what I really love seeing. Things like Leviathan with Return of Hercules that we saw in game 1, and there are some wonderful combos we'll hopefully get to see here in round 3, along with something a little bit familiar. But what do you want to see, Kim, this weekend? Open floor. What do you want to see?
I want to see some popsicles. I want to see some sapphire. I want to see some sapphire ruby. Maybe some sapphire ruby items, sapphire ruby actions, but something that I'm really excited about because this deck has some of the key pieces from one of my favorite decks, Ruby Sapphire, but it's not Ruby Sapphire. I'll be quiet in case they can hear me, and I'm really excited. but it takes. Imagine taking key components from one deck,
Okay,
mashing them with key components from another deck,
I'm imagining it.
and then playing them together.
It is. It's very, very fun. I had a little bit of a wander around the hall in my round off, and it seems like we are actually getting ready to go. We might be switching the games around, apparently, from what we were expecting.
Yes, I don't think we're getting into our feature match 1, which I was really excited about, but our feature match 2, which I'm also really excited
I was going to
about.
say, I'm excited about both of them, so let's mix things up a little bit. Hopefully, we'll be able to show. I mean, to be fair, we are trying here. We're picking 2 games every round. We're trying to show you a little bit of everything. The goal is as much action as possible, but here we go with our feature match, and one of those players should be looking a little bit familiar to long-time viewers of these Disney Lorcana streams. I believe we have Theatime Basho there. Now, this is important because we have previously had a Disney Lorcana challenge in Germany. It was last season in Bochum. I was here. I remember who won that Disney Lorcana challenge. Do you remember who won, Kim?
Who was it, Ross? I just can't remember.
It was Theatime, who won in Germany last time and is back now here in, at 2-0 on the stream. And what a story it would be to have Theatime winning in Germany, having some decent results but not winning again, but then coming back and winning in Germany again. That would make me happy.
Yeah, definitely wants to keep his title for winning a Disney Lorcana challenge here in Germany, not bringing something very common to the table this weekend, but bringing Emerald Amethyst, still a very good deck to be bringing to the table. It maybe has Diablos, maybe we have a lot of gathering wisdom and knowledge. We are about to find out, and I'm excited, but it is going to be going up against Magnus on Amber Steel. And I'm intrigued to see how this is going to play out. Theotime's going to be having a lot of evasives. We've got Ursula Deceiver to be able to get rid of the songs out of our Magnus's Amber Steel's hand. Oh, and I'm intrigued to see how this matchup is going to play out.
Well, we had a very aggressive alter from Magnus there, altering 6 cards from his opening hand of 7. Theatime going slightly less aggressive, but still altering 5 out of 7. Of course, the way it works is you draw your opening hand of 7 cards. You can keep any you like, and then the rest go back into your deck, and you replace them. You can do all 7, you can do none, or you can do any number there in between. Both players essentially looking at their hand and going, well, I want 1 or 2 of these, but the rest of them can go away. Aggressive alters from both players. How is that going to lead them to their opening hands? Are they better? I hope they're better now. After that much altering, I'd like to think they are.
Yeah, I would also hope so. Hopefully we're not stuck with a bunch of uninkable cards, and we have maybe some 1 or 2 drops to play. And we are about to get into our round 3, game 1. We are feature match 2, and I'm excited. It's going to be Amber Steel versus Emerald Amethyst. Theotime's going to be having a lot of evasives to play.
Well, we see the players. We have arms folded. They're waiting for the lore guide to give them the go-ahead to, well, go ahead. Come on, let's do this. Let's see a fist bump, maybe a friendly handshake, maybe a curt head nod. Something. I mean, I'm ready.
We're ready.
Yeah,
we're ready to go.
Maybe someone at the table's waiting for something. That's fine. I'm just letting you guys know. Theatime, Magnus, whenever you're ready, Kim and I, we're comfy. We got nice chairs. We're ready. Whenever you guys want to start, it's absolutely fine by me.
Or maybe not. Maybe they're just waiting and letting the energy sink in. It's so exciting here. We've got so many cards to play with this weekend in the Infinity format, and I'm ready. Are they ready?
Maybe they're waiting
I
to
think
hear
now
if
we're ready.
I think somebody might have told them that we are ready. We certainly see cards. Here we go, going off here. Game 1, round 3. We see the troubadour musical narrator hitting the inkwell here for Magnus. But oh no, come on guys, we were ready. I see a card in your inkwell. Do you have a 1-cost card to play?
I'm not sure. I got a glimpse of a 1-cost card in Magnus's hand. Do we have a Cinderella to play?
I mean, Cinderella turn 1 would be absolutely amazing. That would be lovely.
Yeah, our Angel Siren Singer isn't going to be much use here because it seems like Magnus is going to be going first, going to be on the play. So our troubadour going into the inkwell. Do we have a 1-cost to play? I don't believe so. It's just going to be Ink Troubadour and Theotime
Over to fear time, I do see a maleficent, spiteful raven in hand. That one has been getting me. There's too many Diablo, but I've finally remembered. I believe it's spiteful raven. But there we see maleficent spy coming down. That is going to allow him to have a nice cheeky look at Magnus's hand. Bare necessities, Rapunzel, Ursula, Cinderella, Beast, that tragic hero who's back in the format. That's kind of like an all-star lineup for Amber Steel.
Yeah, gives us a little look at Magnus's what kind of Amber Steel build he has. It does seem to be the more like Amber Steel song kind of version, maybe more mid-range. We've got Cinderella Stout-Hearted, which can really help us here when we're singing and we can challenge ready characters. But if our Shift Diablo comes in, it's evasive. We won't be able to get rid of that very easily, but we do have some great songs like Strength of a Raging Fire to be able to use, but will Ursula Deceiver come down from Teo Time next turn to get rid of one of those bare necessities?
Well, it's not Ursula Deceiver, but it is Ursula Vanessa. We see Cinderella Stout-Hearted hitting the inkwell. Ursula Vanessa, that lovely singer, and now we see the shift. Discarding an action card to ship up into Diablo Devoted Herald, singing Friends on the other side. I will not be singing, and I don't mean today, I mean ever. Drawing 2 cards, and if you're Thea Time, what more could you really ask for in your first couple of turns? You got your Diablo.
Yeah, you've got your Diablo, and you were able to sing Friends on the other side. And there is the Ursula Deceiver, meaning we are going to be able to get rid of a song card, and it is going to be a coup de Muti going into the discard. So Magnus isn't going to be able to cheat out. Higher cost character for 2 less and draw a card next turn.
That's like the best song, Kim.
It is like the best song, especially when we reduce something by 2. We would have been able to play Beast next turn for 3, but we're not going to see that unless we drew into another one, but we could still see Ursula Vanessa sing Bare Necessities. We know Theo Time probably has a lot of actions in his hand.
Oh, actually, I believe we're playing Bare Necessities rather than singing it. We haven't exerted Ursula, at least. Either way, Bare Necessities has come down. Now you get to discard. As the player playing this card, you get to choose the non-character card getting discarded. And your choice is Friends on the Other Side or... that's Wrong Lever, isn't it?
Wrong Lever.
We got the pair of them, Pull the Lever and Wrong Lever, both in this deck for Fear Time here.
Yeah, getting it into the discard. Not going to be able to be used anytime soon, but will we find the other piece of the puzzle with Wrong Lever, Pull the Lever, and will we see Teo Time reenact some Emperor's New Groove?
I mean, that's what we're certainly going to be looking for. We draw to start the turn for Fear Time here. Looks like we are going to be exerting Diablo to sing Friends on the Other Side, drawing another 2 cards. Oh, I missed that from Season 1. I'm glad that card's back. I like this consistency. Then we are going to be inking, and it's going to be... Oh, I can't remember the name of that one.
Merlin Crab.
Thank you. Well, I know Merlin Crab.
Merlin Crab?
I know Merlin Crab. He gets challenger free.
Yes, he does.
And my favourite thing about this card, if there's sometimes you're forced to give challenger free to your opponent if there's no other target, and that makes me very, very happy.
Yeah, when it enters play and when it leaves play, giving an extra challenger +3 to chosen character, meaning our Ursula Deceiver is going to get that extra challenger. We're going to challenge and get rid of Ursula Vanessa, but it's okay, because we've got another Glimmer to come out on the board, and it is Ariel, ethereal voice with the beautiful, a beautiful whisper. She's got the boost mechanic, meaning we can pay 1 to put a card under her, and if we sing a song, we can draw a card. But right now, Teo Time is going to sing a song, and that is going to be another Friends on the Other Side, doing the thing that Amethyst does extremely well, and that's just drawing cards.
Amethyst has always been the best at drawing cards, really since the inception of the game, and we're seeing it here so lovely. We got all those 1-drops we see in some decks. Right now, it's all just coming through with the Friends on the Other Side. Now, eyeing up a Diablo, I think this is just going into the inkwell. It is an inkable card after all. We're using 1 ink. What are we using it for? It is one of those 1-drops. That is your Diablo Obedient Raven, and then I believe we're just... playing, not shifting the Diablo Devoted Herald. So 2 of them now, when they're exerted, when Magnus draws a card, Fear Time draws a card, which could now turn into when Magnus draws a card, Fear Time draws 2.
Yes, he really does circle far and wide with 3 different Diablos on the board, 2 of them being that beautiful, devoted herald. But does Magnus have anything that we can easily do to deal with that? If we have a song and Ariel does have a card underneath her, we will be able to draw a card. But we do have a beast, tragic hero in hand, but that's not going to help us much here.
It's not, and I think you pointed that out yourself, the idea of not being able to play that early with a coup d'etat because it was taken from the hand. Speaking of which, though, we are going to sing a coup d'etat with Ariel Ethereal Voice, which does then draw a card because Ariel has been boosted. You draw another card of a coup d'etat, 2 in total, but the next glimmer you play this turn is now going to cost 2 less. Here's free ink for a 5-cost glimmer, and of course, it is that beast, Tragic Hero. At the start of your turn, if there's no damage, you draw a card. What if there is damage, I hear you say? +4 strength.
And it's also just a 5-cost 3/5 with 2 lore, so we can quest for 2, but also cost 5. He can sing a lot of songs. He's on the board, and we need to draw more cards with our Ariel Ethereal Voice, and that's exactly what we can do if Beast starts to do some singing. But we ideally want to get enough glimmers out on the board. I do see a strength of a raging fire, but we're going to need to get a lot more glimmers out on the board to be able to efficiently deal with Teo Time's board. It's looking pretty far and wide there, wouldn't you say?
I would say that exactly, because that would actually be my exact word. And we're going farther and wider here with Elsa the Fifth Spirit, who of course has got Rush and Reckless and can exert a character when you play, which I believe there was the Ariel. We're now going to be shifting up the Diablo, discarding an action from our hand to get that shift rolling, and then we're going to be just rushing in, and it's a double challenge, but that means that the Beast will be going down, hitting the discard pile, and, well, turns out that Ariel's gone as well. Entire board clear from Fear Time, and it's looking pretty good for our former German DLC champion.
Yeah, really great play there by Theo Time, bringing in our Elsa Fifth Spirit, and also challenging the Beast with Elsa with a Merlin Crab. A Merlin Crab in turn was banished. We gave the extra strength to Ursula Deceiver, and we were also able to take out Ariel Ethereal Voice. Magnus now bringing down Ariel Spectacular Singer. Unfortunately, I don't believe we've managed to find a song.
That's really upsetting. Like, the whole point of playing this card is it's a singer that searches for a song. And if you don't search a song, that's just really bad.
Yeah, 2 singers out on the board, and I think there's only 1 song left in hand. I do believe it is Strength of a Raging Fire, which we can use to deal with at least one of the glimmers on the board. 2 extra damage would easily get rid of that Elsa Fifth Spirit or any of the Diablos, but that might not be in the hand for long as Ursula Deceiver comes down, and Strength of a Raging Fire is going to be sent into the discard.
But that's why you play Ursula Deceiver. You pick songs out of the hand, and it's one of the best 2-drops we've seen. Now we are singing Sudden Chill with Diablo, and that discards the final card in Magnus's hand. There are no cards remaining. And then Diablo, apparently, that Raven is warming up his singing voice nicely.
Yeah, that Diablo is going to sing Fragile as a Flower, meaning our Cinderella ballroom sensation is going to be exerted.
We don't like that. Well, I suppose if we're Fear Time, we love it. We don't love it if we're Magnus. Now, here comes Snowfort. That is going to give +1 strength to all your glimmers, but on your opponent's turn, you also get resist 1. We got another Diablo Obedient Raven hitting the board. Fear Time is going wide here. When you go this wide, even if you're only questing, for 1 lore per glimmer, that is going to add up very, very quickly over the course of the next couple of turns. You're already up 5 lore to 1, and Magnus's board, it's an Ariel Sensation Singer. That's it. That's the only thing on the board.
Yeah.
Okay, now there's a Rhino Power Hamster.
Yeah, there's a Rhino Power Hamster, but still no cards left to Magnus's hand after that. Not much we're going to be able to do here for Teo Time, especially when we've got tools to be able to discard or even exert our glimmers on the opponent's board, like this Elsa Fifth Spirit coming in, exerting Ariel Spectacular Singer, and we are easily able to challenge and get rid of it.
And that is what we want to do. Get rid of all of them, and then we get a Sudden Chill going into the Inkwafter. Apparently, we've not seen enough Diablo, so we get another Maleficent Spy coming down. Magnus didn't show his hand there, is all I'm saying.
No, didn't show our hand, and now Snowfort on the board, even if we were
and it looks
challenge.
like, sorry to jump over you, Kim, it looks like that might be it. I see Magnus picking up his cards. Fear Time is taking game 1, and I tell ya, by the time Fear Time got going there, that game was not close in the end.
Yeah, no, the board was too many glimmers on Teo Time's board for the powerful Rhino to be able to deal with it, especially with that Snow Fort on it. We've seen it before in Amber Emerald. We haven't seen a lot of Snow Fort in this particular deck, but no surprise why it's included. Gives all your glimmers +1 strength, but also on your opponent's turn, gives them resist. And when your Rhino already has resist, well, has to challenge in stuff that has resist, it's going to be a little bit more tricky for our Amber Steel player to be able to deal with that. And luckily for Teo Time, he was able to discard all of the tools out of his opponent's hand. And then our poor Amber Steel player, Magnus, just didn't have enough tools or glimmers on the board to be able to deal with Teo Time's board.
Unfortunately not. Fear Time went really, really wide, and a lot of the things that could have been used to deal with that were then just taken out of the hand. Fear Time did a phenomenal job of picking out the best things in his opponent's hand and then just getting rid of everything else in his opponent's hand. And he never, he wasn't building up this big board of fancy glimmers that were questing for 2 or 3 law return or, it was just lots of little kind of 1 and 2 drops, your Ursula Deceiver and about 27 Diablo. But all of those combined, if you've got 8 glimmers, each of which questing for 1 per turn, that's a 3-turn victory.
Yeah, pretty good, and not something that's very easy for our Amber Steel player to get rid of when all those Diablo devoted heralds are evasive, and then you've got Elsa the 5th Spirit, which is also evasive, and then Ursula Deceiver comes down to get rid of our Strength of the Raging Fire, which we could have used to get rid of the evasive glimmers.
But
well, it's only game 1.
Yeah, it is only game 1. And that is the thing, right? Game 1, sometimes it's just, you didn't go first or second, whichever was your preference. Sometimes it's, you didn't get the right draw. Sometimes it's you weren't used enough to the matchup. So there's a lot of stuff that can go different when you get into game 2. It could be just as simple as, I've got a slightly better opening hand and I get to go first. Sometimes it's, well, if I'd have known that was in their deck, I wouldn't have done this 3 turns ago. But now I know this so I can prepare. We saw back in game 1, the player chose not to go for, your liquidator, your iced over, your reckless underdog. But then having seen the deck in games 2 and 3, they were like, no, this is going to be, there's something I'm actually now going to be, altering my hand to try and find early doors. Now you've got that information that makes the alter phase way more important. So things could be very different in game 2.
Yeah, we definitely could, and we did see in first game, both players did alter a lot of cards in the hand. We were happy with it, but now I'm intrigued to see what we're going to do differently because we know what we're up against. And ideally, both of these decks do have the ability to move pretty fast. We can quest out, but for Emerald Amethyst, and exactly what we've seen in game 1, Teo Time is going to want to shift our Diablo, take control, but our Amber Steel player is going to want to get our 1-drop singer down. We want to sing a Demuti and then cheat out our bigger characters, or even get our aerial spectacular singer out on the board and just sing to our heart's content, deal damage to our opponent's glimmers, and be able to gain board control back.
But we saw some things back in game 1 that were less than ideal. We didn't have that turn 1 singer, which is a pretty big deal. We saw Rakuta Demuti get taken out of the hand at the worst possible time, which was a pretty big deal. We saw Aerial Spectacular Singer come down, but actually wasn't able to find that song from the top 4 cards. So there were a few things going against Magnus here, and all it takes is a couple of those things to turn around, and all of a sudden, we end up in a different situation. Now, is that only 1 card kept by Fear Time again? Are we seeing another aggressive alter here?
I do believe it might have been 1 card kept by Teo Time. Teo Time will be still on the draw. Magnus will be going first once again. This time, do we have our 1-drop Cinderella, or even here is a 1-drop Rhino 1/16th part Wolf to be able to play instead? Will we see a turn 2 shift? Time will tell.
Well, that's what we're looking for. We're off here in game 2. Like you say, that Rhino 1/16th Wolf is up. Fear Time. Good news is it looks like we have some 1-drop options. We've got some inkable options. We are inking Louis and playing the Diablo Obedient Raven. When it gets banished, if you want to, you can draw a card. it's not too shabby. Oh, I do see that Rhino Power Hamster in hand. So you're shifting that you're looking for, Kim. We could be seeing it, and it's a turn 2. Shift into Rhino, immediately singing Bare Necessities, and it will be Magnus's choice of which non-character card to get from the hand, and I have bad news.
I don't think there's any non-character cards in that hand, is there?
They all seem a lot like characters, Kim. I'm having a good look, and they all seem pretty character-y to me.
But nonetheless, still, even though we weren't able to discard anything, vital information to know what is in your opponent's hand. So every little bit of information helps. We're most likely expecting the Diablo shift to come down, and we were able to see that Ursula Deceiver, knowing that was most likely coming down, and it is. And there goes so long our Kut et Debuti.
I know, 2 games in a row. And with Ursula Deceiver being a 2-cost, this is going to keep happening. Like, this isn't a coincidence. This is my early game answer to your best songs. I'm going to keep doing it. Right. Ariel, Spectacular Singer. Show me a song from the top 4 cards. You're pointing, Kim. What are you pointing at?
I believe we have indeed found a song, and it is going to be Strength of a Raging Fire. And we do still have our Rhino available. We can choose to quest if we want. We will quest for 2. Or if we really want, we could deal 2 damage. Well, it's not going to get rid of the Ursula. Or do we want to risk it for the biscuit and get rid of our Diablo and stop the potential shift coming in?
I
Next
do like
turn,
biscuits.
Theo time, if he has our 3-cost Diablo, will be able to just pay 3 to play it. But looks like we're not even going to risk it and quest with our Rhino. We want to keep our Rhino safe. But will we see the shift come down next turn? Don't believe that Theo time has it in his hand, but Amethyst, if Amethyst is known for doing one thing, Ross, that's drawing cards. So it's only a matter of time before Theo time probably draws it if he doesn't have it in his hand right now.
That's what we're looking for. It's not there right now, but hopefully we can see some of these Amethyst cards will allow us to draw a little bit, and then from there we can work our way towards that Diablo. We've got the 1-cost on board. The shift is absolutely available. We see another Diablo, the Spiteful Raven, hitting the ink. Oh, it is in hand. It was hiding. It's been there the whole time. But now, last we saw, there was no action card to discard to shift, so you would have to actually just play it, not on top of the Obedient Raven, off to the side on its own, because it only shifts by discarding an action card.
Yeah, but just as well as that, we don't even mind having to pay 3 for it. It is just a very good card as well to have, and we can just quest with it next turn and then start drawing cards off our opponent's turn. But Magnus was able to get that Strength of a Raging Fire off our Aerial Spectacular Singer last turn, and we could definitely see that come in now to stop Theo time next turn being able to draw cards after we quest. Will our Aerial or our Rhino sing it to get rid of it? We've 3 glimmers on the board. Unfortunately, we did have to pay the full 4. We don't have an extra ink to pay to boost our Aerial Ethereal Voice to be able to draw a card off that song. But our Rhino is going to do a little bit of singing for us and deal 3 damage on top of our Diablo Devoted Herald to send that straight into the discard.
Yeah, Diablo came down but immediately taken out by that Strength of a Raging Fire. We did see the Aerial Ethereal Voice not boosted, but here comes Genie Wish fulfilled, and that means we got an evasive down. It means we get to draw a card. And that was a very quick turn from Thea time there. Once no business exerting those characters to quest and putting them in harm's way. Happy with how his board looks right now, so just passing, and it's an immediate boost onto Aerial. That means you play a song, you get a card.
Yeah, and hopefully the song we had from the top deck is a song, and I do believe it is.
It's Let the Storm Rage On. I see a little swell. I think it is anyway. It is Let the Storm Rage On. Deal 2, draw a card. Goodbye, Diablo. Although you do get to draw a card on his way out.
Yeah, and also thanks to our Aerial Ethereal Voice being boosted. And if you don't know what that means, it essentially means it does have we could pay 1. It has a cost. We paid 1 to put a card from the top of our deck under that card. And when there's a card under our Aerial Ethereal Voice and we play a song, we get to draw an extra card. So not only did we draw a card from Let the Storm Rage On, we also drew an extra card thanks to our aerial ethereal voice.
Well, now we've got Cinderella Ballroom Sensation coming down. That is another singer hitting the board. So quite a lot of singers coming down. I mean, this is Steel Songs, as it's often called by the community. Probably should have a few singers out and about somewhere. But you're now starting to put up a board in a way you never really did in game one. Sudden Chill, discarding the only card in hand, and it's big. That is a tragic hero.
It is, and the tragic hero is gone out of Magnus's hand. Unfortunately, the one card left, we were able to draw two cards. One off Let the Storm Rage On and one off our aerial. And sadly, that sudden chill. Well, you're so right, Ross. The tragic hero is gone.
It is a bit. I watched that film again the other day. That is pretty tragic, that film. In comes Snowfall. It all went down in the end, though, just to be clear. They were happy. Happily ever after. It was lovely. It got there in the end. Now we see the Snowfall coming down, and that is an item, remember, not a location. We see Diablo Spiteful Raven, who is going to be able to do some challenging, but now, once again, +1 strength to all the Fear times Glimmers. We get resist 1 on Magnus's turn. Everything's harder to take out now.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot more tricky, but we do have that top deck, which was a strength of a raging fire. We could sing that, but we have to remember, Snowfort is on the board. Everything is going to have resist. We can deal 4 damage. It is only going to deal 3, unfortunately, to our genie wish fulfilled. But thankfully, from our aerial, we will be able to draw a card, and that card looks like it is Cinderella Stout-Hearted.
Yeah, but the problem is you can't play Cinderella Stout-Hearted right now. And one thing I feel I've been doing a lot is making you discard the only card from your hand. So Magnus, got to be feeling a little bit nervous. Top deck in a really good Glimmer, knowing you might not be able to keep it. And that Snowfort, the only thing keeping Genie Wish Fulfilled on the board right now. If it wasn't for that, then Strength Raging Fire would have done 4. Here comes... Oh, I was going to say Rhino Power Hamster, but then Magnus changed his mind.
No, because we can quest with it. Unfortunately, it's not going to do us much use challenging because the genie is evasive, and sadly, our rhino, even though he is a powerful hamster, he's not much of an evasive. So we are just going to quest. Okay. Finally get some lore on the board. It is still all to play for us. There is no lore on the board. Magnus making the first. We are starting the race to 20 lore. He's on 3.
Fear time just top deck Sudden Chill. That was his top deck for the turn, was Sudden Chill. And I think we're going to see it played immediately, getting rid of that Cinderella Stout-Hearted in Magnus's hand. I'm pretty sure that was Fear time's top deck. And that is heartbreaking for Magnus, because now he's back to no cards in hand, and Peter Pan, Shadow Finder, rushes in, takes out Ariel. Then we got Diablo, who goes in and takes out Cinderella. It looks like Genie is going to go and quest for a couple of lore. And this is... everything is going right for Fear time in this game.
Yeah, and even our Cinderella Ballroom Sensation was challenged and is gone. Even if we were able to keep our Cinderella Stout-Hearted next turn, if we drew an Inkable, we could have inked and shift our Cinderella, but sadly... we're not going to be able to do that. We did draw into a Rapunzel gifted with healing. Can we challenge here? Maybe heal one of our Glimmers, draw some cards thanks to Rapunzel. But we can't challenge into our Peter Pan Shadow Finder or our Genie.
They're both evasive, which means they can only be challenged by characters either with evasive or alert, which we have now, which you're not evasive, but you can challenge evasive characters. You can challenge into Ursula. You'll take 1 back, heal 1, draw 1. It's not ideal. I think that is probably your best option right now if you want to go the Rapunzel route.
Yeah, but Ursula isn't exerted, unfortunately, so we can't even go into Ursula.
Good shout, Kim.
So are we going to ink our Rapunzel? We're going to keep it in our hand and risk Theo Time discarding it once again? But what was the card we drew? Was it another Sudden Chill? No, Ursula. It isn't. Ursula Deceiver, and thankfully that Rapunzel's not a song, but we can play the second Peter Pan Shadow Finder, and now there's no cards left in Theo Time's hand, but a lot of Glimmers on the board, and we're also going to start to quest, bringing Theo Time up to 6.
But here's the thing, right? Theatime now knows Rapunzel is in Magnus's hand, which basically is a big glaring horn saying, don't leave any non-evasive character exerted, and then Magnus cannot challenge, cannot be damaged, cannot play Rapunzel. He did it, you know, just naturally last turn, but now he can do it deliberately, and it's so frustrating when your opponent gives you no one to challenge. But here we get along comes Zeus, taking out the one of the Peter Pan Shadow Finder. But, I mean, is that enough, Kim?
I don't know. Well, Theotime's not quite there yet. There's still a lot of glimmers on the board, but right now, Magnus can still do some questing. We could question our aerial, but we don't want it because it can easily be taken out. Theotime does only have the ability to quest here next turn up to 6, I believe. We're going to bring us up to 12. No cards in Theotime's hand either, bar the one he drew. And it is going to be fragile as a flower coming in. Once again, choosing Cinderella.
And that is not a character that's going to be difficult to challenge and remove from the board. It's going to be easily banished by almost anything. Not Ursula. Can't use Ursula. But, oh, actually, no, yeah, Jabba's got challenged. So, yeah, anything but Ursula will be able to go and take out that Cinderella ballroom sensation. And it's not just the singer, because obviously we've already seen that Magnus plays a Cinderella stout-hearted. So that means that you're taking away that shift target as well. So seems like that would be something you want to get off the board. And honestly, Theotime here is doing a great job. He's not winning the game very quickly. He's building up his lore very slowly, but he's playing board control wonderfully.
Yeah, and definitely something that this deck does very well. In particular, if you're not playing the whole lore galore version, when we're gathering wisdom of knowledge and gaining a load of lore, we can play this version with a lot of Diablos, a lot of evasives, and Elsa Fifth Spirit. To exert characters, we're going to rush in. Peter Pan Shadowfinder also rushes in, try to clear some of the opponent's board. But Rhino right now, he's going to do some powerful singing,
It's
trying
a
to
good
help us.
See? So that means we can play something a lot more. Well, we can go up to, with that 4 inks to go up to 6 potentially. But I don't think we got anything too huge in hand. I think we're going to use 3 to play a 5. No, 2 to play a 4 drop. 3 to play a 5. Come on, Magnus, show us what you're doing. There is 2 to play a 4. There's that Rapunzel gifted with healing. Not this game, unfortunately. There will be no healing. And then it's a Cinderella ballroom sensation. I suppose it's another shift target, but none of these are terrifying. None of these are really doing what you would ideally want them to do. Now, show me a Dale ready for his shot, and those Rapunzel can challenge for 5. Then I'm impressed.
Yeah, and we're still not going to be much use against all these evasives on Theotime's board. But nonetheless, she does have 5 willpower, not going to be easily gotten rid of, and she does quest for 2, which can still help Magnus here quest. But is it going to be enough to get over Theotime's big, wide board of evasives and birds? And not to mention, they all have resist thanks to that snow fort, and they all have an extra strength. Also, thanks to our snow fort, looking like we are just going to play it safe once again. Quest with our evasives, bringing Theotime up to 13 lore, I believe, and leaving just our Ursula, our 2 Ursula Deceivers, and our Diablo. But
oh,
we're going to do it. We're going to do it.
It's wrong lever. Is that wrong lever? Yes, that is wrong lever. So that means you can either get a pull the lever back, or, which I think might be what we're doing here,
return chosen character to their player's hand.
any character. And it is going to be that shifted up Rhino Power Hamster. It's such a good card for bouncing anything there. There's no this strength or this cost or any of that malarkey. It is anything. And I adore this card. And we do see, now there are the pair. Pull the lever and wrong lever are both in Theotime's deck. We did see pull the lever, I believe, back in the first game. So you can either draw or make your opponent discard. But then wrong lever, you can either get a card back to draw, a card back to discard, or, and I think most of the time it's my favorite, bounce.
Yes, we do. If Emerald Amethyst is known for anything, it does a lot of bouncing mechanics, and it does look like our Rhino is going to be replayed. We don't need to shift it. We can ink our 1-cost Rhino if we wish, or maybe we have something else we want to ink and play our Rhino.
We are apparently just going to play our Rhino. That is 1/16th hamster. That is the pre-shifted version. The little 1 drop. It does give a little minus 1 power. which can be relevant. We are then going to just be exerting and questing with Rapunzel, with Cinderella, with Ariel, with other Cinderella. So there's 6 lore. It's not too shabby.
No, not too bad at all. And now Theo time, no cards in his hand, going to be drawing now.
He's just got game on board. He quests with everything. He goes up to 20, and that is 2-0 to Theo time. 1 in Bochum last time we were here in season 1, and now sitting at 3-0 in Dortmund this time. Very, very well played. And we saw some good play there from Theo time in that match.
Yeah, really good. Really knew when to discard, wanted to discard, played the right cards at the right moment to be able to exert his opponent's glimmers, challenge in. Elsa 5th Spirit game 1 coming in, exerting. We cleared the board. Wrong lever, bouncing back the power hamster. Yes, our Amber Steel player was able to replay both cards because we shifted it bounced both back. But we replayed them, but it still wasn't going to be enough because those evasives just stuck to the board thanks to the snow fort giving them extra +1 resist or strength of the raging fire, which if the snow fort wasn't there would have dealt 4 damage. Sadly, snow fort was there. We didn't have a way to remove it for our poor Amber Steel player. Would have liked to see a Benja, maybe something item removal, but that snow fort just stayed around. So any of our damage we were going to be dealing with our songs wasn't going to be able to do enough to get rid of them.
And there was a defense there from Theo times. You've got all these ways to get rid of the songs, and also you've got your snow fort, and then there's evasives that can't be challenged anyway. But why don't we go to our feature match 1, which is really going second, but it's all right. You know what we're talking about. We've got more Lorcana action. Let's go and have a look at our other feature match, because we teased that there was going to be a deck you might not be expecting, and we can now get into it and have a good old look at it. We've got Alexis, we've got Jeff, we've got a deck you probably were expecting coming into the weekend, and I feel pretty confident we've got a deck you were not expecting coming in.
Yeah, and I'm really excited about this. And finally, we can get to what I was talking about earlier. If you take all the action cards from Ruby Sapphire and you take a few key cards from Amber Steel and mash them together, you've got a little bit of a Ruby Steel actions.
But this is not your usual Ruby Steel deck. And I love the way you put actions there, Kim, because, yeah, this is an action-heavy deck. You can already see some in the hands there. We're not going to give everything away. We're not going to be telling you counts. We're not going to be you're not going to be spoiling what's in the deck. But we do have to tell you very briefly how the deck works. And it is an action-heavy deck. You are going to see that as we go through these first few turns. So we are in the alter hand phase, where you can put any number of your 7 opening cards back to your deck and replace them. 4 there for Alexis, it looks like. And then whatever you're left with is what you're left with, and we start the game.
Yeah, and I'm definitely excited to get into this. Ruby Steel going up against Amber Steel. Both Steel, possibly both playing a lot of Pete's. Maybe we'll even see Keep the Ancient Ways to stop some action shenanigans going on.
And item shenanigans, if there are any items there worth stopping. But yeah, steel yourself for some action here. We are ready. It looks like both players have got their opening hand. We got Alexis, who is playing the deck you're not expecting, up against Jeff with a deck you probably did see coming, but that doesn't make it any less fun. Here we go. Round 3, second feature match. The Troubadour musical narrator gets inked so that Aurora holding court can come down. And that makes your princesses and queens a bit cheaper.
Yeah, it does. And it does seem like it is Amber Steel, and in fact not Amethyst Steel. And even more exciting, because there's princesses. And that is a pretty epic Aurora holding court right there, if you know what I mean. But moving to our Ruby Steel player, that is going to be Mulan, Disguised Soldier, which does have the ability, where do I sign? We can draw a card, discard a card, and is that Be Prepared going to be discarded right off the top?
It unfortunately is going to be discarded right off the top. That does give Jeff a bit of information as to exactly what Alexis is going to be rocking with here. But it's also kind of like a challenge of, mate, that's one of my Be Prepared. I might have another 3 here. You should probably be prepared for some board wiping coming down when I get up to 7 ink. But the good news is, you know, you're not playing Sapphire, so you're not going to be ramping too hard to get there. Rapunzel gets ink, so we can play an Ursula Vanessa.
Yeah, maybe Jeff's setting up for doing some singing next turn. But Alexis with our Mulan out on the board. Definitely helped free up the uninkables in hand. Got rid of that uninkable. Be prepared. Maybe we'll see another one later on. But right now, looking like we're going to pay 1. And that is going to be
a dangerous plan. You get to draw 2 and then you discard a card. But crucially, compared to a lot of the cards we see, it is a random card that gets discarded. So this one, it is very literally a dangerous plan. It can come back to bite you.
Yeah, definitely if you were keeping something really useful for later on. But discarding an inner strength, not too shabby. You do get to draw a card off it. It costs 1, it is inkable, and you can also give a character +1 strength.
Yeah, it's not a bad little card. And that's the thing. We're playing a lot of low-cost actions here because, as you're going to see some cards, hopefully in a minute, this is where we go. That is a fan the flames that goes into the ink so that we can play an inner strength. And you'll notice there's a lot of actions already hitting the discard. Pay attention. There will be a test. This will be relevant later on.
Now remember exactly how many actions hit the discard because that might be vital information.
There's
for later on.
I agree with you, Kim. I agree entirely. There's 4 there right now. There might be more in a minute. I mean, when we figure out what this deck does, and I know it's a lot to ask, but if somebody could put a little dice there and just kind of show us how many actions are in the discard, that would make my life a bit easier. But right now, we see Ursula singing a coup d'etat. The next character coming down is going to be 1 less. It's free ink for a 5-cost Namari. Single-minded rival. And it's actually another relevant discard card because +1 strength for every card in the discard.
Yeah, it's also such a powerful card to be able to just help filter through your deck, filter through your hand, get rid of at the start of your turn, and when you play her, you can draw a card and then you can choose and discard a card. A great tool to be able to be just filtering through. We can discard what we don't need right now, but maybe that one card we're going to draw thanks to our Namari will help us find the tool we needed. But interesting to note, she's also a princess. We're really leaning into this Princess Amber Steel, and I am loving it. We could have definitely seen Aurora Quest here. We could have paid even less thanks to our Kut Etamuti along with our Aurora for our Namari, but it's okay. We didn't need to. We don't want Mulan to challenge and get rid of our Aurora holding court. We want to keep that pretty epic Aurora on the board a little while longer. But right now, Max Goof is going into the inkwell, and that is Pete Games referee, meaning next turn, Jeff is not going to be able to play any actions. Ursula Vanessa is not going to be doing any singing.
There's no singing, there's no actions played naturally from your hand. Now, you are allowed to play items, unlike when Keep the Ancient Ways comes down. Oh, and we're discarding, I believe, I'm going to be honest with you, that looked like it might have been a song. We'll have to figure that one out later. We're now playing our own Pete Games referee. No actions, nobody has any actions. Everyone's on an even footing. There's something nice about that.
Yeah, it is very nice. When I was saying earlier that we're both going to be up against both steel decks, maybe they'll have a lot of Pete's to stop actions, and this is what I was talking about. We're going into a little bit of a games referee off. It's a Pete versus Pete. You stopped me playing actions. Well, I can also stop you playing actions, and unfortunately for Alexis, it looks like an awful lot of actions in that hand.
You know what I want to see right now from Alexis? I want to see another Pete. I just want to see Pete back and forth. 8 turns in a row, everyone just play Pete. Let's slow this game down. No more actions. Just have a bit of a Pete party. Right now, we are seeing a lesser played Lilo. That is causing an uproar going into... Well, is that getting inked? It is getting inked. Now, this one, during your turn, if you played 3 or more actions for the turn, this character becomes free to play. So you pay lots of cheap actions, 1-cost actions, and then all of a sudden this 5-cost becomes a free cost, but you've also had the benefit of the actions. But right now, unfortunately, it's getting inked. We don't get to see it yet.
Yeah, and thanks to that Pete Games referee, that's no wonder it probably entered the discard. But right now, Pete Games referee is going to be doing a little bit of singing. Let the storm rage on, and our Mulan disguised soldier, well, she may rage on into the discard because she just got dealt 2 damage to, and our Pete just got... Well, along came Zeus and got dealt 5 damage to that Pete.
We saw a couple of actions. Actions were turned off for a turn, but they got turned back on. And then immediately we saw a couple of songs clearing the board. We saw a Cinderella Ballroom sensation hitting the inkwell. And yeah, Alexis has no characters to play with anymore. That's going to make the game a lot more difficult as we go on.
Yeah, no characters on the board, but one character I do get a little glimpse of is an Olaf, snowman of action. So when we were talking about earlier, when you need to keep track of how many actions are in Alexis's discard, well, another one just got added to it because that was Winter Spell.
Now, Winter Spell's a cheeky one to play here. It stops your locations being challenged. I haven't seen any locations from Alexis. I don't know if there's any in the deck, but I can't imagine there's many. That legit might just be a one-cost, draw a card, and then help out Olaf, Snowman of Action. Here we go with Hercules, Young Rescuer. Now, that discards every card in your hand and lets you get any card back from your discard if you wish. Looks like Alexis choosing not to, but it's a great way to really get a lot of actions in your discard quickly for those other cards we've talked about, like Lilo and like Olaf.
Yeah, but right now, Alexis definitely has a different plan in mind. But this Hercules is going to have to go up against a lot of Glimmers as Beast, Tragic Hero, joins them.
And that's lovely. We've got another big body on the board. And, of course, that's more card draw at the start of your turn. And now there's a really intimidating board from Jeff here. Looking rather lovely. And that Hercules, look, I know Hercules can be big and strong. That Young Rescuer is not doing it for me right now. But maybe we've got Keep the Ancient Ways. There's no actions and no items.
No, it's basically Pete Games referee on a song. We didn't even sing it. We were able to just hard cast it. And Jeff next turn won't be able to play any actions. But also putting another action into our discard, playing another action meant our Olaf, Snowman of Action, was even cheaper.
It's so good. Olaf, it costs to reduce for every card in your discard pile, which is an action. One less for every one. So that 9 cost really is not a 9 cost properly. We draw from Beast to start the turn here. And then that means, drawing 2 cards a turn, pretty gosh darn relevant. Jeff is only at 6 lore, but this feels like the point of the game where we can start accelerating away.
Yeah, and not to mention when Olaf comes in, it also makes each opponent lose 2 lore, which can definitely help Alexis get back in the game here.
This is Namari. How many cards in the discard pile? Because you got strength equal to cards. Oh, not relevant, just using the skill. Okay. So at some point, Namari's going to challenge. And when that happens, Kim, I want to know how many cards are in the discard.
Yeah, because right now I can only imagine she's probably got quite a good bit of strength and can probably easily deal with our 4 willpower on our Olaf, Snowman of Action. But she might just have to quest or stick around a little bit while longer, as Keep the Ancient Ways was played. So no actions or songs are going to be sung or played this turn by Jeff. So we're just going to go wide, really, really wide, and just really quest, getting up to 13 lore. And we're going to play our own Pete Games referee, which really shuts down Alexis's deck. What he's really trying to do here, play an awful lot of actions. Play our Lilo escape artist, it seems, even our Olaf Snowman of Action, and maybe even sing or be prepared to get rid of this board. But sadly, Pete Games referee was only just played. We're not going to be able to do any singing.
We're not going to be able to do any singing right now. Jeff went quest. Oh, and by the way, here's a Pete to stop you playing any actions. And Alexis really on the back foot here. No lore to speak of. Up against his opponent with 13. He's got an Olaf and a Hercules on the board, neither of which are really doing a huge amount right now. And then you really need to start, playing some of these cards to take away lore, like your Olaf, Snowman of Action. But then you also need to be building up your board, and then you also need to be trying to clear Jeff's board. And I'm asking a lot from Alexis here. And my point, Kim, very simply is, I think Alexis has a lot to do here to try and get back into this game. And it's going to be very difficult to come back.
Yeah, and that Pete Games referee in the hand is really sticking to the board right now, but really troubling Alexis's hand, because in his hand, there's only actions.
Yeah, that's not ideal when a Pete Games referee came down last turn. If you've got nothing but actions, it means you've got literally nothing to play. Hercules is going to trade with that Aurora that you might remember got played literally on turn 1. So it's not exactly the best use I've ever seen. We do see Olaf getting rid of another character as well. But Jeff here can actually quest up to 19 putting him very close.
He can quest to 19.
Okay.
However, I just saw one card that is in Alexis' hand that he was able to draw last turn. And if our Olaf sticks around, but even if our Olaf doesn't stick around, we will be able to ink. And that is be prepared in the hand. So once Jeff doesn't play another peak games referee, Alexis might be able to regain board control.
It's going to be very iffy when you're already up against 19 law, but I like where you're thinking, Kim. Strength of Raging Fire takes out the Olaf, forcing Alexis to have to hard play this card next turn, which is not what we're looking for, but we pass over. We quest up to 19, and I think it is going to be you ink a card, you be prepared. I will not be singing it like Baker. And then here we go. All of the characters get banished, but Alexis doesn't have any ink to try and reestablish his board, so Jeff gets the first chance to reestablish.
Yeah, and no glimmers left in the hand to play, and there is Jeff right off the bat being able to play a Beast Tragic Hero, but does Alexis have anything he can do to get rid of it? There is a whole new world in the hand. Will we finally see it come down? And there it is!
But again, it's played, it's not sung. And to be clear, if that beast is on the board at the beginning of Jeff's next turn, he will quest, he will win the game. So Alexis having to pay for Be Prepared, having to pay for a whole new world. Does he have a 2-cost card that can get rid of this beast? He has to have it, or it's not going to work. It's a dangerous plan, but now he's searching for a 1-cost card that can deal with the beast. I don't think he's got it.
No, I don't think there's going to be a way Alexis is going to be able to deal with this beast, and we've already inked a card. If we manage to have perhaps even a Firefly Swarm, and we've discarded enough cards that would have let us play it and banish any character, the beast, we would have been able to deal with it, but it's only a matter of time before Jeff, who's on 19 lore, is able to quest up to 20. Doesn't seem like now with no ink left.
And Alexis has been digging and digging and digging, but it looks like there's nothing left to dig for. Beast Tragic Hero is going to quest. Jeff is going to take game 1, and you cannot fault Alexis there. Just digging over and over again, drawing so many cards, but unfortunately it was not to be.
No, not to be. We didn't get to see all of the actions popped off, and I was so excited, but Pete came down, and then another Pete came down, and then Keep the Ancient Ways came down, and oh my gosh, there were so many actions.
There were so many actions, and I don't think we got to see Alexis' deck really fire there. That Lilo can be so much fun, where you essentially play 3 1-cost actions. You get all of the bonuses, which a lot of times is drawing cards, and then you play this card for, well, what has essentially been free, but you also got the actions, and then you got the Olaf Snowman of action, which can come down and take away your opponent's lore and give you this big body on the board, which is questing as well. You can see the bones of the deck, and we did get to see everything there. It's a really fun deck. It didn't seem to work.
No, Pete Games referee came down by our Amber Steel player at just the right moment and really shut Alexis out of the game. Our Amber Steel player was able to build such a wide board, played Pete, and then we see another Pete came down at such a right moment, which, like, in these steel decks, Pete Games referee and cards like Keep the Ancient Ways really kind of shut off these action decks like Ruby Steel, but this time, will we see Alexis show us what it's meant to do? Can we see Lilo causing an uproar to this game? We're about to find out.
We're off in game 2 here, and we do see that. Now, I always pronounce this card wrong, apparently. It's 1-1, or however it's supposed to be pronounced. I'm sorry for getting it wrong. And then we... Eye to eye. Thank you. Eye to eye to play an inner string. So I'm never going to get that wrong again.
No, because you know now.
I know now.
Eye to eye. We're feeling a little goofy. It's only round 3. We've got this.
I love what you did there. Yeah, once again, we're just playing those actions. We're setting up for an Olaf. Now, it's worth noting for Lilo, the actions have to be played the same turn, but for Olaf, they can have been played whenever. It's a Cinderella ballroom sensation for Jeff, and then just passing straight back.
Yeah, but essentially means if we have 3 ink turn 3, and we have 3 1-cost items, we can essentially play these 3 1-drop items, like Inner Strengths, if we have 3 Inner Strengths, for example, play our Lilo for free, and that's getting a 5-cost character out on the board on turn 3. But right now, it's Jebediah, a.k.a. Cookie. I love him. He's evasive. He is reckless. And he's in the game.
It's Jebediah Farnsworth Cookie, yeah, and this is going to be what you need, because these early singers like Cinderella, they're going to get exerted, right? Because they have to sing these songs, but here you're a free, you're going up against a 1-2, so you'll take them out, take 1 damage back, and you can take out 2 or 3 glimmers using just this. Ursula Vanessa comes down as a second singer. Both of those could be taken out. Oh, no, Ursula's got 4 willpower. Never mind. Still, and you notice Cinderella there, you can't exert it unless you're really ready to use it, because Cookie is waiting.
Yeah, but even with another inner strength to give our Jebediah Farnsworth 1 extra strength, that Ursula Vanessa is easily dealt with. But we don't need a challenge right now. We can sing a Keep the Ancient Ways.
And now we see an Olaf going into the Inkwell, and we got Max Goof coming out. Not the rebellious teen that we've seen so much play from. This is, in fact, your rocking team. It's a singer 5 who can't move to a location, although I'm saying it out that I don't think Alexa's playing any locations. So it's just a singer 5.
Well, none that we know of. We could see a location come out.
Oh, we could. I'm just making a prediction
knows?
here, Kim. I think that 1-cost card, the Winter Spell, is just there as a 1-cost card. You got Max Goof with no downside because there are no locations. I could be wrong. I'm just making my prediction. I'm calling my shot.
Yeah, but definitely if we don't even have any locations, still a great card. It's 1 cost, it's inkable, lets you draw a card, and if we've got 3 winter spells this turn, and even a Lilo causing an uproar, we could see it being played for free.
It's beautiful. And, you know, the downside of trying to play these 1-drop actions so quickly is that you're lowering your hand size. But look at all of these cards we've seen, like Winterspell and Dangerous Plan, etc., etc. They're all drawing cards as you go, so you're not actually lowering your hand. You're just playing Lilo nice and cheaply. Oh, here we go. One of Sid's toys is going to be going into the Inkwell here.
Yeah, just look like Roller Bob is going to be going into the Inkwell. Jeff just taking a look because, well, if we've got another one, Roller Bob can do some pretty exciting things.
Well, when you play, you can put 2 characters from your discard to the bottom of your deck to give Roller Bob rush. But I don't believe we have 2 characters there, so there will be no rushing. Never mind, you can't win them all.
No, so no surprise why Roller Bob is getting sent into the Inkwell. So we're going to pay 2 for Keep the Ancient Ways, really locking this Amber Steel song out of doing some singing with 2 singers on the board. Do we have another glimmer even to play? We see Dale. Dale coming down here can really help Jeff challenge in to this Max Goof on the board.
Looks like that's what we've got. And Ursula Vanessa. Now, the thing about Dale ready for his shot is you now challenge with your willpower rather than your strength. Ursula Vanessa, 1 strength. 4 willpower. Yes.
Yeah, even our Cinderella here being a 1-2 has the ability to challenge here for 2. But Dale himself does have the opportunity to challenge for 4 even if he wants to. But easily getting rid of one of Alexis's singers, but that's okay. Jebediah, a.k.a. Cookie, is going to do some singing once again and also playing another action, meaning our Olaf Snowman of action is in the game and he's ready for action.
I love this because now you've turned off songs and items and actions for the 2nd turn in a row for Jeff, while also playing that big Olaf 4-4 questing for 2. It is a Coot Edamuti search out here from the aerial sensational singer, spectacular singer. However, no singing this turn, Ariel. You wait.
Yeah, no singing this turn, meaning none of our glimmers are even going to quest because Jebediah could easily challenge in and get rid of our Cinderella ballroom sensation or our Dale.
Well, you would need the 1 strength boost for Dale, but like you've said, that is absolutely possible. So, yeah, that is something we could see coming down quite nicely. That Cookie, he's a threat on the board right now. He is stopping Jeff do what he wants to do.
Yeah, and just 1 card, I believe, left in Alexis's hand. Didn't play anything that turn.
It's just a Mulan disguised soldier. It's not ideal. We saw a Coot Edamuti played, so the next character is going to be 2 less ink than you might, or 2 fewer ink than you might be expecting. Now it's going to be 5 for Cinderella, stout-hearted. It's been threatened in this matchup. We finally see it coming down. Along came Zeus, takes out Olaf's no man of action. Along came Zeus, takes out Jebediah Farnsworth Cookie. Oh, it feels like this game has flipped, Kim.
It really has. No longer could we stop the actions and the songs. We'd no Pete, we'd no more keep the ancient ways. And Jeff had all the answers to be able to deal with Alexa's board. But now, here is our Mulan disguised soldier, joined by another Max Goof. But if we play a song, this Cinderella stout-hearted can easily challenge ready characters.
Well, we've got another Akut Adamuti, it looks like, being played here. And we are going to be challenging the ready character, which is the Max Goof, that rockin' teen already going away. And now there's still, that cost reduction is still hanging out there if we've got something to use it for. Do we have anything to use it for?
We do indeed. That is going to be Ursula Vanessa. We get to play her for free, meaning now we're just going to play more glimmers to the board. Why not also have another pretty epic Aurora holding court to join our beautiful other glimmers on the board?
It's once again, Jeff, game one. He's only on free lore this game, but it's not about the lore counter. It is about the board presence right now. It is worth noting, we know Alexis does play Be Prepared. So that is something we need to bear in mind. But, you know, let's say you play an Olaf wanting to sing at the following turn. Well, Cinderella Stout-Hearted can challenge active characters, ready characters, and that's a bad thing. Well, it's a good thing for Jeff, but it's a bad thing for Alexis. And Jeff is doing a great job here of just locking down the board and really hurting Alexis's options.
Yeah, especially with that Max Goof having the ability for Singer 5. But right now, our Hercules is going to come in. We could discard our hand, return a card from your discard to your hand into his ability, Heroic Sacrifice. But we didn't have to discard anything, so we can just return a character or any card. Doesn't even have to be a character, but that is going to be Max Goof coming back from the discard, and we're going to play him straight away.
Not too shabby, frankly. And it is worth noting a hand of 0 is still a hand, so you do technically discard your hand. You just have a hand of 0 cards. It's another Akut Etamuti from Ursula Vanessa, and that, of course, activates Cinderella, who can now go in and challenge that Max Goof rockin' team, take it out. This is one of my favorite things to do. It doesn't happen often in the game, but being able to challenge ready characters is great. And oh, look, it's another Pete.
Oh, another Pete. And we've seen how game one, these Petes really shut out Alexis's deck when it's so focused on playing actions. And it was a winter spell which would have let us draw a card, but that Pete Games referee is saying, he's blowing his whistle, he's saying no actions right now. And sadly for Alexis, that means we can't really do much. We can quest, but our Hercules, who has only 1 willpower, can easily be challenged.
And that is a huge problem because 1 willpower is not very much willpower, and it's very much looking like game one here for Jeff, where let's play keep away, let's control our opponent's board. The lore will come. Like, if you get a good enough setup, the lore will come. Here we see Hercules just trading with Aurora, holding court. Maybe not the best use I've ever seen. Like, Hercules has taken down mightier foes than Aurora holding court.
Yeah, but it definitely is one less glimmer for Alexis to have to deal with. But looks like now Jeff is pressing on the gas. We're going to just quest. And we go from 7. And is that another Pete Games referee?
It is another Pete Games referee and another fist bump. Jeff locks the game down so well. Alexis decides, you know what? I'm not going to win this game, Jeff. You win 2 games to 0. Worth noting, Jeff was on 4 points coming into this game, so a win and a tie. But now a second win that we have coming in here, and I absolutely love it.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. And those Petes really just locked our Ruby Steel player out of being able to take back control of the game. But then our Ruby Steel player also played his own Petes and Keep the Ancient Ways to lock our Amber Steel player out of the game for a short period of time, but it was only a few turns before our Amber Steel player was able to just flood the board with so many glimmers, sing a load of songs, and we finally seen it. It was the Cinderella Stout-Hearted shift on top of our Cinderella Ballroom sensation, and it was beautiful.
It's one that had been teased for a while, but unfortunately it took this long. But hey, we did get to see it, and if you're around in season 1, you probably have some of those Cinderella from the prize wall. Lovely to see them. But look, where we have winners, we have interviews with those winners. So let's head on over to the lounge and hear from one of our winners.
Hello, Illumineers. I am joined in the lounge here with Jeff, who just won his round 3 match playing Amber Steel, and you have faced off against 3 opponents. But this round 3, were you expecting to see Ruby Steel here?
No, I don't.
Surprising, you were telling me beforehand.
Yeah, for sure. That's a color combination you don't see all the time, I think.
Yeah.
So it was very surprising. He locked me very much, very few turns out, but I get a little bit more aggressive than him.
Yeah. Now, you are playing Amber Steel, and I wanted to know, why did you decide to bring Amber Steel here to Dortmund this weekend?
I am just very confident on the stack. I played it in Birmingham too, and yeah, I tested it a lot. And the Princess version is a little bit spicier, I think, because you can ramp into the Princess. I like it. You are not, you play no whole new world, so
Right, yeah.
they can not Ursula this whole new world. So yeah, I like this version a lot.
Yeah, well, you must be feeling confident going into the rest of the tournament. You're telling me that you have done really well at past events, finished 9-3, was it, at Ghent?
Yeah, right.
Which was really fantastic.
I was a little bit unlucky in the last rounds. I played against Salas. Shout out, yeah. And on the draw against my bad matchup was it. But it was really very close, and yeah, it was close. So
Very close. Well, hopefully you won't have many close games this weekend. You've been 2-0 each round so far. Good luck to you the rest of this weekend. Before I let you go, is there anyone that you want to shout out?
for sure. So my wife and my son,
Yay.
for sure, and the Berlin community. They're all great. They're great players too. Yeah. So for this moment, that's my shout-outs.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much, Jeff, for talking with me. Good luck the rest of today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Illumineers. We'll be right back with more Disney Lorcana.
Oh, we will be right back, Rebecca. We are already back, gearing up for round 4 action is going to be in the not-too-distant future, Kim. Is there anything you haven't seen on the stream yet today that you kind of want to have a little bit of a peek at?
Have we gotten Ruby Sapphire?
Oh, I don't believe we have. I was running around a lot during round 2, though, so I might have missed something. I had some errands to run.
Something else I'm really excited for, and it is my pick because, and I haven't seen it, I had a little wander. There is a few of them, and I hope they're doing well, and I hope we get to see a little bit of Sapphire Steel.
Yeah, that would be cool. I mean, what I really want, I want to see these Princess Amber Steel song decks. We just saw one doing really well in the last round. It's my pick for the weekend. I want to see weird stuff. I want to see fun stuff. I want to see things like the Emerald Ruby Leviathan deck we saw back in round 1. We saw a very locations-heavy deck, which I really, really enjoyed. We've seen an actions-heavy deck. We've seen a lot of strange things. Strange things are happening right now around this hall, and I want to see more of that. I want to see the limit of this Infinity constructed format.
Yeah, I'm really excited. And so I know something we did have on earlier, which was an Emerald Steel deck. I believe Baker and Ed got to cast it, and it was really exciting. And I'm excited to learn more about Emerald Steel, and maybe we can.
I think maybe we can. Why don't we go over to the lounge and have a chat about Emerald Steel?
Welcome back to the lounge here at DLC Dortmund. So I'm joined by Spessy, and we're going to be talking about a particular deck. Specifically, that didn't quite work, did it? But we're going to be talking about Emerald Steel. Now, obviously, in a format like where Dogs is quite prevalent, Amber, Emerald, this is one of the kind of decks that can kind of compete with that, but can kind of also disrupt some other decks like Sapphire decks. Talk to us a bit about what this deck really does.
Yeah, so I'm a big fan of Prince John. He's probably my favourite card in Disney Lorcana history. But Prince John, greediest of all, as brilliant of a card as it is, it's only got 1 strength, 2 willpower. It's uninkable, so you kind of always have to play it on curve. And with a lot of the more fast questing strategies in Disney Lorcana metagame for Infinity, that can fall behind quite quickly. If you pair then the Prince John with the control of steel, in particular, look at strength of a raging fire and let the storm rage on. It gives you that opportunity to still have this quite slow starting strategy and control the board with songs, right? You're not spending any ink when you sing a song, so you can remove one of your opponent's characters and still develop one of your own characters as well.
So there's a couple of characters to really note in this. You obviously mentioned Prince John, greediest of all. For those of you who don't know the ability, I sentence you. Whenever your opponent discards one or more cards, you may draw a card for each card discarded. Now, that's obviously incredibly useful against Tramp when that's going to happen, and we're going to see a lot of discards happening. But one of the main cards, and it's back in Infinity, Joe, Diablo Devoted Herald with circle far and wide. Draw a card when your opponent draws. So every single turn, you're getting more of that recursion. It's good to see it back, but also quite scary. People were scared of this card when it was in the format.
Yeah, and Seal's always been the best home for Diablo. Anyway, again, because of those songs, Let the Storm Rage On and Strength of a Raging Fire. I had a conversation recently with Zan Syed, who, of course, won the most recent challenge in Europe in Ghent. And he said that in the Infinity format, you've really got to try and find an explosive start to make sure that you can just have a really good high-tempo start to the game of Disney Lorcana. And Diablo Devoted Herald, singing Let the Storm Rage On, removing your opponent's Cinderella. Well, there's not really many better ways to start than that. But, Ed, it is quite inconsistent. You're only going to hit that Diablo shift line about 60, 65% of the time if you totally mulligan for it. So you have to have a plan B, or you could end up in a lot of trouble very quickly.
That's true. Now, it's not the only Diablo in this deck, because we have a brand new one in set 12, Diablo Stone Servant. So this is a card which is seeing quite a lot of play at the moment. So basically, it's got Cruel Intent. While you have a villain character in play, it gets +2 strength and +1 law, but also has Villainous Bond. While this character is exerted, your villain characters cannot be challenged. And as you guys can see from all the cards you see on screen, we're mostly playing villains here, Joe, so the synergy from this new card is pretty good.
Yeah, especially with Prince John. Prince John, Quest for 2, it has Ward, very difficult to target by removing it, of course, with Ward. And that Diablo almost turns into a bodyguard sort of effect. It doesn't have that keyword, but being able to protect your Prince John is really quite unbelievable. And it does give you that little bit of extra consistency if you want to shift that Devoted Herald onto it. It's not as ideal. You'd rather shift it onto the 1 cost, but you've got that option.
That's true. And speaking of bodyguards, though, we do have the Headless Horseman.
Yes.
We've got Relentless Spirit, and we also have Cursed Rider. So a little bit of protection there, some extra discard as well, being able to get rid of some of the opposing characters. Not the only new character we have, the Stone Servant. We actually have Lenny Toy Binoculars, one of the toy characters from set 12. Now, this has got quite an interesting ability to be able to work in as well. It's got Take a Good Look. When you play this character, chosen opponent reveals their hand and discards an action of your choice. Plus, coming up fast. Once during your turn, whenever you play an action, you may ready this card. So a great singer.
Yeah, it really is. It's sort of like a hybrid between Mowgli and the Ursula Deceiver. It does cost 3, a little bit more expensive, but again, with those songs, it is a really good option once you've got it down to be singing with. And speaking of songs, another really key piece in this deck, which is easy to overlook, Ed, is the Max Goof. With it having just 2 strength, you are able to return the Max Goof to your hand with the Muses, and then just continue to replay it. And again, the power of the songs in this deck, the Strength of a Raging Fire, Let the Storm Rage On are often the ones we talk most about. But also, if your opponent's got that 1 card in hand, you know it's something like a Be Prepared or a Sisu, and you can play Max Goof to bring back a Sudden Chill and discard that card. And then, of course, being able to then replay it over and over again with the Muses, it is an incredibly key part of this deck. Wouldn't even be surprised some players to increase the count of that card up to 3 with how powerful it can be.
I agree, and you're right, the Muses doing a lot of the circulating of these, but another really good card for songs is, of course, Ursula Deceiver of All. So when you play that, and obviously, and you sing, you get to bring one of those songs back and play it immediately again and then put it to the bottom of the deck. That's a great usage, especially if you're starting to run a bit low on cards. You want to do some of the...
This event, we have our Friday event, we have our Saturday event, and then on Sunday, we come back and do the top cuts for both of them, and then we have the winners playoff to see who gets that invite to the World Championships. And it means I get 3 days of hanging around in Dortmund talking about Disney Lorcana with lovely people such as Bessie, Baker, Rebecca, Ed, and of course, Kim.
Yay, I love
in
cards.
Germany.
Germany.
How are you finding Germany so far?
Germany's so cool. There's such good food.
At currywurst.
Yeah.
Oh, it's beautiful.
So did I. I'd never had that before, and it's so exciting. But also, just getting to meet so many players from our German Disney Lorcaner trading card game community has been so magical, and I'm so excited to bring you guys even more action because we've so much more coming.
There is so much more. We've got 3 full days of action. It's going to be wonderful. But there are some things I think we need to learn a little bit more about, right? These CCQs, these LCQs. People at home are going to have questions. Kim,
Yeah.
I think you might be the perfect person to tell us more about these. So, one question for you.
Okay.
How quickly can you get across the hall to tell us?
Yeah, I can do it.
Go! Let's learn more from Kim about CCQs and LCQs.
Welcome back to the Lounge Illumineers. We hope that you're enjoying today's broadcast here live from Dortmund. I'm joined by the wonderful Kim, having a phantasmic time today, yes?
Oh, yes, I still am. I looked around the floor,
Yes.
game one, and had a little scour, and I was looking for the beautiful popsicles, and there's so many in
Oh, yes. This Infinity format. So fun seeing some of our favorite cards coming back into play. But really, one of the things that players are here to do is to earn an invite to the championships, the European championships. And one of the ways that you can do that is not just through the Disney Lorcaner Challenge, but also CCQs. And we have seen the launch of CCQs in Europe and North America this year. And we have some other events coming up that you can go to get an invite at one of these third-party events.
Yeah, I'm super excited. The LCQs, the last chance. Oh, not even LCQs, the CCQs. Just a super great way for communities or people, members of the community that aren't able to make it to the bigger events like this, the Disney Lorcaner challenges. It's so much fun. It's like a little mini DLC, and they're so much fun. I was at one last week, and
That's right.
I had the pleasure of commentating with Steve and Ed, and it was so much fun. And we had 2 tickets.
Oh, that's right. 2
or
invites.
2 invites.
2 invites.
2 people made it to the EU Championship. So there's going to be so many more people joining them, Rebecca.
Yes.
And I believe we have a few places coming up soon.
There are some CCQs coming up soon around the U.S. I'm not sure about in Europe, though. So check the website, DisneyLorcaner.com. We do have one that's happening tomorrow in Florida, but we have some other events coming up in Texas, in Dallas, 2 in Texas, actually. There's 2 different ones in Texas. There's one in Mississippi. There's a CCQ in New York. So plenty of chances to earn that invite to the championships. But you did mention something a bit earlier, and that is there is a last chance qualifier,
There
Kim.
is LCQ, CCQ. So if you can't make it to a CCQ, there is still a way that you can get yourselves in to play in the EU Championships or NA Championships, because we've got LCQs
Yes.
for both.
Yes.
There's still tickets available for the European LCQs.
Yes, and that, of course, is going to be held at Disneyland Paris, which is going to be a wonderful event. Tickets are on sale now. There's still some available, so you can go and get your tickets and join us at the Disneyland Paris Resort for that LCQ. Get your invite to the European Championships. I cannot wait to see the group of players that we have come into the championships on both continents. It's going to be a really fantastic time. But we're here today. We're doing Infinity. And I have to ask, what card are you most excited to see in Infinity format?
Oh, what card am I most excited to see?
There's so many. There are
so many.
There are over 2,400 cards available in Infinity format.
There's so many.
Yes.
Well, I did wear my Phantasmic
Yes,
ears
you
today
did.
because I am excited for the return of Turnabog,
Yes.
Evildoer. But not only that, I am a Sapphire girl, true and true, and I love some popsicle action.
Fantastic.
Rebecca, I want to know what you're excited for.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's got to be the bounce package. I love my Madam Mim. I love bouncing goats and rabbits, and with like new cards like the Scrooge McDuck, Ghost Ebenezer. Like, there's just some new fun things that you can do. Madam Mim Fox is one of my favorites, so I'm really excited to see that whole bounce package come back. So let us know in the chat what you are excited to see, and we're going to be here with more gameplay. Stick around with us all day. Thanks for joining us here live in Dortmund. More Disney Lorcaner coming up for you.
You're absolutely right, Rebecca. There's plenty more Disney Lorcana coming up, and right now I'm joined in the booth by the one and only Joe Curley, and we're about to have ourselves quite an exciting little game, aren't we? Also, this is the first time you and I have had a chance to do this since Euros.
It's been a long time, hasn't it?
It's been a very long time. That is a crazy long time, but we're here, and we've got quite an exciting matchup. Do you know what our two Lumineers are going to be playing?
I'm just going to wait to say that, just in case, because they're just behind us. We'll make sure they've got all their headphones
Oh, yeah,
on.
good point.
But I
never
can tell
know.
you, it's going to be pretty exciting.
It is going to be an exciting one. It's a couple of decks that people are very, very interested in. We can see the headphones are on, so we can confirm it's going to be... or is it? Because
See an Amethyst Diablo down on the board, kicking things off, and then on the other side, it does look like, look at that. We have got Amethyst and Emerald on your right-hand side, as well as that Ruby and Emerald deck, the deck that I have predicted to win the tournament this very weekend. And we are going to see that turn 2 shift Diablo, though. It's going to be the wrong lever that is going to be discarded, and it is going to be the Friends on the other side sung. You don't really get much of a better opening in the game than that.
that's perfect. That's how you want to kick things off. We do see that we don't talk about Bruno in hand. We've even got Louis in hand. We are going to see the We Don't Talk About Bruno getting inked. Immediately going to see an Ursula, and that is going to let us check the hand.
Ooh.
A non-action is going to get discarded there. Yeah, just examining what's in the hands, we see a Brawl, we see also an Ursula Deceiver, we do see the Olaf, 2 of them, very exciting, and your favourite, Prince John.
I do like a bit of Prince John, and I'm very curious on what Christoph inked on that first turn. I didn't quite catch it. If it wasn't a song, it was a little bit greedy to leave that striker good match in hand. Sometimes you just have 2 songs. It's not possible to get rid of both. Well, how about that? Look at that. There is a Bruno also in the hand of Alexis. Similarly, you can draw that We Don't Talk About Bruno from the Diablo trigger, and it can be impossible at times to play around Ursula Deceiver. But Ursula Deceiver, both players getting great value from that Emerald Glimmer.
And we have seen in hand as well, there is a Cricky, an Elsa, a Louis, and we've got another copy of We Don't Talk About Bruno. So right now, got some resources in hand. We are going to see that Elsa getting inked, and then we are going to put out our Louis exerted.
Yeah, so Louis comes in exerted, and it's going to be giving Reckless to Ursula. And that Diablo, though, is still ticking away. Alexis going to pass his turn and draw when Christoph draws. Christoph, though, does find a Diablo of their own. Of course, it's not going to be shifted in, but it can start to contest this Diablo. But don't forget, Ursula is reckless. It can't quest and must challenge if able. But if Christoph can sing a song, that is a nice way of bypassing that. Well, how about a Brawl to deal with that Diablo? That is going to clean it up for now.
Brawl is one of those cards that around the time that was in rotation, it defined even some of the terminology. Because a character might be an interesting character, but you would often hear the phrase in the community, well, it suffers under Brawl.
Yeah.
Brawl was a great way of just getting rid of anything that had less than 2 strength. But we're going to see that Ursula challenge into the Louis. Because of that Reckless, has to challenge if it can. Although with 3 willpower on that Louis, it's not going to do an awful lot. Now, let's have a quick gander at what Alexis has in hand. We are probably going to see that Diablo getting inked there. And then we go, oh, there we go.
Yeah, Chip comes down, and Christoph going to be forced to discard a card. Actually does go for the Prince John instead of the Diablo, which is a really interesting decision. And also worth noting, Christoph, the previous turn, could have sung Sudden Chill instead of challenging with that Reckless Ursula, but decided not to. But the Prince John discard is a really, really interesting decision. Also have the opportunity to discard the Diablo instead, but favoring the Devoted Herald instead of that warded Prince John at the moment. I've got to say I'm a little bit surprised by that decision. My instinct in a Prince John mirror match is that Prince John is just the best card to get down on the board. Often, if you're playing a Prince John against another Prince John deck, you both sort of try and empty your hand as much as possible, because if you've got any cards in your hand and your opponent draws into a discard, well, they're going to draw from it. But Christoph deciding to go a different route is really fascinating to see. And we have this 2/5 evasive on the board. It quests for 1, and when you quest with Gaetan Moliere, you are going to draw 2 cards and then discard 2 cards.
Now, I'm very fond of Louis Endearing Alligator. I just think he's a fun card. I like his art, and I think it's got quite an interesting utility when you're in these matches and you want to stop something from questing, just give it a little bit of reckless. Sure, there might be some trading that happens as a result, but it is always a positive one. Now, we do see Gaëtan Mollier, clever burrower on there with evasive. So that's a very good one to have on the board if we do end up seeing another one of those pesky Diablos. But Lucky Cricket comes down when you play this character. Your other characters get +3 strength this turn, and it quests for 3. It's quite a lethal thing to have on the board. I wonder how many he's got in that deck. Probably not too many.
Yeah, I'm a really big fan of the cricket. It's one of those cards that's always easy to reduce the amount of copies of it. Like when you're trying to fit everything into your deck, and cricket can often be the kind of card that's cut away, but it is really deserving of its place. It's just got a brilliant stat line on top of the fact it quests for 3. But we are going to see the Gaëtan Mollier come through. Now, this could be a big moment because you're going to draw 2, discard 2, and suddenly that return of Hercules into a Leviathan would be available. But does Christoph have both of the puzzle pieces? I can see the Leviathan.
I don't think there's a return of Hercules.
I don't think it's there. Of course, the Gaëtan Mollier could also help you draw into it. That hasn't happened. Now, you could go for the striker good match here. The problem is, without a character on board to sing that, you won't have enough ink to go for the striker good match and the return of Hercules. So you can see how valuable the singers are really here for Christoph. And the fact they didn't get any singers down at this stage is having a really big impact on their decision-making right now. That Diablo is discarded, as well as the 1 cost, and it will be striker good match, paying the full 2 ink for that.
Now, do we see any of the cards needed in hand? We know that the Leviathan's there. There's one of them getting discarded because there is another in hand still. And then we're going to see, we don't talk about Bruno getting inked and passing immediately back to Alexis, readying things up. And then let's see what happens here. So we did just draw friends on the other side. So playing that or singing that, we're going to be able to get a couple of extra cards into the hand. What are we going to do this with? Maybe just sing it with Ursula? Well, it's 3 cost. 2 cost, 3 cost.
I think it's most likely going to be the Louis that sings this one, drawing a couple of cards. In fact, it's going to be Chip, which shows what I know. Chip referred to Louis as the singer.
Then we get Elsa and, of course, Diablo in hand, Obedient Raven. Got to take these moments kind of carefully. You've got to always think a couple of turns ahead. What might, because especially if it's a Ruby Emerald deck, like you say, it's the return of Hercules into the massive Leviathan, and that's usually a big board wipe. And actually, looking at what's on board, it would almost take out everything. But we are going to see We Don't Talk About Bruno get put back to the hand, and then we have a random selection here. Going to roll a dice to see which...
Big moment. I mean, a hit on the Leviathan. There's a very big read that Alexis has that there's already a Leviathan in hand because you just saw 1 discarded. Can you find the
okay. I saw the Ruby and thought that was it. Oh, okay, right. But we do lose the Maui Hero to All, which is quite a useful card, especially when you've got a board presence like this. You want to get rid of those crickies as quickly as you can because every time that quests, you're getting really close to where you need to be. But we are going to see what happens here with Christoph. Christoph sort of had a little bit of the rug pulled out from under him, but we still have the option. What are we going to see on the draw here? Now, that is just another Diablo. It's a Diablo off at the moment, Maleficent Spy. But you get to look at the opponent's hand and see what they've got if he does play it. But is there much of a need to do that?
Probably not. Probably because
pass back.
Gaëtan Mollier, you can quest this next turn, and maybe that Diablo is the perfect card to discard. I love the play from Alexis in the previous turn. That Bruno, you've got the opportunity to high roll into that the Leviathan. You've got a pretty strong read is in the hand. But moreover, just removing the Gaëtan Mollier from the board, stopping it having that sort of effect to filter your deck, and also just deny having a singer on the board. Christoph really needs to have a singer on the board of some sort alongside the return of Hercules to get that Leviathan combo at its best.
Very, very true. So we are going to see Wrong Lever come down. Choose one, return character to the player's hand, or put a card name. Pull the lever from your discard to the bottom of your deck and put a chosen character on the bottom of their player's deck. So we have gone for the first one, just returning a character to the player's hand.
Yeah, and I think Alexis has really found the win condition here. It's probably not a deck they've got much experience against, but Christoph didn't pull off that combo early, and Alexis is just continuing to deny it, making sure there's no singers available. That Diablo will now come down somewhat belatedly. It's going to be an Elsa in the hand. Alexis is just 6 lore away. That Lucky Cricket is questing for 3 every single turn.
Oh, and then we're going to see Gaëtan Mollier come down one more time here. clever burrower. Not that I think there's going to be a huge amount to do there. There's the questing for 6, and that is going to be game 1, going to Alexis. Alexis? I feel like Alexi, surely.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
We've got it written down here. Seems to be Alexis. Okay, we're going to go with what we've been told. So Alexis takes game 1 there, and we're going to see what happens, because who knows? As we get into game 2, we might end up seeing that Ruby Emerald combo pop off that you were talking about, and it is a devastating one. We got to see this earlier actually in the day, and it was exceptional, but will we get to see it again? It comes down to quite interesting circumstances.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a Diablo mirror here, right? And a big part of these games can really swing in the early game. If one player shifts to Diablo, the other doesn't, the game really swings in favor of the player that shifts to Diablo. We even saw the turn 3 brawl in that case, right?
We did.
But when you're brawling on turn 3, instead of playing your Diablo, you're still not developing your board. And then we got to a state where they had the Gator Moliere down, but it got bounced back twice, and they just never quite managed to recover the board. There was a 1-turn window there where Ruby Emerald, if they had the combo available, it could have been a totally different game. That Leviathan comes down, removes 10 strength worth of characters from the board, and instead of 10-10 that quest for 3. And despite a pretty bad start, there was that 1-turn window where Ruby Emerald, if they just top-decked into the right card, they could have won that game. So even with a difficult start for Ruby Emerald, there was still that little window of opportunity. And I think Alexis, full credit to them, they quickly realized their win condition, which is, well, I don't have many cards in hand. I've got a few characters on board that I'm a bit worried that might get removed by something pretty soon. Better quest. And it was really the Cricky that was the star of the show. I think the Cricky quested for 9.
That's crazy. That's almost half of what you need for the entire thing, which is why that is a character you just need to get rid of. If you leave a couple of other things on the board, that's okay. But questing for 3 and then questing with all the other characters you have on board, that's such a quick ramp, and it goes wrong so quickly. So that's one you've got to focus on removing. And who knows, maybe we'll get to see the exact combo that Christoph wanted to be able to pull off. Maybe we get, left in the dust a little bit by the draw again. Let's have a look as we get into game 2 here at Dortmund for our Disney Lorcana Challenge.
Yeah, we'll be Christoph on the play. Wouldn't expect many one-cost characters in Christoph's deck outside of that Diablo. It's going to be the Jebediah Farnsworth inked, and it will be the Diablo Maleficent Spy on turn 1. Kind of surprised by the decision to ink the Jebediah Farnsworth. You have a really good peek at your opponent's hand, and you do see that there is a Diablo shift available. You also see that there is a copy of Friends on the other side, so might be like lining up the Ursula. There is also the Diablo shift available for Christoph. You've got to make sure you consider how many songs you have in your hand to play around that turn 2 Ursula Deceiver. That's the sort of key things that each player is going to be maneuvering their way through in these first couple of turns.
Now, interestingly, it looks like Alexis is wanting... No, never mind, he's changed his mind, or he's changed it back, keeping us on tenterhooks here. Okay, so we're going to ink Friends on the other side for a different kind of Diablo, for these Diablo offs that we've got here.
Yeah, and this play, for me, makes total sense, making sure you don't look at your opponent's hand, and even if you had the 1-drop, you have to ink first, the Maleficent Spy, but you just respect the fact that Ursula on 2 is a very common play. And he has the Pull the Lever in hand, which is not a song card. Lyle Tiberius Rourke, this is a new... I mean, Alexis needs to have a look at it. It is a new card, and it's working in a very similar way to Yzma, except it also has this bonus fact of... If you discard 2 or more cards this turn, or if 2 or more cards went into your discard this turn, your opponent loses 1 law at the end of your turn.
You're absolutely right. This is a set 12 Lyle Tiberius Rourke Adventurer for Hire. And like you said, those are the 2 abilities, Eye for Value and Dirty Tricks. It's a pretty good one to be able to just cycle through a couple more cards, figure that out, but also help itself with the second ability at the end of your turn. 2 or more cards put into the discard, lose 1 law. Very good thing to be having. But now we've already got all the extra trigger. Now we're really into the Diablo off.
I'm not sure if... I think it might have been a missed Diablo trigger. Not totally sure that they remembered that. I could be wrong, but I think it might have been missed, which it is going to happen. But yeah, and look at that. Christoph recognizing forgetting the trigger of Diablo. It happens to the best of us. They did, though, manage to ink a sudden chill and then discard the other sudden chill with that Diablo shift. But really not what you want to be doing. When you shift to Diablo, you really whittle your hand size down, right? You've played 3 different cards from your hand to get this Diablo down. The Diablo 1, the Diablo 3, and then that action that you have to discard. So not to replace it immediately with one card is a really unfortunate start for Christoph.
You're absolutely right. That is a little bit of a difficult one. And I didn't think about it that way, but you're right. Having to get 3 cards down, that is also quite a lot of exhaustion there of your materials and resources. Yep. But we did see the Diablo's devoted herald trade with each other, and now we see Prince John, greediest of all, one of Joe's favorite cards. With whenever your opponent discards 1 or more cards, you may draw a card for each card discarded. So that's pretty useful in a lot of these emerald discard kind of decks. But both players have to be very careful here playing this forward. Now, we do see Snowfort in hand.
We do. And Alexis has only 1 inkable card in hand, and it's the chip. So chip is going to be inked. This is like one of the concerns I have about some of these Amethyst Emerald decks. Prince John, Diablo, Snowfort, they're all 3 cost uninkables. So Alexis is obviously only going to be able to play 1 of these, but there's not going to be an opportunity to play like 2 of these from your hand at once until you're at 6 ink, which is a long old way away. I also just wanted to touch, Ed, on, as we do see the Snowfort come down, maybe Ursa's going to take that Lyle out. I just want to touch on the fact that Alexis traded the Diablos. Often the player that's going second will trade the Diablo, but the benefit is the player going first gets to draw off their Diablo. But neither player, despite shifting Diablo, actually drew a card in this instance. So it's almost like Christoph missing that trigger, it almost like evens the game out in terms of like the play-draw disparity. So it's going to be a real nail-biter here, as we do see Gaetan Moliere come down. But there's bad news for Gaetan, because Prince John, greediest of all, is waiting in the wings in Alexis's hand.
This is going to be a bit of a discard off, and there it is. Prince John, greediest of all, coming down on Alexis's side, just as you said. Now, this is going to start getting into a bit of a battle of attrition on this board as we get here. We're going to see the Diablo getting inked, and we're then going to discard. No, sorry, not discard. That's just placing the hand face down.
Oh, it does go for the Gaetan.
Yep.
Is Alexis going to recognize the Prince John trigger? Because it is, of course, 2 cards drawn, 2 cards discarded. I see the hand hovering for Alexis. It's not the kind of trigger that you want to miss out on. 2 cards potentially being drawn for Prince John. There they are. The Gaetan Moliere has absolutely let Christoph down in this moment. Alexis arguably benefiting more from it.
This is not good. We've seen the Leviathan Guardian of Atlantis has not been able to pop off as Christoph wanted at any point, and we see it go with another Lyle Tiberius Rourke going into the discard. We do see another Gaetan Moliere, though.
Yep.
You don't really want to be doing that when it quests, because discarding cards while you're trying to just get... Oh, we see another Prince John.
That's exactly what Alexis wants to see.
Goodness me.
At this moment in time, the Prince John, greediest of all. Now, the thing is for Christoph, if they're able to top deck a card which discards here, they can also start drawing some of their own from Prince John. Friends on the other side, sung by the greediest of all, which is a very greedy play.
That is.
Staring down 2 Gaetan Molieres. But in fairness, when you've got another Prince John ready to go, it does make some sense. I also wonder if there's an element of Alexis just not wanting to allow themselves to have any... I'm really surprised by this play. It is an evasive, but the crabs come down. I suppose you can do a take back. I'm really surprised by this turn here from Alexis to exert the Prince John and not play a second.
Well, you'd
but
think
they're asking for a take back with the Law Guide.
So there is also Diablo Spiteful Raven in hand, which is the dual ink Amethyst Emerald card that came out. And this is all the way back in set 7, but that is evasive with Challenger +2. So that's the kind of thing you want to use to get rid of Gaetan Moliere.
Yeah, of course, the Ursula's on 2 strength thanks to the Snowfort. The Merlin Crab gives it Challenger 3. We're going to leave this one in the hands of our Law Guides to see if that take back will be allowed. Of course, you're not actually allowed to challenge the Gaetan Moliere with the Ursa because it has evasive. But yeah, I mean, exerting the Prince John with the friends is a little bit greedy. But if you're going to replace it with another Prince John, I think that I can get behind that. But I would be very, very surprised if this Prince John doesn't come down this turn. With those 2 Gaetan Molieres down on the other side, right? If they both quest next turn, Ed, each Prince John will draw you 4 cards.
Yes, I'm wondering what the thought was there, because you're right, you could have got even more out of that with having an extra Prince John, but maybe it's the mind game of making him put himself in a more vulnerable position, trying to focus on getting rid of Prince John, and then going, aha, Here's another one.
Sure.
Challenging in with the buffed Snowfall, even with Crab. There's things you can do to really put Christoph in a really delicate position there. So I guess we'll have to see what happens here. Now, are we still having the
I think we're still just
lore
waiting
guide?
for the lore guide
Yeah.
to confirm everything, which big shout out to our lore guides doing a brilliant job. And I think in this position for Christoph, what Christoph really needs to try and do, Ed, is find some discard, right? Alexis has like this hand full of cards at the moment. Christoph is down at 0 cards. If they can just find a way, like something like a Hypnotize and maybe an Ursula Deceiver that can discard a song and start drawing some cards with Prince John, it's going to help them an awful lot. But the thing is with this Ruby Emerald deck, if you don't draw off your Prince John, you don't draw off Diablo, there's really not a lot that you have. Whereas you look at Amethyst, you've got friends on the other side for card draw.
True, you're right. It is good at that. And also you get a lot of options with bounces. I don't know if they're... I imagine he's not playing any Merlin Rabbits or anything, but obviously things like that in Amethyst are great for the card draw. Doesn't necessarily work in this. We are still going through this lore guide, but it looks like we are now carrying on from where we were. So we're going to see Merlin Crab come down. And they're still having a little bit of a discussion about what's going forth, but that's okay. We've got to make sure everything's figured out so that we can proceed bringing you guys this kind of coverage. Still have 40 minutes left on the timer while in game 2. So we need to see Christoph. I mean, both of them right now, very low lore count. There hasn't been a lot of questing. Right now, the real quest is board domination and making sure that you're setting yourself up for the resource gathering. So getting all those cards into hand off the Prince Johns. Trying to get Gator Mollier to hit the right combo, possibly for Christoph. At the moment, not looking so hot. The real plan is you can't be using the Gator Mollier abilities with those kind of cards on the board. So maybe we try and get rid of the Prince John. However, we know there's another one in hand. But that's potentially when maybe you have to work in some of the other things, some of the other songs, or even Hypnotize. If Hypnotize came out, might be able to hit the other Prince John and put yourself in a great position. So do you maybe take the risk with Gaten Mollier? Do you maybe take that to see if you can hit Hypnotize?
Yeah, probably, but it's a tight spot to be in. We're going to get that cleared up exactly what's happening. I think the lore guides are still just deliberating over on that. I mean, with the take back, right, it's only you're allowed to take back one action, but because the Ursula tried to challenge, maybe they're just verifying that. I'm not totally sure, not our job to sort of try and...
no, it's our job to talk over the game.
Yes, exactly.
It's for them to deal with all the rules and all those kinds of things. That's not our remit, Joe. No. We're just here to have a bit of fun. But it is exciting seeing both of these decks. I know this is the first time I think on stream we've had the Emerald Amethyst. Is that right?
We actually had it in a previous round as well, but
we did.
It was quite a different version because there was no Prince John in that one.
Oh, I see. Okay,
it was when we were eating our lunch, actually. There was an Emerald Amethyst.
Oh, that's why I didn't see it then. I was too busy eating apple strudel. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Okay, these are quite interesting decks. I'm loving, this is what I love about Infinity format, right? It's not only the fact that it breathes life from those old cards coming back into the format and even seeing deck builds that we haven't seen in a long time. It's the fact that the meta is so wide open.
It is, yeah.
I know we're at some point, I believe it's going to be next round. We are at some point going to be talking to you guys about what the meta breakdown is for all of our participants here on the first day. And we've had a bit of a glimpse of it backstage. We're not going to spoil it, but it's kind of some of the things you'd expect. Some quite interesting inputs in there as well. So why don't you guys all speculate in the chat about what you imagine the top couple of decks might be, because whatever you're saying, you're probably right. But we'll talk about those in depth.
It's like a really diverse meta. We're going to take a look at it properly soon. But it's a really diverse meta and very healthy meta. I mean, we're seeing Ruby Emerald currently at 3-0 in Infinity. I mean, if you think back to Ruby Emerald pre-rotation, in fact, I have played a lot of Ruby Emerald pre-rotation, and it was never great. I liked it a lot, but it's this tournament, the fact I've been able to come in here, Ed, and predict Ruby Emerald to win the whole thing, admittedly... It's more like because I want it to win the whole thing. It made me very happy.
But now it looks like it could win the whole thing at the rate it's going.
It's definitely got a lot to it. There's something really interesting and dynamic. And I think there's a real opportunity there to gain a big advantage in the deck builder, especially for this tournament. It's the biggest Disney Arcana Infinity tournament of all time, as it stands. Indianapolis is coming also, of course, in a couple of weeks' time. But... at the North American Disney Arcana Challenge, they're going to have all the data from this event, right? Whereas this big Infinity DLC, there's no Infinity DLC that's ever happened before it, which means there's a lot of opportunity to gain an advantage in the deck building process. And I think that's significantly increased by the fact that Hiram Flavisham was banned. that really changes everything, right? Suddenly Ruby Sapphire feels very different as a deck. Sapphire Steel feels very different as a deck. And therefore, every other deck in the game has to adapt to how those decks are changing.
It's very true, and we were saying this actually in another round, that this is still quite an emergent meta.
Yes.
The format is still fairly new. We haven't had many big coverage events. We've had some smaller events that have happened recently, a couple of CCQs and fan events and community events. And those have all informed a lot of the deck building this time. But like you said, that's really going to change as we go forward beyond this and seeing what happens in Indianapolis. Now, we have got our 2 participants back. Looks like they've managed to resolve whatever had happened here. And we're now going to crack back on with Alexis' turn. We are going to see that Diablo spiteful Raven getting inked.
So, yeah, I think, like, basically what's ended up happening here is the crab did come down. So Prince John exerted to sing Friends on the other side. Then Alexis, instead of going for the second Prince John, has gone for the crab. And that is the state of the game that we find themselves in. And I've got to be honest, Ed, this turn, Christoph is going to be extremely, extremely happy about the state of swing here. Because this Prince John is exerted, and there's no other Prince John that's come to join him. Now, having said that, actually the resist from the Snowfort is so significant. There is the top deck of the Hypnotized.
That's the thing I said that he needed.
Yes.
Now, is he going to be able to snipe that Prince John?
Yeah, you would imagine it's probably going to be the Diablo. It is going to be Diablo that's discarded, but then Christoph is going to draw for the Hypnotize and draw for the Prince John. Both Gator Molières can challenge Prince John because it does have resist, of course, from that Snow Fort, so both will be required. I think that's the good news here for Alexis, is that both of these Gator Molières had to challenge Prince John. Christoph wasn't able to just challenge with one, quest with the other, trigger the effect, maybe get the Return of Hercules through already into the Leviathan. That fact of the Snow Fort is just giving him a little bit of breathing room. Certainly, though, this was a big advantage in Christoph's favor this previous couple of turns. I think Alexis is probably looking back at that turn and wondering if they maybe could have done something slightly differently. But look, that's why we play card games, Ed. It is not easy to make the right play every single time. And sometimes you're going to do play and you're going to regret it afterwards. That is just why, personally, I love card games. It's that skill and that desire to just keep on improving and learn from your mistakes that makes me love card games so much. And that Gaetan Molière is evasive. It's, of course, not a glimmer we see very often, so that crab will not be able to challenge it.
Nope, and instead we are going to see, no, change of the mind? No, changing the mind again. Alexis likes to keep us guessing here. Oh, that's a real back and forth. I feel like it's a DJ remix. Put it down.
It looks like it might be getting put down. The Diablo there will be joining the board. The crab, of course, the Ursula Deceiver can quest. Not able to challenge the warded Prince John that's ready, or the evasive Gaetan Molières. But that Prince John is all important. At this point in these mirror matchups with Prince John, you almost just want to have an empty hand. You want to just be top decking, emptying your hand. I wouldn't expect the Gaetan Molière to trigger the ability at these moments, because it is a May, as far as I'm aware. But it looks like Christoph, yeah, they're actually considering it if they do want to trigger the effect. And it looks like they will. So, of course, that Prince John on Alexis' side will be drawing to. We see the Maximus for Christoph. Now, I like this card a lot. So much about the potential of Maximus in Ruby Emerald. Ruby Emerald on paper has a pretty tricky matchup into Ruby Sapphire, but Maximus here, if you end your turn, you have a character with 5 strength or more, you gain 2 lore, 10 strength or more. How about 5 lore?
So that's crazy with the Leviathan. If you can manage to get both of those out, that's going to be an absolutely insane combo. But we don't see that yet. Now, we are probably going to need that We Don't Talk About Bruno used at some point to maybe get rid of that Prince John temporarily.
And these Gaetan Molières are questing again. It's the other Gaetan Molière here. Going to be drawing 2, discarding 2, but that Prince John is the biggest beneficiary of this. He's collecting the taxes of the Gaetan Molière here, and Alexis is refilling their hand from the greediest Prince John of all.
Now we're passing it straight back, and obviously Alexis got a couple of cards off that Prince John effect. Now we are seeing wrong lever in hand, and I think there was another wrong lever in hand, or it was a pull the lever. It happened so fast, Joe. I couldn't quite tell, but we do also see there's another crab in hand. So there's a few resources, and we're still able to get more because they're simply not getting rid of the Prince Johns. Right now, with just about 37 minutes remaining on the round, that's possibly without some of the timing that we've had in some of those calls. We've now got 5 and 2.
Yeah, and Christoph, in this previous turn, didn't actually spend any of their ink. They ink strike a good match. They double quested with Gaetan Molière. They, of course, don't draw any cards from that because you draw 2, discard 2. Alexis drew 4 in the previous turn. Well, you drew 4 in the last turn. How about 2 in your own turn with friends on the other side, sung by the crab? Sudden chill could be absolutely brutal here. Might even just scout the field here, scout Christoph's hand with this Ursula Deceiver.
That's a great little combo. If you've got the ability to do that, use that to your advantage. The Return of Hercules is there, so we can also get rid of that if we need to. He's having a quick read of that card because Maximus, team champion, is one that we didn't see a lot of play at the time, but like you said, it is really great in combination with the Guardian of Atlantis, the Leviathan.
And this is one of the beautiful things about playing a deck like Ruby Emerald at this kind of event is you're going to be going in under the radar. Your opponent is not, most opponents are not going to be prepared for this kind of deck. It is going to be Ursula singing Sudden Chill. It will be Maximus discarded. And of course, Prince John can draw. Another discard has been found though. Oof. Off the top. Wrong lever.
That's pull the lever.
That's pull the lever.
Pull the lever, Kronk. Wrong lever!
I pulled the wrong lever.
You did? Oh, the bittersweet irony. Okay, so we're going to see a crab getting inked there for another Diablo.
Yeah, and this moment from the pull the lever off the top is absolutely huge. Discarding that last card in Christoph's hand, Christoph is back to no cards in hand whatsoever. Alexis is just got a fistful of cards. It looks like an absolute mountain here for Christoph to climb. Those Gaetan Molières have really been Alexis's best friend in this particular match. It is 5 law to 3 though, but the board is very much in Alexis' favor, and the hand size most of all is massively in Alexis's favor. But all it could take is a top deck of a few discard cards in a row. But look at that. Gaetan Molière is going to go questing again.
At this point, you've got nothing to lose. You might as well. Well, he's not going to activate those abilities. Then we see to the hand, we are going to see Louis, endearing alligator. Obviously enters play exerted and then gives characters reckless. But is that something that's going to really happen? Do you maybe give those to the Gaetan Molière so that they can't activate their ability next turn? Who knows? We're going to have wrong lever.
Yeah, and this one will be putting the pull the lever from the discard onto the bottom of the deck. And how about another one? Is there 2 pull the levers? There certainly are. So those Gaetan Molières are going under the deck. They're going through the trapdoor. And Christoph now with just 1 card in hand and a Prince John glimmer on the board.
This is looking a bit rough. So Louis is getting inked. We're not going to bother using Louis. And then we're going to quest for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's already taken us to 10 law for Alexis, just moving past Christoph. Now, Christoph only has 1 card in hand. At this point, I'm not really sure what's left. We do see the Diablo, which is probably just going to need to come down. No shifting for this. No way of doing that. Oh, no, instead, we're going to see what's in hand. We can get rid of that. We don't talk about Bruno and draw that card there. That looks like it's Olaf in hand as well, which I don't know if he's going to be able to do that with what is there, but currently that's Olaf's Snowman of Action. For each action card in your discard, pay 1 less to play this character. And when you play, each opponent loses 2 law. Wouldn't be a bad one to be able to get out at this point, just to pull Alexis back a little bit. But at this point, got to really be focused on depriving Alexis of resources, but also trying to clear that board, because next turn, we're going to have another 7.
Yeah.
And that means within the next couple of turns, it could be game, unless Christoph can do something about this. Now, there's something we should note. There is that Olaf Snowman of Action coming down. This is good. Going to lose 2 law there, so Alexis is back down to 8. That definitely helps. It's got 4/4 stats despite its ridiculously high cost, but that obviously gets reduced by its ability About Time. You guys can see it in the bottom left there if you want to see the card for yourself. But right now, we need to focus on trying to find that Guardian of Atlantis, the Leviathan. If we can't get the Leviathan to work, there may just be no way past this, because right now, questing and getting this huge board. Another Diablo. This is starting to look a bit bleak for Christoph here. Then there's the other Diablo. Oh, goodness me. I think this could well be it in the next couple of turns. We are going to see the quest. Are we? Yep, we're going to see the quest. Quest. And then are we going to quest the Prince John or keep it safe? We're going to keep it safe. And then we're going to... No. Okay, never mind. So we managed to keep the crab and the Prince John there. The rest are all exerted. We still have 2 Diablos behind that. Well, we are going to actually quest with the crabs. So that's probably taken us to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's taken us to 15. So game is currently on board for Alexis. Christoph needs to get rid of all of those cards on Alexis's board. If you can't do it this turn, it might be curtains for our Ruby Emerald deck. We'll have to see what happens here. He's giving it some thought. I think it might all be over for Christoph here. Alexis just surveying the board that he's built. Christoph giving it some thought, but, you know, it's not over yet. There's still half an hour on the timer. No point rushing to finish this if you don't need to, but let's start challenging. We're going to get rid of Ursula with Olaf's snowman of action, putting just a couple of damage on it. Is that going to be enough? We're going to play another. Oh, here we go. We're actually going to be able to activate this Gaten Mollier.
Yeah, and Alexis... 7 law away, but it is a big old wide board. Prince John questing for 2. I think that should be enough for Alexis. And it was the story of Gaetan Molière, but the greediest of all, Prince John, coming out on top of there.
Alexis has taken the second game there decisively. Our round 4 feature match winner is Alexis here at the Disney Lorcaner Challenge in Dortmund. That was a pretty interesting thing. This, unfortunately, goes to show that if you have a really solid combo, even if it's just the Return of Hercules into the Leviathan, or even it's combining Leviathan with Maximus, if you don't see the cards, or they get sniped out of your hand, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that you have these really good lines, because if you can't reach them, it becomes a real battle of attrition, and you can't out a massive board like that without the Leviathan in this deck. I don't think they're playing anything else that could have done it.
No, and I think like, if you look back to what went wrong for Ruby Emerald, I mean, particularly in this second game, right, there was the Miss Diablo trigger early on. That certainly doesn't help. In a Ruby Emerald deck, you don't have many cards in hand. You just don't have much draw. You're on the play, so you also have 1 card less naturally. The Return of Hercules combo, you need to play the Return of Hercules and the Leviathan, so you need to ink to 5. And then there was the Gaetan Molière, who was drawing 2, discarding 2, netting 0 cards, but the Prince John was drawing 2 for each time.
It's really, that's a tough one. That's such a gamble, because if you don't have the resources, you need to hit them in order to win.
Yeah.
So it's sometimes worth the risk. But, you know, unfortunately, it didn't pay off. So commiserations there to our Emerald Ruby player. But that's not all the coverage we have for you in this round, because we have our other feature match, which we're going to go and take a look at now and see exactly what's going on over there. This should be nice and exciting. So we've got Marco versus Daniel, my deck of choice, the Ruby Sapphire deck, versus Daniel, who seems to be, as we can see, on dogs. Now, I have just noticed Eleanor at the top, which is one of those cards that we were actually sort of alluding to during our intro, when we talked about the emergent format. That only really started getting used in these decks in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, that's right. There was a CCQ up in Canada, and a bunch of players that had a really good result with Eleanor. It was that nothing to hide from Marco on turn 1. So Marco fully well aware of all of the cards in Daniel's hand, as Nala is the turn 1 play. Often in this Eleanor build, you're going to want Aurora on turn 1, but that Willow on turn 2 is the most important thing. Willow on turn 2 alongside another 1-drop is what enables that turn 3 tramp, which is also impressive. As well as that, if you go for that turn 2 Willow and another 1-drop, you quest all of those characters on turn 3, you play Eleanor down, well, suddenly you've got 3 exerted characters, and Eleanor's ability can trigger immediately on your 3rd turn.
Now, Nala is a great card in these Amber decks, especially if you can find yourself with Dale ready for his shot, one of our set 12 cards, and frankly, a current format defining card with his ability Spike Suit. During challenges, your characters deal damage with their willpower instead of their strength, turning Nala into a 1-drop absolute beat stick, which is essentially a 4/4. So that's why this card is really, really changing things up. And another card that's doing numbers at the moment is, of course, Grandmother Willow, Ancient Advisor. This card means that the next character you play, you pay 1 less ink for it. And boy, does that work in immense synergy moving things forward. So we are going to see Vision of the Future looking at the top 5 cards of the hand, of the deck, and then taking one of those into the hand, and then the rest go back to the bottom of the deck.
But yeah, for Daniel, had the Willow, which is great, but you really want to follow that Willow up with another 1-drop to enable that turn 3 Tramp, enable that turn 3 Eleanor. Doesn't quite happen. You can still play the Eleanor on turn 3, of course, but with only 2 characters on the board, you're not going to trigger her ability. Dangerous plan. Oh my goodness, Ed. Marco is going to draw 2 cards, and then 1 card will be discarded at random. That is a dangerous plan indeed. It could work out for you, but you might end up discarding your very best card.
There's a reason it's a dangerous plan, and then we do end up... Oh, goodness me. So we've just seen that get absolutely struck instantly. Grab your bow. That's a card. Banish up to 2 chosen characters with 2 or less. It's essentially a sort of amped up version of Brawl. But there we go. We are going to see develop your brain. We're going to look at 2. 1 is going to go to the hand, and 1 is going to go to the deck.
It's a really fascinating deck from Marco. It looks like a very action-heavy build. Maybe we even see some Robin Hood Sharpshooter in here. I certainly hope so. I know that Robin Hood Sharpshooter has been having some real success in core constructed this set. So Marco's deck is looking really interesting. That Grab Your Bow is the exact kind of card I would want to have in my hand against the Amber and Emerald deck. But the Dangerous Plan discards it, of course. It is an uninkable, so it's at least a good way of getting out an uninkable from your hand if you get lucky. Dangerous Plan, so fascinating to see. I absolutely love it.
Now, we do see that Daisy Duck come down, Donald's Date, which actually, against something like an action or item deck, that's pretty useful to then have that, because every time it quests, you're going to be able to snipe one of those cards out of the... Oh, no, sorry. I'm getting my card effects confused. But that's whenever you reveal the top card of the deck. If it's a character card, put it into their hand, otherwise put it at the bottom of their deck. So that's a good way of sniping off the top of the deck against something like Marco's deck.
Yeah.
That's a good one to have. So that's one that Marco is going to want to focus up and try and get rid of, because next turn we could start to lose some very pivotal things. I say another card that you sometimes see in these Ruby Sapphire decks where it's action heavy is Lilo causing an uproar, which is during your turn, if you've played 3 or more actions, you get to play it for free, and it's a 4/4, quest for 2. When you play this character, ready a chosen character, they can't quest for the rest of the turns. You actually get to protect something that you've maybe even managed to quest with or sing with or whatever it might be. So that's a nice little tech that a lot of people use, and obviously Maui Half Shark in these decks.
We do see Thievery come through, which is going to be 1 law for Marco and 1 law away from Daniel. It is like a little version of a Pirate's Life. Not something you see all that often. As Olaf, though, will come down. That's a big reason to play all of those actions. I think that cost just 1 ink for Olaf, potentially. It was extremely cheap, that's for sure.
Extremely cheap. So we're having a look at what's on the board here, having a quick glimpse of what's in hand. We can play an Aurora for free right now off Daniel because of that Grandmother Willow Ancient Advisor. So we may see that. We may start ramping into some dogs, but it looks like we might even see Eleanor come down. There it is.
Yeah, it might have just been... I don't think it was free, that Olaf, but it was certainly cheap. Thievery and Olaf were played, but it does still seem like a bit of a slow start for Marco. Big moment on the big prize of Daisy Duck. So many actions seemingly in Marco's deck. They want to find a character and add it to hand.
Oh, okay. So that, I believe...
Inner Strength.
Inner Strength. That's now gone to the bottom of the deck. So chosen character gets +1 strength this turn and draw a card. That's from the new set. So that's, you know, it's not the worst hit in the world. That's just extra draw, but that's fine. But we are going to see Grandmother Willow questing. Now, that's interesting because you normally... That's one I normally see people just leave readied, because you just want to keep that there, keep ramping up, keep building that board up. But right now, look, Marco's got Olaf Snowman of Action out there. It's got really good stats, but that doesn't matter when you're against a board like this, because you just keep building this up. This is what Amber Emerald does. It builds a really wide board, and suddenly you go, uh-oh, I didn't consider this. I wonder if he is running any Be Prepareds or anything, because if he is, then we don't necessarily have to worry. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see what happens, because obviously we cannot possibly tell. In fact, is there even one in hand?
So it's going to be the dig a little deeper. This is looking really similar to a deck I've heard about having some success in Core Constructed, where you get the Olaf down at 9 cost, but of course you get it down much cheaper, and it allows you to sing together all on its own, dig a little deeper, where you can look at many cards. I think I want to say it's 8, but I could be well off.
It's
that.
7, isn't it?
It's 7.
Yeah, look at the top 7 cards of your deck, put 2 into your hand, and the rest at the bottom of your deck in any order. So getting to sing that with the Olaf is great. So you don't really have to worry about that. You still got plenty of resources. And one of the beauties of Sapphire decks is you usually have loads of ink.
Yeah, and we get a really big insight into what the deck's trying to do here. There's more copies of Olaf, and there's also that 5-cost Lilo in hand, which is when you've played 3 or more actions this turn, you may play this for free and ready a character. And basically, the rinse and repeat is you sing Dig a Little Deeper with Olaf, you play a Lilo for nothing, you ready Olaf, you sing another Dig a Little Deeper, and you just look through your whole deck, find exactly what you need, and run away with the game. And I'm sure there's going to be some control options like a Be Prepared and such in there as well.
I imagine so. That's also the kind of thing you see, which you brought up earlier, Robin Hood Sharpshooter.
Yeah, Robin Hood Sharpshooter. Fan the Flames comes through. That's going to ready Olaf. We are now going to see the Olaf singing the Be Prepared, clearing the board of all of the glimmers. And it is now 6 lore for Daniel, 1 lore to Marco, but no glimmers on the board for either player. But that's about to change. Marco's discard is filled to the brim with actions, and this Olaf certainly cost nothing at all.
Snowman of Action is one of those cards that is just getting loads of play in these. When you know that you're going to have a simply overflowing discard, you might as well run a good handful of these cards so that you can just keep getting them out, and you can use them to sing anything as well, even if you don't want to use them to challenge. We are going to see that Aurora come down as well, which means you're going to pay 1 fewer for any of those future princess or queen characters once it's quested next turn. And then, of course, Lilo Escape Artist coming down. Another good one for just a little bit of recursion, because that can be played from the discard if it has been banished.
Yeah, Daniel is a long old way away from 20 lore, 16 lore away. But Marco's deck is not a typical Ruby Sapphire deck. Doesn't have that much ink at the moment. Of course, you're going to imagine they're going to want to get that Maui half shark down as quickly as possible, and it really explains now. We saw in that turn 1 Marco with nothing to hide exactly why that card is in the deck, right? It just gives them an extra action. You pay 1, and it's also a nice little bonus to look at what your opponent's got. But it just seems like Marco's deck is filled with actions here.
I think it is. There's a couple of different builds you can do of Ruby Sapphire, right? There's the item heavy build and there's the action heavy build. And we're starting to see a pretty good reason as to why both of those are pretty grand and also do their own things. We are going to see Firefly Swarm there. So that is going to banish chosen character with 2 or less, which is basically Brawl. Or you could choose, if 2 or more other cards are put into your discard this turn, you can banish chosen character. So you don't have to apply the Brawl thing where it has to be under 2 strength. So that's pretty good, considering it's usually a lot of stuff going into the discard.
Yeah, Daniel now needs to really try and get a big wide board and start getting some questing. Well, Lady's certainly going to go a long way to helping him achieve that, adding 2 of those character cards that cost 2 or less back to hand. It's going to be Nala and Daisy. Tramp has been inked, though, and no ink is left remaining. Having said that, Aurora down on the board. If you have a 1-cost princess, such as another Aurora, that could come down here. But it looks like Daniel's going to pass back on over to Marco.
And like we say, Lady Miss Park Avenue, that's one that's seeing quite a little bit of play at the moment. It's a great card if you just want to recur some of those resources back to you. And against the deck that Marco's playing, getting that Daisy Duck back was a great decision there. So we do see Helping Hand come down. So someone's getting support, but we're also drawing a card. And then we're going to see another one of those dig a little deepers. So the top 7 cards are going to get looked at. What are we looking for here? There's another
2
Lilos.
And you can add 2 to your hand, right? So this dig a little deeper, it is just drawing you a card because you're playing 1 card from hand and you're adding 2. So it nets you 1 additional card in hand. And of course, lots of opportunity to pick up whatever you need. We already saw Marco play that Helping Hand this turn. Dig a little deeper was the 2nd action. So if there's 1 more action played, those Lilos will be able to be played down for free. I think they only picked up one Lilo, though, perhaps needing a second action alongside that.
We do have the Maui Half Shark still in hand. There's another Firefly Swarm. Are we just going to see that being cast? Yes, we are.
Oh my goodness.
Firefly Swarm is getting rid of Lady Miss Park Avenue, and that means we're going to see Lilo causing an uproar come down, and then the Olaf is going to challenge into the Aurora, getting rid of it, just taking a little snifter of damage, and then we're going to pass back to Daniel. That was a great clear. Bobby Zimmerowski there. I have to say, I'm not a fan of spray cheese. I think that's wrong, but it's not wrong if you're getting those Bobby Zimmerowski down. Our spray cheese kid, when you play his character, draw a card, choose and discard a card. Very useful one drop to have. We also see the Nala. We see the Daisy Duck, and we see a second Nala. This is really showing off what Amber Emerald does. Just builds a board straight back up.
Yeah, it certainly does. I think Marco might be stuck at 5 ink for now and doesn't want to ink that Lilo, causing an uproar, but gets the Lilo into the ink to allow them to play the shark. And look, the one card left in hand, Ed, it's that Ruby 2-cost Hercules from the newest set, Wilds Unknown. It's going to allow you to discard your hand and return any card from your discard back to your hand. I have a feeling it might be a copy of Dig a Little Deeper.
Well, you could well be right. We'll have to see exactly what's going to happen once we've got back to Marco. For now, Daniel's going to play yet another Nala. Now, are we going to find Dale ready for his shot to make this board way more intimidating than it ever deserves to be, making Nala, Daisy, and the other Nala very much getting a large buff to their stats? But no, instead we are going to see Tramp Enterprising Dog come down. We don't have a lady there, so not paying one less, but we get to give +1 this turn for every character we have in play, and that's going to help us get rid of that Olaf with that Nala. And now we've still got this very intimidating looking board, especially if we do end up finding that Dale, if indeed Daniel even has it in the deck.
Yeah, but there we go. The half shark sort of freezes the board. If you can't deal with the half shark, it's often better not to quest into it at all. But that's great news for Marco, because they don't want Daniel to quest. So the half shark is doing its job at just applying a bunch of pressure. It's just chilling there looking all innocent. But Daniel is feeling the pressure from the half shark.
I thought you were about to say some kind of idiom. Like, I thought you were about to go, if you can't deal with the half shark, don't get in the pool, kind of thing. It did have a sort of rhyme of that, but we are going to see dipping our toes into the future with a vision of the future and see what card we've selected off that, while the others go to the bottom of the deck. We're going to see that Olaf Snowman of action hitting the board once again, and by the looks of it, we're going to be casting... Oh, and there it is, Hercules, Young Rescuer, as we said, from the new set. When you play this character from your discard... Sorry, when you play this character, you may discard your hand. If you do, return a card from discard to hand. Now, we'll go for the Dig a Little Deeper, like you said.
Now that Olaf's off the board, right, there's a big risk. If you take the Dig a Little Deeper, you can't sing, or you could sing it with the Lilo and the Shark together. It's pretty expensive to use both of those. But if you just leave the Dig a Little Deeper in your hand, and Daniel has an Ursula Deceiver, well, you're going to regret that quite quickly. So there is also an argument here that Marco could sort of forego the card draw and instead go for Grab Your Bow to just really control this board that little bit more. It's a big decision here from Marco, but it's a nice decision that they're able to make. It will be the Dig a Little Deeper, and then the next decision is, will they sing together? And the answer is a resounding yes.
Right, let's see what we're going to get off this Dig a Little Deeper. 7 cards, 2 will remain in the hand, the rest will go to the bottom of the deck. We're seeing a lot of different actions.
That's an unbelievable amount of actions. Is that 8 actions all in a row?
I think so.
7 rather.
Is there one? There's not a single character in that.
That's unbelievable.
Wow.
I mean, that really just shows you how Marco's built their deck. We can see that there's Olaf, there's Half Sharks, there's Lilos, there's Hercules, but it doesn't seem like there's too much more in there. Maybe there's a Tipo in there as well for some turn 2 ramp. We're not exactly sure. Of course, at this stage in the tournament, it is closed deck lists, but it is certainly looking like the vast majority of this deck is actions. Well, we can have another little peek as Vision of the Future comes through. Can we really see 5 more in a row that are not characters?
Good grief. There's... What? This is staggering. It must be entirely... It must be way over half of this being actions at this rate. Maybe even 2/3.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see. I'm loving the deck. We have also seen some Ruby Steel decks pop up recently that are also utilizing a very action-heavy build with Lilo and Olaf. Those decks are using a whole new world, but Marco in Ruby Sapphire going for the dig a little deeper, and the Hercules as well, therefore, to just sort of continue to draw cards. But Marco now with 2 cards in hand does also gain that 1 lore from the half shark. Let's look at the score. Look, it's 9 lore to 3.
10 lore to 3 now.
10 lore to 3. Marco is looking like they're going to be able to close this one out, unless Daniel can come up with an explosive turn here. Need to deal with this half shark, really, and it's not something that Amber Emerald has an abundance of ways of doing. Anything about a half shark, like World's Greatest Criminal Mind, isn't something you expect. Mother Knows Best, you don't expect that either.
Oh, and there's exactly what you talked about earlier, being able to play the Grandmother Willow Ancient Advisor and just immediately throwing another card down. So we do see that Nala there as well. But what do we do from here? Do you bother questing with the Daisy Duck? Because you know you're more than likely at this rate to snipe out one of those actions or something. But
there's another dig a little deeper as well. Look at that.
Grief. Is that 3 in a row that we've seen?
Yeah, it's really impressive. Of course, Hercules did bring 1 back from the discard to hand. Be Prepared is an option here, as is another Lilo. But Daniel just not wanting to quest into that half shot. Marco with an easy decision on this occasion. This might just be the moment to show us what the deck can do. An opportunity when the cameras are on to just show off a little bit. Every action is gaining 1 lore thanks to the Maui half shark.
Now, I keep seeing in the hand Nothing to Hide. That's all the way back from set 2. I don't even remember it seeing that much play.
Nope.
And this is the beauty of Infinity format, is cards that maybe didn't have anything there. There's the Nothing to Hide.
And Daniel actually has nothing to hide. No cards in hand.
Very good. Excellent stuff. See, that's why you're casting. So you can make puns like that. But you're right. It's cards that didn't really see play. They get recontextualized with the sets that have come out since. And there we see Grab Your Bow coming down, and that is going to get rid of the Grandmother Willow and the Daisy Duck.
And there's the Thievery as well. And can I just say, I love the decision here from Daniel not to scoop. A lot of people are going to be watching this and say, Daniel can just scoop. Well, Daniel is learning so much about Marco's deck from this process of just sitting here and watching Marco pop off. They're getting a ton of information about the sorts of cards they need to expect in game 2.
Well, you know what they say, it ain't over until it's over. And it looks like we're getting into our second game here. This is a very interesting thing to see because obviously, like we've said, the Amber Emerald one with all the Lady and the Tramp cards is probably the most prominent deck in the meta right now. People talk about it a lot. Everyone understands it. It's one that you see play even in core as well. So to see it go up against any of these other decks that are dominating the meta in Infinity and sometimes seeing it struggle, it's good to know that the meta is quite healthy at the moment, that actually those decks, even as popular and as strong as they are, can still be dealt with by the right cards and the right decks.
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing that's really important to recognize with Amber Emerald is it's been a good deck for a while now in Core Constructed, but it's never been really the deck that everybody's been trying to beat going into a tournament. Often it's been like Blurple has overshadowed it, right?
True, yeah.
This, I think, is maybe the first DLC where that Amber Emerald deck is really what everybody is going into the tournament knowing they need to be able to beat that specific deck. And therefore, you come up against decks like Marco's that play Grab Your Bow, that play Olaf's to steal your lore away. So it's going to be really interesting to see as we do see the Mulan into the Ig and Lady as the turn 1 play for Daniel. Daniel going to be looking to do that turn 2 with a Willow and ideally a Tramp to quest for 3 with Lady. That would be the perfect opening for them. Dangerous plan into the ink. Well, nothing to hide for Daniel. Show us what you got.
Here we go. So we see the Ursula. Oh, we see 2 of the 7-cost Tramp. This is the street smart dog that everybody knows. This is the one where each character you have in play, you pay 1 less for this character, but when you play the character, you draw a card for each other character you have in play, then choose and discard that many cards. And it is one of the cards in this deck that really facilitates it in the biggest way possible. So then we're going to pass on back to Marco and see what we've got going on. In this hand, we do see the Maui Half Shot that's going to immediately get inked. And then I think we've just got our hand entirely full of mostly actions, although we do see that Lilo in hand. And I think I just saw another Dig a Little Deeper. Marco's had real luck with getting Dig a Little Deeper into the hand every single time. And we are, in fact, going to see the Distract get used. So that's -2 strength for the character that was chosen, and then draw a card.
Yeah, the big thing for Marco here is we haven't seen any evidence of Tipo, if I'm not mistaken. We certainly have seen Sail the Azurite Sea, but not finding that turn 2 ramp is definitely going to be music to Daniel's ears, as we will see a quest for 3. Not the most explosive opening from Daniel. If you imagine, like on turn 2, a Grandmother Willow and a Tramp came down, Lady would have already quested for 3. And then this turn, if you could play 3 Glimmers, your Lady would quest for 3 again. So Daniel, while they are developing a big board, they could certainly be, with a little bit better draws, having significantly more lore already. So Marco's definitely in this one.
Would you have built with Tipo? Because a lot of the actions we've seen have been 1-2 cost. I think the most expensive action we saw that's not a song was Firefly Swarm, and that's only 3.
Yeah, I'm surprised, but I think like in these kind of action decks, often you're going to be at a low hand count, and every time you play an action, you kind of like a helping hand or a develop your brain. You want to be just drawing into another one of these kinds of cards, right? Filling up, getting your Olaf down. I think that's the reasoning, is that Marco is just saying, I don't need the Tipo, I just play tons of actions, and I sort of pseudo ramp into the Lilos and the Olaf. That is double Lilo. Who needs Tipo, Ed? Not Marco.
That's saying, I see your 3 Lady Decisive Dogs and raise you 2 Lilo, causing an uproars. So this is already quite a formidable board, and shows off exactly how the synergy of this deck works. Just using a lot of actions, getting these cards out for free. And if you've got 2 of them, boy, is that a board to worry about. Because even just questing, the stat line's still pretty good, but the questing thing. Now, here we go. Tramp Street Smart Dog is coming down. So we are going to see 5 cards getting drawn. 4 cards? 5 cards?
4 cards.
4 cards, because every other card, right?
Yep.
For every other card you have in play, then choose and discard that many cards.
Yeah, so Marco with that double Lilo down on the board. 4 strength each. Grab your bow is a big threat. That previous turn from Marco, it was inner strength, same effect as improvise, helping hand and develop your brain. Doesn't seem very impressive to be spending 3 ink on that until you get to play both Lilos for free. Absolutely brilliant. And this Lilo has a really good effect as well, right? So it's just good being able to play something for free, but also readying a character of yours is truly brilliant. As we will see, both Lilos seeing dig a little deeper. Marco going to continue to cycle through the deck and find what they need.
Now, are we going to see the same amount of Dig a Little Deepers get played that we saw last time? Because I think in game 1, it was 3 or 4 times that we saw it get used. It's just a really easy one to utilize with the kind of cards like Olaf or the Lilos to just be able to sing together, or even if it's Olaf, you can just sing it by itself and just keep getting through that deck, digging, as it says in the title, a little deeper, just to get an extra couple of cards in hand, but also select the right ones you want.
Grab your bow, Olaf. Yeah, absolutely.
There we go.
Those are the 2 standing out to me. But I think Marco has in hand Fan the Flames, which is a 1-cost action, which can ready a character. And then you can sing Grab Your Bow, potentially removing the Tramp. It is going to be the Fan the Flames, readying Leela. That's 2 actions played this turn. How many actions are in the discard right now for that Olaf? Well, Lilo's going to sing Grab Your Bow. It's going to deal with the Tramp and probably a Lady, although, of course, Lilo could also be chosen. It will be Lilo. And can we also see now, with that Grab Your Bow in the discard, a Olaf come down for 2 ink or less?
Let's see if that's going to be doable. Trying to have another look at what's in hand. We do see the Be Prepared, so that's great against the dog decks, because obviously the whole thing about them is just swarming the board with dogs. So if you're able to just clear the whole thing after questing, that's great. But instead, we're going to see Firefly Swarm getting rid of one of those Lady Decisive Dogs. Still 2 on the board, though.
And I think that's 9 actions. Olaf costing no ink at all, and Daniel losing to lore. Marco is prepared for the Amber Emerald Tramp deck right now.
When I say oh, you say laugh, snow.
Laugh.
I said when I say oh.
Oh, I didn't do a very good job, did I?
I pulled the rug from under you. So we are going to see another Ursula come down, and that's a good card to have at this point. Oh, there goes the B prep. That was the one card that I was saying is really strong against these kind of board swarming decks. So that's a bit frustrating. Now we are going to still see that there's the develop your brain in hand.
And Ed, this develop your brain could so easily turn into so much more. Almost all of Marco's deck is just like pay 1, draw a card. And the develop your brain, we see, I think it might have been helping hand or distract drawn here. Right, let's see. Develop your brain. What can we turn this develop your brain into?
Let's see. What can we develop? The Firefly Swarm, straight to the hand. Which is going
Okay.
to be used immediately, I imagine.
Yeah.
What was the other card in hand?
It's distract,
Oh, distract.
as well.
Okay.
So now paying 2 for distract. What's that going to draw into is the next question. It's going to draw into next up Hercules.
Next up, Olympus.
Next up Olympus, beg your pardon.
If you have a character with 5 strength or more in play, you can pay 2 less for that action, which means it's free.
And look at that challenge, clearing the board, utilizing the distract. No damage taken back. Marco, not really needing to turn that develop your brain into anything too spectacular. Happy with the distract and the Firefly Swarm this turn, and you can see why, but here comes Lilo, Escape Artist. Nowhere I'd rather be. That ability allowing them to come from the discard and placed onto the board, exerted.
Oh, and there's another dig a little deeper. Of course there is. And drawing into another dig a little deeper. And another one. Good grief. Are we going to see both of them get taken? There's also the B prep in there, which, as we know, definitely a good sort of emergency button to hit if you go, this is getting too intimidating, the board's getting too mad, I'm going to quest, and then I'm just going to use this. So instead, I think we definitely took one dig a little deeper. Are we going to sing that together with the 2 Lilos?
Or possibly just find a way to ready the Olaf.
Oh, gosh.
It's going to be both Lilos instead.
2 in 1 round. Goodness. Okay. And let's see what happens this time.
Yeah, and look over at Daniel. Doesn't look too best pleased about the situation they find themselves in. Having said that, these Lilos, if they are not removed, will quest for 2 each. Daniel's board currently quest for 5, would bump them up to 14. Well, actually, it would bump them up to 12 because Olaf is going to knock Daniel from 9 lore down to 7. Fan the Flames is going to ready the Lilo.
Oh, that's really good protection as well. What a great move. And there's another develop your brain. So let's have another look at a couple of cards. We've got the Maui Half
my
Shark.
goodness.
And what's that he's taken into
I
hand?
think it might be the grab your bow. He's thinking about taking the
Grab
half
Your
shark.
Bow
But
again.
Lilo's been ready by Fan the Flames and is ready to sing.
Here we go. What are we going to do? You're right. It's going to be grab your bow, getting rid of both of the Lilos. That's just, you can bring them back, but you still have to pay the ink to bring them back from the discard. So that's already going to get rid of half of the ink that Daniel has available. We're not going to bother. We're just going to go straight into Nani's stage manager there. And we're going to look at the top 4 cards of the deck. Reveal a character card with cost 2 or less and put it into your hand. The rest go to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, and if you look at Marco's board, right, double Lilo, double Olaf, I think that's what summarizes this action build that Marco's got best. We know how good Half Shark is, but this Half Shark is not the star of the show in Marco's deck. It's the Lilo and it's the Olaf. And I guess it's fair to say it's Dig a Little Deeper.
Dig a Little Deeper has definitely been the star of the show, but this is such a great display of the different philosophies of building quite a popular deck in the different ways. Because like I said, there's the item build, which you can quest for somewhere north of 20 with Tamatoas just by having loads of stuff out there. But this action deck is crazy with the Olaf and the Lilos. It's just done really well. And actually, this is all without Robin Hood Sharpshooter, making it even more effective. So I'd love to know from Marco why that wasn't included, the thoughts on that. I mean, it might be, maybe we just haven't seen it, but if not, I would like to know why. But there we see the Firefly Swarm is getting used to get rid of that Ursula, and then we're passing back over to Daniel, currently 8-7.
Yeah, I love the build from Marco. I mean, if you think about no Tipo, no Robin Hood, you look at that turn 3 they pulled off. They don't need to ink and go to 4 with Tipo, right? And then play a Robin Hood Sharpshooter. Instead, on turn 3, you just play a bunch of actions, play Lilo for free. We will see, though, Olaf take it out. I think Marco's build is absolutely fascinating. Almost every card he draws can draw him into something else good. You don't have many cards like Robin Hood or Tipo which can let you down, but look at that big old quest, Eleanor and Daisy Duck. And for Marco, it's Lilo, Olaf, and Half Shot. Well, there's 2 Lilos now for Daniel.
Look at all these Lilos on board. And now we might even start seeing, I think at this point, seeing the gap, there is game on board. That is a fact. So we've got to find a way of getting rid of something. Are we just going to try and quest? I don't know if that's really enough.
Yeah, and the big problem is that Half Shark. I have a feeling there might be a copy of Next Stop Olympus in the discard for Marco, which is a extremely dangerous combo with the Half Shark. Marco can quest for 5, which puts them to 19. The Olaf comes down as well. It's not quite going to get them there, but they just...
There it is! So that looks like Marco has taken it a 2-0 there to make sure that that round has been secured. And we've seen that very famous Amber Emerald dog deck go down.
Yeah, not for the first time today.
No.
There's a lot of ways to beat this Amber Emerald dog deck, and that's the big question mark I've got for this weekend, right? It is the top dog. It is the best deck in the room. At least it's perceived to be that way. And when you are perceived as the best deck in the room, you better expect that your opponents are going to be prepared for your deck.
Oh, and they will be prepared. They might even get that hit out of their hand by an Ursula. Who knows? But that is such a great... I will say, I am feeling quite smug because I did pick Ruby Sapphire. We've seen it win twice today. I don't think Did any of us pick Amber Emerald?
No, maybe
so.
Rebecca did. I think Rebecca picked Amber Emerald. And I think also we've got an interview actually that's ready, Ed. So I think we've got an interview with Marco.
Hello, Illumineers, and welcome back to the lounge. I'm Rebecca, and I'm here with Marco, who just won 2-0 in that match against the Amber Emerald Dogs deck with a Ruby Sapphire deck that I counted. There are only 4 characters in your deck and a ton of actions. That is wild to me. Can you talk a little bit about what went into your thought process with putting this deck together?
Yeah, until yesterday evening, maybe 11, 12 o'clock in the night, I tested dogs because I'm playing them for 3 months now.
Yeah.
Or maybe longer. It's one of the strongest decks, but I don't like the Eleanor lineup.
Yes, yes.
I lost every matchup yesterday. And so I bought this deck because it's a lot of fun. I played it the last week very often. Also Red Steel. Also very fun, but I think blue-red is more consistent. And now, yeah, it works pretty well.
Yes.
4-0 is very surprising to me, but I had 3 dogs today.
You faced 3 dogs today in 4 rounds. Oh, okay.
And I feel pretty favored in this matchup.
Yeah.
So it was a very good day until now. The Christmas deck, the red-green.
Yes.
In my 3rd round was very surprising. I didn't see this before, but I was able to win this also, and until now it's a very nice day, and I'm happy to hear.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, you only need 1 more match win, and then you'll secure a spot, right? For 2 more.
Yeah,
2 more, and you'll...
1 for the card, promo card, and 2 more for...
2 more for day 2. Yes. Very exciting. We were talking a little bit before we started recording that you had a pivotal turn 3 in the first game. No, in the second game. Where you brought out 2 Lilos. Can you talk about that moment and how that really turned the game for you, especially in this particular matchup?
Yeah, it was... I come to 3 ink. And I hold 2 Lilos on my starting hand by the mulligan. Because I know if I drop 2 Lilos, turn 3 against dogs, they are 4-4. They cannot deal with them, and yeah, I was able to get 3 actions, 1 cost to play them both. It's a crucial turn for dogs. I did it, and I also have a dig a little bit deeper.
Yes.
In my hand after the mulligan. I don't want it in my start hand because of Ursula and Mowgli.
Yeah.
But he let me keep it. He didn't play Ursula or something. And after this, if you play 2 Lilos and the round after you're singing dig a little bit deeper, you have so many options. You can do whatever you want. And so I was very lucky to establish this, and it's very fun to play.
It is very fun to play, yeah. Do you have any tips? Because this is such a fascinating build, this Ruby Sapphire. There's a few different variants of Ruby Sapphire, and there's, the item build, there's the shark action, but this is really heavy on the actions. Any strategies or tips that you would have for someone who might want to look at a deck like this?
Yeah, I played first the version of the last CCQ or something, Belgium, I think. He was able to get 3rd place with his deck.
Ah, yes.
But I was struggling a little bit against white boards because sometimes you are just behind maybe a steel song in some case. And if I'm able to sing a B prep,
Yes.
I put 2 in. And Hercules, that's my 4th character. Many decks play only 3. So Lilo, Shark, and Olaf. But the Hercules is very good because sometimes you run out of cards. You can put it in, discard your non-existent hand, take back maybe a B prep or dig a little bit deeper,
Yeah.
and then you are back in game.
Yeah.
So many cards.
Excellent. Well, it was super fun watching that game play out. Good luck to you in the rest of the tournament. Before we let you go, is there anyone that you want to say thank you to out there that's watching?
Yeah, first of all, thank to my family because they're supporting me. I was a long time off the last week
Yeah.
at home, and at my team because we're practicing a lot. And yeah, keypads on. Good luck to all. I'm happy to be here now.
Excellent. Well, good luck to you. And thank you, Lumineers, for joining us. We're going to go back to more Disney Lorcana. Stay with us.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. Yes, indeed, more Disney Lorcana action right now. Thank you for staying with us for the 1 or 2 seconds it took to transition to the desk to myself and Kim. How you doing, Kim?
Well, it is a long, far away way. We learned that earlier.
I know, you ran
I
off,
had to
haven't
literally be summoned from here to there. Like, our Lumineers were summoned.
But you
to
made it.
create a Luminary, and I made it. And I'm back again.
And we're getting ready for round 5 action. We're already at round 5. It's easy today because I'm just doing all the odd-numbered rounds. I did 1, I did 3. This must be round 5, and our players are already at the table, sat down, getting ready for some wonderful action. We're already rolling here. We've got a 1 cost on each side. We've got Cinderella, Ballroom Sensation, and going to be joined by Ursula Vanessa. I'm thinking we might be having an Amber Steel song deck here.
It does seem like it, and that Amber Steel song deck is going to be going up against none other than Sapphire Amethyst. You've seen it before, but this time it's infinity, and it's going to be even more crazy. But right now, before the crazy, we're just going to sail the Azurite Sea, because that's the all-important thing that Sapphire decks need to do, and that is hit their turn 2 ramp, which essentially means we're going to ink an extra card, and that is 2 Octopus.
2 Octopus Soldier, the Royal Guard, Octopus Soldier, pair of them coming out here. When you draw a card, they gain Challenger 1. It does not say once per turn. It says whenever you draw a card, they get Challenger 1 for the turn. Let's keep an eye on that for any heavy drawing turns. We see Ariel, Spectacular Singer coming down. Do we see a song card in the top 4 to Rapunzel?
Is that a strength?
Okay.
It is a strength of the Raging Fire. I was nearly worried for a second that Spectacular Singer was not going to be able to do any singing, but could we see Cinderella do some singing now? This turn, she's a 1 cost, but she's Singer 3. We could sing this Strength of a Raging Fire on one of these Royal Guards, but do we want to waste it so early when we know there's more than likely going to be an Elsa 5th Spirit or a Genie Wish Fulfilled coming out next turn, or another 4-drop Glimmer, which could very well be.
We're not using it yet. We don't have the Strength of Raging Fire. It's been kept in hand, and it is... Oh, now this is Isis Vanderchill, if I remember correctly. And that is not necessarily the 4-drop we were looking for, but... it's still going to do some exerting.
Yeah, it's going to help us. And because we drew a card for this turn, that Royal Guard Octopus Soldier is going to have 2 strength, meaning we can easily challenge into that Cinderella. So Cinderella, well, she won't be doing any singing next turn, but we could see Ariel do some spectacular singing this turn. And you got to be careful with these Royal Guards, Russ, because in something like Amethyst, when Amethyst is known for drawing so many cards, and in Infinity, we have access to a 3-cost inkable card, which lets us just draw 2 cards, a song, which we can easily sing, meaning this Royal Guard, even after just that 1 song, has the ability to challenge for 3.
Sometimes we all need friends on the other side. Sometimes, in this case, very, very literally. But the Ice Queen of St. Gennard, worth noting, is able to exert any character when Isis Vanderchill does come and hit the board. So you have your choice of who to go and challenge. And yeah, those Royal Guard, They might be a 1 cost, and they might only have 2 willpower, but the thing is, they can get out of control. So on the one hand, I totally agree with you. Using strength for 85 to take one out does feel a little bit, do we want to? But then on the other hand, you're like, well, they can get really, really annoying. By the way, back to us just for a moment. There is a judge call going on. When we have information you need to know, you have my word, you'll know it.
Yeah, and I'm right in the action. We played Isis van der Chill. We exerted the Cinderella. Octopus challenged into the Cinderella. Like, it's all go. It's all action. And now, just an Ariel, Spectacular Singer, and an Ursula Vanessa left on the board. Are they going to do some singing? Are we going to be able to do more singing? Are we going to draw more cards? Can we have another Ariel Fantastic Singer? Or is it more of a princess build? And will we see Cinderella Stout-Hearted? And I'm a big fan of that card.
I think you made that pretty clear. I was here last season, and one of my favourite things was, like, every event I managed to just pick up like a little Cinderella Stout. I've got a place of them at home, and they're so beautiful. Those versions that we had on the prize wall last season. I didn't get the top 64, unfortunately. I was too busy. I was commentating, but they are very, very cool. I'm also a bit sad. I can't really mime an octopus fighting very well. I've only got 2 arms, 4 if you include my legs.
Yeah. But like, and we need 8. So maybe if we use our arms and our legs,
like together we could do it. But
yeah, we could maybe dress up as an octopus soldier.
That's something to consider for future tournaments. So there is a bit of a discussion going on at the desk. Just at the minute, there was a question asked about sleeves and colouring and all things along those lines. Nothing we need to be worried about too much. And in fact, what we're going to do, because there is going to be a little bit of a delay, we're actually going to switch around to our other feature match, because what are we going to do? Sit here and not show you Disney Lorcana action? No, that doesn't sound like us. But I tell you what, if you wanted Royal Guard Octopus Soldier, you got it. There's another one here, and a Demona Scourge of the Wyvern Clan. So it looks like we've got Amethyst Sapphire against Ruby Sapphire, and I know you're a fan of this, Kim.
I do love Ruby Sapphire, and I believe we might have seen this deck, maybe this player, earlier on before, and I am a huge fan of Ruby Sapphire actions, and I do believe it is that there's one Lilo left on the board for Marco, our Ruby Sapphire player, and she's causing a little bit of an uproar, but can we have anything else join her on the board? Marco will be able to ink this turn, going up to 6, or maybe we have more ink. Can we discard 2 cards and maybe use that Firefly Swarm in his hand to get rid of that Demona?
Well, Firefly Swarm, if you do discard 2 or more cards from your hand, you get to banish any opposing character. And you're right, that 6 cost 5/6 Demona does seem like a pretty nice target. I like seeing this Lilo causing an uproar on the board. We've seen it play, but I've not actually got to see it on a game I've casted. It's out there now, and this is going beautifully, because now we've got Olaf's No Man of Action. Cost reduced by 1 for each action card in your discard, and these are the 2 cards while you're really playing all of these actions to get these out easier.
Yeah, and Olaf being 9 cost, I know there's one song back in the meta in Infinity, and that is Be Prepared, and Olaf can easily sing that, but also, maybe we'll see a dig a little deeper. We can dig a little deeper, he can sing it, or something else. He's just a 9 cost 4/4, and we can just challenge, and getting Olaf out for free, depending on how many actions we have on our discard, is pretty huge. We are going to ink a Wasabi and play a Popsicle. We're going to draw a card. I do love that card.
It's a very, very nice card. We've got Tamatoa, happy as a clam, coming out. Let's get a couple of items when you play it. But whenever you quest, you can play an item for free. That is a card we need to keep an eye on. That is one of these ones that can really start twisting the game. It is... develop your brain.
Yeah, we got to get those Smarticle Particles ready to go. Going to look at the top 2 cards of our deck. We can put 1 into our hand and 1 on the bottom of the deck. It is a Maui Half Shark is one of those cards. I'm not too sure what the other card is, but if we get a Maui out on the board, that would be pretty nice to go along with some action.
I see what you did there. Yeah. I enjoyed it very much. It's worth noting there's a lot of 1-cost items. We've seen this deck a couple of times. There's a whole bunch of 1-cost items, and every time you play one of those, every one of your Maui Half Shark on the board gains you a lore. So get a Maui down and then go action, 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 and just get lore after lore, and you can get to the end. It takes a while to get to that point, but when you get there, you can rush to the end pretty quickly if you do things right.
Yeah, you can, but against something like Sapphire, Amethyst, they have a lot of answers to evasive cards, and they can easily challenge with the likes of their Elsa Fifth Spirit, their Genie
Make a wish.
Make a Wish.
Yeah.
Wish fulfilled.
Thank you. Wish
Genie,
fulfilled.
wish fulfilled. There's so many genies in this format. We've got
Lilo's
a lot of
making a
cards.
wish.
Lilo does make a wish, but right now it does seem like we're going to ink that Maui House Shark. We're not going to play it. And
dangerous plan we're playing. We've got to discard a random card, hence the die coming out there to pick what card gets discarded. Keep it all nice and even.
yeah, and will we be able to finally play that Firefly Swarm and get rid of that Demona, because we were able to play 2 actions, which meant they went into our discard, meaning 2 cards went into our discard this turn, so then we could banish any character. That Demona is no longer a threat on Jacob's board for Mirko.
That Firefly Swarm, you just paid 3 ink and you got rid of your opponent's biggest threat. We do see Junior Woodchuck Guidebook coming down. That's going to allow you to draw some cards at some point in the future, like this tends to do. And that future is now. We're already there. We're drawing a couple of cards by banishing it and filling up our hand. It was Tamatoa, Happy as a Clam, and Bell Accomplished Mystic that were drawn off of there. And we're just going to be playing the... Oh, foil's putting me off there.
A foil, Sail the Azurite
Thank
Sea.
you.
We're going to sail the sea first. And we did play that Junior Woodchuck's Guidebook thanks to Tamatoa, Happy as a Clown's ability. We played it for free, exactly what you want to do, so you can make the most out of all of the ink in your inkwell. Why not? Playing another Tamatoa, Happy as a Clown. Bring back the Junior Woodchuck's Guidebook once again, and a beautiful popsicle.
We have a pair of Tamatoa sitting there on the board right now, and that means every turn you can quest with each of them, which means you can play a free item with each of them. Visions of the Future is going to let Marco pick his favorite card from the top 5 of his deck, and he's having a... Wow, you wanted Dig a Little Deeper. That was an option. Was that what was taken?
The Dig a Little Deeper was an option. I know I was talking about that earlier, because Olaf being 9 cost, and this is my favorite thing about this deck, is that we can play Olaf for free. Not only that, we can just sing Dig a Little Deeper by himself, and this is exactly what he's gonna do. Who knew Olaf was such a great singer? We can look at the top 7 cards of our deck, and we can put 2 into our hand.
I love that we looked at the top 5 to find 1, and then we played that 1 to look at the top 7 and find 2. But you're right, that Olaf massively understated for a 9 cost.
Yes.
However, it's not really a 9 cost because you're reducing the cost by every action in your discard. But when it comes to singing, it is legitimately a 9 cost, and it is one of the best uses of that Olaf. We've seen it on Be Prepared this weekend. We've now seen it on Dig a Little Deeper. Sing together? No! Olaf can sing all by himself.
Yeah, but now this Olaf being exerted can easily be challenged by one of the Tamatoa, Happy as a Clam. But right now, Marco is going to have another little glimpse of the future as we take a vision of the future of the top 5 cards. So we've looked at the top 5 cards. He took 1 card.
Wow, he's not picked up 5. He's picked up 7, unfortunately, because he just took 7 with Dig a Little Deeper. He still had that in his mind, and instead of taking 5 from the top, he inadvertently took 7. So there is going to have to be a law guide ruling here. They're going to have to figure out how best to resolve this, because unfortunately, took 5 off the Vision of the Future, then took 7 off the Dig a Little Deeper, but then with Vision of the Future, inadvertently took 7, but that was the last digging card, not this one.
Yeah, it's these decks, and you play so many similar cards where you're looking at so many cards, and then you can put 1, and sometimes you can put 2, exactly like Vision of the Future and Dig a Little Deeper, that get a little bit mixed up. But this is why these decks are like so skill intensive. They require so much thinking, so much mathematics, and shout out to our lore guides, because they're gone in there and they're going to solve it. Everything's going to be sorted.
They were on it quick.
They're on it quick. And right now, Jacob can only be thinking, I hope this Olaf stays exerted so I can easily challenge it with one of my Tamatoas.
And that was what I'd be looking to do. Tamatoa can challenge and banish while surviving with 1 willpower remaining, which is the kind of thing you want to do. So now the law guys just have to figure out, can we essentially rewind this? Can we figure out which were the top 5 cards taken? And can we resolve this in a satisfactory manner? So why don't we come back to us for a second? We'll have a little bit of a chat with you while we wait for this to be resolved in our other stream game. But, you know, you talked about Ruby Sapphire a lot, Kim.
Yeah.
And you've got a minute or two here. Would you like to opine on why it's such a wonderful combination?
Oh, we can talk about actions in particular. And while we're at it, why don't we talk about why Marco might have been digging so deeply into that deck? We've got like two kind of cards that can kind of ready our glimmers on the board to be able to kind of use them again or even keep them straight, because the last thing we want to do is just leave our glimmers open and exposed to our opponent to be easily be able to challenge in. So right there when we left the action in the middle of all the actions and we drew 5 cards, we took 1 card, we looked at 7 cards, we took 2 cards, and then we were looking at 5 cards and then drawing an extra card. But what were we looking to draw? Maybe, just maybe, it was that Lilo causing an uproar because when we play her, we could have readied our Olaf, or maybe we were also playing Next Stop Olympus, which we could also play and re-ready our Olaf. Because against decks like these, even though we have Isis Vanderchill and we have Elsa Fifth Spirit, yes, they can come in and exert them, and there's not a lot we're going to be able to do, but we can help ready our own characters if they don't have anything that can come in and exert them.
No, absolutely. And I think you make an excellent point. Whenever you see a player digging that hard through their deck, you know there is something very specific that they are looking for, and I think you might have nailed it here. Well, here we go. We've got a little friend joining us, of course. Wilds Unknown, the most recent expansion of the Disney Lorcana trading card game, brings in Toy Story, brings in Pixar for the first time, including Woody. He's Woody. Howdy, howdy, howdy.
Howdy, howdy, howdy. Woody, you've got a friend in me. See what I did?
That's pretty good. Strange things are happening here on the stream, but we've got a minute. We can we can have a bit of Buzz. I want to know where Buzz is.
Oh, I wonder where Buzz is. Maybe he's gone to Infinity and beyond and checked out all the crazy Infinity decks in the room over there. And I had a time to wonder. And while Woody's here, I feel like it's only fitting that we talk about toys. I haven't seen a lot of toy decks, but one toy that has been making some of the decks is Roller Bob, and he is a pretty good toy. So, Woody, you'll be happy to know there's some players playing toys out there.
I had a rumor Woody is leader of the toys.
He is the leader of the toys. No,
I heard.
He's not leader of the toys. He's a jungle guide.
He's jungle guide, he's leader of the toys. He's also waiting for his friend, if you want to be using the little version. There are many Woody in Wilds Unknown. I may have been studying up on this toys deck. Roller Bob getting rushed. We have seen that on the stream. One of Sid's toys. I think Andy might be coming back.
Andy might be coming.
I think Andy might be coming. If I were Woody, I would be making myself scarce. Get back into position. You don't want to be caught out. Maybe later on the stream, we can have Buzz coming in, showing us some of his Space Ranger skills. That'd be nice.
That would be really cool. He might be able to tell us a little bit more about Infinity.
Yeah, that would be pretty
I feel
good.
like he would know a lot.
Well, I feel like someone stole my Infinity or Beyond pun during the intro. I was on round 1, and I was still too late to use that pun, and that made me a little bit sad. I'll tell you what, toys are something I'm playing around with in Core Constructed at the moment. A lot of the deck lists I'm seeing are Amber Ruby. Playing around with all of Sid's toys and Sid Toy Surgeon, banishing toys to gain lore. But the thing is, if you play Amber with Emerald, then you get Alien. And you get Buzz Lightyear. We can talk more about toys later. Looks like we are back into this game with Marco and Jacob. So let's see where we are. It looks like we are resolving Vision of the Future. And Marco is holding 5 cards in his hand. So however it was solved, and now picking out of the top 5 cards.
Yeah, I do see a Thievery. I do see another Olaf Snowman of Action. It does seem like that exactly is the card that Marco is going to take. And taking a quick glance at how many actions are in Marco's discard, well, it looks like quite a lot. I feel like this Olaf could definitely just be played now.
Yeah, I think probably it could. We've already seen on stream just this morning. We saw an Olaf played for 0 cost because there were 9 actions in the discard. Sometimes there are limits. Think a Mulan Resourceful Recruit that can quest equal to strength, but only up to 6. No such limit on Olaf's Snowman of Action. So here we go. We are going to be playing...
Oh, not the Snowman of Action, but we are going to be causing a little bit of an uproar with Lilo. It's Stompin' time, and she was just played for free because we did in fact play 3 actions, and which also meant we were able to ready our Olaf Snowman of Action this turn, as well as when you play her, you can ready chosen character, and they can't quest, but no need to fear because our Olaf is ready. So this Tamatoa, happy as a clam on Jacob's side of the board, can't challenge into it. But that's okay, because Jacob will happily quest with this Tamatoa, play our Junior Woodchuck's guidebook for free. We're going to banish it, and we're going to draw more cards. Doing that thing that Amethyst, well, I think Amethyst does that quite well.
It does do it really rather well. Of course, you got it back from the discard when you played Tamatoa happy as a clam. Then you played it for free when you quested with Tamatoa. Now we see Porpsicle coming down onto the board as well. That comes down, you draw an extra card. Now it looks like we're paying a little bit more ink, and it is going to be Sail the Azurite Sea. So, ticking along quite nicely, and you've already got those two Tamatoa. They're among the higher cost cards you've got. There's another Porpsicle here to draw another card. Could play Bell for free if you wanted to.
Definitely could. Another card that we have in hand. Which
you could play another Tamatoa.
Could play another Tamatoa. We can ink, because we played Sail the Azurite Sea, we can ink 2 cards this turn if we really want to. And we can get another Tamatoa on the board. But if we wanted to be ultra safe and get that new 4-cost Merryweather out on the board, because she has Ward, but doesn't seem like we're going to do that at all. We are, in fact, going to ink the Merryweather, play our Elsa, the 5th Spirit, so we can easily exert this Olaf. We tried, poor Marco tried so hard. We readied that, we searched for that Lilo, we got the Lilo out, we readied the Olaf. But cards like these is why Amethyst Sapphire is still around. Elsa the 5th Spirit rushing in there. She didn't need a challenge. We were just going to exert that Olaf, and Tamatoa, happy as a clam, easily challenged into that.
And we could actually, if we wish here, we could start healing up Tamatoa using Porpsicle. That's what we do. Double Porpsicle, double heal. So Tamatoa gets completely healed up here. And you just took off one of your opponent's best glimmers off the board. And no real downside. Now, does look like we got a Sail the Azurite Sea coming in here.
Yeah, or these Lilos, them being, even though we played it for free, Lilo is still a 5-cost. We could definitely see Lilo here sing a Let It Go to get rid of this evasive Elsa. Not going to be much other way we can deal with it for a Ruby Sapphire deck, unless we have a Be Prepared or any other removal. We do see a Firefly Swarm in hand, but there's another Olaf, Snowman of action, so he might not be gone for long. We could definitely see him coming in here now. But right now, I think Marco's trying to decide whether or not we do want to sing this Let It Go in hand.
That's going to be something which is going to be fun if you pull it off. There's a decision to be made. You can sing it with the Lilo causing an uproar. Right now, still a decision to be made. Can ink, it looks like. So thinking about what maybe to ink. No, it is just going to be a challenge with Lilo. Taking out that Tipo, I believe it was.
Yeah, Lilo here is going to challenge into Tipo. We're not going to do anything else. Interestingly, we decided not to even play our Olaf Snowman of action, maybe saving that for a little later on. Don't want to leave too much on the board. Maybe we're hoping to set up next turn. We will be able to ink up to 7. Perhaps we are hoping Jacob is going to flood the board, play so many glimmers, and then Marco, if he has it in hand, can easily play a Be Prepared.
Well, we do see that Junior Woodchuck Guidebook. Stop if you've heard that before. Tamatoa quested. Got the Junior Woodchuck Guidebook right back for free. So that means that you just pay 1 to banish it. You draw a couple of cards. There is a Hades Infernal Schemer there that could be kind of fun. But right now, it's a Dumbo Ninth Wonder of the Universe. And that is going to... Again, we're going to use Elsa to draw a card and gain a lore by virtue of Dumbo, Ninth Wonder of the Universe. All your evasive characters can do that while Dumbo is on the board.
Yeah, thanks to his ability making history. And another evasive just to add to Jacob's board. Not going to be easy for Marco to get rid of, but we do have a Let It Go available. But right now, it looks like Lilo is going to start questing. We don't want to cause an uproar. She's just going to peacefully quest away. We are going to ink, and is it going to be? There it is.
It's Be Prepared. Baker's not here. He can do it properly, but Be Prepared. There we go. It's not a song. It's fine. I can do it like that. Point is, board is wiped. Olaf comes down, and now Marco is in a significantly better position than he was before, playing Olaf for free after wiping his opponent's board.
Yeah, very nice play there from Marco, indeed. The hope would have been, I think, earlier that if our other Olaf had stuck around, we might have sang it, but even more even better is that we were able to hold out the game to let us get to 7 ink, and then we were able to play our Olaf for free. But sadly, Jacob did have that Hades Inferno schemer coming in. I got to send that Olaf straight into the inkwell, but that beautiful Hades is going to be just joined along by our Bell Accomplished Mystic. We're not going to move any damage, but it is just another fine glimmer on the board, which does have the ability to quest for 2 now next turn.
And this is where you start building up. You're at 7 lore right now. You've got 4 represented on the board between Hades Infernal Schemer and Bell Accomplished Mystic. So you can start building this up as you go through the game. And if you can keep playing keep away, you know, your opponent had no glimmers. They played 1. You Hades Infernal Schemered it away. If you can keep doing this and playing a little bit of keep away, it's only going to take a few turns to start getting up there. And was that the entire turn from Marco? I don't think he did a single thing there.
I don't believe he did a single thing.
We're back to Marco. He's just going to quest for 4.
Yeah, Jacob being able to just quest. We're going to play Wasabi on one of our own items. No items in play, but he is going to gain a lore. And there is our Merryweather Feisty Fairy Reward, just building up a really nice board there for Jacob. But can Marco do anything to stop it? Do we have another Be Prepared in hand? I do see a Let It Go and another Olaf Snowman of action, but is there enough action to do
There is. I think there is. There comes Olaf Snowman of action. That's going to remove a couple of lore. No, I must have misseen it. Oh, I'm so sad. I think it's actually the little Hercules, a young rescuer. I saw an uninkable Ruby card. I got excited. It's not there. And this means that Jacob next turn is going to be able to get all the way up to 16 lore.
Yeah, Olaf coming in with his chaotic collision ability to be able to reduce Jacob from 12 down to 10. We will be able to hardcast a Let It Go on this Hades Infernal Schemer, meaning now Jacob only has the ability to quest up to 14 now this turn. Unless maybe we have another item and another Wasabi, but we can still easily deal with this Olaf Snowman of action. I do see another Hades in his hand. Is it coming out? Yes, it is. Olaf once again sent into that Marco's inkwell there.
You get more ink, but you lose the character you wanted. Hades Infernal Schemer putting in work, and this is a problem when you're trying to play 1 big glimmer per turn. If you're behind in the game, if you're behind on the board, you play a glimmer, your opponent gets rid of it. You play a glimmer, your opponent gets rid of it. I do see a Maui Half Shark in hand, but that looks like it's going to hit the inkwell, and it's Hercules Young Rescuer, but surely it's got to be a Be Prepared we're going to get back. And that is going to discard the entire board for both players and at least give Marco a little bit of breathing room here.
Yeah, Jacob had exactly game on board. If Marco wasn't able to play that Hercules, bring back the Be Prepared, it would have been Jacob's game. But he did. He had the Hercules in his hand. We could bring back Be Prepared, but it's only a matter of turns now. We've kind of turned on this clock. Marco only has so many answers. He's no cards in hand. We're just going to top deck after top deck. Can we do enough to clear with this board, or is it going to be Jacob questing for the game win next turn? Now, he's only going to be able to quest up to 18, so we have about, 2 turns, unless Marco can deal with this board. Does he have another Let It Go? Can we do anything else?
Right now, there's not very much to be done. We've got a Develop Your Brain goes and searches a card, but it is just going to be
a helping hand coming in. We can't give support to anything, but we can draw a card. Is it a card that's going to help us?
It needs to be a card that gets us to a Be Prepared. Now, you don't have to win this turn, but you don't have to clear the board, I should say. But if your opponent gets up to 18, that's just so close. You then basically give them a chance to quest with almost, so many cards in their deck will get 2 lore, and then you are in just a whole heap of trouble. He passes back to Jacob. If he does nothing else, Jacob is going to go up to 18 lore, but I feel like there might be something else going on. We go up to 18 with Jacob. Does he have any cards to play? He could just pass back now and say, and he does. Do you have anything?
We don't need to play anything, but
we don't have anything. Oh wait, no, sorry.
We have a Develop Your Brain. We can look at the top 2 cards of our deck. We can put 1 into our hand, 1 at the bottom of the deck. Is there something here that Marco can find to help him get rid of all of these glimmers on the board? We can leave a Tipo or we can leave a Merryweather, but we need to get rid of Bell and one of the other glimmers on Jacob's board. Jacob then will only be able to quest up to 19, but it is a desperate plan.
It's a 5, so we're getting rid of, that finding strength. Well, inner strength, sorry. But there's no be prepared in hand, and Marco's not conceding the game just yet.
No, we still have a distract. We're able to give -1.
And there we
Not
go.
enough.
Jacob wins game number 1. Too much on the board. Be prepared. Bought some time, but it wasn't quite enough.
No, unfortunately, just didn't have the tools he needed to deal with our Amethyst Sapphire players' wide board. We were able to, keep up for a bit. We were able to stall out a little bit. We had the tools to draw what we needed, and then we had our Hercules. We were able to bring back our Be Prepared, but sadly, we didn't find another Be Prepared or anything to do to deal with our Sapphire Amethyst board. And when your opponent has so many cards in their hand, especially playing something like Amethyst, when it's known for just drawing so many cards and having so much ink to play with. Yes, our Ruby Sapphire player also had a quite amount of ink to play with, but sadly didn't have the right cards to be able to find what he needed and keep enough cards in his hand to be able to just take the win and keep control of the board.
No, absolutely. And the thing is, when you play Be Prepared, it's this great big red button. You push the big red button, your opponent loses their board, you lose your board. The thing is, you need to then be able to establish a better board. You need to use Be Prepared to then throw you into the win. And what happened in that game is what we've seen a few times, where you play Be Prepared, and then your opponent goes, oh, cool, here's a bunch more glimmers. So then you maybe Be Prepared again, but then your opponent goes, oh, cool, here's another bunch of glimmers. And if you cannot establish a better board after Be Prepared, all it does is unfortunately delay the inevitable, and that's what we saw towards the tail end of that game.
Yeah, Marco being able to hardcast Be Prepared and playing our Olaf for free would have been great. If we had another Olaf, we just needed to re-establish that board. Sadly, we just didn't have enough cards in our hands at the time, because we did have to discard the last card in our hand to be able to get back the Be Prepared at that moment in time. But sadly, we just didn't have enough tools to be able to deal with this Sapphire Amethyst board.
No, unfortunately did not have the tools, and that was that at the end of the day. But the wonderful news is we are not playing best of 1 here. We are playing best of 3, so that means there is a chance for the reverse sweep here for Marco to win games 2 and 3, and then go on with those extra points to continue this currently undefeated streak. Marco's 4-0. Can they take this and go somewhere with it?
Yeah, both players are going to make it up all the way to 18 points to secure themselves in their day 2 on Sunday. And I'm excited. These players both know these decks. Very interesting that they're up against each other now. We've got Ruby, Sapphire, and Amethyst Sapphire. Ruby, Sapphire, a lot of actions. We're going to be also inking a lot. Amethyst Sapphire, we've got a lot of evasives. We're going to be drawing a lot of cards. But which player is going to take it now? Marco going first this time round. I believe he was. Was he first last time?
Or, don't ask me that.
I have no idea. I think we missed the start of that game. But
we
anyway,
did. We actually joined in partway
this time, regardless, Marco will be on the play. Slight little bit of an advantage, with both players hoping to hit that all-important turn 2 ramp, meaning they both want to hit either their Tipo or their Sail the Azurite Sea, get an extra card in their inkwell, so then we can just start getting the bigger cards out on the board.
Yeah, when we say ramp, we are referring to essentially playing extra ink in addition to our 1 ink we're allowed per turn. So like you say, Tipo, Sail the Azurite Sea. Here we go, game 2. We have a Let It Go going into the inkwell, and a Develop Your Brain being played, searching out one of the top 2 cards. And then we're going to be passing over to Jacob, who's going to ink a card of his own, and hopefully have a nice turn 1 play. Could be a popsicle.
Will be a popsicle. And I have to say, Ross, that alternate art Let It Go that went into the inkwell, also available on the prize wall, the non-foil version, and it is absolutely beautiful. And I'm going to have to wander over sometime later this weekend and try to have a few of them. But that popsicle is going to be banished, and Belle is going to be coming in. We're playing it for free.
Apprentice Inventor does not need to be paid for if you can get rid of an item. Here we see, well, this is a vision of the future. It's not the turn to Sail the Azurite Sea or Tipo Growing Sun, for which we may have hoped. But you can at least go and grab a card from the top 5, and hopefully next turn will go a little bit better. But not the start Marco was looking for after losing game 1.
No, especially not if you're against another Sapphire deck, which more than likely has their turn 2. And I do see a Tipo or a Sail that Azurite sees, so we could see either now come down for Jacob. But still, being able to play a Vision of the Future, hopefully giving Marco the tool he needs for the next turn. But it is indeed going to be Tipo, Growing Sun, and look, Ross, he's still growing.
He is still growing. He's growing your inkwell as well. We're now up to 3 rather than 2. Oh, and it's another develop your brain. Marco here is drawing a bunch of cards, and it's targeted draw rather than just pure draw, but he's not able to get where he wants to go. He's not actually played anything yet. Oh, and this is not what we're looking for. Now it's a nothing to hide. So you get to look at your opponent's hand and draw a card. But it's just lots of draw. Marco needs to be doing some stuff. He needs to be ramping. He needs to be getting glimmers down.
Yeah, we have another nothing to hide in hand. We still help us draw cards. We'll have to ink a card. We're going to ink a Thievery. And are we going to play another? Yeah, we're going to play a helping hand. We have nothing to give support to, but we can still draw a card. And this card might indeed help us, and that is Olaf, Snowman of Action. But it doesn't matter about ramp because we played 3 1-cost actions. So our Lilo causing an uproar, coming out for free thanks to her ability Stomping Time. No other character we attend ready right now. No other Glimmer on the board, but still getting a 5-cost 4/4 out turn 3. Pretty great card indeed, but looking like Jacob going to be able to exert the Lilo thanks to Isis Vanderchill.
Yeah, Isis Vanderchill, Ice Queen of St. Canard, comes in. That is going to exert something else. Another game, we don't need to worry about that. And it looks like, well, maybe it's Isis. That's then Leaping Reindeer as well. But it looks like it is Isis Vanderchill. And we see a double challenge, a 2 for 1, which is going to leave Jacob with Isis Vanderchill and Marco with... And that is a complete list of what Marco has.
Yeah, Marco with, on his board. And just an Isis Vanderchill on the board for Jacob. Just trading in the Bell and the Tipo. Seeing the power of Lilo causing an uproar the first game. She's able to sing Let It Go. She's able to just quest out for 2. And that's a pretty great card indeed. But another 1-drop action card. Nothing to hide. We are going to be able to look at our opponent's hand. Did we look at our opponent's hand, or was there...
I don't know that we did. We just drew a card. I didn't see... I mean, it might have been a quick look. It might have been, because he looked last turn. Might not have needed very much time to do so. But we see an Inner Strength, which gives +1 strength to nobody. Well, no, actually, let me check the wording on Inner Strength, because some of these are fun. Yeah, chosen character gets +1 strength this turn. So would have had to give it to Isis Vanderchill.
Yeah, but also just helps us draw a card. Do we have another action to play? No, we don't need to play another action because now we have enough that we only have to pay 2 for our Olaf Snowman of Action. And when he comes in, he gives -2 lore, but I don't believe we've any lore on the board yet.
No, not full value for it. We see a Porp School coming down, drawing a card. We did see, of course, one get banished earlier to play a Bell Apprentice Inventor for free. So maybe we could see return of that soon. Either way, Isis Vanderchill is just going to quest for 1. So we are now off the board in this second game.
Yeah, we will be still able to ink a card this turn. It doesn't look like we are going to play Dumbo. Instead, we are going to ink the 9th Wonder of the Universe and play Sven, our Leaping Reindeer.
Evasive and rush and challenger. Does lots of things. Over on Marco's side, we've got a Vision of the Future, getting the best card from the top 3. There is a Lilo there if you've got the actions to support it.
But even if we don't have the actions to support it, we'll be able to ink to 5. Sadly, only 3 of our ink is available. If we do have enough actions, we can still play 2 more, and then that Lilo would still be free, or maybe some of these other cards in the Vision of the Future will be much better for this game. I do see a Firefly Swarm. The Lilo's still in hand. Doesn't seem like we're taking that one unless there was another one. Or maybe we might see Olaf do some singing if we manage to dig a little deeper.
Well, I'm going to have a look. I did not, I'm afraid, catch which card it was grabbed off of the Vision of the Future. We're now just figuring out exactly, let's get the cards back under the deck where they belong. And then we can see exactly what Marco's going to do. Oh, it was an Olaf. Oh, I don't blame him. I would have grabbed the Olaf too, quite frankly. Olaf's going to sing. There is a Be Prepared in hand. But looking at the board and the Olaf in hand, I don't think it's time for Be Prepared yet. Or do we Be Prepared and then play another Olaf? No.
No, we're going to play fan the flame.
But
Ready,
then
Olaf?
sing, be prepared. You ready? You cannot quest, but you can sing double Olaf after the be prepared. It's an Olaf party over here. I don't know what happens in summer, but I know right here, this is going to be a big deal.
Yeah, definitely the kind of way Marco wants this game to go now, being able to be prepared, completely clearing Jacob's board and then rebuilding his board with not just one Olaf, two Olafs, snowman of action, and they're here ready for a glimpse of a vision of the future. Maybe we'll find another Olaf to join them, or maybe we'll find an even more powerful action.
But this is what I was saying in between games, Kim. When you play this Be Prepared, you need to have a post-Be Prepared plan. And this is what I like from Marco so much more in this second game. It was Be Prepared and then double Olaf coming out. Now, Jacob did play the Tamatoa happy as a clam, but right now, Marco with a double Olaf in a much better position than he was after Be Prepared in game number 1. I like this a lot more.
Yeah, and so many actions at his disposal, and we know that so many of these actions have removal. We've got Firefly Swarm, we've got Be Prepared, we've got Let It Go, but right now it seems like we're going to take another vision of the future. Maybe we're searching for exactly what we need, and I talked about Dig a Little Deeper earlier, and that is one of them cards, and I do believe we did take it.
We did.
Maybe we're searching for this Let It Go to get rid of this Tamatoa happy as a clam. We saw it the first game. Jacob can easily quest with this Tamatoa happy as a clam, play some of our popsicles or our woodchucks guidebook for free, ultimately helping him just draw more cards. But it is going to be Olaf singing that Dig a Little Deeper. We can look at the top 7 cards of our deck and put 2 into his hand. What 2 is he going to take? I see another Fan the Flames.
I didn't see exactly what it was. Fan the Flames would be great to potentially let Olaf sing over and over again. We need something to get rid of that Tamatoa. Well, we're going to be singing a second Dig a Little Deeper. And look, if you're looking at the top 7 cards and picking out 2, and then you're looking at the top 7 cards and picking out 2, after you've already looked at the top 5 cards and picked up 1, you should have most... It's very bad luck if you don't have what you need at this point.
I would hope at this point we've looked at about 14 cards and 2 visions of the future. That's like 24 cards. That's roughly nearly half the deck, and we've definitely gone through a lot of actions already this game. Hopefully, Marco has found exactly what he's looking for. And it's looking like Lilo causing an uproar and our Hercules, or I do see a Maui half shark in there as well. But then again, against this kind of deck, when you know there's so many evasives, it's not something you generally want to have on the board against Blurple in specifically, because there's so many easy ways to deal with it. It does seem like we did take our Lilo, which we would be able to play for free, ready one of our Olafs, as we did play 4 actions so far this turn.
Yeah, we did. And it was Lilo. Here we go. Comes down, readies up that Olaf because of those previously played actions. And then that is going to allow another Olaf. Olaf number 3 comes down. Still not paying any ink for it. Both those characters, 14 ink worth, played for nothing.
Yeah, and we don't need to play the distraction. We might as well just ink it. And now we're getting up to 5 ink. But right now, Jacob, we're going to play that popsicle. We're going to draw a card. Do we have another item? Will we see Tamatoa Quest? And can we play it for free? Or why not banish the popsicle and we can play our bell for free? But right now, Tamatoa, happy as a clam, is going to be happy challenging into one of the Olafs.
I think that's what you need. Those Olafs are becoming a pain. Tamatoa is great at dealing with them. So you challenge in, then you can use Popsicle to heal up this Tamatoa. There is a second Popsicle you could do the same trick with as well. Or you can play another Tamatoa happy as a clam and get 1 Popsicle back. And I like this. We're doing what we did last game. We're challenging in, taking out those Olafs, and then using Popsicle to heal up so that you don't even take any damage back.
Yeah, and now we are going to ink our Maui half shark. We're not going to play it, but we are going to play our Hercules. Discard our hand, bring back a card from the discard, and it is going to be Dig a Little Deeper once again. So we had 2 Dig a Little Deepers, we had 2 Vision of the Future. Now we're going to have another Dig a Little Deeper, because why not? We haven't looked through our deck enough.
I mean, look, right now, Marco, buddy, seriously, whatever you want, I hope you find it. You deserve to find it at this point. You have certainly put the effort in to try and dig through your deck as much as you can, looking for whatever it is that's going to get you out of here. Of course, those two Tamatoa are causing problems, but you don't really want to be prepared right now because you've got your two Olaf and your Lilo, and you'd really want to keep them around. So some other tricks to remove these Tamatoa, maybe?
Yeah, we could definitely
Firefly
find
Swarm?
it. I do believe we might have taken one, and if we do have another action we can play, it means we can just discard,
Oh, there is
or we
one.
can just banish any character, and we do have a develop your brain, which also helps us just draw cards. Ruby Sapphire just has all the tools you can find, depending on what you're playing against. You can draw the right cards, you can ink the cards you don't need, but every single decision matters, because once you ink the wrong card, if you need it, it's gonna matter later in the later game.
There we
right
go.
now, it helped us, that Firefly Swarm, which we managed to take off, dig a little deeper. More than 2 cards were discarded this turn.
Oh, and Let It Go is going to ink the other Tamatoa. So two good things happened there. Firstly, Marco cleared the board, got rid of both the Tamatoa, yay. But secondly, didn't lose any glimmers in return. Did it all without taking anything back.
Yeah, because the last thing you want to do is be prepared when you have such a wide board yourself. We saw Jacob's board in the first game got so out of control. We weren't able to do much about it. We be prepared twice, but then we weren't able to re-establish the board. But when we're able to play be prepared and re-establish our board again, it's much better for us because it means we can sing, we have card draw, it's really great. But Jacob not far behind now, replaying another Tamatoa happy as a clam, and another Popsicle, and a Bell.
Well, so what we had there was we had Popsicle played. We then banished the Popsicle to play Bell. We then played Tamatoa to get both the Popsicle back. Then we played another Popsicle, so it is sitting there ready to go. And that's how Jacob rebuilt his board so expertly there. And he's doing a great job of keeping in this. There's only 4 law on Marco's side, so it's not like Marco's about to win anytime soon. I say that, but there are going to be, we're questing up here quite nicely. So we're actually going all the way up here to, is it 10? 11?
11.
Ooh, not bad.
It does believe like we just quested, drew a card for a turn, and we passed back. Jacob can easily here challenge into our Olaf, get rid of it, and then Hades, Infernal Schemer, is going to come in and get rid of the other Olaf, really just taking back full control of the board. Marco did such a great job to be able to get rid of Jacob's board, and now all that's left is a Lilo causing an uproar. And right now, we're going to give her a little bit of inner strength, draw an additional card. And are we going to be able to do anything else? It's only 11 lore to 0. It's still anyone's game.
It's still anyone's game. You absolutely can come back from this. We've seen bigger here. Worth noting, when Hades came down, we discarded the character when it should have gone into the inkwell. So I'm hoping we can fix that. I do believe, correct me if I'm wrong here, Kim,
yes,
but I believe Hades banished the character when it should have inked it instead.
Yes, when Hades Infernal Schemer comes down, he uses his ability to put the glimmer into the inkwell. I do believe the players have figured that out.
We're just looking at the discard. I mean, the players can't hear us. I'm hoping a judge or somebody can, because that character, and it might not end up mattering, but it should have been inked.
Yeah, especially when you have something like Hercules that can easily just, when you discard your hand and bring it back into your hand and replay it, it can be very useful at the end where you should have been in the inkwell. But right now, we are going to play our Woodchuck's guidebook. We're going to discard it, draw 2 cards. Once again, doing the thing that Amethyst does so well, drawing cards. And there is our feisty fairy, our Merryweather with Ward. So not going to be easily targeted to get rid of by Marco.
Well, we do have a dangerous plan coming down here. That is going to draw. It's also going to discard a random card from the hand. And that is going to be the middle card gets discarded. No huge shakes there. I think we're going to be okay. And we do have that Firefly Swarm. That's probably one you did not want to see going. And I'm hoping... Okay, they're just having a look at their hand. I'm hoping this is... Again, please correct me if I missaw there, Kim, but I'm pretty sure the Hades Infernal Schemer banished the character when it come down, when it should have been inked instead. Well, it definitely should have been inked.
Yeah, it should have been
That's
inked.
what Hades said.
It did get put into the... I believe the Olaf was put into
Here
the discard, but
go.
it should have been in the inkwell.
Beautiful.
Especially when you're playing something like the 2-cost uninkable Hercules. young rescuer when you can just discard your hand, bring back a card from the discard, can definitely matter later on. But even having more ink for Marco here could help him if we have enough tools in our hands to play. And grab your bow is one of them. It's not going to be much use to us as both of the glimmers on the board have more than 2 strength, but Firefly Swarm coming in, we are going to be able to at least get rid of that Hades Infernal Schemer, leaving just our Merryweather Feisty Fairy. But Elsa, the 5th spirit, going to be exerting that Lilo, causing an uproar, and Merryweather is going to challenge right into that Bell Accomplished Mystic. We didn't need to move any damage off Merryweather. There was no opposing glimmers to move it onto, but also just quest for 2.
Questing for 2, not too shabby. We see a Sail the Azurite Sea coming down from Marco, which is one of these big ramping cards, but it's a little bit late in the game to be just relying on that. But it looks like that's all we've got, and we pass it back over to Jacob. Well, thinking about, we're gonna quest for Merryweather? We might be.
Saying we've got friends on the other side, and our Feisty Fairy, well, she's got friends on the other side, and she's gonna help Jacob here draw 2 cards.
Now we see an inking, and it is Wasabi going into the ink for Tipo Growing Sun. Apparently both players have decided to get their turn 2 plays out of the way here on turn. I don't know what it is, but here comes Demona, which does actually draw Marco a card. But most importantly, look at Jacob's board. He is winning the board race here by a big margin. His board is looking very healthy. Marco might be up on lore, but it's not going to be for long.
I know it. Jacob really taking back full board control, but there's 1 card in Marco's hand which he can easily play now, and that is going to be another Be Prepared, coming in and getting rid of every single one of those glimmers right when Jacob had taken back board control. Exactly the card that Marco needed to see, but unfortunately for him, he's no ink available to play any more glimmers, just a few actions in hand, no more ink available to play them, not even another Olaf Snowman of action, because I believe we've already seen 3.
We have, and we might have even seen 4, but Jacob comes over, and now this is what we've seen. Bell Accomplished Mystic, Demona Scourge of the Wyvern Clan, and a Popsicle. Marco played Be Prepared, but then Jacob had a whole turn with a whole bunch of ink and a bunch of cards in hand to start rebuilding his board. So now we go back over to Marco, and he's already looking at this going, well, now my opponent's built up a really big board. Now I've kind of got to think about going after it again.
Yeah, and Jacob definitely has the tools in his hands to do that. Next turn, we did see another friends on the other side, but can Marco put on more pressure to get rid of these glimmers on the board? But right now, it's not a 7-cost song, it's an 8-cost song, and it helps us dig a little deeper to maybe find something that can help us, but also means we're using all of our ink. And unfortunately, if Marco finds something, more than likely won't be able to play it.
And this is the problem. When you're singing this with Olaf, it feels really good. You're just, sure you've got to exert a character, but you're looking at the top 7 cards, you're finding 2, and whatever you find, you can play, and that's lovely. But when you're paying 8 ink to just play it directly, it is far from the same situation, because I think you made the point excellently there, Kim. Well, brilliant. Now you're going to have 2 really good cards.
Yeah, we're going to have
the next turn.
Yeah. And before we get to be able to use them, well, Jacob here is going to be able to quest for 4. It's going to bring him up to 9. And, well, we're going to get way more glimmers onto the board. But right now, we're going to draw 2 cards. We're going to hard cast. We're not even going to sing it because we're probably going to want to start questing. But drawing 2 cards, just helping him have all the answers to every single one of Marco's glimmers on the board.
Now we see Wasabi coming down. That is going to get rid of that item like Wasabi likes to do. Then we're going to be questing, with Bell and with Demona. And that is going to put, wow, once again, it's the board present from Jacob. We see an Elsa 5th Spirit. We see a Royal Guard Octopus Soldier. It's just going as wide as you need to here. Basically going, look, you've basically got 1 turn or else I'm going to be running away with this game.
Yeah, because now next turn, 5 glimmers on the board has the ability to quest not only for 4, not 5, not 6. We're actually going to quest for 7 next turn, bringing Jacob up to 17. If we've got another Popsicle and a Wasabi, we'll be able to get up to 18. But can Marco do anything to stop it? We know there's so many actions in his deck. I see a Grab Your Bow. We will be able to get rid of an Elsa at least and a Octopus Royal Guard. Octopus Soldier.
Royal Guard Octopus Soldier. We are going to sail the Azurite Sea. We're drawing more cards there. We did see a Maui Half Shark come in. We got 2 Half Sharks. That probably makes a whole shark. They are in hand right now. But I'm just not sure. Like, Marco really needs to be going after Jacob's board. That is the absolute number one plan here. And we don't have enough ink to play a Be Prepared. We've only got 5 lefts ready. So we're using all... No, well, we were. We're not anymore, apparently.
Well, it seems like we were about to use all 5. Maybe, perhaps it is a let it go. Or maybe we're going to use the grab your bow. We will be able to get rid of 2 glimmers with 2 strength or less, but it's still leaving 3 glimmers left on the board, a Demona and a Bell. I do believe we were able to reduce Bell's strength there. And
we've got Wasabi, Demona, and Royal Guard.
Yeah,
That's what's left.
I do think we were able to reduce Bell's strength there. Bell, Accomplished Mystic, and Elsa were then gotten rid of. But right now, the 9th wonder of the universe coming in. Another evasive character that Marco is going to have to deal with. I'm not sure there's a whole lot left, but it's still only 11 lore right now to 11. Jacob can quest here with the Demona and our Octopus Royal Guard.
Yeah, we see another Demona coming down. Doesn't do anything to Marco. No characters to exert. Already got 3 cards in hand. We see a Junior Woodchuck guidebook. We are then going to quest with Demona and Royal Guard Octopus Soldier, going up to 14 lore. Easily game on board here for Jacob. He needs to get 6 lore next turn. He's currently got... Actually, only got 7. Maybe easy was a bit of an exaggeration. But he's got game on board, Kim, is my point.
Yeah, he does have game on board. We need to get rid of a few glimmers on Jacob's board. If you're Marco here, you're definitely wanting to have perhaps a Be Prepared, even a Let It Go. But this card will also help us gain a lore, will help reduce Jacob's lore. I do believe we are going to play a Thievery. No, we're not going to play a Thievery. It's going to be a Distract. We're going to reduce the strength, and it's going to help us draw a card. And here's the Thievery. We're going to be able to reduce Jacob's lore, and Marco is going to gain an additional lore thanks to Shark.
But still game on board as it stands at the moment. That puts Jacob from 14 down to 13. Jacob has got 7 on the board right now. 2 4s and a 3. So, sorry, 2 4s and 3 1s.
Yeah.
So still game on board. Marco is counting that up right now. And we do see Maui, but there is the fist bump. Marco's done the maths and realized Jacob is about to go to 20 lore next term. So let's just fist bump and move on with Jacob as our 2-0 victor.
Yeah, weren't able to reduce the lore enough there, right? And Jacob had exactly the 7 lore he needed to make it up to 20. Would have been different, perhaps, if we saw a Pirate's Life. We would have brought him down, and that a little bit of an extra step, or maybe another Thievery. But sadly, not quite enough for Marco to take the win. So our Amethyst Sapphire player is going to be victory in that matchup. But I'm still excited. Ruby Sapphire is still cooking. It's still doing stuff.
It's still your baby.
It's still doing stuff, but unfortunately for Marco there, just didn't have the right tools at the right moment in time to be able to deal with Amethyst Sapphire when they have so many evasive. There's only so much you can do. We didn't manage to get the Shark out on the board to help us gain lore. We would have been able to challenge all these evasive characters, which we're easily able to quest, but that's okay, because there's still more rounds.
Well, that's unfortunate. What's fortunate is we do have another game this round, so let's go and pop over to our other game and see what's happening with Niels and Christoph. They are tied at 1 game apiece right now, and we are going to be heading into a crucial game 3.
Yeah, I'm excited. Do we get a glimpse of the start of this? And now we're getting into game 3, and it is 1 to Christoph, 1 to Niels. So right now, it's still anybody's game.
This one could go either way. It's going to be interesting. Looks like we are all shuffled up. Looks like we've done the... Oh, have we done? No. Looks like we might be in the altering hand phase. Niels, of course, using those sleeves that are just the back of Disney Lorcana cards, but in sleeve form, which I like.
I really like these. And I don't know if you noticed or if you've seen them in person, Ross.
I have.
The inside is actually gold as well.
Yeah, it is.
So it's beautiful, and I need to get a pair myself because I actually haven't seen them anywhere, or maybe they just don't sell them in Ireland because I have not seen them, but I need to find them, and I must have them.
Well, while we have 1 second before they start my showing off boast for the day, I picked up the Toy Story Alien sleeves the other day. They are Japan only, and I managed to import some, so that's what I'm going to be rocking on my Disney Lorcana decks moving forward. Delighted would be an understatement. They were not the easiest to find. Yes, I am very proud of myself, but we are rolling here with Niels and Christoph, and it looks like we are getting ready to ink our first card. It is Demona Scourge of the Wyvern Clan and Royal Guard Octopus Soldier, which we apparently can't get away from.
No, and it seems like both of these Amethyst Sapphire decks really love their Royal Guard Octopus Soldier, and, well, we also have a ballroom sensation in the building, and that is Cinderella, but Royal Guard Octopus Soldier going to be going into the inkwell, not going to be joining the other one on the board.
Boo.
But that's okay.
Well, we did say all the right C. That was worth it, I suppose.
Yeah, I think so.
We can ink Junior Woodchuck Guidebook as an extra there. Christoph, of course, the perfect turn one play with that Cinderella ballroom sensation. Oh, is it going to be singing right away? Come on, Christoph, show me a free cost song. The perfect start. Oh, and it is going to be Let the Storm Rage On to take away that Royal Guard and draw a card.
Yeah, and if you don't have a Tamuti, Let the Storm Rage On is definitely the card you want to see, especially against a deck like Amethyst Sapphire. Get rid of their early one-drop. Maybe Royal Guard, maybe it's Rafiki. Well, in these two decks that we're looking at, they've opted to go with Royal Guard, which I think very good choice in something like Amethyst Sapphire when you're drawing a lot of cards. But our ballroom sensation is no more thanks to our Sven Leaping Reindeer rushing in there with Challenger. Didn't even need the Challenger. He already has 2 strength, but he's going to use it anyway and get rid of our Cinderella.
If you've got Challenger, Kim, use Challenger. I've been saying it for years. But yeah, bye Cinderella. Good news is you've still got Ursula Vanessa, so let's use that to sing Let the Storm Rage On and get rid of Sven Leaping Reindeer. So Niels plays a Glimmer, and Christoph sings Let the Storm Rage On to banish that Glimmer. That appears to be the loop we are stuck in for the moment, but now we play a Cinderella ballroom sensation to the ink and an aerial spectacular singer. Can we hit a song?
Yeah, and you normally would hope to in a deck like Amber Steel Song, when you generally are playing at least 20 songs in the deck. That's about like a third of the deck, and we did, I believe, get Then Along Came Zeus was the song.
Well, that's nice, because that means you get to do 5 damage to take out something like, oh, I don't know, a 5 willpower Merryweather. Niels, our timing on that was perfect. If you ever watch this game back, thank you. I loved it. I know your Merryweather's going down, but the timing we just had there, that was a thing of absolute beauty. It's got ward. Oh, you can't be warded.
Yeah,
okay. That was almost perfect timing.
I was about to say it was almost
so excited by the
and
timing.
It would have been great.
Oh.
Except, unfortunately, Ross, that feisty fairy is a bit too feisty to be hurled a thunderbolt at because, well, it has ward. But no need to fear. It's not a tragic story so far because Beast is here to save the day.
Okay, I've been working on my Disney Lorcana knowledge, on my Disney knowledge generally. I should have waited a moment to make that comment. Like Merryweather should have waited 1 more day to throw that birthday party, and everything would have been a bit different. But here comes Sven, Leaping Reindeer. Here comes Royal Soldier, Octopus Guard. Ursula Vanessa gets banished by Sven. But that Beast Tragic Hero, that's going to be a game-changing card.
It is at the start of our next turn now for Amber Steel player Christoph. We'll be able to draw an additional card, but if there's damage on it, that's okay. You won't get to draw another card, but he gets an extra strength, gets an extra few strength instead. But right now, there's no damage on him. We are going to draw that extra card.
Very nice indeed. Sitting there on the balcony or standing on the balcony, looking a little bit wistful, but still providing a draw engine and also a 3/5 body that can quest for 2. Not too shabby indeed. So we've got Ariel, we've got Beast, we are inking a Rapunzel gifted with healing. What have we got to play with our new inkwell of 5?
Yeah, only 2 glimmers on the board. The strength of the raging fire is not going to be raging much fire against these glimmers. Yes, it would help deal with either our Royal Soldier or our Sven, and it looks like we are going to hardcast. We're not going to do any singing right now. We are going to be able to at least deal with that pesky, evasive leaping reindeer.
See, I kind of like this. You get rid of it, because the Challenger on Sven was going to become a bit of a problem if you let it challenge. And then you still got your Ariel and Beast available for whatever you might need. Now, Ariel can sing or Ariel can quest. I mean, we do have another strength of Raging Fire in hand, so we could sing this, and we are to get rid of the Royal Guard Octopus Soldier. You can't target Merryweather with songs. I learned that recently.
Yeah.
There's a whole ward thing. So you have to leave Merryweather alone, but not a bad turn for Christoph.
Yeah, no, really nice indeed. Now, this Merryweather would have been able to challenge along with the Royal Guard. However, just the Merryweather left on the board. She only has 4 strength, won't be able to deal with this beast. We can at least challenge into it and stop Kristoff drawing a card at the start of his next turn, an extra card. But Merryweather's going to be joined by the 9th wonder of the universe. Dumbo is in the building.
Dumbo is in the building. Not much room when Dumbo's in here. Not the smallest of animals, but is very good for all your other evasive glimmers. It's a second Beast Tragic Hero as the first one sings Strength of a Raging Fire to immediately remove Dumbo. 3 glimmers, 3 damage with Strength of a Raging Fire. Job's a good one. And that was nice play there from Kristoff.
Yeah, really great play there by Kristoff. Didn't want Niels to be able to draw a card using his ability, breaking records or making history when you know there's so many other evasives in this deck. But right now, Merryweather is going to be challenging into this beast, gets 3 damage back, and then Belle, Accomplished Mystic, coming in. We're going to be able to move the damage off Merryweather to at least deal with one of these beasts. Niels definitely didn't want Kristoff drawing 2 additional cards at the start of his next turn.
We're seeing some high-level play here. That was a really fun use of Belle, Accomplished Mystic. Not just removing the beast, but also healing up that Merryweather. Very nicely done indeed. We got 5 ink being exerted for another Beast Tragic Hero. He might be tragic, but you got to give him his due. He keeps coming back.
Yeah, he keeps coming back. We were only able to get rid of 1 for not... we kept 2 around. Niels got rid of 1. Can he get rid of 1 the next turn? But right now, he's going to be... Zeus is going to be hurling that Thunderbolt and get rid of that Belle, Accomplished Mystic. She was just moving some damage around. She was just doing some magical damage maneuvering. And then there along came 5 damage to get rid of our Belle. But right now, Elsa, the 5th spirit, going to be coming in and exerting one of the other Beast's Tragic Hero, and we will be able to challenge with Merryweather and the Elsa to get rid of one of these beasts if Niels wishes.
We can 2 for 1, and it's, well, the good news is Beast only actually has 3 strength, so it's not going to actually be taking out either of your glimmers in return. You'll get a bunch of damage down, but you won't actually lose them. That is exactly what we see. 3 damage on each of those glimmers, but Beast Tragic Hero is gone. But after banishing 2, there's still 1 that Kristoff gets to play with, and no lore generated by either player yet in this game 3. We have been going full board control.
Yeah, it's really a case of, I'll start damaging your characters, you can start damaging my characters, but let's see who is going to be able to gain full control of the board.
Here
and right
comes
now,
the Mari single-minded rival. This character can be pretty good at challenging, Kim.
Oh, she's pretty good at challenging indeed, and not to mention, it also helps Steel decks just really filter through the cards in their hands and draw an additional card. You get to discard a card, so if there's anything just sitting there that's not going to be very useful, or maybe just help you draw into the tool that's really going to help you, and maybe that tool is going to be a Rapunzel gifted with healing, and maybe we're going to start challenging. Maybe we can finally challenge and get rid of this Merryweather feisty fairy. We couldn't use our songs to get rid of her, but we could indeed challenge and then heal one of our own glimmers.
And then draw cards when you heal with Rapunzel gifted with healing. I like where you're thinking here, Kim. So here we get to see an aerial spectacular singer. Looks like we're deciding if and who we are going to challenge. No, it's Beast Tragic Hero instead. Takes out that Merryweather feisty fairy, takes a bunch of damage. We then sing Along Came Zeus to chat with Ariel to get rid of that Elsa 5th spirit. No Rapunzel yet, but look for it next turn. But it's Isis van der Quack, Ice Queen of St. Canard, which is just going to, well, not really do very much because then you ended your turn.
No, not very much at all. And there was only 1 card left in Niels' hand there. I'm not sure what
it's Rapunzel!
we do, but we did have to. And there she is! She's healing, and we're drawing cards. Beast had 4 damage, and now he only has 1 damage. We didn't get to draw an extra card at the start of our turn because he had damage on him, but that's okay. We're going to draw cards, and now we're going to sing once again.
And it is Along Came Zeus to take out that Isis van der Chill. And I'm loving Kristoff's plan right now, and it is working beautifully. Using all of those songs to just clear every glimmer that comes up. We see an aerial spectacular singer. Gonna search out another one. There's an acute etamuti. There is an Along Came Zeus. Way better at this point in the game. But what Kristoff is doing is keeping his glimmers on the board and keeping Niels off. And that means you can start when you're ready. just, questing a little bit, getting a little bit of lore here and there. And Dumbo's not good enough. Niels extends a hand, and Christoph takes this 2 games to 1. B's tragic hero coming back again and again and again until victory was assured.
Yeah, really great plays there by both players, both trying so hard to keep control of either side of the boards. And we weren't at a lot of lore for a lot of times. I'm not sure we still even quested for a lot of lore at the end. Maybe 4, but our poor Sapphire Amethyst player just didn't have any cards in hand, didn't do the thing that Amethyst normally does, and that's draw loads of cards, and that's why I like Amethyst, because they draw loads of cards. But sadly, even though we were able to keep control of the board for such a long period of time, but then our Amber Steel player had even better control. We got a Rapunzel in, we drew cards, and then our poor Amethyst Sapphire player only had 1 card left in the hand, and it was a Dumbo, and said, yeah, I don't think I'm getting back in this game anytime soon. You have all the answers. Our Spectacular Singer got another, then along came Zeus, so we knew very well, even though when we played that Ninth Wonder of the Universe, it was about to get, well, hurled with a little bit of Zeus.
Yeah, it was not going to go very well, and we do find that sometimes, a player looks at the other side of the board and they look at their opponent and they go, you know what, it's going to be a couple of turns, but I know I'm not winning this. Let's just throw the concession. But it looks like we do have an interview with Christoph, so maybe, and I don't mean anything by this, less from me and you, more from our winner Christoph.
I'm here with Chris, just coming off the back of a big win with Amber Steel against Sapphire Amethyst. Is that an easy matchup for you?
I don't think so. It's pretty rough, especially if he gets a lot of ward characters on board. And the Elsas, which were pretty good in game 1, are quite tough to beat too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, game 2, the big moment you were just telling me about was that bare necessities discarding Sail the Azurite Sea. Why was that so impactful?
Well, he only had like 4 and 5 drops in hand, and he couldn't play the game afterwards. He needed to draw stuff and didn't have any ramp. It was pretty slow, so I could singer, draw cards, and get all the removal I want to finish him.
Is that like a main line that you're looking for against this kind of deck, or is it just something where the opportunity arose and you seized your opportunity?
It can be a pretty good line, but in this moment, he didn't have a 1-drop. And I had a choice between Ursula and Bare Necessities, and then I remembered, oh yeah, when I play Purple, I need the ramp. And if he doesn't have it, it's a pretty good play, and that way I could save the Ursula for Ink next turn, or play Ariel to get another song.
So actually your experience playing the other deck is what sort of helped you to get that. That's really interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, I played Blurple in 1 set champ a while ago, and during testing, live testing with our playgroup, I played Blurple a bit. It was pretty nice against dogs, but it wasn't unfair enough for me to play today.
My last question for you, what's your favorite card in your deck and why? It's actually 2 questions, isn't it? I put you on the spot as well.
Oh, good. It's probably Strength of a Raging Fire, because I like to play mid-range decks. And it just emphasizes play good stuff on the board and remove other cards from the opponent.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for your time. I'm going to let you get to your next round, but we're going to have more Disney Lock On action your way coming very soon.
Welcome back to the lounge. I'm Locarnoville, and I'm joined by my wonderful co-host, Rebecca. Are you enjoying the day so far?
I am enjoying the day just a lot.
Just a lot. Just a modest appreciation for another Disney Locana challenge.
Absolutely.
And another thing that we've been appreciating is some top-tier gameplay, courtesy of our wonderful Illumineers. Isn't that right?
Yes, it's been a joy watching these games. So many decks, so many Illumineers bring in the heat this weekend. And we've had some wonderful casting from this team. It's really an exciting day.
I got to sing B-Prep.
You did. You did get
I got to do it.
I did the thing. We got the B-Prep.
Like breathing out after a long, long time. But yeah, it's great to see some old tricks come up. And yeah, it's been a fantastic weekend so far, Infinity. And we're only just beginning.
We are. And Baker, I know that you and everyone out there watching is wondering, what did people bring this weekend? What is being played in the room? You want to know, we want to know, and so we do have a look for you right now of the breakdown of decks in this room here for the Friday tournament. Here it is, Baker. Immediately tell me, what's the first thing that stands out to you?
Ruby Amethyst is doing pretty well. That's the first thing that jumps out of mind.
Yes,
This is our day one Friday event. 498 players in the room, and that is quite the variety of decks. A shout out to the 4 players that decided to bring Ruby Steel and Ruby Emerald. And correct me if I'm wrong, we've already seen 2 Ruby Emeralds on stream today, right?
Yeah, we're trying to collect the whole set.
We get the lot.
Yes.
We'll show you all of these Emerald Ruby decks.
You know what's exciting, though, is that there are 15 different ink combinations in Disney Lorcana, and every single ink combination is represented here in the room, and I just think that's pretty fantastic.
I love that. And hey, these Emerald Ruby decks have actually been really kicking off. And
they
some
have.
Incredible things. A good matchup into dogs, which again is the deck list on everybody's mind. If you're coming to this event, you've got to make sure that you can beat that deck, and this is well positioned to do so. So maybe 1 or 4 of those Illumineers will go all the way.
All the way. Yeah, that Amber Emerald deck is the second highest played in the room, but there are some different versions, right? So it is 22%. 108 players are on Amber Emerald, but that could be Churnadogs, that could be Snow Fort, Snow Dogs, that could be Discard.
Under the Sea
Under
versions.
the Sea song.
Some aren't
right?
playing it.
Exactly. So there are lots of different versions of Amber Emerald in that percentage that we're seeing. But the other thing that is interesting is when you look at the breakdown, if we could bring that up again, is that the 3rd and 4th best or most represented decks, Ruby Sapphire and Amethyst Ruby, those 2 decks are, you know, really good into the Amber Emerald matchup. So if you add those 2 percentages together, you have 27% of the room, which is then the highest, are really good matchup into those Amber Emerald decks.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, we've already seen today Ruby Sapphire, if it can hit that spooky sight, put it all into the inkwell, and if you're running things like the big Sisu or grab your bow, then you do have the tools to deal with the Amber Emerald Dogs deck, which traditionally in the past we'd have said Ruby Sapphire Ruby Sapphire into Dogs is a pretty bad matchup. They just win the game before you're able to set up. But now with the ability to ramp 2, 4, 6, and if you're a newer player, when we say ramp, we just mean we're putting extra ink into our inkwell per turn. It's something that Sapphire does predominantly well.
Very well.
There are a couple of ways of Emerald doing it. There's a hey and a couple of things, but really it is a Sapphire trick. So yeah, now that we're able to ramp 2, 4, 6 into that Cinderella, then you can unlock that spooky sight or even the dreaded Be Prepared, and it can be a decent matchup, especially with cards like Pirate's Life.
Yeah, Pirate's Life and Nani's Payback. That's another one. You know, being able to take away that lore, keeping them off from the finish line long enough to you get to the top end and really take the game away from them. And then, of course, Amber Steel. I don't know if that was a surprise to you. It wasn't to me. I really did expect Amber Steel to be the biggest played deck in the room.
I would go as far to say, Rebecca, that Amber Steel is the most popular deck overall for the community, even if it's not necessarily the most played. Again, pro players are going to bring what they think is the right meta call for the day, but I think there is a very sentimental attachment to Amber Steel. Steel Song, of course, in the olden days, based around A Whole New World. And again, this is kind of the olden days because we are Infinity format, but what's mind-blowing is not many of these decks are running A Whole New World.
It's really surprising, and it's surprising to me, but, you know, the players are out there, they're doing play testing with their friends, their teams, they're going to Weekly League, playing at the CCQs, and they've really found that A Whole New World is not the best choice. There are some decks that I've seen out there where players are playing A Whole New World. I think we're always going to see it because it is a fun card.
Of course, and especially if you got that promo from the Infinity event towards the end of last year, you need to show those off, right?
Oh my goodness. I mean, I have those in my deck.
You're an Amber Steel player at heart, though, aren't you, really?
You know, what's funny is when I look back at where I was as a player early in Disney Lorcana, I actually did not like Amber Steel. I tried playing it, and I was like, okay, Amber Steel is good. I'm going to give it a go. And I didn't like it. It was not fun for me for some reason, you know? But now there's something about the makeup, the DNA of the Amber Steel deck now. It does play a little different, and I am enjoying it so much more. It's a lot more fun, and I feel like it has a lot of the good tools into the wide field, right, that we have out there. There's a little bit of answer for everything that you might face.
Yeah, again, like your dog's matchup should be reasonable with the likes of Storm at strength, Along Came Zeus, those sort of things. And again, I think the deck has game into most things that you could encounter. sorry, again, I would say Ruby Sapphire is probably the trickiest of the matchups, again, especially if they're running that Sisu build.
Yeah.
But overall, I think you've got a good shot into a lot of the metagame, and it does not surprise me to see it the most represented deck. But yeah, Ruby Amethyst, a quick note on that, the 4th most represented deck, and it does not surprise me. I think we're very reasonable into dogs. I think we can be reasonable into Amber Steel, depending on how you build the deck. I think Ruby Sapphire is a tricky matchup, but it can certainly be piloted. We've got a better Emerald Steel, so I'm going to tell you, I think there will be at least 4 Ruby Amethyst lists in top 16.
Okay, I'm going to hold you to that. Chat, hold us to that. Hold him to that. 4 in the top 16.
4 in the top 16.
Well, I mean, you picked that deck to win the whole thing.
Of course,
you did. Because you have to.
At the very
you are
least,
loyal.
I want to see some qualify for the European Championship.
I hope that we do. I love Ruby Amethyst as well. So, but like we've said, the field is wide open. There's a lot of decks out there, and although some of these decks are the highest represented in the room, you know, it's all about that conversion rate and what is going to happen today. Players working towards those 18 points that they need to get to day 2. We are finishing up round. Well, I don't know where we are in rounds right now.
Well, round 5, going into round 5.
And so we still have a few more rounds today. And yeah.
Do it all again tomorrow.
And then we'll do it all again tomorrow with a whole new group. With a whole new group of Illumineers. So a lot of fun to be had this weekend. We are going to infinity and beyond. Yeah. he's watching over us. Look at Buzz.
Trying to steal this golden Mickey.
I know. He's eyeing it. We know it was Buzz. It was Buzz the whole time. Yes.
No to blame if Mickey disappears.
Yes.
But yeah, there's a little breakdown of the meta. We know that you guys at home are keen to know what's performing well, what the Illumineers have brought. So that's what we're here to bring you, all the action that we can.
All right, we are back here in the booth. I'm back here in the booth. I'm actually in the booth for the first time today, joined by Kim. You had a fabulous last round, and I'm so excited to be here joining you for some Disney Lorcana gameplay.
I'm so excited. This is your first round in the booth, and I get to share with you, and I'm so excited. And it's Infinity, and I've got a sneaky suspicion we get to have a little look at a deck I know you're excited about.
Yeah, and we also get to look at a player that I know the community is excited about. Here you can see on the right hand of your screen a player that you all know him. That is the winner of Disney Lorcana Challenge Ghent just a few months ago. Zan Syed is here for round 6, and I am very excited for this matchup. Zan is playing against a player named Robert. I don't know much about him, but I am excited to see what decks these 2 players are playing.
Yeah, as am I, and I know you're a huge fan of Amber Steel, and it's going to be Amber Steel going up against Amber Emerald, and I do like Amber Emerald.
You do? What do you think about this matchup?
I think it can actually go either way, but I think depending on whether or not that Amber Emerald is playing under the sea or not, if they manage to if they're playing Tramp and they're fishing through their deck, and if they're playing under the sea, a lot of the glimmers in Amber Steel have a lot low strength, are easily targetable. However, I don't know if this is your typical Amber Steel. We all know Zan sometimes plays crazy decks, so I'm excited to get into it.
Yes.
And we're ready to go.
We are ready to roll. It does look like that's a Cinderella Stout-Hearted in his hand. We see a lot of other typical things in the current Amber Steel build that is really popular. We have Aurora going into the Inkwell, followed up by an Aurora on the board. She is holding court, and she is ready to bring in your princesses for 1 ink less when she quests.
Yeah, pretty great card, especially in Amber Steel, meaning if she quests now next turn, we could see a Aerial Spectacular Singer coming out, and Robert does have an Aurora holding court of his own. However, we're not playing it right now. We are actually going to put it in the Inkwell and play our Lady Decisive Dog.
Yes, Lady, of course, being a wonderful turn 1 play for this Amber Emerald deck, but that's interesting to see an Aurora in Amber Emerald. Is that something you're used to seeing in that build?
There has been a few little inclusions of Aurora in a few Amber Emerald decks. Not your typical normal Amber Emerald dogs that you know of, but we can utilize it to cheat out the likes of Mulan quicker and easier. To be able to cheat. It's kind of included in a lot of like this kind of Snow Fort builds where we're kind of getting a lot of strength thanks to Snow Fort and Mulan having the ability to quest for 2. But here we quest with our Aurora holding court. We're going to play 1 less for our beautiful princess that is aerial spectacular singer.
She is a singer and she is spectacular, and she can now be played on turn 2. She is a 3-cost card, but thanks to Aurora, she's coming down a turn early, which means we now have a singer 5 on the board, Kim, and that is really incredible because it can sing songs like and then along came Zeus, which is the card that he picked up off of Ariel's ability.
Yeah, it is indeed, and not to mention, maybe we'll even see her sing 5 cost. Well, we were talking about Aurora holding court, and here she is. Just a great way to cheat out princess characters if we have them. But right now, we don't even need to cheat out anything. We didn't have Grandmother Willow, but that's okay because Lady was in play, meaning our tramp here is only going to cost 1.
Yes, that's such a great ability. Hey, Pudge, so if you have a lady character in play, he can only cost 1. So we're bringing down both those cards, Aurora and Tramp, on turn 2 here, which is what that deck wants to do, right? Bring out a lot of characters.
Bring out a lot of characters. We want to get as many glimmers on the board as possible. We're going to try to quest for a lot, and then ultimately, if we have enough glimmers on the board and we're able to target the opponent's side of the board, maybe even reduce strength if they have a lot of glimmers on the board with high strength, and then ultimately, hopefully, sing Under the Sea, or even just challenge and keep control of the board. But that Aurora holding court is not going to be holding court on the board for long.
We are going to challenge in with our Ariel Spectacular Singer to take care of that Lady Decisive Dog, and then using our 3 ink, like you said, to get rid of Aurora, and not playing another character there, not using Ariel to sing either, to play something. So, yeah, this is...
It's turning into a very interesting matchup indeed.
Yeah.
Like I said before, and it can go very back and forth.
Street Smart Dog went into the inkwell, and we are playing out a Nani stage manager here. She has a really great ability. This was a new card from Winter Spell, and she really enabled this deck to do a lot with her ability.
Yeah, especially when a lot of the time, if you're top decking in Amber Emerald, just a great way to kind of refuel your hand, and you're playing so many 1 or 2 cost characters, like this Lilo Escape Artist. We can just find it, and maybe we have another Tramp Street Smart Dog. We inked one, but even just getting a 3-cost character out on the board, maybe we're going to use her to sing a little later on.
Yeah, and yeah, that's a really great point, Kim. We are going to go ahead and do a little quest here with our Tramp Enterprising Dog, and we are now on the board 1-1 here in this game 1 of round 6.
Yeah, and not to mention our Nani stage manager also has 3 strength, 3 willpower, can easily challenge into one of these Ariel Spectacular singers if Zan chooses to sing and leave it exerted next turn.
Yeah, we did get 2 songs off of this new Ariel Spectacular Singer that came down onto the board. He has the choice of Let the Storm Rage On or Akud et Amudi, which is a really fantastic card. He is choosing to get Let the Storm Rage On here. Of course, being able to do damage and draw a card. There are so many characters that he could target with that card against this Amber Emerald deck.
Yeah, especially when a lot of them most of the time have low strength willpower, but I think Zan recognizes the power of Nani's stage manager, and we're gonna, well, Zeus is gonna hurl that Thunderbolt, dealing 5 damage. She only had 3 willpower. We didn't need to be so harsh, but Zan recognizes, we know Zan has played these decks. He probably knows this Amber Emerald inside out.
Inside out.
And realizes, well, I can't let you get rid of my spectacular singer. I might need her later.
Yes, and you know what else he might need is that Cinderella Ballroom Sensation, because I believe Zan has that Cinderella Stout-Hearted in his hand, so we could possibly see that Shift Cinderella come down. But on Robert's side of the board, we have this brand new card, legendary card. This is Dale. He is ready for his shot.
He is indeed, and making all of your glimmers being able to challenge with their willpower instead of their strength, meaning our Tramp here, who had 1 strength, 3 willpower, was able to challenge for 3. So even though Zan was able to get rid of our Nani stage manager, we were still able to challenge and get rid of our Ariel, and there it is! Rebecca, you asked for it. I wanted to see it, and it's our Cinderella Stout-Hearted Shift.
And what's great about this is that now that Zan has played a song, Cinderella can challenge ready characters. Dale not even to be able to stick around for 1 whole turn. Cinderella swiftly coming in to take care of that spike suit. She said, "No, I don't think so. You've got to go."
Yeah, she's got to go, and she has resist too. But I do think we challenge into Dale. Dale doesn't have any strength.
No, he's a 0-4, but guess what? his ability applies to himself. So in challenges, he swings for 4. So because of Cinderella's shift resist 2, she only takes the 2 damage.
Yes, and so thankfully she doesn't have to, but if we pair that up with the likes of a Rapunzel, healing with gifted, we can just heal her, draw 2 cards, but another naughty stage manager helping Robert find another 1 or 2 cost character. I do believe it was Lady a Decisive Dog. Will we see him also play it? We do have 1 ink left available.
You know, one of the things that we've talked about is how Amber Steel has tools to deal with a lot of the decks that are in the field. And this feels really good right now for Zan. He is in a super great position, having both that Singer 5 that can sing pretty much every song in his deck, plus that huge Cinderella. And I'm not sure, Kim, what does Robert have in his deck that could help face off with that Cinderella Stout-Hearted?
I'm not too sure. We might need a few Delamoon's Lullaby to reduce that strength, but now we also have a Beast Tragic Hero. Well, it's not too tragic for Zan, but it's pretty nice at the start of Zan's next turn. If it has no damage, he can draw an extra card, but also, if he does have damage, we will be able to challenge with extra few strength. But
yeah, you know what else I love here is I just want to point out that this Ariel and Beast sitting next to each other are also signed by Ryan Miller and Steve Warner, you know, co-creators of Disney Lorcana. So that's pretty cool. I love seeing signed cards. And we have Leo, escape artist, going on a little quest over here on Robert's side. And we also have brought out another one. Plus that lady, we're getting that wide board again. And something that, as Amber Steel does really well, is targeting 1 character at a time. So I know that Zan really is going to want to stay on top of this.
yeah, definitely, for sure. And thankfully, with our Cinderella Stout-Hearted there, like you were saying earlier, Rebecca, we can just challenge ready characters once we sing a song. And this is why I was talking about Amber Steel earlier being so useful, especially this version, if we are able to play our Cinderella, especially Shifter. If we've got Aurora holding court, we can cheat her out early. But Mowgli, Man Cub coming in, we're just going to take a little look at Robert's hand.
What do you got there?
It was a Rapunzel healing with gifted, but no damage on any of our glimmers right now. We can't use it to draw cards, but maybe Zan's going to do some challenging, but a lot of our glimmers might be wiped out.
He is singing with Beast and taking care of that Nani, who does have the most willpower on the board there. So we're going to swing into some characters here. Ariel is going to do a little challenging as well, and really cleaning up Robert's side of the board. We have a Pete also coming out to say, hey, not only am I getting rid of all your glimmers, but also you can't do any actions, any songs next turn, because Pete, games referee, is here to stop it all.
Yeah, but Alilo escape artist escaping out of that discard, Robert is going to be able to replay it at the start of his turn. And my favorite Spray Cheese Kid, he's made it. He's in Infinity. Bobby Zimmerowski with his ability so cheesy.
So cheesy. And we also have that Nala coming down. 0-4 character, you know, which 4 willpower is a lot. Really great when you have a Dale out on the board.
It is, exactly, and really showing how much of a game-changing card Dale is, and we've seen it. We're going to see, I believe we'll definitely see a lot more of it going forward, but a lot of glimmers on the board. No Dale there right now, so Zan, well, one sing of a song, and this Cinderella can definitely just easily deal with that Nala.
Yes. And we did draw 2 cards here at the beginning of Zan's turn, and if you've been paying attention, it's because we have that Beast Tragic Hero on board, so we get to draw for Beast and draw for turn, which is really great for this. And we did pick up an Ariel ethereal voice, which is a wonderful whisper. You can boost her, and when you sing a song, as long as she has a card under her, you get to draw a card.
Yeah, all of these cards synergizing so well together. We've got Cinderella, we've got Cinderella Stout-Hearted, we've got Ariel Ethereal Voice, and then we've got our spectacular singer Ariel, who's just going to sing the song for us. Our Ariel Ethereal Voice helps us draw cards.
Yeah.
And well, while we're singing, we might as well just challenge some ready characters thanks to our brave knight Cinderella.
Yeah, this is you said Ariel spectacular singer. This is a spectacular board. I mean, look at this. There's so much lore. There's so many singers. There's all that synergy that you were just talking about, Kim. And we are going to go ahead and use some of that synergy with 6 glimmers on the board to sing Strength of a Raging Fire. It's a little over the top here to do 6 damage onto one of these characters, but we want to get those glimmers off Robert's side, get some of that lore out of the way. So go ahead and sing in that here. That does mean now that Cinderella can challenge ready characters going into Bobby Zimmerowski. Zimaruski.
Oh, poor Bobby Zimaruski. The spray cheese kid did nothing wrong, and our Pete Games referee is also going to challenge into one of the second Lilo escape artist. Zan recognizing, they're just going to keep coming, but well, I can't leave them there. They're going to quest for 2 if I don't get rid of them. But right now, this board, well, there's a lot of glimmers there, and well, there's only 1 lore. It's only 5 lore to 1. It's still anyone's game. But right now, if I'm Robert, I'm getting a bit scared of this board because even a top deck of an Under the Sea, well, we can't play it, but if we could, well, we're not clearing much because a lot of these glimmers.
Yeah,
right?
you have Cinderella, or not Cinderella. You have Ariel, you have Mowgli that are lower strength characters, but all the rest of those glimmers on the board had quite a lot of strength, so an Undersea wouldn't do it. But the question here is, what is Robert going to do with that wide board that Zan has built up with all of those really big characters?
What you mean? He has Nala.
He has a 0-4 glimmer on the board.
He has Nala, and one Dale out on that board. That Nala will have the ability to challenge for 4, and I believe in her. She can do it.
I believe in Nala.
Well, Cinderella Stouthearted now. That is a card I've been waiting to see get into play, but we didn't even have to pay the full amount of ink for her because of our ballroom sensation.
Yes.
On the board, and just teaming all of these cards up together. It's kind of our steel song, but our controlly, and
yes,
it's pretty beautiful.
It does so many things. It has answers for so many things. Amber Steel is a very powerful deck, and there's a reason why this is the #1 deck in the room here today. And just so that you know, who are watching at home, we have something going on at the table with the judges, so we're going to let our lore guides figure out what's going on, and we'll update you as soon as we have an answer for you. But this Amber Steel deck is doing what it's made to do, and it's a lot of fun to play, and it is really powerful. And I think that, like you said, in this matchup, it could go either way. And right now, the scales are definitely tipping in Zan's favor. He's really gotten everything that he wanted at the right time.
Yeah, unfortunately for our Amber Emerald player, and even though they had the tools that they needed, but they kind of didn't get off to that quick early start, especially against a deck like Amber Steel, where they just have so many songs and action cards where they're able to just deal damage without them even needing to quest. And now we don't even need to quest because Cinderella's on the board and we can challenge ready characters. But these Lilo escape artists are putting up a fight right now, coming back every turn, but looking like we are looking at this family. Did we even sing together? What is going on? Did we pay 7? I think we might have sung it.
Wow, look at this family. That is a super fun card and not one that I've seen in this Amber Steel deck being played. So that is a sing together. You get to look at the top 5 cards and you can reveal up to 2 characters and put them in your hand. So a fantastic addition to this deck, a 7-cost song that just was being sung.
Yeah, so I do believe Beast together with Mowgli, a combination I never thought we'd get. A tragic hero and a man cub coming together to look at this family and look at these glimmers on Zan's board. We just got another Rapunzel gifted with healing. We're going to heal, I believe, off Cinderella, and we're going to draw more cards. And then Ursula Vanessa joining a bunch of glimmers on this pretty wide board, and just a Lilo escape artist coming back in at the start of Robert's turn now.
Yeah,
still 3 ink to play with.
We do. We bring down a couple cards. Hey, we bring down an Ursula Deceiver, which is pretty great against this Amber Steel deck because we do get to take out a song card if he has it. And indeed, Zan did have Let the Storm Rage On in hand, so Ursula made him discard that card. And we also had that Grandmother Willow come out, but now that's all Robert could do. We are going back over to Zan.
Yeah, these cards in particular, Ursula Deceiver and Grandmother Willow, the kind of cards you want to see way earlier on in the game, and we could have definitely seen something else happen. But right now, Zan just calculating the lore, but Ursula Deceiver definitely would have been way more useful at the beginning, but still, it's still useful. She did get something, but right now, Zan is going to have the ability to quest for,
13, I think, if I'm counting right. There's a lot of lore on the board, and I think I'm pretty sure it's 13 lore. Kim is counting right now just to double check my math, and she's nodding in agreement. We have 13 lore which means that would take us all the way up to 19 if we wanted to. We are going to elect to sing, it looks like, with our Ursula Vanessa, Take Care of Grandmother Willow, because that tree can get pretty scary, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I don't blame him. If Zan won a whole challenge with Amber Emeralds, he probably knows as well as anyone else how dangerous these decks can be. And right now, instead of choosing to quest all the way up to 19, well, why not just take full board control first? And, well, that's exactly what he's going to do. And then, after all of that, we might as well do some questing.
Yep.
And to top it all off,
you can't do any actions. To top it all off.
Yeah. We're also going to play a Pete Games referee, and that's when Robert says, okay, let's go to game 2.
Yes, that's game 1 going to Zan on Amber Steel with, look at this family in this deck and all of those singers singing together in a spectacular chorus of songs and taking down Robert's Amber Emerald deck. I feel like you said, that Robert really just didn't get off to a good start in the way that this deck wants to get out of the gates.
Yeah, especially with Zan going first there. He was on the play. This time now, Robert might have a little bit more of an advantage being on the play himself. Zan's going to be on the draw. If we can get off to a much quicker start with our 1-drop, our Willow into another 1-drop, or even our 1-drop into an Ursula Deceiver to be able to get rid of that early song card, maybe even it's an Akutamuti or Let the Storm Rage On, when Zan's going to be possibly just going to be able to sing with our Cinderella turn 1, or now that he's going second, maybe he's even playing an Angel Siren Singer, a little bit of an underdog, but still amazing card for when you're going to be on the draw.
Yeah, I really love in the Amber Steel deck that you have access to both Angel Siren Singer and Cinderella Ballroom Sensation, both of them being Singer 3s that you can potentially bring out on turn 1 if you are on the draw. So that's 8 possible Singer 3s for your turn 1. Now, the other thing I wanted to point out with Robert is we did see in game 1 that he was never able to get out Tramp, Street Smart Dog. In fact, we saw it go into the inkwell at one point. How instrumental, how pivotal do you think it was that he didn't find that in order to play it out?
Yeah, quite sad there for Robert as well, because we've seen him use a couple of Nani stage managers, which is a great tool to be able to finding the cards you need. But sometimes, especially for against a deck like Amber Steel, just to be able to draw a load of cards, he wasn't even able to stick a load of glimmers onto the board for a long period of time to be able to cheat out the Tramp. And we needed ink, we needed to draw cards, so no wonder it went into the inkwell. But being able to utilize Tramp, Street Smart Dog against a deck like this, drawing so many cards, discarding loaded cards, getting those Lilos into the discard, because we had to play them first before even just cycling them out of the discard, because every single turn they could take a bit of a toll on a deck like Amber Steel, because they have to challenge them, they have to use their actions up on them, and that's the last thing they want to do against that. They want to use it against Dale and stuff like that, where Tramp, if Dale's on the board, he's also going to be able to hit for challenge for 6.
Yes, he is a big dog.
Yeah.
He's a big dog. He's a powerful dog. And we are getting ready to alter our opening hands here. I do want to point out that it looks like that's Find My Flat. No, I thought I saw Find My Platinum, but it was not. Never mind.
I think it's a Let the Storm Rage On, but in a meta like this, when there's so many items, Find Them in Platinum would be a great song to include.
Got snow forts out there by the dozen.
Yeah.
We've
seen a lot of them. By Emerald Chromicon, a lot of snow forts in the room, but we did, luckily for Zan, draw into some of our Cinderella Ballroom Sensations, which could definitely help us here. We've seen Aurora holding court first game, which helped us cheat out our Aerial Spectacular Singer. Turn 2, will we see it again, or will we get our Cinderella out, and will we sing a Kutamuti to cheat something bigger out? I'm excited. And Robert, this time round, going to be on the play.
If you can get a Ballroom Sensation out on turn 1, get Nakuta Moody. I have seen this deck play Cinderella Stout-Hearted as early as turn 3 or 4, which is wild. But can this Amber Emerald deck do what it's made to do? We know how powerful this is. I want to see Robert really get out the gate really strong here. Let's see how game 2 goes. We do have that Nala coming down here, that 0-4 character, which of course, 0 strength is not a lot, but this mischievous club is great if you can get a Dale on the board, like you said. Yeah, we did actually just draw off the top there, so we've got a Dale in hand.
but it's that street smart dog that I think we're looking for.
Yeah, but great against a deck like this when we know more than likely Zan next turn going to be looking to probably sing a song. If that song is going to be Let the Storm Rage On, well, 2 damage isn't going to kill or banish our Nala, but unfortunately we'll be able to get rid of our Bobby Zimmerowski. But Bobby Zimmerowski, using his ability so cheesy, we are going to be able to draw a card, discard a card, and getting that Lilo Escape Artist into the discard this early is exactly what this kind of deck wants to do.
Yes, you do like to see her in the discard, because then you can just say, hey, come on back, Lilo. Come on back and play with us. Come out. We're going to
I've no cards to play right now. Come back into the game.
And we have that lady coming down, and Decisive Dog. So instrumental to this deck, really able to quest for quite a lot if you can pump up her strength.
Yeah, not even that, but also a great target for our Lady Miss Park Avenue shift line when we're getting so many cards into our discard. Why not? Maybe we'll need them later. Let's bring it back. And here is our Cinderella going to start singing a Kutamuti. We're going to play 2 less for the next card we play, but not only that, we get to draw a card, Rebecca.
Yeah, now here's where you got to think, okay, I can ink for this turn, but I can pay 2 less for the next character. So I only need to exert 1 to play Ariel Spectacular Singer, which is fantastic. And we do find a song, Look This Family, as well as Let the Storm Rage On, which it looks like Zan is going to take into his hand. That card, that song did quite a bit of work in game 1. No surprise there that he took that into his hand. Now the question is, does he have another 1-cost character that he could play this turn, where he could ink and play out a 1-cost character? We are putting Look at This Family into the inkwell, and then we do have something. We have another ballroom sensation.
Yeah, we're off to the ball this round with 2 Cinderella ballroom sensations already out on the board next turn. Across the board, right? Ariel has Singer 5. 2 Cinderellas have Singer 3 each. We could sing together for a lot if we had a card that sung together for like 11.
It's true. These girls be belting.
They can all sing Look at This Family together. We don't need to right now. We didn't take it off the top of the deck, but we're already off to a princess party for Zan, and I like it. But right now, what is Robert going to be able to do? We can't get out that Dale just yet. Would have been great to see if we did have 4 ink. We could have played our Dale and then easily challenged one of these Cinderellas. But right now, we will be able to ink a card. We can get to 3. Do we perhaps even have a Nani stage manager?
Nani, I think, might be in his hand, and if it is, that would be a great one. We are going to go ahead and ink Dale, and we are playing out Nani stage manager. She is helping us find our glimmers. Of course, it does have to be that cost 2 or less, so we are looking at those top 4 cards and seeing who can come out. And of course, that card goes into your hand, and the rest on the bottom of your deck in any order.
Yeah, but once again, just getting another glimmer out on the board for a deck like this means 1 step closer to playing our 7-cost trump Street Smart Dog for a little bit less.
Yeah, and it looks like we do have an Ursula that we are bringing out, but I also want to point out that Robert has Go-Go in there in his deck. She's going onto the bottom of his deck right now, but Go-Go Tamago is a card that we could see come into play later. She's a fantastic Emerald Glimmer where you can pay just a little extra ink. Just a little.
Yeah, just a little extra.
And then you can gain lore based on the damage on an opposing character. She is fantastic.
Yeah, great in a deck like this for just finishing off games, especially if she just ends up in the discard and we're able to shift a Lady Miss Park Avenue. We can easily bring it back. But also, just if something like Cinderella Stout-Hearted, like we saw in the first game, had so much damage on her, we can easily target it, gain the lore. And I do see that Look at This Family in Zan's hand. We could easily sing together if we're searching for more stuff. We can't challenge into anything right now. We can't play our Rapunzel Healing with Gifted, but we could just play an Ursula Vanessa and another Cinderella and make more singers. Why not?
I think one of the questions here for Zan is he knows that Robert just picked up that Ursula Deceiver that could possibly be played next turn. He has 3 songs in his hand. So the question is, does he just play all 3 out and use them, so then Ursula doesn't have any targets? Robert doesn't have any idea how many song cards that Zan has in hand. Or does he keep 2 in hand, so that way he has an option there of which one to discard? He does have the singers to play them all. Well, Look at This Family. He would have to use both characters, so he can't play all 3, I don't think.
No, but we could easily play the 2 uninkable songs. Like, we played Let the Storm Rage On, we could easily play Then Along Came Zeus, and just ink Look at This Family. It stops us being targeted by Ursula Deceiver, and like keeps all the cards in his hand.
Are we gonna sing together?
I think maybe we might sing together.
We might.
We might actually sing together.
I love singing together, Kim.
I do too.
I think it's great, and I actually, just in general, I think everyone would agree that singing in Disney Lorcana is one of the most powerful things you can do. To be able to play a card, get whatever incredible effect it has without using ink is in itself really powerful. But the sing together is so wonderful, and it's so Disney, right? Because that's what these characters do in the films, is they love to sing. I mean, everyone loves a solo.
Yes. But singing together is pretty magical.
It is so magical.
And like we've seen it earlier when I was casting with Ross, and Olaf didn't even need to sing together with anyone else because our Olaf summon of action is cost 9, and he was singing Dig a Little Deeper by himself. But right now, this Ariel, spectacular singer, well, she can sing for 5. Our Cinderella can sing for 3 together. Well, they can just sing Look at This Family together. Zan can have a look at cards. We can draw more cards. But then the issue is we're left with Then Along Came Zeus, which more than likely will be targeted because it's not going to be able to be inked. And ideally, you kind of want to try and get rid of any one of Robert's glimmers here, because next turn, well, we can ink a card and easily play Tramp Street Smart Dog next turn. And ideally, Zan wants to stay away from that, and that's what we're going to see.
Yes. Along came Zeus to take care of that lady. Ariel did sing it. We are going to go ahead and play out our Ursula, and we're going to ink Cinderella and play another Cinderella ballroom sensation, just really building. Look at that. There's all 4 Cinderella ballroom sensations, 1 in the inkwell. The other 3 of the quartet are on the board.
Yep. They're all ready, and they're going to the ball. Someone get them home before midnight so they don't turn into a pumpkin. But the question is now, is Robert going to play that Ursula Deceiver to be able to get rid of that card? But Robert doesn't know that there's 1 song card left, but we're going to have a look anyway. And there is, Look at This Family into the inkwell. 1 card left, or not in the inkwell, but the discard, pardon me. But 1 card left in Zan's hand now.
Yes. Just 1 card, and Robert, I'm sure, glad to get that Look at This Family card out of Zan's hand. Probably really happy that he did hit a song, because he didn't know how many songs that Zan had, and Zan played 2 songs this last turn. So, and we are playing out another Ursula. He already knows that it's just that Rapunzel in hand, but wanting to build up his side of the board.
Yep, once again, just building up that board. Maybe we're looking to sing together something else, or even just cheating out our Tramp Street Smart Dog next turn, or maybe we're just building up a wide board. Maybe we will see a Mulan and a Tramp come down. Mulan can quest for 6, a maximum of 6, or even our Ursula Deceiver just has the ability to challenge. Maybe we give it a little bit of extra strength.
Oh, it looks like we did get a song off the top. We got Along Came Zeus. Ariel's going to go ahead and sing that, and we're going to go on a quest here with our glimmers going up to 5 now. We quested for 4. We were already at 1, and back to Robert and see what we can do.
Yeah, it's no longer 1-to-1 lore on the board. Zan is starting to take the lead now, 5 lore to 1. Does Robert have many cards in his hand? 3 glimmers left on the board. We drop a turn. How are we going to deal with all these singers? Time will tell. 1 Under the Sea would do it and get rid of all of those glimmers on Zan's board. However, we don't have enough to be able to deal, but we can't challenge at least.
We can challenge. We are going to challenge and do a little 2-for-1 here. Ursula only having 1 strength, so we're going to have to use both of them to take care of 1 Cinderella ballroom sensation. And then Nala going ahead and questing here, bringing Robert up to 2 and playing out an Eleanor, renowned diplomat. Here she is, the new star of Amber Emerald, making her appearance. This is a fantastic card that has a wonderful ability, and if you have at least 3 characters exerted at the end of your turn, you get to do not just 1, not just 2, you get to do 3 things. You get to draw a card, you get to gain a lore, and you get to do 1 damage to an opposing character, which you did choose that Cinderella ballroom sensation. Eleanor is fantastic, Kim.
Yeah, and a wonderful new addition thanks to this most recent set, Wilds Unknown. She came out then, only recently seeing play in the last couple of weeks. But no surprise that she's being included in this deck, and Robert probably having this card in his hand for a little while, saying, I know you don't have any more songs left, but I need to keep at least three glimmers on the board.
Yes.
I'm not going to target anything with my second Ursula Deceiver, but at least I'll have 3 glimmers on the board for my Eleanor to be able to use her ability, coordinated efforts, and I'm so happy she gets to see play. She's a queen, and she's going up against princesses.
That is true. She is. And you know what's fantastic, too, is that Eleanor's ability, she doesn't have to exert, right? So as soon as she comes out into play, if you have those 3 glimmers exerted, then it will trigger that ability. Over on Zan's side of the board, are we choosing? Yeah, we are. Unfortunately, not going to get maximum value, but we are going to get to draw 1 card off of the Rapunzel gifted with healing ability. We're going to gleam, we're going to glow, and we're going to draw 1 card. And of course, we do get now another really great quester on the board. She quests for 2,
Yep.
and I think for Zan, that is good. But I feel like we want to get rid of some of these characters here, Kim.
Yeah, we're definitely going to need to, especially with Eleanor here on the board. But then we also take that risk of being able to be challenged into in return, because not only is Eleanor, well, not only does she have a great ability, but she has a pretty nice stat line with 3 strength, 4 willpower. She can challenge for 3, but also if we get a Dale out on the board, she's gonna challenge for 4. But looking like both of our Cinderellas are gonna challenge and get rid of this Ursula Deceiver.
Yes, both Cinderella's doing that. They will each take 1 damage back from Ursula. It looks like Zan might be using Ariel to challenge into the other Ursula. We are indeed taking 1 damage there as well. And we are going to we are going to do one damage. Start working on it.
Great start.
4 willpower is a lot. Now, we are going to play out a Lilo from the discard, which has been there since the beginning.
Yeah.
Since turn 2, I believe, turn 1 with the Bobby Zimmerowski.
Yeah, and exactly what she's there for, and synergizes perfectly with Eleanor as she comes in exerted, and why she's made such an impact in this deck in particular, especially with Lilo Escape Artist. If we have enough of them, well, we're able to just use her effect. But our tramp coming in, Dapper Rascal, we're going to give extra strength to Nala, I believe. We can give her 3 strength, meaning we can challenge and get rid of Zan's Ariel, Spectacular Singer, leaving just 4 glimmers on the board, and we won't be able to use Eleanor's ability. Or wait, can we? Because it does not say other characters.
Nope, it doesn't.
Yeah, it's important to note that just 3 or more exerted characters. So the fact that we can just challenge with Eleanor, she'll be exerted, and we can still use her ability. Not only is he going to draw a card, not only is he going to gain a lure, but we can also deal 1 damage to something.
Yep. We can indeed, and that was a fantastic turn. And I really feel like Eleanor coming down has kind of swung this game a little bit back into Robert's favor, perhaps. We are going to ink our Beast Tragic Hero here for turn from Zan and bring out Namari, single-minded rival. She has a lot of strength. Do you know why? She gets +1 strength for every card in your discard pile.
Yeah, she's extremely focused, and well, I'd hate to count the size of Zan's discard pile right now, because I imagine, well, there's a lot of princesses, there's a lot of songs in there, and well, she could basically challenge and take out any one of Robert's glimmers next turn. But not only that, but she has another ability, Strategic Edge, to be able to draw a card at the start of Zan's turn. But not only that, when you play her, you can also use her ability to draw a card and discard a card. Not only a great way of filtering through your deck, but also discarding a card for herself to be able to challenge even more. But right now, can Robert deal with this big Namari? Right now, I think Anna's showing us
10.
It's a 10,
It is a 10,
5. And here, at long last, our 7-cost tramp, Street Smart Dog.
Finally being able to be played. He wasn't able to play it game 1, but game 2, able to find it, able to bring it out. We're going to draw 4 cards and then discard 4. And this really allows him to filter through, find the answers that he needs right now. Now it's a party.
It is a big
Now
party.
It's a party.
And it's only 4 lore to 5. It's still anyone's game, but really goes to show how the first game, Zan was kind of more in control, but it still went a bit back and forth. But this time, Robert slowly taking the lead. He took back a little bit of board control, but this Namari is going to be a little bit hard to get rid of.
Yeah, you think?
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
A little bit.
A 10-5 character, and unfortunately, Robert doesn't have access to something like, and then along came Zeus, you know, to take it off the board. We're going to do a little challenge in with Eleanor, but then guess what? Eleanor ability is going to trigger. We're going to be able to do 1 more damage and get rid of Ursula Vanessa off the board. We're going to draw. We're going to gain a lore. And Eleanor, I think, is going to be facing a challenge here on Zan's next turn because of that Namaro. He does have the ability to challenge in because Eleanor is doing a lot of work for Robert, but I know Zan doesn't want to see that. But man, I love seeing Eleanor in play. She's really fantastic.
Yeah, it's been phenomenal getting to see her in action. But Pete Games referee coming down for Zan now. Would have definitely been great to see another Rapunzel healing with gifting, because if we were able to challenge Eleanor, it would have left exactly 3 lore, and we would have helped Zan draw more cards, really gotten back in the game. But right now, Pete Games referee instead coming in. Robert can't play any actions, but that's okay. I think, well, Eleanor did her work.
You know,
she did a lot. She put in a lot of effort.
I want to say that he got to trigger off of Eleanor 3 times, right? So that's 3 lore. That's 3 cards he got to draw, and that is 3 damage that he was able to do. And I believe in each case when he did damage, he was able to end up banishing a character. So super efficient use of Eleanor's ability there. And we are back over to his side of the board now. We've got 4 glimmers on the board. He has quite a few cards still in hand. What do you got, Robert? Let's see what we got this turn.
Yeah, and thanks to our Tramp Street Smart Dog last turn, we were able to have a good look and filter through, and maybe that was the card we were looking for, and now he's on the board once again.
Robert is not throwing away his shot because he's got Dale, who is ready for his shot, and we are now challenging with our willpower, which is huge.
Yeah, one would say it's giving a little bit of a spiky suit ability, and just a Pete Games referee now left on the board. Robert didn't need to use any actions. Well, we couldn't because Pete was on the board, but that's okay. Dale came in, and we could just easily challenge Zan's board away, but Zan doesn't like that Lido escape artist and recognizes that we really got to get rid of it right now.
Yeah. And, you know, Robert's still only with 4 ink in his inkwell, but just being able to do so much, that just shows you the power of this deck, and that Dale just enabling him to make some really favorable trades there. And, you know, because normally in the Dogs deck, no, wait. Okay, pause, because guess what?
Well, we got rid of 1 Eleanor for Zan. Robert just brought back another. And guess what, Rebecca? There's 3 glimmers on the board. We can challenge or we can quest with these glimmers. And then, once again, trigger Eleanor's effect. And this Tramp Street Smart Dog right now, well, he just challenged for 6.
For 6, yep, because of that Dale's ability spike suit, he is going to swing for 6, which is just wild. And Zan says, that's it. Let's go to game 3. You've got this one, Robert. And we saw the power of that Amber Emerald deck doing what it was built to do. We saw Street Smart Dog. We saw Dale. We saw Eleanor, renowned diplomat Kim. What do you think of that card?
I'm so excited, and I'm so happy we got to see it have some play. And the way it came in, and there was already 3 glimmers on the board. Excellent deck piloting by Robert, recognizing, well, if I play this first a few turns earlier, well, I'm not going to get the full effect, but playing it right already when you had 3 glimmers on the board, meaning you already get at least 1 guaranteed trigger, you get to draw a card, you get to gain a lore, and not only that, but we get to deal a damage, and that 1 extra damage helps us deal with a lot of Zan's board, really going to show, like what we were talking about earlier when you ask, oh, what deck is kind of favored? Well, it can, exactly, Zan 1-1, Robert 1-1, it can go either way, but this time, Robert won, Zan will be going on the play once again, so we'll have that slight little bit of an advantage, but both games, Robert, we didn't see the traditional kind of Amber Emerald one drop into Grandmother Willow into another one drop. Maybe this time we'll see it, or maybe Robert's just deciding maybe a one drop into double one drop is better for going up against a deck like Amber Steel.
Yeah, and both players have one on the play. Zan went first in game 1. Robert went first in game 2. They both won those games. So this, game 3, Zan is on the play, but anything could happen. I really do feel like these decks are, like you said, they're very evenly matched.
Yeah.
It could go either way. Who gets the cards that they want to see? Who has the right answers at the right time? Who is, playing the right lines at any given moment, because there's so many micro decisions. I know that Zan, like we said, knows that Amber Emerald deck inside and out. He is a top class player, but Robert showing that he is a player to be, to deal with, that he is at the top of his game as well here. And plus, he's wearing a Tigger sweatshirt, so he gets points for that.
Yeah, he's bouncy, flancy, fun. And going up against, Zan, very well-known player in the community, I would definitely be a little bit shaky in my boots knowing that, he did win the most recent European DLC, but there's the fist bump. They're ready to go. We're going to game 3.
Game 3.
It could still be either player's game, and I think for Robert, he's really going to need to try and utilize his Ursula Deceivers early on, get rid of those song cards. Like we've seen them in the last game. They came out a little bit too late, but ultimately still helped him stay in the game and keep control along with Eleanor. But we're off to a great start already. This Cinderella coming in for Zan already turn 1.
Yep, turn 1 ballroom sensation. We have a singer 3 on the board, and it does look like we have a couple of songs that could be sung. We've got Let the Storm Rage On, we've got Akuta Demuti, but we have a Nala on the other side of the board, which Let the Storm Rage On will not take care of because she has 4 willpower, and Let the Storm Rage On only does 2 damage.
Yeah, exactly the kind of play that Robert needs for his opening. We're going to ink the Aurora holding court. We don't want to play that because we know if Zan has the Let the Storm Rage On, can easily be dealt with, but that's okay. Zan has another song to sing, and it is going to be Akuta Demuti, and, we're going to play 2 less for the next character we play. Do we have an aerial spectacular singer, or do we have something else we can play?
We've got a Pete, I believe, but I think that really might be it in Zan's hand, which is what we're going to see played down, that Pete Games referee, but unfortunately not a singer, not an aerial spectacular singer, and, Aurora going into the inkwell. I don't think that Pete here was what he would like to have seen, but it gets him a character on the board.
Yeah, it's another glimmer on the board. Maybe not joining the ball right now, but still, might not do much against Amber Emerald. We're not going to be playing many actions this next turn. However, is a 3-cost 3/3, has the ability to sing, and you're getting it out turn 2, which is still pretty good.
Yes, and we do have Grandmother Willow and another 1-drop, another Nala, in fact, another 0-4 character. So that is that line, Kim, that you were saying. Are we going to see 1-drop Willow, 1-drop? And we did.
Yeah, and now the ultimate question is, if these can stick around, does Zan have a Let the Storm Rage On? More than likely, I see it in his hand, and we're going to get rid of that Ancient Advisor. So to stop that turn 3, Tramp Street Smart Dog. But right now, we're not going to do it. We're going to play 2 less and draw a card. Thanks to Akuta Demuti.
Yep,
we could also sing with this Pete.
Yep, we're also, looks like, going to use Pete. We are going to sing. Did he grab another Akut? Oh, okay. This stacks.
This stacks.
So we now get to play 4 less. We're exerting 2. That is 6. Are we playing Aerial Sonic Warrior?
It is Aerial Sonic Warrior coming into play. And not to mention her ability. When we play a song, you can use her amplified voice to pay 2 ink and deal 3 damage to chosen character. And going against
3 damage.
3 damage, not 2 damage. You're paying 2 and you're paying 3 damage, Rebecca. And when you're going against a deck like this, Aerial Sonic Warrior is such an amazing card to be playing because, we're going to sing songs, we're going to deal damage. We can just pay 2 extra and deal damage and banish even more characters.
Yes, This is a really great character to bring down. We are really excited. I am really excited about seeing Ariel Sonic Warrior. It's one of my favorite. Ariel's my favorite character and one of my favorite cards in the game. So that's super exciting to see her in play here.
And not to mention, like, she cost 6. We only paid 2 for that.
We did. We had 2 Akudamutis that were played, and yes, that was super fun to see. Now, over on Robert's side, he's got to be thinking, what do I do now in the face of Ariel's spectacular singer? We're going to go ahead and play out a lady.
Yeah, we're going to play lady. We're not playing our Bobby Zamaruski. Our spray cheese kid is going into the inkwell, but we're also just building up a wide board of glimmers. But now, this Ariel Sonic Warrior teamed up with our Cinderella and our Pete. Well, we can do some singing.
I missed that Nani came down. So we played Nani for 3. We got to play. The lady came out for free because of Willow. Or
we played
Nani for 2, and then
Yeah.
All right. We are going to sing here. We're going to take care of Grandmother Willow, Ancient Visor. We're going to pay. We're going to deal some more damage with Ariel's ability. Take care of Nani. Stage manager is going to go. That amplified voice really singing.
Yeah, Nani stage manager didn't stick around for long, unfortunately, and neither did that ancient advisor, Grandmother Willow. Robert won't be cheating out a Tramp Street smart dog right now, but the question is, will we see another song?
Family, we're going to sing together with Ariel and Pete. We're going to look at the top 5 cards, find 2 characters, and put them in our hand. Namari and Cinderella Stouthearted, 2 powerhouse characters going into his hand. And then we're going to also use the 2 extra ink that we have available to us to do 3 damage with Ariel Sonic Warrior to get rid of Lady, which is not good news for Robert because Lady is a fantastic card that could really help him get the lore that he wants to be getting. She has that wonderful ability when, she pumps up her strength that she can quest for up to 3, but not able to do that, unfortunately.
No, not able to do that at all, especially when there is glimmers in the discard, but that's okay, because we've got our new favorite card.
New favorite, Queen Eleanor, renowned diplomat, being played here by Robert. Unfortunately, doesn't have 3 characters that he can have exerted here, so we won't get to trigger off the ability, but she's now established on the board. She does only have 4 willpower, and there's a lot of answers in Zan's deck.
Yeah, and just 1 more glimmer on the board for Zan would mean, well, we could easily play those Strength of the Raging Fires and get rid of Eleanor.
Yeah.
So I have a kind of sad feeling we may not get to see Eleanor's effects just not yet.
I don't think she's going to last long. We're going to do 2 damage with Let the Storm Rage On and then trigger Ariel's ability to do the extra 3 damage from that effect to say goodbye, renowned diplomat.
Yeah. We could do that too.
We could do that too. I'm telling you, Ariel Sonic Warrior is one of my favorite cards in the Amber Steel song deck. That ability, that amplified voice ability is just so strong. Like you said, it's not 1 damage, it's not 2, it is 3 damage, and that is huge for just 2 ink.
Yeah, especially against a deck like this, when a lot of the time you're against kind of Dapper Rascals, which have 3 willpower, your Ursula Deceivers have 3 willpower, and Ariel's Sonic Warrior, her amplified voice easily deals with that. Mowgli Mancub going into the inkwell right now. Are we going to sing another song and deal more damage?
We're thinking about it. We're thinking about what we want to do here. We're going to sing, or are we going to quest? What are we going to do? We're going to pass. We're going to go ahead and pass. And which I want to make special note of this because he didn't sing, but he also didn't quest. Both players, we're turn 5 now. We're still at 0-0 here, Kim.
Yes. Yeah,
0-0.
Yeah, we are. It was still no lore has made it yet.
There she is.
And no need to fear.
Miss Park Avenue.
Even though we didn't get to shift Miss Park Avenue, that's okay. We had enough ink. We could just pay 5 for her.
Yes, she has a wonderful ability too. It's really something wonderful that when she's played, you get to return 2 character cards with cost 2 or less from your discard to your hand. So Robert able to bring back a couple characters. There's that Namari single-minded rival now coming down into play, and Cinderella is going into the discard. Interesting. So we drew something off of Namari from her ability, and whatever it is that he drew, he wanted it more than that Cinderella stout-hearted. I didn't see what he got off the top there.
Oh, neither did I, but interesting that we decided to play Namari over shifting Cinderella stout-hearted, which would have easily let us challenge into these readied up.
Because he has another one.
That's why. That's why.
He had another Cinderella stout-hearted in his hand.
He was hiding it from us.
He was hiding it from us.
Zan was just trying to trick us. Zan was just here trying to trick us. So next turn, maybe we will see a shift once again of Cinderella stout-hearted. But right now, we are looking at this family and not just one aerial ethereal voices. That was 2 aerial ethereal voices?
It was 2, which is a lot of draw power. It's a lot of draw power. We do have another Eleanor in hand on Robert's side, which is really fantastic. But he, unfortunately, still only has those 2 Nullas on the board. He does have a couple other smaller characters. He's got the Grandmother Willow, Ancient Advisor coming down. Now he can pay 1 less to bring another character out, which... He has an Is that an Ursula Deceiver in his hand? If he had an Ursula, that might be nice.
If we had an Ursula Deceiver in hand, that would be huge. We also have a Tramp, Dapper Rascal. We have a lady, Decisive Dog, which now means that the Tramp is only going to cost 1 to play.
Yes.
Or maybe we'll ink it. Why not? And
Okay,
play her, Eleanor.
There's that Eleanor coming down. Now we have plenty of characters on the board. So next turn, we can turn some sideways, trigger that coordinated efforts ability.
Yeah, once these Nalas and Grandmother Willow and Our Lady are able to stick around, but will we see that all-important Cinderella stout-hearted shift coming in? Or maybe we're just going to play all these aerials and boost them with our aerial ethereal voice. We're definitely going to see 1 anyway, the other one looking like it's going into the inkwell, because maybe we're going to sing a song and we want to have 2 ink available to use our amplified voice ability from Ariel.
Man, you've got to feel for Robert this game. It's just, every turn he's able to put some characters out onto the board, and every turn Zan has the answer to clear them off the board. And Robert just looking for how can I gain back some control in this game, and unable to find it.
Yeah, and there's a Bobby Zimmerowski Spray Cheese Kid. We did use his ability. It is a May, so we didn't have to, but maybe hoping to get a Lilo Escape Artist off Bobby Zimmerowski's ability. But right now, Zan has another aerial, not one that's already on the board. This one is a spectacular singer, which is going to help us also look at the top 4 cards of our deck and put a song card into our hand. And, well, that was Along Came Zeus.
Yes, which we're going to go ahead and sing with Ariel, ethereal voice. And we're going to go ahead and finally take care of those Nullos. Those mischievous clubs have been there for quite a while. And then triggering our Aerial Sonic Warrior to take care of Grandmother Willow. Just answer after answer after answer from this Amber Steel deck. Expertly piloted by Zan Syed here. We are in round 6 if you're just joining us. This is game 3 here between Robert and Zan. And we do have a Dale, though, coming down. Dale able to really make use there of Nala's 4 willpower, Kim.
Yeah, well, when we lost one mischievous cub, but the other one, thanks to a Dale coming out on the board, was able to finally deal. Well, we still have 2 aerials left on the board, where Aerial Ethereal Voice is gone. But now, Let the Storm Rage On is dealing 2 damage to Dale. And, well, that was a song, so we can do one more thing, thanks to Ariel.
We sure can. We can pay 2 ink and do 3 damage. We can do some challenging here, and we can completely clear Robert's entire side of the board, Kim.
Yeah, very unfortunate there for Robert.
The fist bump from Robert. Zan taking it in all the way to game 3 here in round 6, securing 3 more points. He's now going to be up to 15. He is looking good for going to day 2.
Yeah, looking pretty good. It's only round 6. Yep. And he needs a total score of 18 points or more to make it into day 2. And, well, he just basically needs to win one more game to make it into day 2. And, well, piloting that deck expertly well. Unfortunately for Robert, one top deck of Lilo Escape Artist wasn't going to be enough to deal with that pretty wild, but wide Steel Song board.
Yeah, it was kind of wild, though, seeing an Amber Steel deck like that get so wide. And it's because that Amber Emerald deck just doesn't have a lot of answers. You know, it wanted to go a little bit faster, quest a little bit more, I think. And, you know, it just wasn't able to really get the guess that it needed, I think.
Yeah, but both players, like both playing Amber, you know, they have similar things going on. And like Amber as an ink color, known for like its teamwork and cards working together and both building like such wide boards. At like some stages we did see like both players had wide boards. And like Robert was able to take the game 2 wins and took game 1, but had that slight little bit of an advantage being on the play game 3. And obviously won the dice proxies on the play game 1 and just had the better tools, better draws to kind of be able to, well, look at this family and look at his board of a princess family and basically keep control. And Zan did a great job of just keeping board control and, well, had the right draws at the right moment. Unfortunately for Robert, but it's not over. It was only round 6, and it's only round 6, and I'm really excited, Rebecca, because we also
have more games.
We have another game.
We have another game for you, Illuminator, so don't go anywhere. We have more round 6 here. We have 2 new players. We have a Ruby Amethyst player. This is Kristen, who is facing off with Marcus, who is on Amber Steel. And we are off to the races here. We have turn 1. We have a new card from Wilds Unknown, a Will of the Wisp that's being played.
Of the Wisp. It is 0 strength, but has 3 willpower. Not going to do much. However, if it's banished, she's going to, well, do a little bouncing.
Yes, she just goes back to hand. That's all.
That's all. Just going to go back to hand. And against something like Amber Steel, if we're getting a singer out and we're going to sing Let the Storm Rage On, well, the 3 willpower gives us a little bit of an advantage because, well, Let the Storm Rage On is only going to deal 2 damage, but will draw us a card, but it is a Cinderella Ballroom Sensation joining the Will-O-Wisp.
Will-O-the-Wisp is followed up by a Diablo, and this was a new card in Winter Spell. Right? Whispers in the Well.
Whispers in the Well.
And this was a card that I know Ruby players were really excited about. It's a 3/3, and it quests for 2, so a strong body, a good quester. So this is between the Will-O-the-Wisp and the Diablo that we're seeing. This is not what I was expecting, actually, to see from a Ruby Amethyst deck. A little bit different build.
Yeah, not your typical Ruby Amethyst that you're seeing. I also got a glimpse at Kirsten's hand there. Do get a little spy of a Sisu Daring Visitor, which could easily deal with this Ursula Vanessa or Cinderella Ballroom Sensation on the board, and that's what we're going to see.
Yes, we are taking care. We don't want that Singer 4 on the board, so Sisu going to come into play and banish Ursula right away before she gets to do any singing at all. We did see, I do see a fox in hand on Kristen's side of the board, and I am so happy to see that card back from Infinity. Akud Edmudi being sung by our Cinderella, however, means we get to pay 2 less for the next character we play. Inking Pete, and we're bringing out Beast Tragic Hero, which I have seen all over in Amber Steel decks, and it's such a great character. 3/5, a great body, quest for 2, but that all-important card draw. At the start of your turn, if he doesn't have any damage, you get to draw a card.
Yeah, he's not too tragic at all, and I'm really loving seeing him a lot today, and I'm sure there will only be even more of him over the weekend, but that is Jebediah Farnsworth, a.k.a. Cookie, going into the Inkwell, and we're not going to see Madam Mim, but we're going to see a little wish be fulfilled in the form of our 4-cost uninkable genie, wish fulfilled, which is just going to let Kirsten draw a card, and she's already off to the races at 4 lore, and now we're just going to be able to quest for, well, another 4 lore.
Already pushing that lore total up to 8. This is a pretty aggressive Ruby Amethyst build. And then that genie being able to quest for 2. She is really putting some pressure on Marcus here.
Yeah, not your typical control kind of bouncy version of Ruby Amethyst that we're used to. But still such an exciting Ruby Amethyst, kind of following that normal like curve line when you play 1 drop, you play 2 drop, you play 3 drop. But right now, our evasive little Sisu is no more.
No more, and that's great for Marcus being able to have an answer there with those songs to take care of that those evasive characters, Genie and Sisu both being evasive, but he is just singing away. And speaking of songs, we are getting Ariel Spectacular Singer coming down, and now we are going to be able to look at 4 cards, but no songs are found by Marcus at all, unfortunately, which never feels good, Kim. That never feels good to draw off Ariel and find nothing for her to sing.
No, especially with a deck commonly known as Steel Song in the community. It plays Amber, it plays Steel. It normally plays an awful lot of songs, and very unfortunate for Marcus that we didn't manage to find one, but hopefully we have an answer to deal with some of these glimmers on Kirsten's side of the board.
Like the Genie.
We already got rid of one.
We got rid of one, but another one is being played here, and we are going to ink Chernobog's followers for turn. And yeah, that Genie is a threat that needs to be dealt with.
Yeah, we didn't manage to find another. Then along came Zeus. But are we able to have another card like just another Glimmer, and then even a Strength of the Raging Fire would help us deal with this evasive Glimmer? Because unfortunately for Amber Steel, they don't have a lot of evasives they're playing.
Yeah, we do have a Strength of Raging Fire in hand, it looks like. And is that Beyond the Horizon that I see? Maybe there?
I think the last card is a Beyond the Horizon, but right now we are going to do a little bit singing first with our ballroom sensation. It could admittedly pay 2 less for the next character we play, and here it is again. We saw it in our feature match 1.
Yep, Ariel Sonic Warrior making another. We asked for a debut encore. This is Ariel's encore. We saw it in the last match. She's coming into play again here, and we saw how strong that her ability can be to do that extra damage.
Yeah, and it's joined by another Ariel Spectacular Singer, and this time we found a song.
Yes.
We didn't miss. And will we sing that song on the Genie? We are, but we don't have the extra 2 ink available to deal the 3 damage, but that's okay, because we can challenge and deal 3 damage instead.
Oh my goodness, really being able to clear up Kristen's side of the board, which he needed to do because she's already at 11 lore. Marcus is at 0. Kristen, I know, is going to want to get some more characters out on the board so she can keep pushing, putting on the pressure, keeping those lore totals up. But now Marcus has some big bodies on the board between that Beast and that Sonic Warrior. And then you have 2 Singers on the board. That's a lot for Kristen to have to deal with.
Yeah, especially that is Beyond the Horizon. Next turn, could see that being sung together and definitely deal the extra damage from Ariel Sonic Warrior onto the Will-O-Wisp, because if we deal it, it's not going to bounce back to hand. It will be banished, but 3-cost Inkable Sisu for every embodied warrior, for every card in our opponent's hand. She's going to get an extra strength. Can definitely help us here, depending on how many cards are in Marcus's hand. Help Kirsten deal with this pretty nice looking Amber Steel board.
Yes, indeed. And we're going to draw for turn, draw for Beast there off of his ability. Now we have some choices to make. We have a couple songs in hand. We have a Pete, it looks like. And we are going to sing, I believe, with our Ariel. We're going to sing some Strength of Raging Fire to get rid of that Sisu. We do have 4 Glimmers on the board, and we are going to go ahead, like you said, Kim, you called it. We are going to trigger Ariel's ability. We are going to put 3 damage on Will-O-the-Wisp, and she's not going into her hand. Will-O-the-Wisp going into the discard because it was not in a challenge.
Yeah, and then to finish it all off, it is Pete, games referee, coming in so that Kirsten can't play any actions. She's on 6 ink now. Playing Pete now, even if she doesn't have Be Prepared in the deck, we don't know. It seems like a very aggro deck, but if she planned on playing Be Prepared this turn to deal with Marcus's board, playing Pete at such a great moment is really good, but
Bouncing
it's Goat into Bounce, Madam Mim. Goat she gained 2 lore.
She did. I love to see bouncing goats. I don't know if everybody loves seeing bouncing goats. You don't like to see it when you're on the other side of the board. But Madam Mim also being able to rush in here to Ariel Spectacular Singer. And now Marcus knows that goat is in hand and could possibly come down and threaten another 1 or even 2 lore if Kristen has more cards like Madam Mim. Mim, possibly Madam Mim's snake. So that's 8 cards that can bounce the goat back, right? And she has plenty of ink now. If she did have something like a Be Prepared, though, she has 7 ink. She could play it, and that would be really nice for her to take care of all of these glimmers on Marcus's side of the board.
Yeah, it would be very nice indeed. And just a goat left in hand. Our Cinderella Ballroom sensation can easily challenge in and get rid of our Madam Mim.
Another beast being played. That tragic hero has a company now. We've got twins on the board, and that is going to be 2 extra cards now that Marcus is going to be able to draw at the beginning of his turn. We're going to go ahead and start doing some questing here. Marcus pushing his lore total now up to 9.
Yeah, why not? Kirsten was already on the lead. Let's start putting on some pressure. Let's start finally questing. We are going to play both cards in our hand. It is our Diablo Watchful Raven along with our Merlin Goat. Also bringing Kirsten up to 15 lore, but that's okay. Not only is Marcus going to draw 1 card at the start of his turn, thanks to 2 beasts, we're actually going to draw a total of 3 cards right now.
Yes, and of course this deck, it has lots of songs, I was going to say, but also it has Rapunzel, which can come down, heal up our Aerial Sonic Warrior, and draw another 3 cards, Kim.
I have missed this card so much, and I am so happy we get to see it back in action. And not only that, then along came Zeus is going to hurl his thunderbolt and get rid of that Merlin Goat. And well, we can also just easily get rid of Diablo Watchful Raven thanks to our Aerial Sonic Warriors ability.
Yeah, being able to... Oh, I think that was it. She drew a fox off the top, which is not what you want to see when you have an empty board. And Kristen seeing the writing on the wall there saying, game 1 is yours, Marcus. So we want to give congratulations to Marcus on winning that game. What a fun build she has. Unfortunately, it got off to a really great start, but unfortunately kind of lost some gas there in the middle while Marcus was able to find every answer.
Yeah, and Marcus taking the game 1 and the game 2 win there. We'll be taking the win for our feature match 2. And wow, just to show, like, Aerial Sonic Warrior should not be underestimated.
No, not
really
at all.
breakout star in both of our feature matches. Really different games, very, very interesting games nonetheless, both against kind of different decks, but super exciting. And I hope we might get to find out a little bit more from our players.
I am really excited to throw it over there and hear from our winners. We have an interview for you, so let's throw it over to that.
We're showing you a lot of games here at the Disney Lorcaner Challenge in Dortmund in Germany. We have a lot of winners. When we have those winners, we like to have a chat with them. And we found one here. Marcus, we just saw you win with Amber Steel Songs on the stream. How's your weekend going so far?
Yeah, it was really a nice game. I'm 4-2 now, and I have a chance. If I win all the rest, then I can have a white for Sunday. It's really fun here. It's a really cool event.
I was going to say, so if you do well, if you keep doing well, if you keep winning, you end up back here on Sunday. So what do you do on Saturday? Friday you're playing. Saturday's a different main event, nothing to do. Do you side event? Do you hang out with friends? How do you spend that day?
I'm not alone here. I'm here with my team, KDA, and we play the trio sealed.
Oh, very nice.
So every team gets a display, and we build 3 decks and make a little tournament. We did it last in Ghent. It was really nice, and we want to do it again.
I mean, that sounds like an excellent way to spend the day. Now, you mentioned Ghent. We were chatting before. Except for the very first DLC in Lille last season, you've been at every DLC so far. What keeps you coming back?
Yeah, Lorcaner is a really nice game, and it's a really cool experience to play here. And so I take everything I can get. so I'm a shop owner, so for trading card games, and I like this game. It's really cool.
I mean, it's a cool game. I'm a big fan of trading card games. Disney Lorcaner, absolutely worth the travel every time. So to bring it back to this event then, you're playing Amber Steel Songs. Tell me how you landed on that as the deck for the weekend.
Amber Steel, one of my favorites ever. And the matchup is okay against the dogs. Dogs are the most problem at the moment, I think. And so Amber Steel can play with this. It's cool. It's cool.
I mean, it's a good deck. It's my caster prediction. I believe it's actually just tipped that Amber Emerald Dogs deck is the most popular this weekend. I believe Amber Steel is the #1 ink pairing, at least in terms of numbers played. How do you feel about your last couple of rounds? Is there anything you really don't want to be playing against?
Sometimes it's a real fight. Dogs are very hard if they start a game. When they start a game, it's really hard. They are so fast. All other opponents were even matchup. So a little bit favorite for Steel Song maybe, but it's okay.
Okay, so dodge the dogs, win the rest of the games, win your last
That's the
two,
blend.
come
That's the
back
blend.
Sunday.
Yes, I do.
I mean, that sounds like a plan to me. Well, thank you very much for your time. And
Thank you.
good luck for the rest of your games.
Thank you very much.
And don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, this game might be over, but the wonderful thing is, at least for this weekend, we've always got more games. Yeah, we got more games. Thanks, Ross. Wonderful interview there. I think you could maybe have taken that interview and used it as an example of how all interviews should be done in the future. And might I say, you are looking lovely today. But now we've got a game with myself, Ross, and the lovely Joe. How you doing, Joe?
I'm very well, Ross. Great to be here. Very great interview, might I say.
But as a plenty, whoever that chap is, he's got a future in this business, I'm telling you. But we are rocking on here, round 7 out of 8 today here on Friday. We got this round, we got one more, and then we got 2 more full days of action. I love these 3-day DLCs. I might start a petition to do this more.
Yeah, it is a lot of fun, and I've just been out there in the hall. There's game developers doing Pack Crush. There's all sorts of fun stuff going on. So get yourself down to a Disney Lorcana challenge if you haven't done so already. How are you feeling about Ruby Emerald so far, Ross? It's been the main thing we've been talking about, that Leviathan combo.
I'm loving it. It's one of those decks where internally I've got this skepticism. I'm not sure it's going to be good enough. And it's going to be one of those decks, and this is how I feel in my head. I'm not saying it's necessarily true, but how I feel is it's one of these decks that's going to have these big spotlight games. They're going to put it on stream like we did earlier when we were casting, and it is going to go phenomenally well. And then it's going to have too many games where it doesn't work, and it's not going to have that big tournament run. But I want to be wrong. I adore this deck. I love how it goes. And one of our German casters, I was chatting to them earlier, and they were like, oh, I just opened up 1 pack of Wilds Unknown, Leviathan Enchanted.
And it was on the German stream.
Was it on the stream?
It was on the stream.
Oh, don't watch that. Watch the English stream. But why can I not open packs on the stream? I want to pull a Leviathan.
I actually would like to inform you, I also poured a Leviathan. It was my partner that poured it, but we finished our pre-release of Wilds Unknown, and in her participation packs, bam, the Leviathan.
I think I ended up with a Miss Incredible and the Isabella Madrigal, so I can't be too upset, and I certainly can't be too upset with the advent of round 7 here in Dortmund in Germany for our final European DLC of the season. Of course, we got the European Championships coming up, but that is not this weekend. We are finishing off here in Dortmund, waiting to find out who we've got and what decks we've got that we're going to be having a little bit of a gander at. And we've got some Mickey Mouse sleeves being shown off here.
Yeah, and you mentioned a big point, Ross, the fact that this is the last DLC here in Europe for the season means this is the last opportunity to qualify for that European Championships outside of those last chance qualifiers. So high stakes here. We've got Will, who inks the Diablo, plays the Diablo, and look at that, there's a fire the cannons. Not only that, there is also that underdog Christopher Robin for Sophie. Sophie's hand here looks absolutely brilliant to equip, brilliantly equipped to do with Diablo. Now, do you go for the Christopher Robin, or do you just go for the preemptive fire the cannons?
Go fire the cannons. Yeah. We're off in round 2. We are firing those cannons. Christopher Robin hits the inkwell. Fire the cannons takes out Diablo. That shift target is gone, but there's 2 more Diablo, an Obedient Raven and Maleficent Spy. We get another look at the hand there with Maleficent Spy, and we pass back over to Sophie, who hasn't established anything yet, but she did do a pretty good job of getting rid of that first bird. Can she do it again? We ink a giant cobra and we play a Calhoun Marine Sergeant.
Yeah, Calhoun's not seeing a bunch of play in Infinity. I think a big reason for that is against the Amber Emerald decks. It can be a bit of a liability because of Rapunzel, but I would imagine it's going to be the start of the show for Sophie here in game number 2. And I think this Calhoun coming down is why Sophie decided to go for that fire the cannons on turn 1 instead of developing that Christopher Robin. It's going to be Diablo inked, and it is going to be the wrong lever, putting Calhoun back into the hand of Sophie.
Yeah, that's not too shabby. Now, you don't get to put a pull the lever back into what your Dexter. You don't get to, you know, get rid of anything, but you do get the Calhoun back to hand, and that is the big thing here. Sophie's still not gotten anything rolling here. We're inking a Peak Games referee, and we are going to be playing, oh, it's a Diablo of her own and a Calhoun Marine Sergeant.
Yeah, I'm really interested in how this early game maps out, as we see Will go for the Genie. Probably not going to quest because of that Calhoun. But that turn one for Sophie, I just find so fascinating, Ross. There was the opportunity to go for Christopher Robin on turn one, and then on turn two, play this Diablo alongside that Fire the Cannons. But Sophie taking a really interesting route here, and it is now Genie, Wish Fulfilled, and Genie Wish Fulfilled on either side of the board. This is something we saw a lot in Core Constructed, isn't it?
It's all over. Those big, evasive characters for willpower can be a pain to deal with. More Genie Wish Fulfilled for Will. So 3 in total. Does Sophie have one for next turn? We're going to find out. For now, that first Genie is going to be questing for 2, putting Will up to 4 to Sophie 0. And decent start here. The characters are coming thick and fast. Benja, Guardian of the Dragon Gem, gets inked. Elsa, 5th Spirit, is evasive and has Rush. And gets to exert a character, so going after, oh, we're doubling up into that Genie.
Yeah, and then it was the Diablo exerted by Elsa, meaning that Calhoun can challenge and gain 2 lore. Of course, with that resist, won't take anything back. This was a big swing turn for Sophie with the Elsa 5th Spirit.
That was a huge, huge hit. And the Calhoun Marine Sergeant, great card, but sometimes it's just not a target to challenge and banish to gain the lore. But this is going to make things a bit more difficult. It is Snowfort, +1 strength, so that Genie is now a free strength. Without it, would not have banished Elsa, but Snowfort allowed it to happen. And on Sophie's turn, all of Will's glimmers are going to be gaining resist 1, and it is an item, not a location, so you can't just challenge to get rid of it.
You can't, but I did see earlier on, there was at one point a Benja in Sophie's hand. It could have been altered away.
It got inked.
Could have been inked. Okay.
It did get inked.
And that, if you will then, you see that Benja get inked and you blow a sigh of relief, right? That's the perfect way to do it. Have that Snowfort in hand. Wait until you see, if you sense a Benja, wait until it's inked, make things awkward, and then you put it down. Diablo's going to be shifted with that We Don't Talk About Bruno being discarded to do so. And it's going to be a draw for Diablo every time Sophie draws a card in their turn.
As long as Diablo, Devoted Herald, is exerted, oh my word, yes. And that's a very, very big deal. That is your engine. But it is an evasive, generally a bit awkward, but we do have that Genie, which would be able to just challenge and immediately banish it. Would be a trade, but it would at least be able to get it gone. Or if there's another Elsa 5th Spirit, that would also do the job. Sophie does have the evasives to deal with it, but she slowed the game down a bit now, having a little bit of a think, because with Diablo and Snowfort, things are getting a lot more awkward for her.
Yeah, a lot more awkward, I think, is very, very true indeed. It is a very difficult number to deal with, that 2 willpower and resist 1, almost making it like 3 willpower, right? You need 3 strength to deal with it.
Yep.
It's not that easy to do on an evasive. So Sophie's going to go for the library, going to ink the goat, and for 3 more ink, it is going to be the Giant Cobra. You don't have to trigger the effect of this one, of course, but it will be Madam Fox being discarded, Sophie gaining 2 lore.
I love this. If I've got a chance to discard a card from my hand, any card, and gain 2 lore without even paying any ink, I am absolutely going to do so. The library gift for Belle is going to be ticking up that ink as we go, potentially drawing cards later as well. Calhoun is just going to quest for the time being, because of course both those exerted glimmers on Will's side are evasive, and Calhoun is a lot of things. She's pretty cool. She ain't no evasive. Oh, but it's that lovely glimmer foil. Elsa, the 5th Spirit. Taking out Calhoun. A little bit sad.
Yeah, again, that 1 strength making such a big difference on many occasions here. Elsa being able to deal with Calhoun. Usually it wouldn't be able to do so. Also, Genie trading for Genie, which is interesting. We'll just wanted to keep their Diablo nice and safe and sound. Probably worried about something like a crab coming down from Sophie and giving that Genie some extra strength to take out Diablo.
Yeah, and that would be a bit of a pain. Of course, Diablo does get that resist 1 now. We see Merlin Goat hitting the board. We saw this so much back in Season 1. We see Doc Bold Knight. Discard your hand, draw 2. Remember, 0 cards in hand is still a hand. So you discard your hand of 0, and then you draw 2 cards.
And it's not just Sophie that drew 2 cards. Will, for that Diablo, also did draw 2 cards. And this Diablo can really run away with things here if you can't deal with it. But Sophie, I think they're taking a really interesting strategy here, Ross. They're saying, okay, you can draw with Diablo, but I'm going to try and win this game pretty quickly. And the Goat and the Cobra are certainly helping to achieve that.
All of these, what I like to call cheeky lore cards, cards where you gain lore other than by questing, and they are coming in clutch. Diablo gets inked for another Diablo, the spiteful Raven coming down here. Oh, and then we also get the Devoted Herald and a Merlin Crab, just for good measure. Will is going wide.
Yeah, the Merlin Crab has not been triggered. It's going to go onto that Devoted Herald. Of course, the library's in play. It is going to still require a double challenge, though. Diablo challenging for 6, Elsa for 3. So the library is dealt with. Of course, that Snow 4, remember, is giving 1 strength to everything on Will's side of the board. But in Sophie's turn, Will's characters also gain resist 1. So Sophie's really not going to want to be doing much challenging at this point. Probably just going to be trying to quest, and just about cross the finish line. And that's going to help.
Yeah, Goat comes down. Merlin Goat gets you a lore when played. Both the Goats, when they leave, they will also gain a lore. There's another Doc Bold Knight, but like you pointed out, Joe, both players will be drawing 2. We then quest with Giant Cobra, quest with Merlin Goat, quest with your Doc Bold Knight. Giant Cobra is Ghostly Serpent, if anybody's wondering. But they're going to put Sophie up to 15 lore, and that means she has got game on board next turn. And that is going to be very awkward. Will has got an impressive board of glimmers, but he's only got 5 lore.
Yeah, it is going to be Elsa for Doc. Again, Elsa with that extra strength, thanks to the Snow Fort. The thing is as well, those Goats, whenever they leave the board, they are also going to be gaining Sophia lore. It's going to be Fox and Elsa. Elsa replayed, going to be able to exert one of Sophie's characters. It will be the Goat. But look, if you take both these Goats out, Sophie's going to jump up to 17 lore, and it's getting really, really close here. Will is still a longer way away, and they are forced to just challenge as much as they possibly can right now.
And if I'm Sophie here, I'm kind of loving the fact my Goats are going down, but my opponent isn't gaining lore and I am. Now, they've got the board, but the goal of a deck like Sophie's is, let's not worry about the board too much. As long as I can just get a good start and then just crawl over the line, that is going to be good enough. So, looks like we're going to be ready and everything for Sophie. You've got Doc to quest for 1. Is there any way to get 2 other lore here? Gathering knowledge and wisdom would be fun right about now.
I mean, even a Goat, Ross, would apply so much pressure, right?
Yeah.
You get the Goat, you quest with Doc up to 18, the Goat puts you to 19. Well, what is Will supposed to do then? Because even if Sophie it's going to be a Crab on the Doc, and it is going to be a Calhoun. Doc is unable to challenge here. Everything's evasive, so unsurprisingly, it's a quest. But Crab and Calhoun are not going to be easy for Will to deal with. We saw them use the Fox on the Elsa in the previous turn. They might need something similar right about now.
Well, next turn you can quest with your Merlin Crab and your Calhoun, or is it Diablo Spiteful Raven evasive?
Yeah.
That's a bit of a pain. Yeah, literally everything's evasive. That's a bit of a pain, but both of those glimmers on Sophie's board. Oh, well, I was going to say they are ready, but no, exerted by Elsa, 5th Spirit. Calhoun goes away. But I love it. If I'm playing a Goat deck and I'm 1 lore away from winning,
yeah,
I'm just like, go, 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 go.
And the other thing that Will's got to try and do in this position, if possible, not only remove Sophie's board as much as possible, but also set up as much of their own lore. If they can get to a position, strength is discarded by the Ursula. That was Sophie's last card in hand, and the Crab is the last glimmer standing. A Goat, of course, will do it for them, but can Will make it so they win next turn if Sophie is unable to remove anything? I'm not sure they'll be able to do so. So they quest here for 3, puts them up to 11, but the board right now quests for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So Will still a turn away here from being able to win, or 2 turns away, unless they can just get down a little bit more lore on the board.
But Sophie, we've not seen everything. We expect there to be cards like Merlin Goat that can gain that extra little lore.
Goat.
Any extra
Goat would
lore
do
will
it.
do. Goat would do it. Anything. Giant Cobra would absolutely do it if you had a card in hand to discard, that is.
Right.
So now we see the Merlin. That puts Sophie up to 19. Any extra lore will do.
And Sophie's playing it Nice and coy, not showing anybody what it is, of course. If it's a giant cobra, any card off the top for Sophie would seal the deal. However, if it's not a giant cobra and the card off the top is a giant cobra, Sophie deciding not to play this card could make the difference. Imagine, Ross, you've got, I don't know, like another crab. You play the crab and it's removed by a Bruno or by an Elsa, and then, as we're going to see what it is it going to be? It is the
giant
cobra!
cobra! That means that any card drawn, you play the giant cobra, and then you just discard the card from your hand, and that means that you would gain 2 extra lore, 2 cheeky lore, as I like to phrase it, and that is going to be everything that is necessary here. Of course, that was shown off by Diablo, Maleficent Spy, but is there, I mean, a sudden chill here would discard it, and that would basically end Sophie's run, at least in this game 1.
Unless you got a goat off the top again, of course. But
yeah, goat would also do it, to be fair. Sudden chill is really the card you're looking for, something along those lines. But yeah, taking away the crap, nothing else matters. Basically, if Will gets this card out of hand, he's got a chance. If Will doesn't get this card out of Sophie's hand, Sophie will win. It doesn't matter what's drawn. You play the giant cobra, ghostly serpent, discard the Diablo, get the extra 2 lore, and scrape over the line like so many Amethyst decks have done in the past.
Yeah, really awesome to see. And the point I was making there just before we saw it was the giant cobra that was drawn, Ross, is when you're in that position at the end of the game, you know that you've got Cobra in your deck, and you know you only need 1 or 2 lore to win the game. There's an argument there. Let's say, like, Sophie was to draw the crab. Keep the crab in hand. Just say, it's likely my opponent has, like, a Bruno or an Elsa, and then maybe if the next card off the top is the Cobra, that can win you the game. But actually, Sophie just had the Cobra all along.
And that was, yeah, I mean, certainly if you've got the Cobra, you absolutely do not play it.
Or ink it.
Yeah, or ink it. You wait to draw a card so you can activate. And that's the thing these Amethyst decks can do quite a lot. We saw Sophie had a great start to that game, and then it kind of like sputtered. And by the end of the game, Will's board was looking amazing. He's got everything going on, and Sophie's playing glimmers that are just getting removed. It's going very badly. But you're so close to the end of the game, and you've got things like Giant Cobra, Ghostly Serpent, and like Merlin Ghost. So all you need to do is just draw a couple of these cards, and they can get you over the line. Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom, if it's played, would gain you a couple of lore. There are cards out there that can just immediately gain you lore. Super Goof.
Yeah, I do like a bit of Super Goof.
I mean, I'm not saying in that deck. I'm just saying I love Super Goof.
Yeah, me too. New Super Goof playmat as well. That's a nice one.
I do like that new Super Goof playmat. But then I've already got my Winnie the Pooh Honey Wizard playmat, and, you know,
it's a tough choice, right?
It's a tough choice. It really is a tough choice.
Ross, I wanted to talk a little bit about that Amethyst Steel deck. The way it's built is really interesting. We saw Fire the Cannons. We saw a bit of Calhoun. We saw, of course, the Cobra you expect to see. Docs, Elsa, Genie. Nothing too flashy about that deck, but it just gets the job done.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, you've been a man. You've played a bunch of Amethyst Steel in the past. You know, and certainly my very first, you know, little tournament I went to, the first ever set championships, you were there. I played Amethyst Steel. It's a fun ink combination, and it's got some tricks. And for me personally, it is those cards that gain you extra lore. It's one of my favorite things to do. I love the idea that if I'm really close to the end of the game, I don't have to play a character and hope it's still there next turn. I can just go for it. That's what I love doing.
Yeah, absolutely. And just so everybody knows, these players, the stakes are high. Whoever loses this match will be knocked out of contention for day 2, and the winner will be 1 round away from booking their place into the Sunday day 2 essentially here event. We've got 2 main events happening side by side, one on Friday, one on Saturday, and then on the Sunday, the top players from each day will be there playing on Sunday.
But it is worth noting we are, like in Ghent, and stop me if I'm wrong here, but I believe we are keeping the tournament separate like we did. So there will be a Friday top cut on Sunday, a Saturday top cut on Sunday, and then the winners of each of those tournaments will play for the World's Invite. We're rolling here in round 2. We see an Elsa 5th Spirit Inked and a Diablo Maleficent Spy coming down. Takes a cheeky look at that hand, and Sophie does have that underdog, Christopher Robin.
But also has the Fire the Cannons. Last time Sophie went for the Fire the Cannons. This time actually goes for the Christopher Robin.
And you saw Will, he went to pick up his card thinking it was a Fire the Cannons.
And I gotta say, I think I prefer this opening from Sophie, because if Will does now shift the Diablo, and you've got the Fire the Cannons just waiting in the wings, Will is really playing a lot of cards from their hand, and will they even go for it? Maybe they don't have an action to shift the Diablo. Well, Sophie probably going to be quite happy to have this Christopher Robin now. Not going to want to use fire the cannons on either of these Diablos because, of course, they can both be shifted onto.
Yeah, absolutely. We do see a will-o'-the-wisp forest spirit going down into the inkwell for a second Christopher Robin. Unfortunately, because it's not your first turn going second, that one you actually have to pay the full 2 ink for. But that's representing 4 ink on the board next turn. And we've already seen the library, a gift for Bell. We've already seen Merlin Goat. We've already seen Giant Cobra, Ghostly Serpent. So Sophie can start building up this lore very quickly. And 4 from Christopher Robin, it's going to be a nice start.
Yeah, Will is going to be inking that Elsa 5th Spirit. It is going to be Diablo not shifting it at all, but Sophie just probably going to be quite happy to see that Diablo come down with the Fire the Cannons in her hand. What would be great, though, Ross, is can you find a way, like a 2-cost character to play alongside that Fire the Cannons would be just about perfect right now.
Well, we see the Merlin Crab coming down into the inkwell. It's getting exerted for a Fire the Cannons. That will obviously take out the Diablo Devoted Herald. We see a Diablo Obedient Raven. 4 different Diablo on the board in the space of a couple of seconds, if anybody's wondering. Still choosing not to quest with Christopher Robin.
Yeah, the Diablo...
He's not joining the fun.
No, the Diablo is making things awkward. Well, there is the Genie, and this is a character which is, when it's exerted, your other characters gain +2 strength.
That is not too shabby. That is Genie of the Lamp, a card we've not seen very much at all in competitive Disney Lorcana.
I've got an enchanted one of those.
It's a beautiful enchanted, I'll give you that. But yeah, that +2 strength and the fact that it's evasive, so even when exerted, it can only be challenged by evasive characters. You can see how the card's designed. We see another Will-o'-the-Wisp Forest Spirit, but this one actually hits the board, and a Peak Games referee comes down and says, "Oh no, Will, you don't have no actions next turn."
Yeah, Pete blowing the whistle, but the Genie of the Lamp here, let's make some magic is the ability, and I think some magic is exactly what it's going to be making for Will here. Genie going to quest, could have, of course, challenged this Diablo, but values the lore more, and suddenly this Diablo is challenging for 3, and this Diablo is challenging for 5.
And this is why I wanted to see Christopher Robin, you know, exerting to quest a little bit early, because those Diablo were not in a position to challenge and banish. Now they are, because of Genie of the Lamp, and that means those Christopher Robin, they did get a couple lore each, but that's all they did. That beautiful Ursula Deceiver, didn't mention it last game, but that is a D23 promo version of it, which is pretty spectacular. We saw a Merlin Crab coming down, and once again, Will is going wide. The big difference here, Sophie doesn't have a massive lead, and Will is going wide.
Yeah, I think Sophie as well at this point has 1 card in hand, 2 cards in hand now. We saw the Madam Mim Fox, Will saw the Madam Mim Fox as well. It's at this point in the game, Ross, you really need to start drawing into your docks.
No, absolutely. Start getting those cards rolling, start drawing more. Will-o'-the-Wisp Forest Spirit is going to just quest grab 1 lore. We're paying 3 ink. We're grabbing that Madam Mim Fox. We're going to bounce the Will-o'-the-Wisp and then immediately replay it. And, well, we do have Rush there. So we'll give an option to challenge something with 4 strength.
Yeah, and there's only 1 option. It is going to be that Diablo Maleficent Spy. Of course, the other characters are ready or evasive. It's going to be a double quest for Diablo and the Pete, and it will be the Fox. But actually, look at that. The Fox is trading thanks to the Genie of the Lamp, who truly is making some magic.
I was going to say, this Genie of the Lamp, I'm not seeing it see a huge amount of play, but I'm watching this game right now, and I'm thinking, maybe they should be seeing more play. It is absolutely fixing the maths for some of these challenges here for Will. And yeah, first thing you do in your turn, quest with Genie, and then from there on until the beginning of your next turn, everything gets +2 strength. Ursula now trading with Pete Games referee. You're not supposed to be able to do that, but you can.
Yeah, and the pull the lever was played by Will. You got 2 options. Draw 2 cards sounds great, but actually Will going for discarding 1 of Sophie's cards, and it was a Madam Mim Fox. Sophie with no cards in hand, Ross, but that could all change very quickly. Well, there's already 1, thanks to that Diablo draw. A dock right about now could totally change the picture of this game.
It would be an absolutely huge turning point. Let's see if we can see it. I'm not seeing it yet. We got 3 ink for the Madam Mim Fox. That is going to bounce the will-o'-the-wisp, because it's your only choice, is to bounce a will-o'-the-wisp. We're then going to ink it so we can pay 2 for Chernobog's followers, creatures of evil. But, yeah, we just traded the Merlin Crab for the Madam Mim Fox. Once again, it doesn't feel like Sophie's getting enough bonuses here. We don't talk about Bruno. Well, it bounced the Chernobog's followers to hand, but then Sophie had to discard a card at random. There was only one. It feels like Will is running away with this game right now.
Yeah, the genie is now just questing for 2 every turn. Will questing for 3 every single turn. This Diablo's been down since the second turn and has not left the board. Go, another evasive. We often talk about in these amethyst mirrors, it can be a real battle of the evasives. Well, Will is certainly winning that right now.
We see Strength for Raging Fire sung by Diablo. That is going to take out the Diablo Spiteful Raven. Obedient Raven was the one that sang it. But Will here is just friends on the other side, drawing a couple of cards. There's another friends on the other side if you didn't feel like you drew enough cards there. And that genie, that lore is ticking up turn after turn. It is wrong lever. That is going to pull the lever back to the bottom of the deck. That is going to get rid of the only glimmer on Sophie's side of the board. And then we just quest up. We're up to 17 lore, and that is enough. Sophie has seen enough. Will takes game 2, and we are going to game 3 in this crucial, it's not a win and in, but it is a lose and out.
Yeah, and it was a pretty tight game. I think the big turning point was the genie, right? The genie had a big impact on that. And I think at the same time, genie was great for Will, and Sophie just didn't start finding that dock train, we've called it in the past, right? If you find one dock, often you find the next dock.
Yeah, all aboard the dock train. I love it when it works, but when it doesn't work, you do just sit there and no cards in hand. And we saw, there's 2 very different games there. In game 1, Sophie had a good start, and sure, the deck kind of petered out like the deck can do, but close enough to get over the line with those few cards that can just generate lore without questing. Whereas Will, in game 1, didn't really get established, bit of a slow start, and although he then got established, it was too little too late. Whereas in game 2, he was able to control Sophie's board so beautifully, and you gotta say, that Genie of the Lamp, absolute MVP of game 2. That was how he was able to make all those favorable trades.
Yeah, it's a really interesting card, and I think a big part of the synergy that's easy to overlook with that card is against Under the Sea, for example, right? Not relevant in this matchup, but that genie giving all of your other characters +2 strength suddenly means that Under the Sea and Sisu are going to have a much harder time clearing your board.
It's an excellent point because everything's getting well. Yeah, they'd have to have 0 strength even to just be in consideration. So now we go to the altar phase for game 2, and the way this works is very simple. You draw an opening hand of 7 cards. If you love your hand, wonderful. If you don't, you can put as many cards as you like. It does not have to be all or nothing. To the bottom of your deck, and you draw a number of cards to replace them. And yeah, that's where we go. And the goal here is to try and get that curve. When we say curve, we mean a 1 cost on turn 1, a 2 cost on turn 2, all the way up and through.
Yeah, absolutely. And both players cutting each other's decks, giving their decks a nice shuffle. You'd imagine Sophie will be the player going first, as it is their choice. We get a nice fist bump to kick off this game number 3 of round 7.
Yeah, absolutely pivotal game. Whoever wins this game will stay alive in the tournament. Christopher Robin gets inked, and Chernobog's followers, creatures of evil, will come down. When you quest, you can banish to draw a card, if that's how you're feeling. Madam Mim Fox gets inked for a Diablo. Maleficent Spy, 3 in a row. But not a bad-looking hand there from Sophie. There's some options.
Yeah, I like it. The main thing for Sophie now, we talked about how before she needed to draw a dock. The main thing she wants to do now is not draw another dock until she has played this first one. What's worse than no docks? Arguably 2 docks.
Yeah, because then
quite true, but...
Well, the first dock discards the second dock, and it all goes wrong. We get a couple we get a couple of Diablo Obedient Raven coming in here. It is a bit of a Diablo party in the early game in this matchup. Both players liberal with Maleficent's favorite spy. Oh, speaking of which, Devoted Herald comes down, and then we are going to sing Friends on the other side for drawing some cards.
Yeah, that is the perfect opening for Will. You discard the pull the lever, you sing Friends, you refill your hand significantly. Ursula Deceiver also joins the fun, although there's in fact, Will knows that's going to miss, so just playing it to contest the board, they actually knew everything. I want to say, Ross, how much I love the decision from Sophie not to use the effect of the Chernobog's followers And there we do see the strength of a raging fire. I would imagine that Sophie probably will use the effect of the China box followers now because of that Ursula Deceiver having a favourable trade into it. But it's a really high-level decision from Sophie to not take that quest previously. She could have drawn a song card which Ursula Deceiver could have discarded, and moreover, by not taking that trigger one turn earlier, she gained one extra law.
No, absolutely. I think it's excellently well put. We see Peter Pan's Shadow Finder here. It's got Rush and it's got Evasive, but it gives all your other characters with Evasive Rush. And there are a few we've already seen in Will's deck. Full board wipe here. And it's up to Sophie to try and rebuild this board from nothing. Starting off with a Genie Wish Fulfilled.
Yeah, the Peter Pan Shadow Finder, I think, is a key build-around card for Will. We talk about that Genie of the Lamp and how impactful it was. Well, it's really, really strong with Peter Pan Shadow Finder because you can potentially exert it immediately because of having that rush. It's going to be Go-Go into the inkwell, pull the lever, put to the top of the discard. I think that might mean wrong lever.
Absolutely, and it goes back to what you said about that perfect start. Discard an action card to shift up that Diablo, but discarding pull the lever so that you can activate the better effect of wrong lever later on, and it was only a turn or two later. Absolutely wonderful play here from Will. We see Giant Cobra, Spectral Serpent hit the ink, and it's a Goat and Chernabog's followers coming down to join the fun.
Yeah, this is a really nice high-pressure turn from Sophie. The problem is this Chernabog followers is pretty weak against the Elsa 5th Spirit. The question is, though, does Will have it? It looks like there's 2 cards in hand. Just looking at the face cam there, it certainly looks like 2. There could be a bit more. It is going to be, well, it's actually significantly more because there's still 2 cards in hand. It's going to be Dumbo, Peter Pan's going to draw, but importantly, that is not Elsa. So Chernabog's followers will be able to quest here for Sophie and potentially draw a card. There was that dock in hand all the way back after the altar stage. It's around about now that Sophie's going to want to play that first dock and then try to draw into a second one.
Well, we don't have many cards in hand. Now would be the time to do so. We're going to be paying a couple of ink. We're playing Mr. Smee, Bumbling Mate. Then we're inking. Then we're playing Doc. And now we are... there was a second Doc. That's heartbreaking. The only thing discarded is a Doc. You play a Will-o'-the-Wisp Forest Spirit. And that is 2 Docs down. But can we get Doc number 3? Doc the Third, as I like to call him.
Yeah, and there was also a argument there for Sophie to just play down the first Doc, no trigger, and then play the second Doc. You get like a 1/3 character on the board that quests for 1. Not the most impressive. Sophie decides she'd rather just discard that Doc. It is going to be 2 cards in hand. I love the sequencing from Sophie. Play the Doc, then draw off the Chernabog's followers afterwards.
Absolutely. Make sure that you're not discarding whatever you drew with that Doc when it came down. So building up the board quite nicely, up to 7 lore. We see a Madam Mim Fox that is going to rush in, take out the Merlin Goat. A very thematically appropriate challenge. And then we're going to see if we got anything else to do this turn. You're only down by 4 lore. And you know the late game is the way you're going to shine. We see Diablo, Maleficent Spy hitting the board. Have a quick look at the hand. And we don't quest with Dumbo. We gain a lore and we draw a card.
Yeah, Will's heavy evasive deck is probably just about the last thing Sophie wants to be playing against. So honestly, that game 1 win is looking all the more impressive the longer this series goes on. That Sophie made it look easy in game 1, but you've got to think with all of these evasives, this is something that a matchup that Will is probably slightly favoured in. Can Sophie find a way to deal with this Dumbo? Because Dumbo will definitely be able to take really control of this game if it's not removed from the board quite swiftly.
No, absolutely. So what Sophie got, we're going to be using some ink. We're going to be playing Strength of a Raging Fire to take out that Dumbo. Dumbo's gone. And the library, A Gift for Belle, comes down as we quest with 3 of those characters to gain 4 lore because of Mr. Smee.
That is a huge moment in this game, Ross. That Strength of a Raging Fire for Sophie, it does so much. It really swings the board in their favor, but it also stifles Will's card draw engine. That library with 8 willpower is not going to be easy to deal with. Will-o'-the-Wisp, when it's challenged, will return to the hand if banished in a challenge. It's going to be Genie with Rush taking out Mr. Smee. It's that Peter Pan Shadow Finder, don't forget, giving it that rush.
And that is going to be awkward for Sophie. And Mr. Smee, bumbling mate, questing for 2 every turn. Sophie is 8 lore away from winning. 1 is going to come every turn from the library. But it's another Diablo-devoted herald coming down from Will here, who, of course, has rushed by virtue of that Peter Pan Shadow Finder, which means it will be exerted on Sophie's turn, whereas otherwise it wouldn't have been.
Yeah, it's really impressive. Nice synergy there. Of course, it is quite risky playing these cards in the same deck with them both being 3-cost uninkables. But if you get to this stage, you've got the Peter Pan down already. The Diablo often feels quite slow to play it, but that really changes the picture there. It does also look like the library's going to take 1 damage. Will-o'-the-Wisp is still no damage counters there. The library ticks and puts Sophie up to 12 lore. They are 8 away with the Will-o'-the-Wisp. In fact, they're 7 away. Will-o'-the-Wisp can quest up to 14, and that is just a few goats away from victory for Sophie.
Have we seen any giant cobra in this game, Free?
I don't believe so.
Don't believe we have, so that's going to be an option. There might be some other cards that can gain some lore as we go as well. Here comes a Merlin Crab, boosting up that Will-o'-the-Wisp to a 3 strength, being able to actually take out the Diablo-obedient Raven. Madam Mim Snake is going to bounce the Will-o'-the-Wisp, which Sophie will then immediately replay. And, yeah, next turn, you're going to be able to go up to 17 lore. Will stuck on 6.
Yeah, and the snake on the Will-o'-the-Wisp might not look that impressive, but suddenly your exerted character, which is vulnerable to challenges, is sat there ready and waiting and not easy to challenge. It's going to require Will to have an Elsa, a Bruno, or a wrong lever to deal with it. So Sophie making things a little bit awkward. Now, the library has 7 willpower remaining, Ross.
Yep.
But Will has only 6 strength on the board. Can they find a way to get that 1 extra strength to take out this library this turn? Because if they don't, that's just 1 more lore for Sophie. If the library sticks and Sophie quests, she's going to be up to 17, Ross.
Yep.
And that is unbearably close to 20 lore when you've got goats and cobras.
Yeah, goats and cobras absolutely are going to get you over the line. That's what I mean. You don't really need to get to 20, get up to like 17, 18, and then hope those couple of cards can just find their way into your hand to just help you crawl over the line. Elsa Fifth Spirit comes down. We've got Rush, we've got Evasive, and we can exert a chosen character. What are we going to go for here? You said you wanted to wait to do a bit of extra damage.
Yep.
Well, you know.
Yeah, it's really interesting because with the Elsa, there's a very strong argument here for Will to actually just ignore the characters and go for the location. We'll have to see what they do decide to go for here as Diablo also comes down. But the Diablo now has Rush as well, Ross, and that's going to make the library significantly easier to deal with for Will. They are going to challenge it with both Elsa and the Diablo for a total of 5. It's then going to be Peter Pan finishing it off. And now Will has the option of either challenging the crab for a Diablo and a genie or starting to do some of their own questing. It's actually a really interesting moment. It seems obvious to quest, but there is an argument to take out that crab and just keep Sophie as far away from 20.
No, absolutely. The library going down. It took a bit of effort from Will, but really being able to Peter Pan Shadow Finder giving all of those evasives Rush. Last game, it was Genie of the Lamp giving everything +2 strength. This turn is Peter Pan Shadow Finder giving all the evasives Rush. Either way, we've got those static abilities coming in huge for Will in this series. So who's going to go over the line? Sophie goes up to 16. Game on board next turn. Will needs to at least take some of these glimmers away.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there was ever an option there for Sophie to go Fox, bounce back the snake for 2, bounce back the Will-o'-Wisp with the snake and replay the Will-o'-Wisp. I think that would have been an option. So Sophie deciding to leave the crab ready instead. But if you go Fox, bounce back the snake, replay the snake, bounce back the Will-o'-Wisp, you could have essentially had, instead of just the crab ready and the snake and the Will-o'-the-Wisp exerted, there was an opportunity there to have the snake and the Will-o'-the-Wisp ready and the crab exerted. So interesting moment in this game. You would imagine at this point, Ross, you would want as many ready characters as possible.
Absolutely, because ready characters, when you get to your turn, they can quest, they can gain lore, they can help you get up to that magic number of 20. Exerted characters can be challenged and taken away before you even get to your turn. Elsa Fifth Spirit, however, that is going to help to exert a character. It is going to be Merlin Crab, and we're going to see a double challenge into the Crab with Elsa. Both of them stay on the board. Crab goes away, and that's one less law Sophie will be gaining on her next turn.
Yeah, the Crab does have that trigger when it leaves play, but it is giving challenger, so of course not going to be relevant here unless Sophie decides to give Will challenger, which I don't think sounds like the best of ideas.
I wouldn't.
No.
Like, given a choice, I give it to one of my characters.
Yes.
But you're right, it is any, you know, you can give it to anyone you like unless there's no options, in which case you have to give it to the only option.
Yep.
But, yeah, we're going to be swinging here, it looks like. It is the... there's a spiteful Raven Diablo going to take out that Madam Mim Snake. Diablo Devoted Herald is going to get in on the action as well.
Yeah, but that Will-o'-the-Wisp, Rob, it does not go to the discard. It is in Sophie's hand, and that's probably the reason Sophie took the play she did. She's happy to have that Will-o'-the-Wisp sat there ready. Will is 8 lore away. It's going to be a genie for Sophie. Draws a card.
Well, we're going to be going up potentially. I mean, we got up to 17 here. That does represent game on board. However, chances of both of those glimmers being here at the start of next turn, very slim. Will-o'-the-Wisp comes down. Now, there's 2 ready characters. If those characters are ready at the start of Sophie's next turn, she quests with both of them. She gets to 20. She wins a game. It's game 3. She wins a match. She stays alive at DLC Ghent, but... It's not Ghent. It's Dortmund. Ghent was the last one. The thing is... Yeah, so Diablo's going to come in here and go...
Go!
Tomago comes in.
Finishes it, Ross.
That finishes it. Is that enough? Is that all the law that is needed?
By 1.
That is absolutely... Go Tomago, of course, allows you to pay some ink to gain law equal to the amount of damage on a chosen opposing character. We spent so much time talking about Sophie getting extra law without questing. Kind of forgot about the Go Tomago for Will.
Yeah, well, Will's board was questing up to 7 there, right? It quested for 7 up to 19. You did 8 law. So Will was going to be at 19 law. And with their Diablo, they challenged into the Fox. So instead of Diablo questing for 1, they challenged the Fox, leaving 2 damage on the Fox, and then Go collects that 2 law. Essentially, that challenge from the Diablo, instead of questing for 1, that challenge gave Will that 1 extra law he needed to win the game.
Yeah. Absolutely. What an end to that match. And I hate to say it, but we haven't really got time to talk about that match anymore because we've got our other feature match. So let's go and jump straight into more Disney Lorcana trading card game action here in Dortmund. And it looks like we've got another Amethyst deck on the right for Mikhail. And we got Thomas on the left. Is that an Australian flag? Come a long way.
It could be. It could be.
And actually, we're not joining this in the first game. Thomas already 1 game up with this Sapphire Emerald deck. And we got Clara Bao Clumsy Guest as the first play with Chernobog's followers, Creatures of Evil.
It is an Australian flag, but I'm pretty confident, Ross, he's Austrian, as he is somebody I know. So he does reside in Austria, so I think it's just a bit of a mistake on the flag there would be my expectation. Thomas, someone I've actually played against at a locals in Austria when I visited, and he beat me up very badly over a game of Disney Lorcana. But Thomas has also qualified already for the European Championships as well. He did finish in the top 32 in Bologna. So Michael on the other side, up against a very formidable opponent, but Michael on a strong color combination, a classic color combination of ruby and amethyst.
Baker would be proud. We've got Jebediah Farnsworth Cookie. We got Reckless and Evasive. So less worried about evasives in this matchup. It's going to be Michael. But having said that, going to be fewer evasives running around. We got Sail the Azurite Sea, which is going to be coming down. That gives you an extra card. That gives you an extra ink. And then we're going to be passing back over to Michael, who's got Jebediah Farnsworth, and he's looking to find him a friend. What's he got here? He's got a couple of ink. He can go up to 3 if he wishes. Yeah, we're inking Elsa Fifth Spirit. We got 3 ink. We're only paying 1 for Chernobog's followers, 1 for Chernobog's followers, and 1 for Chernobog's no, Magic Broom, a Luminary Keeper.
I do love a Magic Broom Chernobog's followers chain. That is one of my favorite lines in Disney Locana trading card game where you just play all of these one-cost characters. They can replace themselves down the line. Thomas going to go for that Sail the Azurite Sea. Can see that Milo Thatch in hand, and it's going to be the double sail. Okay, Ross, this is a high-level line for a Sapphire and Emerald player to be taking. You could play a 4-cost character after you go for the Sail. Thomas says, not interested, I want more ramp. And that bend to my will in Thomas' hand is something we've really got to look out for. That is a double ink from Thomas. How about a third ink this turn, thanks to that double Sail, the Azurite Sea? Thomas has got 3 sails in their discard right now.
Yeah, basically you've played that Clarabelle clumsy guest, and then you've gone Sail the Azurite Sea, Sail the Azurite Sea, Sail the Azurite Sea. His opponent's got 3 ink, and he's got 6. That is a significant difference, and that means he is going to be playing those high-end, those top-end cards much faster. And I'm seeing a pretty new card in there. I'm seeing Milo Thatch getting his hands dirty. A 7-ink card. That's going to be viable next turn.
Yeah, it's going to be Dumbo that comes down. It is going to be the Magic Broom drawing. Will these Churnabox followers draw? That's a really interesting thing. Thomas's hand is a little bit awkward, though. They do have Milo Thatch and Bend to My Will. Bend to My Will right now, though, with Dumbo wouldn't be ideal. But there's the Clarabelle. Malicious, Mean, and Scary is also in their hand there, which I hadn't seen previously. But my goodness, Ross, you've got the opportunity here to shift Clarabelle, maybe even sing the Malicious, Mean, and Scary to remove those Churnabox followers.
Here we go, and they're not going to be drawing if they're taken out. Malicious, Mean, and Scary does 1 damage to all your opponent's characters. Churnabox followers only have 1 willpower. They will go down. And now we got Clarabelle light on her hooves sitting out there. And we're actually inking the Milo Thatch there. Sorry, it would have been a fun play. Maybe we can see it later. But Thomas really making the most of that extra ramp in the early game. And really punishing Michael for playing all of those small characters.
Yeah, and the decision to ink the Milo Thatch there is because 1 less card in hand for Thomas means 1 card drawn more from Clarabelle. Michael had 2 cards in hand. Thomas, after they ink that Milo Thatch, went down to 1. It is going to be Maui for Clarabelle. So Thomas got that 1 extra card draw. I've got to say, though, will they be regretting not having that Milo Thatch right now? Well, it really depends what they draw into. This Dumbo is really quite annoying for Thomas to deal with. Of course, Jebediah can also be using the Dumbo effect to draw a card and gain a law. Usually a reckless character, well, Dumbo can bypass that and almost turn it into a engine in its own right. The Jebediah Dumbo synergy is not something I've seen before, Ross, and I'm kind of surprised more players aren't doing this. Now I see it.
We're seeing it right now. That's exactly what just happened. Jebediah Farnsworth Cookie gets exerted. You draw a card, you gain a law. Essentially, you cannot quest and you must challenge if able. But if you sing a song, which we see a lot, or use Dumbo, which we don't see a lot, well, you can't challenge, so you totally get around it. The library gift for Bell comes down. Dumbo runs over into the library. Let's hope it's got some high ceilings. And then we pass back over to Thomas. He has got that Cinderella Dreams Come True. But do we have anything else? Because honestly, right now, I'm kind of thinking I'd love to see Milo Thatch.
It could be the moment for the Bend to My Will, though. It's going to be your welcome onto the Dumbo, followed by a Bend to My Will. That would be a really good way of getting some value from that card. That is the dream combo. Your welcome is such a powerful song card with Clarabelle, but also with that 7-cost uninkable action. Bend to My Will is going to force your opponent to discard not 1, not 2, not 3, every single card they have in hand.
And there we go. Bend to My Will comes down. Discard your entire hand, Michael. Bad news, you are now in top deck mode, my friend. And now the bad news is you don't have anything too big character-wise, but you still got Cinderella, and your opponent is in full top deck mode. All but Merlin Rabbit draws a card on play.
Yeah, and that little laugh from Thomas, like, okay, the hippity-hoppity rabbit is straight on the board right after I've discarded the hand. That's not what you want to see if you're Thomas. And it is going to be Jebediah Farnsworth Cookie moving to the library, challenging the Cinderella, and while being banished at the library, will draw a card.
The draw engine of Amethyst is something we've talked about a lot. Amethyst have so many options for drawing cards. But here we see Heffalumps and Woozles. That is going to stop the rabbit questing, I believe, on the following turn. So, and also draw a card. So, yeah, and I got to say Hefflumps and Woozles on stream, so that was fun.
We have Cinderella come down. It is going to be a hidden ink from the Cinderella. We know it was the Muses, but Michael not sure what card was just inked, and Thomas gets an opportunity to replace that card.
Brawl comes down, takes out that Cinderella straight away. Peter Pan Shadow Finder. We just saw this wreaking havoc in the previous stream game this round. Now Michael's bringing it out to see if maybe it can do the same thing here. So we do see a vision of the future. Look at the top 5. Grab any card. Anything in there we love?
There's 2 Floodborn Prince Philips, which cost 9, and I'm not sure Thomas can quite play that just yet.
How about Spooky Sight?
Yeah, Spooky Sight not going to be doing too much. Doesn't deal with the library, doesn't deal with the rabbit. So Thomas might just have to take another turn off here and have a nice slow turn. But Malicious, Mean and Scary is a nice setup for the Prince Philip to follow. But the library as well, for Michael, is proving to be extremely valuable.
It really is. It's drawing cards whenever something is banished there, and also it is gaining a passive law, as I like to call it. Just ticks up, start of your turn, don't do anything, completely passive. Oh, I gained an extra law. How wonderful. Good card.
Very good card. And Michael's at 10 law. Thomas is down still at 0. It's going to be Maui Hero to all. And it is going to be the Peter Pan into the library.
Well, library's getting a little bit full with the rabbit and Peter Pan, but we've got Maui Hero to all, another reckless character with Rush as well, and a monstrous 6. But here we go. We've got Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes. That is going to take out both of those previously damaged characters. Not Maui, but it is a 6/6 on the board. Maui will be able to trade with it, though.
Evasive.
Oh, of course, it's evasive. Maui won't be able to trade with it. Wonderful. We see Lady Tremaine, Imperious Queen, though. That makes your opponent...
That'll do it.
Oh, and that is going to be it. Michael takes game 2, and we are going to be headed to a game 3. Of course, that Lady Tremaine, your opponent actually chooses which of their characters to banish.
Yep.
But if they've only got one...
If you've only got one, there's not many choices there to be had. And the library there was the difference maker, right? The Dumbo put in a lot of work in the early game, but there was that moment Thomas has You're Welcome and then the Bend to My Will, but it was the rabbit off the top and that rabbit top deck, but in particular the library that Thomas could never quite recover from. We've got to give a big shout out as well to Maui Hero to all. Trading that Clarabelle was a big old moment in that game, and I do wonder if Thomas might be regretting that ink of the Milo Thatch.
Well, we're off into game 3. We'll figure that one out later. We see a Magic Broom Luminary Keeper from Michael. We see a Sail the Azurite Sea from Thomas, who's already on his 2nd ink turn. Now up to his 3rd ink turn for what it's worth. And Michael is going to be looking for something to keep the broom company. But you're right, that Milo Thatch, we said it at the time. And in hindsight, that could have been a potential card to help change things around. It's all irrelevant now. We're off in game 3, and a Madam Im Snake gets inked. Ooh, for a Scrooge McDuck Ghostly Ebenezer. And you know, if Baker's watching somewhere backstage, he's going to be happy right now.
You know, in German, this card is called Dagobert Duck, which I think is a great name as well. We are here in Germany, but Thomas is going to be inking the Muses, and it is going to be that Cinderella now. So a pretty explosive start, not quite as impressive as the previous triple sail, but Cinderella does something quite similar.
Absolutely. When you play it, well, basically at the end of your turn, if you played a princess, which of course Cinderella absolutely counts, then you get to get extra ink at the end of your turn. So you get it guaranteed when Cinderella comes down, but then potentially in future turns, it could activate again if you play a bunch more princesses. Even one use, so you're still getting a bit of value there.
You know what, Ross? The hand from Thomas is absolutely brilliant. How far ago Clarabelle, Prince Philip. It is going to be the brawl on the Cinderella, which is more significant than it might first appear. With Thomas having that How Far I'll Go in hand, they would love to have sung that song. Can they find something to put into their inkwell? Well, it's actually just going to be a hard cast of the How Far I'll Go here. Really interesting decision. Now, do you take Malicious, Mean and Scary and set up a potential Prince Philip combo to wipe the board, or do you go for Bend to My Will and try and discard the hand of Michael? Really big decision. If you take the Bend to My Will, Ross, and then you later regret it, it is a 7-cost uninkable.
If you're taking it, you've got to play it, and you've got to play it pretty soon. It's taking a space in your hand, and it is just doing nothing until you play it. We do see vision of the future. Now, did you see which card was actually taken?
He took the bend.
He did take the bend to my wolf. So that tells us he is going to be doing this when he gets... And actually, he's up to 7 ink already. Like, I know he doesn't have it all available this term.
So, usually the best line that you can do is if you get the Clarabelle down, and then the next turn, so you draw off the Clarabelle, right? You fill up to your opponent's hand size, and then you get the bend. But it's possible that Thomas might just have enough time in this game not to even go for the Clarabelle and just go straight for the bend. It's going to be a really interesting moment in this one. It is going to be the library yet again for Michael. It is going to be the magic broom moving over to the library. Of course, could be using that ink to boost the Scrooge McDuck, but goes for the broom into the library instead.
Not too bad, of course. It's sitting there, it's sweeping up, and while it's sweeping, if it gets banished, you get to draw a card. Bearing in mind, can draw a card other times as well. So Michael there really going after that draw. Now Milo Thatch comes out, and this time it is there, and an ink geyser.
Actually discarded by the Milo Thatch.
Yes.
So the ink geyser, an uninkable card, but Milo Thatch, when you play this character, you may choose and discard a card to return chosen character to their player's hand. It has ward, it quests for 3, and really interesting, Thomas goes for that Milo Thatch over the bend and over the Clarabelle as well.
Absolutely. Well, also at the end of your turn, if 2 or more cards were discarded, you do get to draw a card. So a little bit of an engine there. There's also a 5/5 body on the board. You're questing for free lore. So it's one of these cards that's expensive, but it really does do almost everything when it actually hits the board. We are inking with Michael, and we are playing it's another Scrooge McDuck Ghostly Ebenezer. And we're immediately boosting it.
And moving it to the library just for good measure. The magic broom will quest for 1. Michael, though, has not triggered this magic broom, deciding to just leave it in the library.
So I don't hate that, because if it gets banishment challenge in the library, then you get to draw a card anyway. The only reason to get rid of it would be to draw a card, but you're doing that when it gets banished because it's in the library anyway. So you might as well just sit there questing, and if it goes away, you get to draw a card anyway, and if it doesn't, you get to just quest every turn. So, and plus, you know, you got to keep that library clean, man. Not everyone pays enough attention. You need to keep sweeping those old books. They get dusty, so no, I think a good decision made here.
Thomas has got a really interesting hand. There's a 1-cost Clarabelle, not going to be too important, I would imagine. Although you can do an interesting line with the 1-cost Clarabelle. You play the 1-cost Clarabelle, and then you shift the big Clarabelle, the Floodborn, and suddenly instead of paying 7 for a Floodborn Clarabelle, you pay just 6. That's something to look out for, but there's a You're Welcome and a bend. The You're Welcome can easily be sung by a Milo Thatcher. You could go for, like, Sing You're Welcome onto the library, play the bend, discard Michael's hand. You could go for Sing You're Welcome onto the Scrooge McDuck, play Clarabelle, draw some cards. There's a few really, really interesting options here for Thomas. Of course, you could do none of that at all, and you could take a challenge, but it will be You're Welcome. It's going to be the Scrooge McDuck that is selected over the library, really respecting that boost effect of Scrooge McDuck. If it's boosted again, it could have gone up to 5 strength and traded for the Milo Thatch.
Not only that, but if you find a way to bounce it to hand, you essentially draw all those cards that are under it, opening a whole bunch of more options. So that Scrooge McDuck can get out of hand very, very quickly. Now, we've got a couple of Maui half sharks in hand for Michael.
Is it the bend or is it the Clarabelle? That's the big decision. I think it might be. It's going to be the Clarabelle.
Hard casted.
Yeah.
We're just inking the... Is that inking the clumsy guess?
Yeah, inking it.
Yeah.
So in this moment, you can basically just play the clumsy guess into your inkwell. You haven't inked yet this turn. If in a scenario that Thomas had like already inked a card, right, there would be a line here where you just shift the Clarabelle immediately, because what that does is it gets the clumsy guess out of your hand and you replace it with a different card from Clarabelle. But because Thomas hasn't inked yet this turn, there's no need to go for that line. You just ink the Clarabelle. It's going to be Maui then for Michael, trading for Milo Thatch.
I like this. Get it off the board, because it was also, you know, I mentioned all the good things about it a minute ago. I never even mentioned that it could sing a 7-cost or lower song. So get it off the board, take away all of those options. Maui half shark goes into the ink for Michael.
Ooh.
Magic broom is questing again. We're up to
Oh, I think I see what's coming here with that magic broom being exerted. I think the library might start being about to get not so swept up because the Clarabelle could challenge the broom and go, okay, Michael draws from the library, but then the bend to my will could discard the entire hand. But Thomas going to start things off with a vision of the future. I do believe they still have enough ink to play the bend.
Well, they're grabbing a card off it. I did not catch what it was, I'm afraid, but there's an extra card picked from the top 5. Should be able to see it at the back of the hand here. Well, we are going to challenge Clarabelle.
Here we go.
Is it going to be a bend to my will? We need to ink first, I believe, to get up to 7, but we haven't inked this turn. So show me an ink. Now we're up to 7. Now we're going to bend to my will. And the entire hand of Michael gets discarded. And Clarabelle is sitting there. I mean, you won't be drawing many cards, which is sad, but you will be sitting there. And it's not just that you've managed to get rid of your opponent's hand, you've also wiped their board as well. So Peter Pan Shadow Finder, the only thing Michael can do here.
Yeah, it's really nicely done from Thomas. It's what I said, your ideal play there is going to be with the Clarabelle. You draw from the Clarabelle, you set up that board, you sing your welcome, and then you get the bend to my will through. Really nicely done by Thomas. It's going to be an uphill battle now for Michael, but they are only 11 lore away as Thomas here plays the Muses and How Far I'll Go.
And that means extra ink, that means extra cards, so not too shabby. And of course, it means that you can... We got rid of the Peter Pan there. That was a Muses, of course, because, yes, because you played that song, which allows you to... Now, it only bounces it back to hand, but it also means that Michael replays it and Thomas plays a song, and the Muses bounce it back to hand, and Michael just keeps wasting ink.
Yeah, and Michael with Pirate's Life in hand. That's what Thomas has got to be really cautious of here, is that Michael is really getting quite close to a dangerous lore count for Thomas, but Thomas is definitely starting to take control of this game, and Michael in this position, they're just going to be trying to sort of become the aggressive player and just quest as much as they can. Well, the library has been removed by Clarabelle. It took 2 challenges, but it has finally been dealt with. That means that Scrooge McDuck that was hit by the You're Welcome, the magic broom that Michael had, and now the library have all been dealt with. All the while, Thomas has been discarding every card in Michael's hand.
And now we are going to ink a Clarabelle. No song being played, so no bounce of the Peter Pan Shadow Finder. So that is going to sit out there, potentially able to challenge. We see a Merlin Rabbit coming down. That's going to draw a card on play and when it leaves play. We also see a Madam Mim Snake. That's going to make the Rabbit leave play, so you draw another card. Michael replenishing his hand here beautifully. And I do see a couple of cards. There's a Brawl in hand, which...
Thomas, again, just wasn't too happy, Ross, there to see that Madam Mim and Snake.
Nope.
Sorry, the Merlin Rabbit and the Madam Mim Snake combo. That is an evasive Peter Pan as well, so not super easy to deal with. Of course, the song can bounce it back. There is a 3 strength and a 3 cost and a 2 cost character, so Spooky Sight will be putting them into the inkwell.
That is going to be lovely. Michael, sure, he gets a couple of extra ink, and that is an advantage, but not like having those characters on the board. Thank goodness that Michael was able to draw a couple of cards with the Merlin Rabbit, because, frankly, that is all that's kept his hand with any cards in at this point in the game. So now Thomas does need to start questing at some point. He's still only on 2 lore, but hopefully now he can put Michael in a position where Michael starts stumbling and Thomas can start running away. That's got to be the goal here.
Yeah, it's a real safety-first approach here from Thomas, not overextending into a B prep. The hand for Thomas is quite healthy. There's like 4 or 5 cards, but they're all rather expensive. It is going to be the Scrooge McDuck, and it is going to be the Merlin Rabbit, as well as the boost on the Scrooge. Thomas has to be really careful in this position. They've been playing it a little bit safe, but I just worry they might be playing it a bit too safe at this moment in time. They haven't developed a big white board. They're not even threatening slightly to win the game in the next few turns. And Michael's kind of just clawing their way back into this one.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's slow going. We see Mullet Thatch coming down, discard a card. That is going to get rid of the Scrooge McDuck Ghostly Ebenezer, at least for the time being, bouncing it back to hand. But Michael is ahead by 8 lore here. He's already up to 12. So, but here we go. Here is one we know we do see this one occasionally coming in. It is stopped chaos in his tracks. Return up to 2 characters with 3 strength or less to the player's hand.
Yeah, and goes for the muses just to ink it. It's going to help refill the Clarabelle. So Thomas here is going for this play really to draw some cards off of the Clarabelle. But suddenly Michael has got a handful of cards. The Milo Thatch at the end of the turn is going to trigger because 2 cards or more will put into the discard. You can trigger the Clarabelle first. Both of the abilities go in the bag. Thomas pulls out the Clarabelle trigger from the bag first, and then the Milo Thatch trigger from the bag to follow it.
Absolutely. So Thomas here still on 4 lore, has not been able to get away from that. He's got 5 lore potentially represented on the board between Milo Thatch and Clarabelle, but we're not here yet. So back to Michael. He's got a bunch of ink to play with. I believe he's got 9 ink, 4 of them being played for the Merlin Rabbit, helping to refill his hand. Could use a couple here. A slow motion made it look very dramatic. We see Maui coming in. That is going to trade with the Clarabelle just like in the previous game.
Yeah, that Milo Thatch with Ward does make it pretty difficult to deal with. Michael, 12 lore. Thomas at 4. It's going to be strike a good match. Is Thomas looking for another bend to my will? Well, they do find here a vision of the future. The big question is there enough ink to go for the vision? And if you find the bend, can you still go for it? A bend to my will here would be absolutely devastating. The big question is how many bends does Thomas actually play in his deck? Usually you see it as a one-of, but it wouldn't surprise me if Thomas has made a metacle and gone for more than one here.
It would make a huge difference if he could do that. Start getting rid of Michael's hand. That Merlin Rabbit on the board would still do something, but it wouldn't be everything. So, while we wait to see if there is another bend to the will, a bend to my will, I should say, Thomas with a lot of ink. It's a Sapphire deck. You kind of expect that. And what are we going to do? We're going to use some of it early doors here. We'll start using 4 ink. And we're going to be playing, it is that Cinderella dreams come true. We're just going to get more ink at the end of the turn.
Yeah, and B-Prep is the card which hasn't been played, but it's exerting sort of so much pressure into this position here for Thomas. They are absolutely terrified of overextending into that Be Prepared. And it's meaning that it's really taken them quite a long time to get going here in terms of questing.
Oh, absolutely. We saw this so much pre-rotation. Players overextending, and then their opponent goes, be prepared. Now you can't respond. We saw it in the previous game. If you can respond to a be prepared, it is not that big a deal. So let's make sure that we can respond to it by not overextending, keeping cards in our hand to refill our board afterwards. Back to Michael then. We're using 4 ink. No, we're just cutting out for
that. That is an absurd amount of ink from Thomas, isn't it?
That is 14 ink, if I'm reading that correctly. I should allow him to play pretty much whatever he wants.
Pretty much. Pretty much. You're at that point where you can play 2 of your Clarabelles, or like a Clarabelle and a Bend, or 2 Milo Thatch. It's going to be the Maui half shark. Remember, every time an action's played, that's going to be 1 lore. We know Michael had a Pirate's Life in hand earlier, so Michael is really, really getting quite close to 20. Well, that is going to be 1 more lore for Michael, thanks to the Maui half shark, putting them up to 13. That was a friend on the other side, played for 3 ink. It was not sung by the rabbit. The rabbit could quest up to 14. Every single time an action is played, Michael creeps ever closer. We saw a Pirate's Life also is in Michael's deck, so Thomas has to be really cautious of questing into this half shark as well.
Well, we're questing up with the rabbit there. We're up to 14 for Michael. That could potentially represent game on board if we got enough actions next turn to get 3 extra lore. Keep an eye on that one. Thomas, remember we are in I believe we're lose and out situation here. So these players, they need these victories. We see Milo, who is going to challenge into the rabbit. We got 3 minutes and 20 seconds remaining on the clock. Thomas still sitting at 4 lore. Your welcome is going to get rid of Maui half shark. I suppose you're welcome, but it's going to be, we need to start talking about end of game procedures soon. What we got?
It's the Lady Tremaine from the first chapter. It's a 6-cost uninkable, and you can put any action card from your discard back in your hand. He has not just put the Bend to My Will back in his hand. Well, he has. Can you believe it? Lady Tremaine for a second copy of Bend to My Will from Thomas.
That is absolutely huge. Let's see it hit the board. Bend to my will.
Wow.
Look at that hand that Michael just has to get rid of. Well, maybe there is only one copy of Bend to My Will, but Lady Tremaine comes in, and that is a wicked stepmother indeed.
That is absolutely outstanding. The Lady Tremaine, you can do some nice things with the muses, with it having just one strength, but this game is not over yet. Michael Quest with the Chernobog's followers up to 15 law.
That took 13 ink to pull that combination off, but Thomas got so much ink he's actually able to do it. Magic Broom, Illuminary Keeper comes down for Michael, and then it is just a pass. There is a Lady Tremaine in hand for Michael. That's something to keep an eye on, but it is not the same one. It is the Imperious Queen. There we go, Imperious Queen. Took me a second there. Hefflumps and Woozles comes down, though. That's going to stop the Broom questing next turn.
Yeah, and that could make a really big difference at this moment. Every law is going to matter for Michael, and suddenly, look, Milo Thatch, Cinderella, Lady Tremaine, that is a quest for 5. Thomas almost doubling his law count in a single turn, going up to 9 law. So actually, they did double it. And look at that now, Cinderella comes back down on the board. Thomas still going to be a little bit cautious of that be prepared. Doesn't want to overextend too much. The main thing is not letting that Magic Broom quest. So Heffalumps and Woozles, extremely effective here.
We are running very short on time. We have 1 minute remaining. So in a second, we are going to need to talk about the end of match procedure here with both players tied 1 game each. I mean, just quickly, as these players are doing this, tell us what happens when time runs out in a best of 3 here.
Yep, so when time is called, as we do see the library come down, the player whose turn it is when the match clock hits 0 will be turn 0. And there'll be 5 turns then to determine who is the winning player as Lady Tremaine comes through. Worth noting, we do have that clock on our stream, the 30 seconds. There is a judge clock, which the judge keeps track of, and might be slightly different from ours.
Well worth pointing out.
So we will do our best to keep you posted on that, and it's worth noting, though, that that timer above is not perfectly accurate. It's very close, and it looks like Thomas is likely to be turn 0 here, but John Silver comes through. It's going to give that Lady Tremaine reckless.
Yep, so once again, there's another character that cannot quest. That alien pirate is doing its work. Thomas trying to make sure that Michael is not able to gain any more law, at least not without putting in a gigantic amount of effort. But we have now reached double zeros. We'll get confirmation shortly. Hopefully someone will tell us that Thomas is turn 0. So essentially both players have 3 turns with Thomas's first turn happening right now.
And look at that. It's going to be the loop of the Lady Tremaine and the Muses. Malicious, Mean and Scary was played. The Muses bounces back that Lady Tremaine to hand, which is absolutely incredible when you've got this much ink to be able to do that. Lady Tremaine, the last glimmer standing for Michael. Haven't had confirmation just yet on if time has been called, so we're going to work under the assumption that it has not just yet. But it is a nail-biting game either way. Michael is just 5 law away. Lady Tremaine can quest for 2, or at least it could if John Silver had not made it reckless. So it is going to challenge into Cinderella. Michael with 3 cards in hand. There is a Pirate's Life in hand, Ross. That will put them up to 17. It's going to be the snake onto Lady Tremaine. Lady Tremaine could be replayed here.
And that is going to take out another glimmer when it comes down. Now it is Thomas's choice. I think it's got to be John Silver.
Not sure.
Oh, it could be the Muses, but the Muses can be so useful for bouncing glimmers. And yeah, it's obviously not going to be Milo Thatch, but
that's for sure.
Yeah, it was a bit of a decision to be made there. You really could have gone either way. Thomas agonized over it, but it does seem like the decision was the Muses, proclaimers of Hercules.
And now we have confirmation. Michael was actually, I believe you can see that dice there. Michael was turn 0, Thomas is turn 1.
Okay.
So Michael will be 2, Thomas 3, Michael 4, and Thomas will be the 5th and final turn if we get there. It is going to be your welcome onto Lady Tremaine. The Lady Tremaine comes back again.
It is wicked stepmother Lady Tremaine. Now, what are we actually going for here? Now, we do see an ink. Apparently, we needed more ink. Thomas always needs more ink, apparently. I did not see which action card came back. It happened very quickly.
And I think Thomas is actually still. I think it's because they.
Oh, it is.
Oh my goodness!
It is.
The Bend to My Will.
I mean, I kind of.
Third time.
I think
that is the same copy of Bend to My Will played 3 times in a single game of Disney Lorcana trading card game.
Quick, someone in the chat go back and count how many cards in total Michael has discarded from that one copy of Bend to My Will. It's definitely a lot. And Thomas here, he is running out of time. He's up to 14 law. Actually, he has got game on the board between 3 from Milo Thatch, 2 from John Silver, and 1 from Lady Tremaine. Now, Madam Imp Snake is going to take out Milo Thatch, and then we're going to play Chernobog's followers. Thomas is going to be able to go up to 17 law. Will still have game on the board for the following turn, and he will get 1 more turn. The final turn. Can Thomas do anything honestly here? If you can just quest and play a couple of glimmers, you've probably got this game locked up. We quest up to 17. What's in your hand, Thomas?
John Silver going to be giving this Chernobog's followers reckless because that's a really important thing to do, right? How do you lose this game from this position if you're Thomas? Well, it would be if Michael top decks be prepared, right? So I want to see this Chernobog's followers.
Oh, here we go. It's Prince Philip. It's Clarabelle. It's Tipo Growing Son.
I assume the Chernobog's followers is reckless.
I believe it is. Michael is chuckling. This is Michael's very final turn of the game. It is going to be challenging, it looks like, into that John Silver Alien Pirate. It's not going to do anything. There's not many cards in Michael's hand. It feels like Thomas might have sewn this up. It's a Madam Imp Fox to bounce a Chernobog, replay it, but there is the fist bump, and I do believe that Thomas, I mean, look how many cards were there. And look, I said, quest and play some glimmers. Oh, he understood the assignment.
That was the most ridiculous Bend to My Will action I've ever seen. That was so fantastic. Thomas from Austria, brilliant player, someone that, as I said, I've played against him before, Ross, and he beat me badly. And that was an absolutely tremendous performance. Great effort from both players. But 3 Bend to My Wills in one go is unbelievable.
It was absolutely unbelievable. Look, what I wanted to see this weekend, I wanted to see cards that I had forgotten about. Cards which I was not even thinking about competitively. And Lady Tremaine, Wicked Stepmother, absolutely came through as a really nice option there. But why would we talk about the person who was able to play Bend to My Will 3 times in one game? Why talk about them when we can walk to them? Let's go to the lounge.
Guys, I am joined by Thomas, who's just taken the win in our second round 7 feature match, and it's great to be able to sit down and talk about an Emerald Sapphire deck, Thomas. Now, obviously, went to a game 3 just there, a lot of displays that the commentators were going mad about with a lot of Bend to My Will usage. Tell us about how the game ended.
The game ended in that I played second time Bend of My Will.
That's all you need. Just deprive him of resources. And it was a deck that did a lot of that because we did see that Bend to My Will a couple of times. Admittedly, kind of replenished it a little with the Merlin Rabbit, which I bet you're probably going, oh, here we go. But didn't matter. You managed to cruise your way to the win. How are you feeling at this point? Because you're currently 5-1-1. So you've still got that one more match to go. How are you feeling?
It's okay. I'm in the draw brackets.
Yep.
So I will play mostly a control matchup the next game.
Okay.
And normally I win the control matchups.
Normally you win them. Yeah. Great. So tell us why Emerald Sapphire. What is it you like about the deck?
I played Emerald Sapphire in Constructed too.
Okay.
I played it in Bologna in top 16. So I'm already
familiar with it.
Yeah.
Now, when it comes to the Infinity format, do you have to change up how you build the deck, or is it generally pretty much the same?
It's a combination of the before the rotation and after the rotation deck.
Okay, so just either side. Okay, nice.
So,
okay, interesting.
So we get the muses back.
Yep, brilliant.
And we can have fun with them.
And it is a lot of fun. Also, you said you even have the Lady Tremaine as well. Interesting choices. One of those ones you almost never really see anymore. But that's really exciting. Tell us what else you like about the Infinity format.
It's different.
Sure, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
I saw many funny decks.
Yep.
I say the same colors with different deck styles. I I saw purple in 3 different locations.
Yeah, very
But
different.
Only red purple is always the same.
What's the strangest deck you've gone up against in your time in Infinity today?
Today,
Yep.
I don't face many strange. I saw one purple deck.
Okay.
With library, it's not so special.
Okay.
But with the bell, and he
interesting.
sacked all his 1-drops, so he draw cards with the library and get it in the inkwell.
Oh, very
And
good.
then he spams the whale, the big one.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, so look, this is the beauty of the Infinity format, is you get a lot of these, interesting builds that you maybe don't expect. It's great. Well, congratulations on your win. Best of luck in this final one.
Thank you.
I hope we get to see you in day 2, because it was really great to watch that match. I'm personally a big fan of anything that's combined with Sapphire, so I'm glad we got to see you have a lot of those great bend to my will moments. Thomas, thank you so much for chatting to us.
Thank you for
We
having
really
me.
appreciate it. Guys, don't go anywhere. There's loads more coverage coming to you from our Disney Lorcana Challenge in Dortmund.
Thank you so much, Ed, for the... Ed? Wait, Ed's meant to be, doing this round with me. Oh, there, hey.
Oh, gosh. Sorry, I had to finish the interview and then I had to go speak to our next feature mound competitors. Feature mound? Good stuff, Ed. I'm a presenter. Words are my tool. Okay, I had to go speak to our feature round because I have a bit of an interesting tale for you. Firstly, why don't you reveal who one of our participants is?
I still want to know how you got summoned here so quickly. That was magical. But anyway, getting in to the final... Is it the final game already?
Of today, yes, it is. Our round 8 feature match. And whom is one of our competitors?
Oh, something very interesting happened last round, and it'll lead me into what's going on this round.
Okay.
And that is 2 players from your fantasy draft team faced off against each other, and I believe once again, this round, 2 players from your fantasy draft team are facing off each other for their win in. Players with a total of 18 points will make it in to day 2, which will be taking place on Sunday. And one of those players, a very well-known player in the community, and I'm really excited to see how they perform in this particular matchup. And I'm really excited to see how your team is going to do. Don't know him personally at all, but very well-known in the community. Very well-skilled player, so I've heard. Both players, and I'm excited to get into this final round of day 1 here in Disney Lorcana Challenge Dortmund. You may recognize them. They look a bit familiar.
They do. One of them is my fiance. Sorry, your fiance. But, yeah, like you said, we've seen Bob already, but this is also Cowertech, or Cree. And this is interesting because, like you said, both of these are on my draft. So is that good? Is that like it's a win-win for me? Or is it bad because I could have had 2 different games where both of them won?
Well, I think right now it means both of these players are on 5 wins, 2 losses, meaning that they are both on 15 points. So no matter what, you're getting one of these players into day 2 on Sunday. But every point matters. So right now you do have a combined score between the 2 of them of 30. But I'm intrigued. Who's going to come out on top? We have Kawa on Amber Emerald versus Bob on Ruby Emerald. We've seen a lot of this deck before, and I'm really excited to get to see it because I haven't actually gotten the chance to cast it in the booth with Ed. And Ed, this is our first cast together, and I'm excited. And it looks like we're off to already a kind of a rough start for both players, where we just have to ink a card and pass.
You're
Looks
right.
a bit better there for Kawa when Bob didn't have a 1-drop glimmer to play either. But we started. We're getting into it.
We're off to the races. We did see that Liquidator iced over, getting inked. We see the We Don't Talk About Bruno to get the Ursula out. Ursula Deceiver is now going to pick one of those songs there. Which would you pick here?
Well, Sudden Chill isn't going to look too good for us next turn, when Kawa's probably trying to keep a lot of cards in his hand, ideally, and he's playing the Amber Emerald discard version. No dogs here versus a lot of discard synergy in this Ruby Emerald Leviathan deck. And we do see already that Return of Hercules Leviathan, which more than likely we might get a little snippet of seeing, and it is indeed going to be Sudden Chill. We don't want that being played next turn, but we could definitely see an Ursula Deceiver of Bob's coming out next turn to have a look at Kawa's hand. Both of these decks are going to be playing a lot of similar emerald glimmers and cards, a lot of discard synergy. And there is Chip going into the Inkwell, and an Ursula Deceiver of Bob's own going to be discarding a sudden chill off Kawa's hand as well.
Then getting all the information. It's not just about discarding the song card with Ursula Deceiver. It is pure information. Sure, the draw changes things up, but for each player that gets to play that Ursula, you get a vague idea of how the next few turns are going to play out, and therefore what you can do to either mitigate what your opponent is doing, or just learn to play around it, or just have to lean into it. If you've got no way of competing, you can figure out what's going to happen. So we are going to see that Prince John, greediest of all, come down, and a sudden chill as well, which is actually a wonderful little bit of synergy there to just get that extra little draw off Prince John. As you guys can see on your screen, I sentence you. Whenever your opponent discards one or more cards, you may draw a card for each card discarded. So with sudden chill, that is a perfect choice.
Yeah, definitely great play there by Kawa, even though Bob played an Ursula Deceiver there, got rid of a sudden chill, we managed to have another one. I'm pretty sure it was the top deck off the draw this turn, which really nice that we were able to get Prince John out on the board. There's also a Diablo in hand, which we could see next turn, or even
Lenny Toy Binoculars. This is a card I absolutely love. I love his little art. Just look at him. Look at him with his big eyes. Now, for those of you who haven't seen, this is one of the toy cards from set 12. Obviously, Cree there having to read that card. It has two abilities. Take a good look. When you play this character, choose an opponent. Your chosen opponent reveals their hand and discards an action card of your choice. And coming up fast, once during your turn, whenever you play an action, you may ready this character. So a very good singer, actually, because you can just keep it, ready and just keep it safe for a little bit.
Yeah, great for singing Sudden Chill, Bare Necessities, or anything you need. But we're not going to be singing Bare Necessities because it's Ruby Emerald. But he can sing Strike a Good Match, or even we can just quest. And whenever you play an action, he can just ready and maybe sing again. He can even quest again, whatever you like. But definitely getting rid of the Delamoon's Lullaby out of Kawa's hand. Very nice there for Bob. And going back over to Kawa, there is Muses in hand. We could ink a card, play the Muses, and start a little bit of bouncing when we start to play songs. But it's looking like we might be playing our one-drop Cinderella, a very shiny one, might I add.
And, of course, Diablo Devoted Herald. Boy, have we seen a lot of that card this weekend for the first time in a long time. That card very much a prominent part of the format when it was in rotation. Now that it's gone, we don't see it anymore, but Infinity brings all of these cards back, and that's part of the beauty of it. So obviously being an evasive, a little bit difficult to get rid of, unless Bob has some decent evasives of his own, although I think he's got, am I right to remember he's got Jebediah Farnsworth, because he's evasive?
He is evasive, but another thing he also has, and we need to be really mindful of it, is Return of Hercules and Leviathan. If Bob manages to get two or more cards into his discard, we will be able to probably banish, well, you know, Ed, we're probably going to, if that comes down, we might be able to just get rid of a few of those glimmers on the other side of the board.
We certainly will. By the looks of it, we'd be able to get rid of all of them in terms of their total. We are going to see a Lenny Toy Binoculars get inked and simply pass back over to Kawa, who's going to ready up those cards and then draw for turn. Now, what are we going to see?
Yeah, no cards in hand bar the one that we just drew off the top of the deck. Now, we can exert Diablo, the quest with Diablo, leave him exerted, and we will be able to draw cards whenever Bob draws cards. But then you're leaving yourself open to, well, perhaps maybe a little evasive rush or something coming in to get rid of it. But then we need to be mindful, because then next turn Bob will be able to ink to that 5 cost in order to play, well, Return of Hercules.
Return of Hercules into the Leviathan, Guardian of Atlantis. This is a combo that we've seen delivered a couple of times throughout the stream today, but we've also seen it get denied. So we're going to see Della's Moon Lullaby there, giving a chosen character -2 strength and drawing a card. Kawa's going to
he looks happy.
Oh, okay. So here...
You have forgotten me, the perfect card to get. Why did I just add? There was no cards in his hand. We drew that off Delamoon's Lullaby. What a beautiful card to draw. And also because Prince John is out on the board, we discarded 2 cards, meaning that Cow was going to draw 2 cards. And poor Bob had to discard both the Leviathan and Return of Hercules, which we could have pulled off next turn.
It was the combo piece. That was the perfect move from Cower to deny a board clearing the huge Leviathan. I just love that. I love seeing it work. But in that instance, you've got to get rid of it. You've got to just dump it. And then Cower helping replenish his resources with that Prince John. So we are going to see Robin Hood. This is a wonderful little combo with this deck. Robin Hood Sharpshooter. Whenever this character quests, look at the top 4 cards of your deck, reveal an action card with cost 6 or less and play it for free. The rest into your discard, which obviously works very well, again, with the Leviathan. It also works really well with Olaf's Snowman of Action, and also sometimes works well with the, what is it? It's the Lilo causing an uproar.
Yes.
Will we see that?
Indeed, but not only that, could see a little bit of Maui House Shark as well. Playing an action off this, we're just going to gain more lore. Looking like you have forgotten me going into the discard, and Cow is scared of it. He's going to be not talking about Bruno right now and sending the Robin Hood Sharpshooter back to Bob's hand. We're going to discard a card at random, but there was only 1 card there, Ed, so it's going to be discarded, meaning Cow will also get to draw an additional card thanks to Prince John. Greedy prince indeed.
He is indeed a greedy prince. We do see in hand Muses and also Bare Necessities. Oh, taking the gamble of doing a little bit of a quest there. At this point, with only a couple of glimmers on the board for Bob, I think you're just trying to take it. And there we go. Bob is going to scoop. Cower is going to take game 1 here in our round 8 feature match. The last feature match we're having of the day. A great start for me, and also a bad start for me. One of my draft players is currently 1 game up. The other one game down. What do I do, Kim? How do I deal with this internal conflict?
I think regardless, you kind of win either way because they are both one is going to come out victorious unless unfortunately it ends in a draw, and then in that case you will actually not be victorious at all. But
what if they draw?
Yeah, if they draw. But hopefully that won't happen.
I'm going to go have words.
Game 2 here, and I am excited because now Bob is going to be on the play. Cow is going to be on the draw. Cow was on the play first game. But a top deck of Delamoon's Lullaby into a You Have Forgotten Me, discarding the pieces that poor Bob needed. And I haven't seen it in action. I wanted to see the Leviathan combo, the Guardian of Atlantis, the Protector of Atlantis. It's a machine. I wanted to see it happen, and I haven't gotten to see it happen.
This could be it, though. It could be this round, but we'll have to see, because again, Cower might top deck some excellent removal for those cards. Will we get to see that brutal board wiping combo, a gorgeous new card with immense stats? Who knows? We'll all find out together, and that's the excitement of these Disney Lorcana challenges, getting to see all of these moments together, getting to react to it together, Kim. It's going to be great. So we are going to jump into our game 2 when our participants are ready, and that's going to be potentially devastating for my draft picks, but let's see what happens as we see them getting their altars ready. What are they going to do? How much are they going to alter these opening hands?
Yeah, I'm excited to get into it. How will these players perform? Now, Bob on the play, Kawa on the draw. Will either player have a 1-cost card to play this turn? We've seen first game now, both players didn't have a 1-drop, so it kind of benefited both players. Otherwise, if one player did have a 1-drop and the other one didn't, well, that player who did would have had a slight little bit of an advantage. But let's get into it. Will we see a Diablo? We can look at the hand into a Diablo shift. Time will tell. I'm excited. Let's get into it. Both players playing very similar Emerald cards. They're doing very similar things. We're kind of discarding. We've seen Sudden Chill, but both of these players playing Ursula Deceiver discarded Sudden Chill off each other, saying, oh, you did this to me, I'm going to do this to you. But then, ultimately, Kawa taking the win in game 1. But now, going into game 2, players are just finishing their altering hand phase. Were they greedy? I believe it looks like Kawa only kept 2 cards. Oof. As for Bob, I'm not too sure. Did seem like at least a good few. But let's get into it. They're ready to go. Game 2. our last round of today. Both players on 15 points, both needing to get to 18 to make it into day 2, and there he is.
Okay, we're seeing Diablo Maleficent Spy, so we just get to get all that information. There's that gorgeous Kida, by the way, on that hand there. We do see the We Don't Talk About Bruno, the Prince John, the bare necessities. We also see an under the sea and an aerial capable of being one of the singers of any of those in a bit. So that is an interesting bit of information for Bob to see how things go from here. And we do then get to see a little bit extra of what Kawa is thinking. Now we can see in hand, there is also Brawl in hand for Bob. That's going to be a good little bit of spot removal. We might need that. We are going to see Kida getting inked.
Yeah, unfortunately, no one drop or Diablo Maleficent Spy of Kawa's own, or even a Cinderella ballroom sensation coming into play. And there is the shift of the devoted herald. We're discarding the bro. We don't need it. We don't need it. He has his Diablo out first, so we're going to discard to shift our Diablo devoted herald, and then we're just going to sing Strike a Good Match.
Draw 2 cards, choose and discard a card. Nice way of just checking what else you've got. We can also see in hand that Olaf as well, which is definitely one that we've seen in these decks. Get a couple of those out and it's pretty brutal. What it can sing is always an amazing thing to see, because it is a 9 cost, but for each action card in your discard, you pay 1 less ink to play that character. And when you play it, each opponent loses 2 lore. If you can get a couple of them out, you're absolutely laughing. But we are going to see it inked at this point. We don't have enough actions in that discard to make it worth keeping that around. So we're going to see Kawa draw on that turn. And we do see in hand still quite a few options, but we're still early in the game. We've got to get something to ink, then we've got to start playing some of those lower cost characters, Kim.
Yeah, we do indeed. And this time does Kawa have a 2-cost character to play, and we do, and it is going to be Ursula Deceiver. I don't believe there's any songs in there. We did use our Strike a Good Match, which could have been targeted, but every little bit of information helps.
It does.
And that Leviathan, well, it's pretty enchanting, wouldn't you say?
It's so enchanting. I actually realized I don't think I've seen the art of that until just that moment, and it's gorgeous. I must have it.
Yeah, so we got a glimpse at Bob's hand there, and, well, there was a Diablo in hand, and it does seem like we just played another one.
This is definitely going to start making Bob fill up that hand, because at the moment, only a few things that we could play. We do have that 4-cost uninkable Robin Hood Sharpshooter. There's 2 of those. And that does help try and reveal some of the actions. That might just help get those played. Reveal an action, cost 6 less or free. Play it. That's always useful.
Yeah, also helps get more actions into the discard. Helping us get out our snowman.
We've
Olaf,
lost that now.
snowman of action. No, but Ed, look at his hand. He drew into another.
Oh, he did? Sorry, I was too hypnotized by the enchanted
Leviathan.
Oh,
it's a bit of a machine.
I hope we get to see
now.
that one come down. If we get to see the enchanted one come down in that brutal combo, that's going to be incredible.
It would be a magical thing indeed. But trying now to decide, we're looking like we're going to ink a bare necessities, and we have a spectacular singer Ariel to play. We're going to be able to look at the top 4 cards of our deck, and we can reveal a song card and put it into our hand. 2 songs available, not looking very happy.
No, not looking very happy.
Maybe not the card that we were hoping to have. Not going to be able to deal. Well, if we take we don't talk about Bruno, we can send one of these Diablos back, but then it is a random card discarded from Bob's hand. And with no Prince John on the board, we do have a Prince John in the hand. We could do it next turn and be able to draw an extra card thanks to Prince John, but is the damage already going to be done by these Diablo devoted heralds? Because at that stage, next turn, if they're both exerted, we're going to draw a card for Bob every time Kawa also draws a card.
Now, I think despite that, I think Kawa might be feeling that even though the Diablos might be exerting, we might have to do that. It might be worth it, so we can get that Prince John down, we can still get some more cards, we can find some different lines to play into this slowly developing Bob situation that we've got there. At the moment, we know what's in hand. We did see Kawa get to see that, but I don't really know what we do from here. I suppose the next kind of things that we can play, do we have enough in the discard for the Olaf?
Oh, we did take the sudden chill off our Ariel Spectacular Singer, though, and we can do that thanks to our Ursula Deceiver out on the board. She's going to do a little bit of singing. We're going to discard a card, and will we see Kawa do the play that he did first game, ink a card, and then we're going to pay 4 to play You Have Forgotten Me to make Bob discard 2 cards. But right now,
Just having a quick glimpse into
Oh,
hand.
I see what happens. Both Diablos challenge that Ursula.
Yes, they do, to get rid of it.
To get rid of it, and we are going to play that Robin Hood sharpshooter. Starting, will we get to see and pull off something, or does Kawa have a way to deal with this? I'm not sure if we do. I do see an Under the Sea in hand. If we can get enough singers on the board, if we get enough glimmers on the board, we will be able to sing it. Ariel's 5, so no wonder Bob decided to get rid of that Ursula Deceiver, not taking any chances of singing together. But this is one way to get rid of Robin Hood Sharpshooter, and that is we don't talk about Bruno. And in this case, we're not talking about Robin Hood Sharpshooter. We don't want him to pull off his greatest performance ability. So now we get to discard a random card, and it's going to be Lenny Toy Binoculars.
Not Lenny, anyone but Lenny. I like Lenny Toy Binoculars, but you're right, bouncing that Robin Hood Sharpshooter back to the hand, just a good way of preventing it from mobilizing the thing that might really start putting Kawa on the back foot. We are going to see that Prince John come down onto the board, and are we going to start seeing a couple of extra moments here? We're just going to see the Ursula inked. We're going to leave that Prince John there, and then we're going to move back over to Bob, readying up those terrifying Diablos. Now, I think we did just draw into a strike a good match there. Is that what we're going to do?
Yeah, but ideally you don't want to do that, because you're going to draw 2 cards, you're going to discard 2 cards, and that would also give Kawa the reason to use Prince John's ability and draw cards for every card that Bob has to discard. So ideally, not what Bob wants to do. But Diablos are evasive. Not going to be able to do much to do that, but he is going to be able to draw a card now that Bob is going to discard a card. But it's okay. Not all lost. There is a way we could get rid of these 2 Diablos, but the question is, what's going to join them on the board?
Oh, here it is! We get to see the moment, the return of Hercules, and the Leviathan comes down onto the board. That gorgeous enchanted Leviathan, guardian of Atlantis. And just look at that in the bottom left. Look at that art. I must acquire one for my own. Now, I think because of the effect that this has, obviously, is that you need to have, if you put 2 or more cards into the discard that turn, then you can do the banishing at opposing characters with a total of 10 or less. So I don't think those requirements were met there, Kim. So that's why we still see all those on the board.
Yeah, but you see that no, two cards did in fact enter the discard. However, it says chosen.
You can't do it if it's chosen.
And it has ward, so sadly we can't target those Prince Johns.
I keep forgetting about the ward.
Return of Hercules lets both players play a card from hand, so also allowed Kawa here to play an additional Prince John onto the board. So 2 Prince Johns on the board, now joined by a Diablo, Maleficent Spy. Let's go have a little look-see into Bob's hand. What are we having a look at? There's another...
Oh, there's another one of Return of Hercules, but there's nothing really to play.
Would we see it happen again, but there's nothing really to use it. We have a Hypnotize, we have a Gaten, Moliere, and I don't know. Oh, it is still the Robin Hood Sharpshooter in the hand.
Gaten Moliere, not a good one to play right now into 2 Prince Johns, though, because you're going to be drawing 2 and discarding 2. Not what you really want to be seeing right now, especially if Kawa is able to get into his own Diablo-devoted Herald. That's going to definitely be the wrong card. So we're going to see that Hypnotize getting inked. And then, what do we do here, Bob?
No, I don't believe we inked Hypnotize. It went into the discard.
Was that discarded? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I believe we...
I saw it get placed down near the inkwell, yeah.
In the inkwell. I think we did pay 3 and we did use Hypnotize. And now it's going to be really tricky for Kawa to try and get rid of this Leviathan unless we've got the likes of a You're Welcome or maybe another We Don't Talk About Bruno to bounce it back and discard something at random. But it is going to be the Return of Hercules getting inked, and maybe we're going to play a Prince John of our own. We still have 3 ink available, but right now it's looking like we are going to start questing. There's some lore on the board. We're finally starting that race to 20.
This is what it's all about. You can get board dominance, but once you get to a certain point and you're finding ways to replenish your hand, it might not be enough, because the whole point of this is to get to 20 lore, and actually we forget about a lot of that. We are currently 21 minutes or so into this entire match, still in this game too, and at this point it's looking pretty even about what's going on, even though Kawa might have some real advantages with the Prince Johns. We are going to see a quest for 6.
Oh, I believe we're singing.
Oh, it's Under the Sea!
Under the Sea. Now, not a lot we can do to get rid of that 10 strength Guardian of Atlantis Leviathan. However, we were able to get rid of the 2 Diablos, and that is painting the roses red, going to be able to give minus strength to the Leviathan, but I don't know if we're going to have to do, we're going to be able to do anything else, but also did allow Kawa to draw a card as well.
It was mostly for the resources, wasn't it?
Yeah.
There's nothing we can do. We can't get over that enormous body on the board. But at this point, that's not really the concern. We've just got to try and keep some options in the hand. Luckily, that's what this Prince John is for. Maybe there'll be some discards. We'll have to see what happens on Bob's next turn. We're going to ready up that huge Leviathan body. Then where do we go from here? There's Sudden Chill.
Yeah, there's one card in Kawa's hand. We could definitely just see Bob play down a Prince John here and then just even hard cast. Well, like Leviathan could sing it, who knows? But ideally, we want to get a little bit more questing in. More than likely, we could just see a gate and come down here as well. Many options, but first off, we're going to challenge and get rid of one of those Prince Johns. And we will do the Sudden Chill. We don't even need to play our Prince John. We have enough cards in hand. And our Robin Hood Sharpshooter joining Bob's side of the board with the Leviathan.
And here we go. Back to Kawa. This is quite an intimidating board. We've got rid of one of those Prince Johns. We are seeing another Divine Herald. That's going to come down. Devoted Herald, the Diablo, the one that we've seen played more today than I think we've seen for about 18 months. It is crazy seeing this, but we do see, like you've said before, a Diablo of his own in hand and a Prince John of his own. And I think we did just also see a Firefly Swarm come into the hand, which would be pretty good for banishing any of those. Obviously, you can't banish that Prince John because of Ward. I've remembered the Ward this time.
So proud.
But you could get rid of that Diablo.
Yeah, but right now we're going to go and have a look at Robin Hood's greatest performance, his ability to look at the top 4 cards, and do we have an action? There was no action in this magical Christmas land deck. Full of actions, there was no action off of Robin Hood's Sharpshooter's ability, but that's okay because more than 2 cards left entered our discard, meaning the Firefly Swarm was able to target basically any character, but it also didn't matter because Diablo was also 2 strength or less.
Exactly. So actually, it would have been fine either way. But there's another Diablo. Look, you get rid of my Diablo, I'm going to Diablo straight back. So Kawa still has some of that presence on the board to get some draws off discards and draws, although it's currently not exerted. However, Bob is currently on 12 lore. We're going to see a quest for 2 there, taking us up to 14. Oh, no. Yep, and that means we then get to activate this. And no, we did see one.
Strike a good match, meaning we will be able to draw 2 cards and then discard a card.
But that's obviously going to be a little bit of a problem. It is going to give Kawa one extra thing. It looks like we're scooping at this point because there is just too much on the board there, which means we are going to an exciting Game 3 to end our day's coverage on this Round 8 feature match. Always a pleasure to get the excitement. Look, a 2-0 as a decisive win is always nice if you are the player. Sometimes for the viewer, it's exciting to see the back and forth, the differences between playing on the draw. You know, there's so many factors to this that make it exciting. I'm just glad we get to see a Game 3 with 2 of my draft picks. And I guess I have to be both pleased and sad for whoever wins and or loses. What about you?
But it doesn't matter because we're getting a Game 3.
Yay,
and I love talking about this game. And I'm so happy we get to talk about more Disney Lorcana trading card game in a Game 3. I'm not rooting for either player, but I'm so happy we got to see the magical Christmas land of Return of Hercules, Leviathan, because I've not yet gotten to see it in action, and it was so magical.
With the enchanted one as well.
And it wasn't
just anything, it was the most glorious version of that card that we could have seen, and now we might even get to witness it a second time. Who knows? We'll all find out in this final Game 3, and we're very excited to see what happens. You're saying you're not rooting for either player. I'm technically rooting for both.
You are.
That puts us at the 2 ends of the spectrum of support. No support whatsoever, loads of support from this guy. But whomst will win? We'll have to all find out together as we start to head into our Game 3. I'm sure our players are getting nice and shuffled, getting into that altering phase, getting those hands ready. What would you say you're having to look for both players in those opening hands?
Well, ideally, we're going to want to hit our 1-cost anything at this stage. And then hopefully we've seen the power of Ursula Deceiver in the previous games, and we've seen it before. The first game, both Bob and Kawa both played an Ursula Deceiver, discarded Sudden Chill. When you're playing so many songs and action cards, it can do so much. We've seen the power of Lenny and just discarding actions and out of our actions and songs, actions, just beautiful actions, very actiony decks.
Actions, beautiful
Ruby
actions.
Emerald versus Amber Emerald, both sharing very similar Emerald cards. We're seeing a lot of Diablo Devoted Herald, we're seeing a lot of Prince John, but I am excited nonetheless which Emerald deck is going to come out on top. Both very different, both kind of similar, but nonetheless, very exciting.
And only one can make it to day 2. So let's find out who that's going to be as we get into our third and final game in our round 8 feature match at the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Dortmund. Bob versus Kawa. Who will take home the win today and make it into our next day? It's very exciting to see what's going to happen here. But that means if whoever gets through, we won't see them again until Sunday, will we? Because that is when our top cut and the final rounds of Swiss both are. Tomorrow is its own round 1 through 8, and all of those will converge on Sunday, which means whoever does take this gets to kick their feet back and just watch for a day. Just relax, work on your deck tech, figure out how you're going to do. Yeah, go side events, earn some stuff on the prize wall. There's loads to do at a Disney Lorcana Challenge. And guys, if you're watching this at home and you haven't had the chance to get your own ticket, or you're wondering why you didn't jump in and sign up when you have the chance, remember, there's things like CCQs, there's local game store ones, and also there's Disney Lorcana Challenges. There's even last chance qualifier tickets available to the European Championship for Disney Lorcana, the second ever one. Could it be you? You watching this stream at home? Maybe you're just on your sofa, maybe you're sat at your computer, maybe you're on a train commuting home watching it on Twitch and you're wondering why you didn't sign up. Well, perhaps you could be our next European champion, lifting that trophy live at Disneyland. That's an exciting premise, but we've got to get into this game and see if either of these two will be making their way to Worlds and or Euros by the end of Sunday.
Yeah, it's all very exciting, and we're ready to go. It is the final round here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge Dortmund. Day 1, we've got a whole nother day of excitement tomorrow, and both our players have finished altering their hands and we're ready to go. And I do see this for the first time in this round, Kawa does in fact have a 1-cost glimmer to play. Will we see him play it? And it's looking like we're inking the ballroom sensation to play a Diablo Maleficent Spy.
A great one off the rip so that you can see exactly what you're dealing with for the first couple of turns. In fact, we can basically see that we're going to get a Diablo Devoted Herald out very, very soon. We also have 2 Hypnotize and we have that Olaf in hand, and we don't talk about Bruno. So that means we know exactly what we're dealing with. But obviously that new card that comes in the hand, that's going to be a Lenny Toy Binoculars, which we may see coming up soon so we get our own idea. But we don't need it because Diablo Maleficent Spy does a similar job of giving us all that information. So we see a Muses, a Bare Necessities, we see a Ariel, we see the Ursula, and we also see You Have Forgotten Me. Good information on both sides to have. Where will it go from here? Back over to Kawa for his turn.
Yeah, now it's time to find out, will we see the Ursula Deceiver come down? We do know that there was some song cards in Bob's hand. We don't talk about Bruno was inked, but will there be another one that Kawa will be able to discard with Ursula Deceiver? Time to find out. We did get a little glimpse earlier, but we did in fact ink it. But every little bit of information matters. We know exactly what's in Bob's hand. Great play by Bob there to ink the We Don't Talk About Bruno. We knew that Ursula Deceiver was coming. Or we at least suspected it.
We certainly did suspect it, that's true. And obviously that has to operate on songs, I believe. It discards a song card of choice, so we didn't get to see the discard of that Hypnotize just there.
Yeah, and the Liquidator going into the Inkwell, and it's our Shift Devoted Herald coming in, and we will be able to draw a card now. And every time Kawa draws a card, and it's still only getting started. Bob may be on 1 lure, but he has to get all the way to 20.
Now, we did, I think, see a second Bare Necessities get drawn.
which right now could actually be quite useful to maybe get rid of that hypnotize, if that's even something you want to do, but we know what's available. Right now, we don't have a Prince John, so worrying about the discard and the draw, there's a couple of things you could do here. So he could decide to do that just to try and snipe it out the hand and not have to worry about that for an extra turn. But obviously, we do know what we've got going on here, that Diablo Devoted Herald is going to be a bit of a problem. It looks like we're going for the You Have Forgotten Me, trying to just make... Oh, no, that's just going to get inked. It looked like he did consider playing it for a hot sec, but instead, we go into Ariel, Spectacular Singer, a singer 5, but we are also going to look at the top few cards. We have taken off a We Don't Talk About Bruno there, so that's going to go into the hand, and are we even going to bother singing it? We can't.
We
no
can't
point.
right now, but we still do have the option of singing the bare necessities. Thanks to our 2-cost Ursula Deceiver, we'll be able to sing. But is there anything? There is. It's Hypnotize, going to be able to be discarded. It is a non-character card of your choice, meaning how it does get to choose. But there's only one available, so Hypnotize. Well, it won't be hypnotizing anybody very soon. It's going to be banished right now out of the hand.
Quite right. So we do just see that Ursula Deceiver has been drawn. So is this going to be a bit of a back and forth of sniping out of the hand? We might well see that come down. But what would you do in this situation when you've got the Leviathan in hand? You've also got the Olaf, which at this point, bit hopeless. It would still cost 7 to actually be able to be used. You've got to have way more actions in the discard for that to be working. So instead, we're going to ink it, and we're going to play Lenny Toy Binoculars, which is going to, again, give a bit more of an idea about what's going on. And it's going to discard an action card of your choice. So that means we're going to have to get rid of, We Don't Talk About Bruno, or the Bare Necessities.
Yeah, and ideally now, Bob, well, he has a tough decision to make, but more than likely will be the We Don't Talk About Bruno with no non-character cards in his hand. The Bare Necessities, well, it's not going to really discard any necessities out of Bob's hand when there's none there, but we could draw it now as during Kawa's turn when we draw a card. But do we take that risk? Are we questing what is going on, Bob? It looks like, yes, we are going to quest. We do want that option to draw every time Kawa draws, and the question is now, are we going to top deck another We Don't Talk About Bruno, or do we have another way to get rid of this Diablo Devoted Herald? And we do have the Muses. We haven't seen it come down in this round at all for these players. Could we see it come down now?
Kawa is not looking too happy. There was a look to the sky on that because I believe drew into the 1-cost Cinderella, which I guess he's not wanting to see right now. So not really feeling too great about what he's seeing. Cinderella, Ballroom Sensation, it's fine early, but we're just going to ink it instead and get the Muses down, just like you said, Kim. And we want to start seeing more of the Muses.
Yeah, and then we do have one song available to us to sing, and then we can start doing my favorite thing, the gospel truth, a little bit of bouncing shenanigans, because whenever we play a song, you may return chosen character with 2 cost or 2 strength or less to their player's hand, meaning... Well, we don't really want to bounce a Lenny because Lenny can be replayed and then, well, discard an action card of Bob's choice, but we could definitely just start bouncing this Diablo back. It's not going to do much harm, but another really fun thing that is also possible, we can bounce one of our own characters back to hand. So we could very well see this Ariel Spectacular Singer be bounced back. We could replay it next turn and maybe draw another or any other useful song card which may help us win this game.
It was a nasty place. You're right. The Muses have definitely got a little bit of versatility there. We're going to see it sung with Ursula, but unfortunately, I don't think there's really much that we can do here because it is discarding a non-character card of your choice. So what this actually does, rather than getting the effect off, what it ends up doing is just giving Kawa that little bit more information. We see that Liquidator, we see the Diablo, we see the Guardian of Atlantis, the Leviathan in hand without the Return of Hercules. So currently that's not looking like too much of a threat. And we also see the Ursula. And at this point with Kawa with no cards in hand, that card is virtually useless. So there's no worries there. But there's just thinking it through. He's staring it all through and he is going to bounce back the Diablo, which is just going to add 2 more cards to hand.
Yeah, as it was shifted, we could see Bob now ink maybe the smaller Maleficent Spies 1-cost Diablo, or maybe, well, we have an action in hand. We could just replay them and shift them again. Well, why not just flood the board? There's so many more cards in his hand, but just a clunky Leviathan, uninkable, sitting there as well. Without Return of the Hercules right now, we're only on 3 ink. Not much use to us. We're going to play Diablo, Maleficent Spies, but no cards in Kawa's hand. It's not looking great.
It's not looking great. Kawa not looking fantastic, rubbing the temples there. There's a lot of interesting body language going on because Bob is having to think a couple of moves ahead. We're going to see that Liquidator, Iced Over come down. This obviously has Reckless, which is always nice. 4-2 stat line, which is good if you just want to quickly challenge into something, get rid of it. Obviously, right now, the Muses is probably the biggest trouble that we've got on the board. But at the moment, we're currently not questing with that. It's not exerted, so it's currently not vulnerable. But we are going to see that Prince John. So if we do start getting some discards off, this is going to be great. Now, if only that was here a turn earlier for that Bare Necessities, that might have been really lucrative.
It could have been, and if only Bob had some actions in his hand, we could have gotten rid of. But right now, he does have actions, and it's going to be discarded. And it's going to be Sudden Chill being discarded thanks to our Diablo shift. And will we see a quest, or maybe we have something else we can play? I do see a Firefly Swarm. We won't be able to target Prince John or the Muses, however. Well, we could just do that either. I didn't even know he had another Diablo. Let's get 2 Devoted Heralds on the board. Why not?
Why not, indeed? So we are just going to see that questing, and now that's going to set Bob up for Kawa's next turn, immediately getting 1 new card in hand. Obviously, the reason for discarding the Sudden Chill, it's utterly pointless in Bob's hand right now because Kawa doesn't have any cards to discard. It's not worth it. So right now, we're going to move back over to Kawa's turn. He's giving a little bit of a about this. He's not feeling good.
Very happy. Could it be the card that's going to...
Oh, he's shaking the head.
Something else. He's not looking very happy. I told him he need to work on his poker face, but, well, it's telling us a lot of information, but also telling Bob a lot of information. Bob's got to be feeling pretty happy when your opponent only has 1 card, and you have, well, a 3. 3 cards is really nice, but we're looking like we are going to be able to play it. What is it going to be? Oh, this is a good card. However, it's kind of not a great card when you don't have any cards in your hand. It is our 7-cost Tramp Street Smart Dog. We do have the option to draw 5 cards, but we would have to discard them. Not really what we want to be doing, opting not to do that.
It's best not to with Diablo on the board.
Are we going to quest with this Liquidator? Has Reckless, will be able to just challenge in.
Do you know, we're going to play it safe. Kawa's got this really dominant board right now that over the course of a couple of turns could quite easily quest for quite a lot. We've currently got 8 on the board there for each quest. That's not half bad. Even 1 quest with all of them would get you halfway there, but then obviously everything's vulnerable. Kawa needs to see an Under the Sea or something to really clear that board of Bob's and make this hard. But we are instead going to see that Brawl come down and get rid of Tramp Street Smart Dog. That's going to just remove it down to only 6 law on the board for Kawa for questing. We're going to ink a Sudden Chill, and then where do we go from here?
Yeah,
He's going to just quest.
Bob
Quest.
taking back control of this board. Brawl coming in. We were able to get rid of that Tramp Street Smart Dog. Didn't choose Ariel. Ariel's still on the board. If we top deck something, we can sing it, but not wanting anything to be sung, and definitely not wanting that Tramp Street Smart Dog to be bounced back to Kawa's hand with the Muses. What did he top deck? Not looking very happy, but Bob going to be able to draw 2 cards there, thanks to Kawa drawing 1 card because 2 Diablos are exerted on the board.
You can see Kawa really having to think through these moments because there's a lot of things you can do. It's whether you should or shouldn't. We're going to instead sing Under the Sea! And there it is. We get rid of both of those Diablos. That's already great. The toy binoculars. Lenny is also gone. We are going to keep Liquidator there. It's still a little bit threatening, actually, the fact that it's got 4 strength. But that's okay. We are going to see that Ariel come back down, and we're going to draw in. And we do see a We Don't Talk About Bruno that's going to come to the hand, and the rest are going to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, thanks to the Muses' ability to be able to bounce a 2-strength character or less back to the hand. Choosing the Ariel Spectacular Singer, meaning the Liquidator cannot challenge into it, but also we still had ink available to be able to replay it. Now, the Liquidator will be able to challenge into the Ursula Deceiver or the Diablo Maleficent Spy, but that's okay, because we got rid of those Diablos.
We did, and that was a big move, because then from now on, that turn-by-turn draw power is just no longer a thing, and we're not seeing any other copies of that coming to hand, which is always lovely. So let's see where we go from here. What will we be inking? What will we be playing? We have yet another copy of Hypnotize. He's seen every copy of Hypnotize so far. Right now, not the kind of thing you want, unless you want to get that draw off. But it's not worth it at this point. Although, you could get that discarded. The only card that he's currently got available might not be too bad, but instead we're going to play that Firefly Swarm and get rid of that Aerial, because that Spectacular Singer is a problem. The fact that it sings for 5 makes it very easy, and there we go. Like I said, the Hypnotize has come down, discarding the only song we had left, basically denying Kawa a singer and denying Kawa any songs at all. Quite a strong move there from Bob.
Yeah, very nice play there from Bob. Indeed, being able to not only get rid of that Spectacular Singer and also being able to discard the We Don't Talk About Bruno, depending on what Kawa top decks next. If it's an inkable card, even without Aerial, we would have still been able to hard cast it, meaning just pay the 5 ink. Sadly, won't be able to do that now, but still, our Muses and Prince John have Ward aren't able to be targeted by Firefly Swarm or Brawl or any abilities. But what are we top decking now? No Diablos on Bob's side of the board exerted, meaning he's not going to be able to draw any cards. Just a Liquidator left. Now, we could choose to challenge here with the Diablo Maleficent Spy.
Not a bad use of it, yeah.
Definitely good. And then if we choose to quest with our Prince John or our Muses, they won't really be a threat.
Yeah, they're safe for another round, because obviously the ink has to dry for Bob, unless he's got something with Rush or anything, which I don't know if he really does. So maybe we don't have to worry about that. Maybe at this point, it's just worth doing exactly what you've said. We're going to quest with the Muses, or are we using this to sing?
Are we singing? Great question, and we
Sudden
are!
chill, that's going to be great to give Kawa an extra draw there of whatever gets discarded here. That's a very, very nice move. So he's going to choose to discard that Leviathan. It's currently doing nothing in that hand. We haven't seen the return of Hercules action come into the hand yet. That was a good choice, and like you said, Kim, we are going to see that Diablo clear that last threat off the board. And then, are we going to bother questing with that Prince John? We've still got 4 ink available because everything's been sung. And Kawa's still trying to think about whether he's going to do it. He's going to take a quick look at the discard, see what's in there. He's probably wondering if Olaf is going to come down on the next turn. And by the looks of it, it might be able to. There's quite a lot of things in there. There's 3 copies of Hypnotize. There's at least a couple of Firefly Swarms. We might be seeing it this turn.
Yeah, and not only that, Ed, but Bob is on 6 ink, has the ability to ink here up to 7. I don't know if we're going to even need to ink, because Robin Hood Sharpshooter, well, he only costs 4. Do we have an Olaf snowman of action to go alongside that?
I don't think so. I don't think I saw it on the draw, but that's obviously what Kawa might be trying to protect against. Having seen it get inked in some of the previous games, that's something you've got to keep in mind. Now, we do just see there, that was a painting of roses red getting drawn, so chosen character gets -1 strength this turn, draw a card. Not a bad thing to use on Robin Hood, I suppose, and then we're going to quickly do a sing with that, exactly what I've just said there. That is going to draw a card as well for Kawa, which is always useful. And we do see a Devoted Herald in hand. Not a bad thing to get out onto the board, and that's what we're likely to see here. There it is, Diablo, Devoted Herald, going to stay there. Can't do anything right now, but what we can do is quest for 2 and start pushing us towards that 20 lore amount. This game is ramping up, Kim.
Yeah, it's only 5 lore to 4. It's all not over, but the Muse's ability to be able to bounce a 2 strength or less character back to hand. Bob can choose now to just replay the Robin Hood Sharpshooter, but not only 1 Robin Hood Sharpshooter, we're going to have 2, but will they get to perform their greatest performance? We'll find out, unless Kawa has a way to deal with them.
We could get rid of 1 with World's Greatest Criminal Mind just drawn into hand. Banish his character 5. Oh, no, that's 5 or more. I keep thinking it's 5 or under. That's not enough.
Robin Hood only has 1 strength. There is a Cricky in hand, but that is only going to give us an extra 3 strength, I believe.
It's not enough. I was mistaken. Oh, we've got to look at what's available. That Cricky Lucky Cricket there. When you play this character, other characters get +3. It's not going to be enough, though. Even that wouldn't help.
No, if they were exerted, though, we would have easily been able to challenge in and get rid of them that way. But at least we have our own Diablo of Devoted Herald at long last on the board. So we will be able to draw a card now. And Bob draws a card, but the worry is, both of these Robin Hood sharpshooters do have the ability now to quest. We do have the chance of him pulling off my greatest performance and playing a action card with cost 6 or less for free.
Let's see what happens, because that's definitely what's about to happen on Bob's next turn. Kawa having to just think through what to do in these final few seconds of this game. We still do have 14 minutes left on that clock, but somebody has to get to 20 or that's going to a draw. And I don't know what that's going to do for their day 2 appearance.
No, you need exactly 18 points to make it into day 2. So both of these players, a lot on the line. It's not over yet. It's 5 lore each. And we are just going to hardcast World's Greatest Criminal Mind. We're not going to be able to banish anything. However, thanks to our muses, we will be able to bounce that Robin Hood sharpshooter back to Bob's hand. So it's okay. One may be able to pull off my greatest performance, his ability. Well, at least we won't have 2.
That's true. That's one fewer thing to have to worry about, because imagine getting 2 of those cost 6 or less for free. That's a really brutal one. Look, at this point, it's worth risking it. Questing with that Prince John, getting a couple more lore ahead. We do still have that Diablo, so there was a card drawn there for Kawa. And here we go. The Robin Hood sharpshooter is going to quest. What do we see? We actually see a Leviathan. Oh, there's the return of Hercules, but we've got rid of the Leviathan, so it's not going to be worth it.
No, but do we have any cards in our hand? We're going to be able to play with it. I'm not sure if we do. We do have a Robin Hood sharpshooter that was bounced back. We can replay it for free. Did we? I think we paid. I don't think we were
did
able
pay.
to.
It's not worth giving your opponent one if it's not going to be anything good. So we do see it get inked instead. Look, that's still resources. We are going to see an Ursula come to the hand, which actually not going to do anything particularly useful at the moment, because I think there's only... Does he have cards in hand, or has he got rid of all of them?
He did have a Return of Hercules in the hand that went into the inkwell there.
Now he's empty.
And I don't believe there is any cards left in his hand unless I am missing it. I have no idea, but it's exciting nonetheless. Ursula Deceiver going into the inkwell. Lucky Cricket coming in. We can give an extra 3 strength to something, meaning any one of these glimmers on the board can challenge and get rid of the exerted Robin Hood sharpshooter. But which glimmer is it going to be?
What would you do here? Because I think you have to probably keep the Prince John around, knowing that your opponent's going to try and use the Robin Hood sharpshooter ability, but also keeping Diablo is quite useful. Would you do that? I think you're going to have to risk the Diablo at this point, because you've got to keep the muses, because those songs are too useful to bounce things back. The Diablo's just getting you a card draw. There's other ways to get a card draw while you've still got that Prince John. It isn't going to be the end of the world, because it only has 1 strength anyway, and also no evasives. Then we are going to see the same move happen there, trying to banish it, using that muses to bounce that Robin Hood sharpshooter back. We're not going to be seeing the greatest performance happen again this turn, Kim.
No, thanks to the bare necessities, with no cards being in Bob's hand, we were just able to play it. We had a look at Bob's hand, but Bob's hand was empty. But we were able to bounce that Robin Hood sharpshooter back. And here is a spectacular singer coming in. We're going to have a look at the top 4 cards of Kawa's deck. Does he have a song? There was quite a few choices there, but it is going to be Painting the Roses Red, Gaëtan Molière, Evasive, 4 cost, inkable 2/5, and whenever he quests, you may draw 2 cards and then choose and discard 2 cards. Not something Bob is going to want to do. It is a May ability, so doesn't have to do it with Prince John around on Kawa's side of the board. Doesn't want to give him any more cards to fuel his hand, but still, there's still songs available. We've still singers available to sing them. Painting the Roses Red only costs 2. We'll be able to sing it and bounce something back to Bob's hand. We did it I do believe we hardcasted it and bounced the Robin Hood sharpshooter back to Bob's hand. Kawa recognizes the danger of his greatest performance, Bob's Robin Hood sharpshooter, to be able to do something bouncing that back.
Look, we've even gone for the risky Prince John quest, because at this point, it's worth it. We're only 3 away, so game is currently on board. Unless Bob can do something quite drastic here, Kawa is going to be taking this. Bob having to take every moment he can. What are we going to do with this? It is evasive, so it can challenge that Diablo and get rid of that. But right now, we are going to see the strike a good match, drawing 2 cards, then choosing and discarding a card.
Yeah, but you choose and discard a card, and you also give Kawa the ability to discard or draw a card off Prince John. Will we also see him try to quest with Gaten? Are we trying to find the tools that we need? Do we have another Leviathan?
This is it from Bob, I think. I'm seeing Bob shake his head. It doesn't look like you can clear that board. You can get rid of the Diablo, but that's likely to be it. Yeah, there it is!
Only
the
3 more lore
extension!
needed.
Kawa takes our round 8 feature match and makes it to day 2 of this amazing Disney Lore Carter Championship. One of my draft picks has made it to day 2. One of them has just lost in that final round. Commiserations to one of my draft picks, but Kawa making their way to day 2. Very, very exciting. We got to see quite an interesting interaction there. Kawa, at many points through that, thinking it was over, head in hands going, I'm not drawing what I need. It's all going to go downhill from there. And that just shows never give up in Disney Lorcana, because it's not over until that last quest is quast. What's the past participle of quest?
Quested?
No, I like quast.
Quast?
The last quest is quast.
That sounds like a croissant, and we're not really in France. We're in Germany, so we should be having...
It was insensitive, is what you're saying.
Yeah. I don't know. We might need some German phrases. I haven't figured out what quest is in German, but I will find out before we're back tomorrow for more action. But amazing game by both players. I believe we were nearly at time. Kawa only needing 3 more lore to make it, and poor Bob not being able to do enough that last game. It was really looking good for Bob, then it was really looking good for Kawa, and then it was really looking good for Bob again. But unfortunately, all the discarding and drawing of his own cards with Prince John out on the board for Kawa gave him the fuel to be able to draw the cards he needed. And ultimately, Muse's real star of that game, that last game there, we didn't see it in game 1 or game 2, being able to bounce those Robin Hood sharpshooters back to Bob's hand. If they were able to do a lot more questing and pull off their ability, that could have been a really different game.
Really good.
Both players piloting those decks. Amazing. Well done to both, and especially Bob making it this far. Still did get 15 points for your team. Wakawa will be making it with 18 points into day 2, so maybe we'll see him again on Sunday.
Yeah, absolutely will. And we will be seeing you guys again tomorrow, because that is the last of our feature matches of today's coverage. Remember, we've got the round 2, as it were, of all of this. Rounds 1 through 8 of Swiss happening again tomorrow, so make sure you guys are tuning in. And also then on Sunday, we get into the final rounds of Swiss, into our top cut, both of those days technically running in parallel before we get into our finals of each, and then the grand final. It's going to be exciting. It's been great to be casting this with you, Kim, but we're going to throw you guys over to Rebecca and Baker, your wonderful hosts, to end our day.
Banger to send us out of day 1, Disney Lorcana Challenge Dortmund, and a fan favourite in Kawa taking the dub, making his way to day 2. We're all so incredibly proud of him, and also to Bob, who started off the day of Disney Lorcana in the feature match area, finishing off in style. What a day, Rebecca.
What a day. What a match. Those decks were so fun to watch them in play. The Leviathan, the Prince Johns, the Muses, the Under the Sea at the right moment. It was an incredible match to watch, and all of the matches today have just been so
extravagant,
infinitely fantastic.
Love
incredible.
that.
Infinitely incredible.
And super cool, as Rebecca is, as always. But yeah, what an incredible day of Disney Lorcana. We hope you've been having a wonderful time. And if you've been with us all day, thank you so much for sharing the Disney Lorcana Challenge with us. We're super grateful for you guys. And yeah, it's been an incredible day. But tomorrow, we get to do it all again.
We do. And before we wrap up for the day, we did want to give you all an update on our caster fantasy draft. So I know that we have some of those numbers. It's not all the way through to round 8, since there are still some players out there playing, but we have some fun updates. How are you feeling about your team?
Again, I've got some fantastic players. I have no doubt they've made me incredibly proud, but I've not been keeping up with this today, so I'm very excited to see what this is going to be.
Yeah, all 5 of us have some really, really fantastic players, some really well-known players who have had a lot of success in Disney Lorcana, and I know a lot of of them did very, very well today. So I'm definitely excited to see how the results are. Kim is our reigning champion.
She is. She keeps smashing us, mate. We got to take her down.
She is, but I'm feeling pretty good about my team. I'm feeling pretty good. So,
right. Well, can we take a look?
Let's go ahead.
I would love to take a look at the update.
Oh, look at that! I am in the lead today.
1 point in it.
I am so happy right now.
Yep,
This calls for the sunglasses.
The sunglasses are going on.
Back on because I'm feeling so super cool. I'm feeling incredible.
There you go.
I am Mrs. Incredible right now because I am in the lead going into the end of today. So let's bring those results up one more time so
Very
we can check.
Theme for you, Rebecca.
They are 1 point ahead of Team Baker. We have Team Ed is a few points behind, followed up by Team Kim, Joe and Ross leading in the bringing up the rear.
Of course, absolutely. Again, to have someone in first place, you've got to have someone in last place. But it wouldn't be the first time that someone perhaps not performing the best in their second day, their team goes all the way, and maybe the next Disney Lorcaner Challenge champion is on someone's draft.
And we did. If I remember correctly, we have decided among the casters that if whoever has the champion on their team
double points
gets extra points.
Yeah, I mean, I think that comes as a result of the time that I picked Frank Carsten.
Yes.
He won a DLC. Did I get anything extra for it?
No.
Absolutely not. And I cried and I whinged, so we changed the rules.
We changed the rules. Well, stick with us tomorrow. Come back again. We're going to be here all day at twitch.tv/Disney Lorcana with our Saturday tournament. We have an entire new 8 rounds of Swiss for you, a whole new group of players, more decks, more games, and a new caster draft.
A new caster draft, yeah. We've got different teams for the separate days, and yeah, we get to do it all again. And then, of course, it's all going to build to Championship Sunday. We'll have the final 4 rounds of Swiss for each individual bracket. Go on to Top Cut. We will find a champion of each distinct tournament, and then they're going head to head to crown the Disney Lorcana Challenge Dortmund champion. And I cannot wait.
It's going to be an exciting weekend for sure. Let's do it again tomorrow. What do you say?
I would love to.
All right.
Same time tomorrow?
Same time, same place.
Well,
we'll be here.
You heard the lady. Make sure you're here. Same time, same place tomorrow for more Disney Lorcana Challenge action.
Good night, all. Thanks for being with us.